Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Before Ma Yang finished speaking, an icy gaze was ushered in behind him. Ma Yang, tell me clearly, who is this woman? Haven't you regained a little memory, or have you forgotten April? She is our sister? Melissa was startled and then said thoughtfully, April, it does seem that there is someone so beautiful. But why is she living in your house? Senior sister, you're the one who let me live in to supervise my brother. April was the first to take a stand. Is it my idea? In the meantime, Melissa muttered, her eyes sweeping over Ma Yang and April, you two wouldn't have anything to do with each other, would you? Absolutely not. April jumped up in shock. What are you thinking? Ma Yang laughed and patted Melissa's head. Why was Melissa acting like this? Was she jealous? It was unexpectedly kind of cute. What the hell is going on? Melissa pressed the question with authority. April became weak under Melissa's eyes. Although she was usually a very heroic female scientist, she seemed to feel a little guilty in front of Melissa now. Senior sister Mixia, no, Melissa is like this. April said what Mixia had told her. After listening to all this, Melissa stayed for a long time. Her turquoise eyes stared at April for a long time, And she blamed herself for her past life. My past life was sick in the head. Looking for such a beauty to supervise her husband, isn't she afraid of the other party stealing him from her? No, it's too dangerous. She knew too well how attractive Ma Yang was to the women around him. She still had many years to go before she reached adulthood, and with such a beautiful woman by his side, Melissa's heart was uneasy. The only good thing about April was that she looked weak and very obedient. Chapter 261. While Melissa contemplated maintaining her position for the next few years, April, on this side of the table, warmly pulled Melissa down and then offered her tea and snacks as a treat. Melissa, this is my favorite snack and dessert, try some too, April greeted warmly. Well, it wasn't that easy to buy me off. Melissa glanced at her with bright eyes. She sat down, picked up the snack, and opened it. She took a bite, and her eyes suddenly lit up. It tasted delicious, much better than the snacks she had eaten before. As she ate, she asked, "You've been living here for the past few years?" "Yes, I used to stay at the institute when I was working outside and stayed at the teacher's house when I came back, but then senior sister Mixia told me to move here when she was reincarnated," April spoke softly, adding, "I'm just following senior sister Mixia's wishes." Quite honestly, Melissa nodded her head as if she were a child. Then they talked about April's situation in the past few years. April, taking in Mixia's previous authority over her, and answered honestly. Melissa's knowledge of April was limited to the fact that she knew there was such a person. She had no idea what her personality was like or what she was like. "Melissa, don't keep staring at me like that, okay?" April was a little embarrassed by the stare. Melissa flattened her mouth and said, "I suddenly realize that you're quite cute and have a good body. Do you think there was something wrong with my brain in my previous life?" "What?" April was slightly stunned, not sure what Melissa meant by that. She was about to ask when Melissa stood up. "Where is my room?" April said, "I'll make arrangements for you. The room next to mine is always vacant, so you can stay there." "Don't be so troublesome, I'll stay with Ma Yang," Melissa said indifferently. However, April held her hand and disagreed. "No, you can't. You're not suitable now. Even if you want to live together, you have to wait until you grow up a bit more or regain senior sister Mixia's memory." "But I prefer to stay with Ma Yang," Melissa said childishly. "No." April didn't give an inch. Even if she was the reincarnation of senior sister Mixia, it was not appropriate to live with his brother. Ma Yang came out of his room and saw Melissa and April quarreling over the accommodation. He then knocked on their heads. "What's there to fight about?" Ma Yang hammered out the arrangement. Since Melissa and April had no counter-argument, they could only accept it. "By the way, April, how's the research on Cybermen going this time?" As early as a few years ago, April had researched Cybermen into 8 categories. The highest level of Cybermen had a power level of 1600, with a survival time of 24 hours. It could be said that April had always been very talented in the research of artificial life. April smiled and said, "I've already researched the 9th Cyberman, which is a power level of 3200. Unfortunately, the survival time can't go up further. A 3200 power level Cyberman is already quite terrifying if mass-produced." Ma Yang stroked his chin. "At least many planets in the universe don't have such masters." "Well, I've already produced 100 of them here. I'll go and bring them to you." With that, April went to bring the new generation of Cyberman seeds, about a bottle of them. Picking up the green seeds, Ma Yang scrutinized them. It looked the same as the previous Cyberman seeds, but the color was much better. Melissa looked at April with some surprise. Although she didn't care about the only 3200 power level of the Cyberman, she could see that this weak woman was quite smart. After traveling to many planets with Ma Yang, she had a rough understanding of other planets' strength. Well, Melissa paid more attention to April this time. This was a woman with a combination of beauty and intelligence. The threat was too great. Ma Yang took the seeds of the Cyberman for a while, put them back into the bottle. He then asked April to put them away carefully. After that, he looked at Melissa and April and asked them to go to the residence of Isaac and Alice together. Melissa was a little nervous at the thought of meeting her former parents soon. On top of the Green Mountain, not far from the martial arts building, in a hut, Isaac and Alice were living a leisurely life as usual. When he saw Ma Yang's figure, he smiled and then turned their attention to Melissa, beside Ma Yang. He vaguely saw the shadow of Mixia on her face. "Ma Yang, is this the reincarnation of Mixia?" Isaac became emotional. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, she is the reincarnation of Mixia, and her name is Melissa." "Melissa? What a good name. Very similar to Mixia." Alice's eyes were red and glistening with tears. "Hi guys. Sorry, my memory is not fully restored." Melissa didn't know what she was supposed to call Isaac and Alice, so she just whispered, "It's fine. It's good to see you back." Isaac laughed happily. After patting Maiyang's shoulder vigorously, he asked April and Alice to go to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Maiyang then gave a wink to Melissa, asking her to go in together to help. Melissa nodded her head and walked into the kitchen. Even if she was the planet Sala princess, she still had to help out in the kitchen when she arrived at Great Azure Mountain. The sumptuous meal was ready in no time, and the delicious aroma was overwhelming the nostrils. The few small dishes on the table were delicious. So, was I used to be not good at it? Melissa whispered to April. April blushed with shame and held her glasses down in embarrassment. Senior sister Mixia is a great cook. Melissa snorted, when I regain my memory, I'll be able to cook what I knew in my previous life. April was dumbfounded. Right, when she regained her memory, senior sister Mixia would return. Senior sister Mixia wouldn't talk rudely like her, so she would get along well. As everyone enjoyed their meal, the sound of chopsticks falling to the ground with a clanking sound was heard. A white light flashed, and Melissa split into Melia and Melis in front of everyone, appearing younger. Seeing Melissa become two people, Isaac, Alice, and April were stunned. Chapter 262 Senior Brother, what's going on? How did Melissa become two people? April was completely confused about the situation. Seeing everyone's puzzled expression, Maiyang coughed lightly and said, Ahem, this is the original appearance of Melissa. At the beginning, Mixia wasn't often controlling two bodies. All because of the divine divided soul tempering that Mixia became two people after reincarnation. They are twin sisters, one called Melia, and the other called Melis. Melissa is the fusion of the two sisters as an individual. After Maiyang's introduction to Melis and Melia's situation in general, everyone on the spot opened their mouths wide. They looked at the twin sisters incredulously. There was actually a way to a person reincarnate split into two people? April's eyes were full of curiosity. However, soon did she realize that, in this case, wouldn't her senior brother have to marry both of them in the future? Senior brother would have at least two wives. It was no longer monogamous. For some reason, April's emotions suddenly became elevated. Hello guys, my name is Melia. Melia kept Melissa's high spirits. She possessed Melissa's memories and already knew everyone present. My name is Melis. Her sister Melis was much shyer and more aware of manners. Isaac took a hard sip of wine and laughed out loud. Alice then took another set of dishes from the kitchen. Come on. You two sisters look so identical, I can't tell the difference. This is easy. I'm the older sister, with turquoise eyes. Melia pointed to her own eyes and said. Alice took a closer look and saw that they were indeed turquoise, exactly the same color as Mixia's eyes. April also tried to communicate with the twin sisters. Later, she found that the two sisters were much better to talk to than Melissa. At least not so defensive. Well, before Melissa's memory had awakened, it would be better to get along with them. In the acceleration world, the two light green light flashes in the sky. From time to time, the collision burst out dazzling sparks, and the wind howls on the central planet as Melia and Melis keep attacking each other. They soon separated, along with the ground green lawn glide out of a distance. At that moment, a dozen black shadows came out from all directions and pounced on the two green figures. Snap! Melia's face was full of fury, gasping for breath while slapping the air towards the black shadows. The vast transparent palm cut through the air, several black shadows were slapped away. Soon these black shadows reversed direction and defiantly flew towards her. Is it over? Melia's forehead was covered with sweat, and her clothes were stained with sweat. After a good fight to knock off those black shadows, Melis appeared in front of her again. The two sisters looked at each other and winded up in a battle again. There was a lot of residual shadows, with fist and palm shadows all over the place. Phew. After a long time, Melia fell to the ground exhausted, panting heavily. Not far away, Melis was in a similar situation, both of them too tired to move. At this time, April, dressed in white, jogged over and helped them up. She gave them a few sips of nutritional fluid to help them improve their condition. Thanks. Melia was still gasping for breath. April smiled sweetly, no need to be polite. If only Melissa could talk so well after you two fuse. Melia laughed heatedly, I can't help this, my personality has changed a bit after the fusion. No matter what, we will get along well in the future. April knew that Melissa was always bothered with her because of her senior brother. Compared to Melissa, the twin sisters were younger and got along better. Yeah. Melia nodded her head forcefully. The Saigaman you made is so powerful, it almost tires me out. Melissa sat up and wiped the sweat off her forehead with her hand. April said, it's nothing. It's mostly because your powers are imprisoned here. I did this to train them better. Yet, you don't have any positive spirit. At this time, Maiyang walked over and waved his hand to release Melia and Melissa's power confinement. In the acceleration world, Maiyang could manipulate the rules inside at will. He waved his hand, confined the twin sisters' power to only about 3,000 power levels, and then let them attack each other, supplemented by the Cybermen to interfere. With that, at least the two sisters' combat experience would grow rapidly. Gaia jumped down from Ayang's shoulder, puffed, and moved to Melia and Melissa's side. It then spat out 2 senzubans from its stomach. "Thank you, Gaia." Melia happily hugged Gaia in her arms. After eating the senzubans together with Melis, the two of them recovered their strength at once. They looked at each other, and without seeing any movement from them, a cluster of white light was born on the surface of their bodies, and soon Melissa's figure appeared. "Ayang, let me also exercise," Melissa said. Ayang smiled and nodded. He pressed his palm towards Melissa, and a mysterious rule suppressed her power to 3,000 power level. Ayang then gestured towards April's side. April narrowed her eyes, smiled, took out the latest development of Cybermen, and planted them down. There were 20 of them. Click, click, click. The soil broke open one after another, and the main body of the Cyberman curled up and burst out of the soil. Seeing that all the Cybermen had been generated, April ordered loudly, "Listen up, all of you, attack that brunette woman with all your might. No need to be polite, teach her a lesson with all your might." Click, click, click. 20 Cybermans opened their blood-red eyes at once and rushed towards Melissa with strange screams. When Melissa saw this, she glared up proudly and looked contemptuously at these Cybermans. She was just about to attack when she realized that her power had been restricted, and she couldn't help but scream strangely, "Good for you, April, how dare you take personal revenge." April's white cheeks showed a smile. "No, I planted so many Cybermans because I trusted you." Melissa's eyes began to fire. "I don't believe you. Damn it. This brunette woman was so hateful." As she watched Melissa dodge the attacks of the 20 Cybermans in a mess, with a constant roar coming out of her mouth, April's shoulders shook, and she let out a giggle. "Hey, what a hoot." Looking at the nonsense between Melissa and April, Ayang didn't bother to interfere. Instead, he found it quite interesting. "Next, it's my turn to train myself." Ayang found a quiet place to sit down, and he began to practice. While training the twin sisters, Ayang also insisted on training, and now his strength was steadily rising. Chapter 263. As the days passed by, a greenish figure appeared in a castle made of white bones at the edge of the Dark Demon Realm, the Greater Demon Realm. What exactly is happening here? Garlic Jr. looked at his father's castle in confusion. The entire castle had been deserted. The dark corners were already covered with cobwebs as if no one had used it for a long time. "Don't hide. I've already found you," Garlic Jr. said indifferently. At that moment, a black shadow flashed out from the corner. When he saw Garlic Jr., he shivered and prostrated himself on the ground. "Lord Garlic Jr., you have finally returned. You know me?" Garlic Jr. asked unexpectedly with the corners of his mouth raised. The black shadow was busy nodding, with a panicked face. "Yes, I know you. My name is Buddy. I used to serve Lord Garlic and had the honor of seeing your portrait. Are you father's subordinates? Then tell me. What happened here? Where did everyone go?" Garlic Jr. was very thin, but the power he released between his words made the whole castle shake violently. Where had Buddy seen such a powerful force? The 6 demon warriors that Garlic had invited from the depths of the demon realm were already mighty. However, they couldn't even compare to a shadow in front of Garlic Jr. Buddy. About 20 years ago, Lord Garlic invited 6 masters from the depths of the demon realm. He then led many people to attack Earth through the passage of the Earth attached to the demon realm. Were those 6 people you mentioned Hawk and the 5 Griff brothers? Garlic Jr. remembered that those men were the ones he sent over to help his father conquer the Earth. Yes, it was exactly those lords. They entered the Earth with Lord Garlic, but they seemed to have encountered a strong enemy and never returned after that. I have inquired about the whereabouts of the Earth passage, but the entire demon realm seems to have been cut off from the Earth all of a sudden. Not even a single passage can be found. Buddy didn't know that after Garlic led the Earth's invasion, Mr. Popo used the Dragon Balls to close all the passages and strengthen the space around Earth. Garlic Jr. listened carefully and doubted. Earth is only a low-level planet. There should be no master on it who can threaten father and others. My lord. This little one is not lying. Buddy trembled and looked at Garlic Jr. Garlic Jr. waved his hand and said, "Is it true that not a single passage can be found?" "Yes. Yes. This little one has searched, and there really is none." "That's interesting." Garlic Jr. nodded his head, and a dangerous light appeared in his eyes. "Since the spatial passage cannot be found, then we will go directly through the cosmic space of the Earth." The Earth wasn't crucial to Garlic Jr. Even if he conquered it, it would be meaningless. However, the reason his father never returned aroused his attention. Garlic Jr. had served King of Demon Realm Deborah for many years and knew something about Earth. It was said that a terrifying monster was once sealed there. Even Lord Deborah and Vabidi kept a close eye on it. Although the monster had been quietly transferred away by Lord Deborah hundreds of years ago, there might be something missing. Thinking of this, Garlic Jr. intended to make a trip to Earth himself. Something that could concern Lord Deborah, even if there was a hint of a mission, it might be of great help to him. Buddy, are you familiar with the situation on the Earth? Garlic Jr. stared straight at Buddy. The seeping gaze made Buddy couldn't say a word. No, I had gone to Earth 20 years ago with Lord Garlic. I came back later because I had to organize the people of Earth Demon Realm. Garlic Jr. waved his hand and interrupted Buddy, that's enough. We will go to Earth with the spaceship, and you will lead the way. As you command. Buddy gulped and was only able to follow orders. In fact, Buddy didn't dare to tell the truth that Lord Garlic was most likely already dead. It was he and King Lu who first discovered the spatial passage to Earth. When King Lu stayed on Earth to guard the spatial passage, he died inexplicably. Buddy returned to the Demon Realm to report the news to Lord Garlic, which prompted Lord Garlic's intention to attack Earth. He didn't dare to report this matter to Lord Garlic Jr., otherwise, his life would be in danger. On the other hand, Garlic Jr. was also thinking inwardly, I heard my father say that there is a lookout or something like that on Earth. Maybe my father didn't return because he fell into their path. He knew the reason why his father couldn't forget about Earth. However, honestly, the lookout on a low-level planet was not in his mind. At best, it could only suppress a few thousand masters in combat power. Thinking that Garlic Jr. had a staggering 1.4 million power level, how could he be afraid of a low-level planet? When he arrived on Earth, he wanted to find out the reason why his father never returned. He might be able to find something that Lord Deborah had missed. After thinking about it, Garlic Jr. raised his cloak and turned around to prepare to go back to his base. Since he was going to travel, he had to take his men and horses with him, plus prepare a good spaceship. At this time, of course, Ma-Yang didn't know that the Earth was being targeted by a demon again. Ma-Yang's now taking the teacher role again and instructing his disciple Calamity to practice. He knew that he was irresponsible as a teacher, accepting people as disciples but not personally training them for a few years. Now, at the age of 18, Calamity had grown up to be a beautiful woman, with fiery red hair like her mother, Ness, and a pair of starry eyes. According to Isaac, Calamity has been appointed by the old Kami of the Lookout as the next successor of Kami. In this regard, Ma-Yang didn't oppose the opinion. Both Ma-Yang and Sun Gohan refused the arrangement of the Kami's successor. This time, they finally found a good seedling, and the old Kami said he wasn't willing to let it go. Reasonably, the disciples of the Kami school had a Kami-level character. So, it wasn't a problem, of course. Thanks to the martial arts crystal perceptions left behind by Ma-Yang, today's Kami school could be described as a generation of masters. There were already several masters in Ma-Yang's generation of junior brothers and sisters. Even the next generation already produced several masters. Today's Earth was truly different from the original story. It was easy to become a martial arts master. Calamity was undoubtedly the best in the younger generation. She passed the Karin Tower and the Lookout in the past few years and practiced in the Mount 5 element for quite a long time. In the absence of Ma-Yang, it could be said Sun Gohan and Inen were instructing Calamity. Ma-Yang, as a teacher, felt very ashamed. At the back of the mountain in the martial arts field, Calamity, under Ma-Yang's guidance, and 3 Cybermen were training. Poof! There was crystal light in Canality's body surface floating a few times. Calamity tossed her red hair, her fingers facing forward, and suddenly shot several sharp energy rays. On the side, Ma-Yang and the twin sisters floated in the air, carefully watching Canality's performance. Uncle, this disciple of yours almost has 3,200 power level. She should be considered the most potential on Earth. Melia's childish face pretended to be deep as if she was a young adult. According to the seniority, she was Canality's master wife. Ma-Yang laughed. I can't say that she has the most potential, but she should be at the top of the Earth. Melia said, I think her potential is above that Sun Gohan. The 2 sisters have visited the Mount 5 element and had met Sun Gohan. In general, Melia thought that Calamity could surpass Sun Gohan in the future. After all, she was only 18 years old and already had such strength. Chapter 264 Peng. 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 Calamity waved her fist and defeated every single Cyberman that attacked her. She then calmed her breath and flew towards Ma-Yang and others. Seeing Calamity flying towards her, the twin sisters touched hands. They quickly turned into a more mature Melissa, standing side by side with Ma-Yang. Teacher Mew, teacher's wife Melissa. Calamity was very disciplined in addressing the two without having any opinion in Melissa because she was young. After all, Calamity knew about her teacher's wife since she was a child. She even played with Mixia when she was a child. At that time, Mixia was even more petite and was almost used as a doll by her. Ma-Yang smiled and nodded, then pointed out Canalita's shortcomings in the battle just now. Maiyang's eyesight was very sharp. He saw the problem exceptionally thoroughly and gently put her problems out. Canalita listened carefully. Little by little turned Maiyang's words into a plan for her actions, and the effect was soon evident. On the way back, Melissa suddenly leaned towards Maiyang's body with her body, and her whole body almost hung up. "What's wrong?" Maiyang asked. Melissa's face was red for a while and then white. Her expression kept changing, and her body was emitting a green glow. "Maiyang, I feel so uncomfortable. It seems like I'm about to wake up. Is this the time now?" Maiyang's face was shocked. His expression immediately became serious, and he hurriedly sent Melissa to the acceleration world. In the acceleration world, Maiyang arranged a tranquil place for Melissa. He then apprehensively sat not far away to pay attention to the changes in Melissa's body. Mixia's consciousness would soon merge with Melissa, and he didn't know how the process would evolve. The relationship between Mixia, Melia, Melissa, and Melissa was very complicated. He couldn't tell what would happen during the fusion process, but with the divine power set up by Was in advance for protection, there shouldn't be any accidents. Time passed little by little, and Melissa's body began to emit a fiery flame. Boom! The majestic and turbulent energy emanated from Melissa's body and was soon suppressed by silver energy. Clang, clang, clang. The ground began to shake, and the central planet's lawn began to appear partly collapsed. Maiyang watched quietly, holding Gaia in his arms. He then waved his hand to regulate the distribution of energy around him, trying not to get in the way of Mixia's awakening. Boom! Melissa's eyes turned golden, and her aura rose again. The greenish glow on her body swelled up violently, and her body began to grow gradually, slowly, shifting from a lily state to a maiden state, and then continued to grow. Puff, puff, puff. A pale green costume had burned away in flames, gradually growing away from the delicate body, wrapped in a thin layer of cloud. As that ethereal cloud became thinner, a slender body appeared. Melissa's body at this time had grown to a height of close to 1.7 meters. The body was slender and voluptuous, athletic but not too soft. Her delicate face became very mature with green eyes like emeralds and only a few strands of hair naturally hanging down to her chest, revealing a fearless temperament. That was right, the charming and seductive eyes, the knitted brows, and a smile. It was definitely a fusion of Mixia and Melissa. "Senior brother." A pleasant and clear voice sounded in Maiyang's ears. The familiar address made Maiyang's heart tremble, and he naturally flew up to take her in his arms. "Mixia, you have finally awakened." "MMM." Melissa nestled in Maiyang's arms. "My name is now Melissa, call me Melissa from now on." The fusion of Mixia's consciousness had changed Melissa's personality again. She was full of heroic and high-minded and full of charm in her bones. "It's the same whatever you call it." Maiyang laughed out loud. His wife Mixia came back, and the figure became adult all of a sudden. "Maiyang, bring my clothes." Melissa pushed Maiyang away and used her hands to cover the sensitive parts of her body. Her cheeks were already flushed with scarlet. "Why do you even need clothes? I am most familiar with your body." Maiyang joked. Melissa threw a blank look over. "It's not the same. My current body is new, you haven't even touched it." After saying that, Melissa very shamefully divided herself into two. Melia and Melissa's body appeared again. At this time, Melia and Melissa's body were still tiny, less than 10 years old. Even if they were naked, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. "I'm free, so there's no need to worry." Melia, who retained Melissa's consciousness, sighed in relief. "Melissa?" Maiyang asked tentatively. "Of course, it's me. Whether it's Mixia or Melissa, Melia, Melissa, the consciousness is the same, only the body state is different. The personality may have a little deviation. In the future, I will be called Melissa in my fusion state. When we are separated, we will be called by our respective names." Melia and Melissa said together when they separated. Melia's personality inherited the original, which appeared to be on a high and lively side, while Melissa was a little more gentle and quiet. Maiyang wondered, "How did your consciousnesses fuse?" Melia said, "I don't know. Anyway, it just fused." Melissa and Melia's thoughts were connected. "If you want to ask Quiz, but I don't think she can figure it out either." Maiyang was a little confused. Now that their personalities had wholly fused, no longer distinguishing who was who. They were all the consciousness of one person. With this thought, Maiyang's face revealed a smile, casually beckoned the two to their clothes, and then watched them put it on. "Maiyang, let's go out, I still have to settle the score with April." "Settle what score?" Maiyang asked. She knows it well in her own heart. Melia narrowed her eyes. Her face changed, and she suddenly waved her hand. "Forget it. Let her go for the sake that she took care of you for so long. She already has a lot in her mind." "It was really a mistake before," Melissa added. In the vast universe, the stars were brilliant and crystalline. In another part of the deep and quiet universe, a very grand spaceship set off from the distant side of the starry sky, heading continuously in the Earth's direction. Lord Garlic Jr., in a short time, we will arrive at the starfield where the Earth is located. In the spaceship, Buddy was very seriously comparing the interstellar map. This was the first time he had left the demon realm and was following the great Lord Garlic Jr. He felt as if he had become a superior demon all of a sudden, and his heart was filled with pride. About how much further is the journey? Garlic Jr. was sitting in the middle of the cab. His white hood covering his body, and a hood on his head, making it hard to see his expression. Buddy studied the star map carefully and said, "There are still 3 hours to go before we enter the solar system where the Earth is located." Garlic Jr. nodded his head. "Everyone listens to me. When you get to Earth, don't make any rash moves for the time being. Investigate the situation up there in secret before you make your move." "Yes." As ordered. This time Garlic Jr. didn't bring many people, including himself and Buddy, only 12 people. However, except Buddy, everyone was good. Their power level was more than 10,000. There is no need to worry, there are no masters on Earth. A low-level planet, I will be able to suppress with a flip of a hand. The main thing is to investigate the cause of my father's disappearance. Garlic Jr. didn't put the Earth in his eyes at all, just interested in Garlic's disappearance. Of course, Lord Garlic Jr.'s power is certainly invincible in battle. A mere low-level planet. Finally, I can ravage those weak humans. I heard that the blood and flesh of upright walking humans are very delicious. I'm really looking forward to it. All the demons laughed loudly, gleefully full of anticipation. 3 hours later, the spaceship sailed into a planetary system centered on a yellow dwarf. In the third orbit of the habitable zone, a beautiful azure planet floated, with a small moon orbiting around it. Boom, boom. The spacecraft gradually entered the Earth's atmosphere and finally landed in a place called Unserious Height. Chapter 265 In the Unserious Heights, where the cold wind blew and rolled up the sand. This place was desolate with little water and few people. All that stepped into the eyes were the bare mountains and the endless colossal canyon. At that moment, the rumbling sound of a vast shadow cast down. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, a very luxurious spaceship landed from high altitude. When the spaceship stopped, 12 figures flew out from the hatch. Garlic Jr. stood in the center of several people, navigating the barren landscape of Unserious Heights. Earth is still as unchanged as before, as frail and weak as ever. 300 years ago, when his father was still on Earth, Garlic Jr. had lived on Earth for a while. The Earth was so weak then that it hadn't changed a bit after several hundred years. Earthlings were truly a low-level race, and they couldn't be strong even if they were given more time. "Lord, should we scatter out to detect the situation?" An obese demon stepped forward with his stomach held out. "There is no need, we will go directly to the lookout where we can see everything on the Earth." Garlic Jr. wasn't interested in conquering the Earth, only in Garlic's disappearance. Lord Deborah might have left something special behind after taking away the Earth's sealings. However, unbeknownst to Garlic Jr., it was all just a fantasy of his, and there was nothing on Earth that he needed. On the contrary, there were several people, far too strong, were waiting for them. From what my father said, the lookout floats just above the Karn Tower, which is located on the north side of the Earth. Garlic Jr. judged roughly and then flew towards the sacred land of Karn in the north of the Earth. In the Big Azure Mountain, a light green robe wrapped Melissa crossed her legs as she sat on the sofa. Her two long and slender legs were constantly swaying. On the opposite side of her, April was sitting upright with a pair of watery eyes carefully glance at the suddenly grown-up Melissa. It should be known that not long ago, when April first saw Melissa's adult version, she was shocked. Now, knowing that the consciousness of Mixia had awakened, April was terrified. "Sister April, do I treat you well?" April was intimidated by the surprised queen-like aura, and she answered weakly like a scary daughter-in-law, "Senior sister has been very good to me." She was surprised and stood up with a swish. Her face came up to April's and gently removed her glasses. "I've been so good to you, but you don't listen to me enough." April's body trembled a little, and said pitifully, "No, I always listen to you." "You don't admit it, do you?" Looking at April's pitiful appearance, Melissa suddenly burst into a smile. "Forget about teasing you. Look how scared you are. There is nothing else on your mind, is there?" Melissa's face was frozen. She pinched April's chin and swept her body. "It was my mistake to let you stay unsupervised Maiyang, but for the sake of all the years that you have honestly taken care of Maiyang and didn't do anything out of the ordinary, I won't bother you. What exactly happens in the future will depend on your performance." After Melissa said these words, she gave April a meaningful look and then returned to the sofa to drink. Since her reincarnation as a Saiyan, her appetite had become better. She could digest anything she ate, and she could eat openly when she came across something she liked, and it wouldn't affect her figure. Senior sister, what do you mean by that? April sat next to Melissa. Melissa sipped her drink. Ayang rescued you back when you were just over 5 years old. After so many years, you have grown to adulthood. Since you have lived here, from now on, you will continue to do so. Melissa extra aggravated her tone, but at home, you have to listen to my words. April responded at this point and immediately stated, Senior sister, I will definitely listen to you. I hope it will be as you say. Melissa nodded and frowned. April, your martial arts are indeed poor. Don't always spend your time on scientific research. You should know that your strength is the most important thing. April said, I know, but my qualifications can't compare to yours. I can only rely on external forces to become stronger. Recently I am studying Cyberman technology. If I can apply this technology to the human body, I can also quickly become stronger. For April's research mind, Melissa knew very well that April was determined to become stronger in this direction, and Melissa had nothing to say. Melissa, who was chatting with April, suddenly frowned, and her eyes suddenly looked out the window. What's wrong? April asked suspiciously, looking out the window, but saw nothing. There are several powerful ki descending on the earth. Are they demons? Melissa discerned the strength of that several ki. Her eyes faintly glanced at the sky outside the window. At this time, April also felt the several strands of ki and exclaimed, could it be that the demons have come to earth again? 20 years ago, if it wasn't for Mixia and Ayang, who arrived at the West City in time, she and Panchi might have perished at the hands of the demons. Don't worry, just a few little ants, I won't let them come back. Melissa sneered. Back then, she was forced by the demons to almost collapsing her soul. Now she had just awakened her consciousness. So, how could some demons dare to come to earth? It seemed that God was giving her the chance to take revenge. All this hatred had come back. April, you stay at home and do not go anywhere. I will go and return. After saying that, regardless of April's worried gaze, Melissa's body turned into a gust of wind and disappeared from the room. Maayang, you already feel it, right? Melissa said lightly as she ran into Maayang outside. Yes. Maayang nodded. There are 12 demons in total. The leader has about 1 million power levels. The remaining ones are around 10,000 power level. It's quite powerful. Melissa smiled lightly, and a cold light flashed across her clear and elegant face. Sensing the direction in which the demon's ki was moving, it was easy to tell that their target was the Karin Tower or the lookout above the Karin Tower. They are moving to the north, where the Karin Tower is located, Melissa said. That's their destination. Leave the leader to me, you go and pull Sun going on. The battle later must be quick, we can't give them time to react. Maayang pulled Melissa's hand. If it was on the outer planets, Maayang could let go of the battle. There was no need to have such scruples. However, on Earth, the slightly larger attack was enough to cause a destruction effect, and improper handling would lead to a disaster. Melissa understood the destructive nature of high-level energy battles and nodded in agreement. Then the two of them used the instant transmission to go to the Mount 5 element, where Sun Gohan had also felt the ki of the demons. Maayang, you guys are here. Sun Gohan saw Maayang and rushed forward, noticing Melissa's astonished expression. A few days away, Melissa had actually grown so much. The Saiyans were truly a magical race that could develop really fast. Maayang said, Melissa has recovered the memory of her previous life. Sun Gohan laughed and said, so that's it. Congratulations. Maayang nodded, and he's back to the topic, everyone understands the situation. This time the demons who come are very powerful. The strongest demon has a power level of more than 1 million, which I am afraid that only Maayang and Melissa can deal with. The other 10 is not weak, but I can handle it. As for the weakest, Buddy, with a few hundred power levels, had been automatically ignored. Give the strongest one to me, Maayang said benevolently. Okay, but I want 7. Melissa seemed to be dividing the cake and crossed off 7 for herself. Sun Gohan laughed, then the remaining 3 will be given to me. These years Sun Gohan had been studying hard the martial arts crystal left behind by Maayang. His strength continues to rise, but he had reached middle age. Now, he had 100,000 power levels and hundreds of thousands of power levels if he used the Kaioken. 3 demons with more than 10,000 power levels were just a piece of cake for him. The main thing was to control the range of attack, not to cause too much burden to the earth. Each of the 3 people assigned opponents then looked at each other and laughed, not at all worried about the situation. Chapter 266 Sacred Land of Karin was located on a vast plain in the North Hemisphere, with a lofty mountain range rising from the south to the north in the west, blocking the water vapor from the Western Ocean. At this moment, 12 black shadows were rapidly traversing, constantly approaching the sacred land of Karin. Lord Garlic Jr., this earth is really weak. We encountered only a few humans with more than 100 power levels along the way. If we were in the demon realm, it would be challenging for them even to survive. Several demons laughed loudly. The weakness of the Earth's people made them feel contempt. How could such a weak race occupy such a beautiful planet? It was clear how unfair the heavens were. Oh, after all, it's a low-level planet. What kind of master can there be? A demon with a pointed head was full of disdain. A cold smile appeared on his ugly face, but flesh and blood of the Earthlings taste good. If they can be bred, they can be used as a good source of food. Garlic Jr. glanced at it and said indifferently, after I find out the truth, about that time, this planet will be given to you as a territory. He didn't care about this palm-sized piece of earth. Since his men were interested in the taste of Earthlings, he might as well reward them. Lord Garlic Jr. is really generous. Buddy followed behind, and a glint of envy flashed in his eyes when he heard that Garlic Jr. had rewarded the earth so easily. Buddy, who lived at the edge of the demon realm, lived in relative poverty and was full of desire for the green scenery of the green hills on this side of the earth. Just at this time, Garlic Jr. suddenly stopped in his tracks. My lord, what is it? Buddy hurriedly stopped when he found that 3 human figures had appeared in front of them at some point. They were 2 men and 1 woman, all with black hair. Aizen, Melissa, and Sun Gohan came from the Mount 5 element with instant transmission. Another few Earthlings who came to die. Buddy looked at the 3 people who appeared in front of him, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Previously, Garlic Jr. led a group of people to fly towards Karin Tower, and along the way, they met several martial arts practitioners who thought they could stop them. The results were that they were invariably killed. Now came 3 more. Garlic Jr., whose white cloak rustled in the breeze, faintly glanced at Aizen and the others. He waved his hand and ordered one of the demons at the side, Gore, go and dispose of these 3 Earthlings. The demon named Gore smiled sinisterly and walked forward with his head held high. Don't worry, Lord Garlic Jr., leave it to me. On Aizen's side, Melissa and Sun Gohan was already assigning themselves to annihilate their opponents, not putting Garlic Jr.'s group in their eyes at all. Aizen, the 7 on the left, hand them over to me. Melissa's clear and cold voice rang out. Sun Gohan said, then the 3 on the right are for me. End the battle as soon as possible. Aizen nodded his head. His eyes glanced at the short demon in the center who was cloaked in a white cloak, showing green skin all over. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Aizen had already recognized the identity of the opponent. No wonder he had more than 1 million power level. It turned out to be Garlic's son, Garlic Jr. He was a character who appeared in the theatrical version and was also considered a relatively powerful demon. Did he come to Earth to avenge his father? Aizen couldn't help but think of the Garlic's invasion of the Earth 20 years ago. At that time, he hadn't been that strong. That battle could be considered one of the most challenging battles. Even Mixia was sacrificed in that battle. Now that he thought about it, Aizen couldn't help but smile slightly. This was just a small fight. After 20 years, it was Garlic Jr.'s turn. Unfortunately, his luck was as bad as his father's, and he was bumped into him. Let's begin. The first thing that happened was that he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Garlic Jr. without any extra action. Aizen's arm swings directly towards Garlic Jr.'s head. What kind of speed is this? Garlic Jr. was stunned by Aizen's speed. Looking at the sudden appearance of the upright figure, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Just now, he actually couldn't see clearly how the opponent moved over. Just when he was about to make a move, the opponent's enlarged fist had already attacked towards his head. Bang! Blood splattered, Garlic Jr.'s face was distorted, half of his head was directly sunken in by the blow. The muscles on his brain shell squirmed, making Garlic Jr. dizzy for a while. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his thinking became sluggish all of a sudden after losing half of his head. How can he's not dead? Aizen looked on in amazement. He shook his head and attacked once again towards Garlic Jr. This time, he was not polite, and pounds of energy shone white at the tip of his fist. As his fist cut through the air, the friction with the air made the tip of his fist light up with a faint red glow. Garlic Jr.'s face changed violently, his eyes had tightened to a point. How could this happen? Isn't Earth a low-level planet? How could there be such a master? Garlic Jr.'s liver and guts were split at this moment. He was desperately pushing the energy in his body to counterattack, but it was too late. Garlic Jr. was simply incapable of blocking Aizen's attack. It was too late. No, it shouldn't be like this. Garlic Jr. let out a desperate roar. Bang! The hard fist attacked down, and the overwhelming force acted on Garlic Jr.'s body. In that instant, Garlic Jr.'s face became stiff, and then several ring-shaped shockwaves were born along the plane of the attack. Clang! Garlic Jr.'s body was beaten to pieces under the brute force. The excess power had nowhere to vent, so it extended downward along with the point of impact and a radiant pillar of light. The famous Garlic Jr. of the demon realm actually didn't even have the chance to transform and exert his full strength and was beaten into flesh by Miang's fist in 3 or 2 blows. Silence. Terror. Shock. The scene fell into an eerie silence, and only after a few seconds did an inhalation of breath erupt. The stir caused by Garlic Jr.'s death was huge, and the demons behind them were all frozen in their tracks. They didn't expect that in just a few seconds, their biggest backer, Garlic Jr., would be beaten to powder. In such a state that he had no power to fight back. It was a lie, the Earth was such a horrible planet. Where was the promised low-level planet? Buddy and the other 10 demons trembled, and cold feeling rushed to their hearts. At this time where they still have the previous bravado, all retreating with a frightened gaze towards the black-haired earthling in the center. Run. Hurry up and leave the Earth. These demons completely lost their fighting spirit, and the deep fear stimulated their nerves. They only wanted to go back to their spaceship in the opposite direction and then leave the Earth as fast as possible. However, Melissa and Sun Gohan wouldn't give them such an opportunity. They had been watching intently for a long time. When these demons were ready to escape, they were shocked to find that they couldn't move their bodies. Confinement. Since when are we being confined? Then they saw, not far from them, a black-haired young girl with her hair slightly upward, and her turquoise eyes fiercely opened. Her slender white arm raised, and an invisible wall of air then crushed over, making the space around her even more unbreakable. It's my game next. Melissa lowered her head like a demon and said in a low voice. When the demons were forced, and their souls nearly collapsed, now all the old grudges would come back. As soon as the words left her mouth, her body kept flickering back and forth in the space where she had imposed the confinement. The 7 ugly demons immediately suffered violent attacks. Click, click, click. The sound of bones breaking. Bang. Clattering, blood seemed to drip down from their bodies like raindrops. The 7 demons were now worse than dead after Melissa was ravaging them. Although these demons had more than 10,000 power level, in front of the fighting race Saiyans, how could this power be considered? Moreover, Melissa's strength had reached a terrifying 120,000. What was more, it wasn't something they could resist. How ferocious. After Sun Gohan easily killed his 3 opponents, he turned around and looked at the situation on Melissa's side. He immediately shrank his neck as he was scared by Melissa's brutal side. Never mess with Melissa in the future, the consequences were too terrible. Melissa, kill them directly. Although he knew that the opponent had been imprisoned by Melissa's superpower and couldn't possibly do harm to the Earth, Miang still frowned and told Melissa to finish the opponent as soon as possible. The 2 delicate palms suddenly opened and then closed as hard as a mosquito. The space around the palms closed, followed by a sharp collapse, and the 7 demons were crushed into powder. So, there is still 1 left. 3 pairs of tiger eyes cast over. Miang, Melissa, Sun Gohan floated to Buddy's side, surrounded him in the center. With a power level of only a few hundred, this demon was actually followed by several 10,000 or more demons. How interesting. Buddy's body stiffened. His face was pale as he swallowed a little, wailing in his heart. Being stared at by these several terrifying to the extreme characters was so much pressure compared to his 500 power level. Buddy cried and said, "You all don't look at me like that. I can explain, these are all misunderstandings." Chapter 267 Chapter 267 534 Power Level. Miang seriously stared at the demon named Buddy and said with a severe expression. "This is true, his power level." Melissa followed and nodded. Sun Gohan sucked in a breath of cold air. With such a power level, how dare you invade the Earth? Did he really think that the Earth was still the Earth of over 20 years ago? Although the power of the ordinary masses on Earth was still very weak, there were many masters. Even without their help, some outstanding martial arts practitioners on Earth could have shot him to death. Buddy cried, "Lords, I have no malice." Before he could finish his words, Melissa's vicious gaze stared over, frightening him so much that he couldn't speak. Buddy saw how this vicious woman killed several demon masters just now. In front of her, Buddy felt he was as weak as a white flower. "What about this guy?" Sun Gohan asked. Miang thought for a moment and said, "Send him to the lookout to Kami. Let's see if he can figure out something." "Let's do that." Sun Gohan and Melissa listened and nodded gently. This matter was better left to the Kami to handle, this would also give the Kami a headache. So, in Melissa's superpower confinement, Buddy didn't have a little resistance to be tied up. After that, space rippled slightly, and Miang performed instant transmission to transfer everyone to the lookout. The lookout was located in another dimension. In accordance with its height, it had long exceeded the atmosphere, but it was far from reaching outer space. On the wide square, the Kami stood on the edge of the lookout with a crutch. His face was staring intently at the lower realm. Behind him, several earthly martial arts practitioners were practicing under the guidance of Mr. Popo. When Maang and the others had destroyed and killed Garlic Jr. and his group, a smile finally appeared on the Kami's pale face. "Kami, that key just now has disappeared," Mr. Popo said as he walked over. The Kami nodded his head and said with relief, "It was Maang and the others who stepped in. Thanks to them, Earth avoided another big crisis." It was hard to believe that if Maang and Melissa weren't on Earth at this time, when Garlic Jr. invaded, what purgatory Earth would have been. The thought of Garlic Jr.'s imperceptible and terrifying strength, making Kami couldn't help but fear. Fortunately, there was still a master like Maang on Earth, and he happened to be on Earth at this time. At this time, there was a cluster of unreadable flashing lights. Maang, Melissa, and Sun Gohan came to the lookout and casually threw Buddy on the ground. The Kami looked at Maang and the others and smiled, "Thanks to you guys, otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable." Maang waved his hand, "It's just a small help. I'll leave this demon to you." "Yes, leave him here." It was his duty, and Kami didn't push back, so he asked Mr. Popo to keep Buddy in custody. "Mr. Popo, you go and ask questions to find out the purpose of Garlic's son coming to Earth. After that, detain this demon to the room for practice, and use it as a companion for the lookout martial arts practitioner in the future." "Okay." Mr. Popo nodded slightly. His words have always been minimal. He then walked up, directly lifted Buddy, and headed to the interior of the lookout. At this time, the martial arts practitioners practicing on top of the lookout saw the situation. These young martial arts practitioners had just ascended the lookout not long ago. They had never seen Maang and Sun Gohan. At this time, they were shocked to see someone actually talking and laughing with a Kami. "Look, guys, doesn't that person look like the image figure that appeared in the martial arts crystal? I know who that person is." A robust martial arts practitioner shouted out. The martial arts crystal left by Maang in the lookout had become the most valuable secret treasure of the lookout. All the martial arts practitioners who ascended the lookout had to feel the martial arts inside in front of the altar, which was dedicated to the martial arts crystal, so they all had a vague understanding of Maang's image. The god of martial arts, Maang. "Ah, yes. He is Mr. Maang. I had the honor of meeting him when I was practicing at Karin Tower." As soon as they were reminded, the other martial arts practitioners also woke up. The man in front of them, wearing black casual clothes, wasn't he the god of martial arts, Maang? He was exactly the same as the figure in the martial arts crystal. After passing down the martial arts crystal, Maang was already a worthy god of martial arts. It was rumored that the future successor of the Kami, goddess Canalita, was also a disciple of the god of martial arts. He was a legendary figure. The crowd stood together and couldn't help but chatter and talk. "Don't stop, keep practicing." Seeing that the martial arts practitioners in the square actually slacked off in their training, the Kami immediately put up a face. Through the glory of Maang and the others, the Kami was now considered extremely majestic. He turned his head to Maang and said, "These are the practitioners who have just ascended the lookout." Maang nodded with a smile. "They all look quite familiar. Did Wuding and the others have already gone down to the world?" Wuding and the others were Maang's former companions. If they had followed the original development, they were destined to die out in the trajectory of history. However, because of Maang's intervention, today's condition has been extremely different from the original story. So, Wuding and the others had a new chance. Their strength had broken through 1,000 and was struggling on their path. "Yes, I no longer have anything to teach them here, so I let them figure out their way to practice." The Kami smiled. "I think after referring to the martial arts crystal you left behind, they will all be able to find a new direction to practice." Maang nodded. The water on Earth is still a little shallow after all. Without enough masters to compete with, the improvement of martial strength would inevitably come to a standstill, which was why Maang had gone to the universe to train in the first place. "Kami, this incident reminds me of one thing." Suddenly the topic changed. Maang said something else. "As the Earth martial arts continues to strengthen, the destructive power of the martial arts is also rising geometrically. Before, it could be ignored, but if it continues, it will give a feeling of being tied up." Sun Gohan also followed. "Maang is right. The Earth is not strong enough. If a big war occurs, it is easy to cause damage to the planet itself. For example, this time, Garlic Jr.'s invasion, if Maang and others were not strong enough to kill him instantly, with Garlic Jr.'s power level of more than 1 million, he would easily make humans lose their home and rely on for survival." After listening to this, Kami's face became serious. "I have thought about this problem." "What do you think we should do?" Melissa said, "Let's use the Dragon Balls to strengthen the Earth. We don't need it to block the enemy's attack, but at least let the Earth could recover quickly from the destruction." The Kami pondered on Melissa's words, and his eyes looked at Maang, who shrugged and said, That's what I mean too. However, the power of the Earth's Shinran was limited. It was impossible to resist the energy that was enough to destroy the planet. That kind of intensity of the attack, even Prunga of planet Namek couldn't resist it. So, switch the idea and enhance the strength while giving the Earth the ability to recover quickly. At least it wouldn't be destroyed at once. The kami agreed. I will consider your ideas. Ma-Yang and Melissa looked at each other, and both smiled. They didn't stay on the lookout. Ma-Yang took Melissa's slender waist and directly took her back to their home in the Great Azure Mountain. In the Great Azure Mountain's villa, April saw that Ma-Yang and Melissa returned safely and soundly, and her heart finally relaxed. Senior brother, it's great that you guys can come back. Ma-Yang rubbed April's head. It's just a small demon, don't worry at all. Turning back to Melissa, he said, it's past time for lunch. Melissa, you go to the kitchen and get some food over. Sure. Melissa smiled lightly. She had regained her memory from her previous life, and her cooking skills had also been restored. Nodding her head, Melissa winked at April, who immediately followed Melissa into the kitchen. According to the agreement between April and Melissa, she would listen to Melissa in the future at home. The first time Melissa saw her, she was so obedient. After living with April in the acceleration world for so many years, Ma-Yang thought he already knew April's character very well. This child was well behaved, but sometimes also very playful. So, she should not be very obedient. Especially some time ago, she and Melissa were still in a disagreement. Chapter 268. Early in the morning, the sky was hazy. Ma-Yang embraced the soft body of a young girl. There was a cool sensation of the white skin against his body. Ma-Yang opened his eyes just in time to see Melissa sleeping on her pillow, looking at him with a scarlet face. What are you doing with your eyes open? Why don't you sleep? It's still early. Ma-Yang stroked Melissa's black hair. The girl's delicate face was attractive, and her naked skin was as white as snow. Her reverie-inducing body was perfect with hardly a trace of fat from top to bottom, especially a pair of moist eyes that seemed to drip water. Ma-Yang, when are we going to have another wedding? After her body returned to its adult state, Melissa moved directly from the next room to Ma-Yang's room. In the past few days, Melissa had already given her body to Ma-Yang, so she began to urge for another wedding. Ma-Yang was surprised for a while. There is no need for a wedding. We have been married before. Melissa unhappily curled her lips. It's not the same. I am now the princess of planet Sala. I can't just follow you for no reason. A wedding is definitely needed. Ma-Yang said, that is even more inappropriate. Think about how old Melia and Melissa are now. If you want a public wedding, at least wait for you to become an adult. How about I make up the wedding for you after 8 years? The twin sisters' public identity was only 10 years old. If the wedding was held at this time, wouldn't Ma-Yang be regarded as a lilicon? Melissa thought about it. With her current status, it didn't seem appropriate to hold a wedding, so she let go. Well, such a bargain. I already gave you all my pure and flawless body. You are still pure. Ma-Yang dumbfoundedly laughed. Melissa's body was definitely pure, but Mixia's previous life had long polluted her mind. He was afraid that the associated Melia and Melissa were similar. Melissa spit and suddenly smiled flirtatiously. Senior brother, do you want me to change my image? Ma-Yang was interested. Do you relearn the shape-shifting technique as well? Of course, this is the most useful ability. After saying this, Melissa stretched out her onion-like fingers and snapped her fingers in the air. With a snap, Melissa kept changing her appearance. After changing her appearance to a dozen beauties in a row, Melissa smiled strangely and changed her image again. A tan, slightly curly hair, 2 sapphire eyes, flawless face, white skin like snow, and 2 small tiger teeth open mouth. This girl, Melissa, actually turned herself into April's appearance in front of Ma-Yang. Melissa, why did you turn into April? Hurry up and change back. When Ma-Yang saw Melissa turn into April's appearance in front of him, he was shocked and hurriedly wrapped her body with the quilt. He was afraid that he would do something he shouldn't do on impulse and be embarrassed when he faced April. Melissa laughed out loud and changed back to her original appearance. Haha, well, what do you think of my appearance just now? Isn't it sexy? Melissa stuck to Ma-Yang's body and winked playfully. Ma-Yang slapped her on the body. What nonsense. If April knows, she will fight you to death. Melissa waved her hand. It's okay. I'll just talk to her next time and get her consent. Ma-Yang said, she will cut you down. Melissa fluttered her eyes. Well, I'm not going to mess with you. Melissa crawled out of the blanket by herself and simply dressed. With a slight movement of her mind, she quickly split herself into 2 people, Melia and Melissa. The body then shrunk, and the appearance became childish all of a sudden. Melissa's body has been given to you. Melissa and I will not give you our bodies until the day of our wedding. Melia stood by the bed and whispered. Melia inherited all the memories from her time as Melissa, But her personality became more arrogant. Even if you gave it now, he couldn't take it. Maiyang's heart shouted. He always thought he was a decent man. Melia and Meliz were still little girls, how could he possibly lay his hands on them? However, Meliz was understanding and whispered in Maiyang's ear, "Don't bother with Melia, Melissa too influences her." "I understand." Maiyang nodded his head. Although Melissa or Melia and Meliz were actually the same consciousness and memory, because of the difference in their bodies, their personalities also behaved completely differently. Melissa was a replica of Mixia, Melia was quite open, and only Meliz was much more reserved. After Melissa awakened, probably because of the influence of the divine power left behind by Whis back then, the planet Metamer's fusion technique had become unrecognizable. They had become almost capable of fusing and splitting without any limitation in terms of time. "Senior brother, you're up. There's someone outside looking for you," I told him to wait in the courtyard. April was sitting very ladylike in the living room, but her cheeks were slightly flushed with scarlet. Her pair of shining eyes glanced at Maiyang's room from time to time. After seeing Maiyang and the twin sisters come out, she hurriedly walked up and whispered, "Do you know who is looking for me?" April shook her head. "I don't know, it seems to be from the central area." Maiyang nodded and walked straight towards the courtyard outside the villa. Melia bounced to April's side and whispered to her about Melissa's previous behavior. April knew that Melissa used the shape-shifting technique to turn into her appearance to tempt Maiyang. Her cheeks immediately reddened to the point of dripping blood, hoping to find a crack to drill down. A small spaceship was parked in the courtyard. Maiyang could see clearly from a distance that the opposite person was a staff member wearing the Galaxy Mercenary Headquarters uniform. Surprisingly, it's someone from the Galaxy Mercenary Headquarters. What is he doing here on Earth? After getting a clear picture of the other person's identity, Maiyang couldn't help but be astonished. He knew that the Galaxy Mercenary had always only issued and offered bounties for missions. There had never been an instance where a staff member needed to go out personally. "Hello, is this Mr. Maiyang?" The Galaxy Mercenary staff member saw Maiyang approaching and quickly stepped forward and asked. "Yes. Are you looking for me regarding something?" "It's about this." The Galaxy Mercenary staff took out a piece of equipment and handed a communicator to Maiyang after confirming his identity. "I accept the commission from Mr. Burgil to hand this communicator to you." "Did something happen to Burgil? Why didn't he contact me?" Maiyang said with a calm face as he took the communicator, slightly surprised in his heart. Burgil was the Namkian who lives in planet Ambra with super high strength of more than 7 million power levels. Back when Maiyang was still weak, Burgil had helped him a lot. It was when he took Melissa to chase and kill the Jinyu squad, they had been communicating. It seemed that there was no need to ask someone to send a special contact device. The Galaxy Mercenary staff said, "I don't know about this, I just accepted the commission from Mr. Burgil." Maiyang nodded to show his understanding, then watched the staff of the mercenary headquarters leave. "Maiyang, is something wrong?" Melia and Meliz gathered around. Maiyang shook his head, "I'm not sure yet." After pressing the Burgil's contact, an image of an Armikian appeared in the void. Burgil said with a bitter smile, "Maiyang, I'm afraid I need your help this time." Maiyang asked, "What happened there?" Burgil sighed, "Someone has discovered my whereabouts, and now he is driving his ship towards the planet Ambra. Maybe he will arrive in a while, I have no other way but to ask for your help." "Is the person you are talking about Lord Slug?" Maiyang's eyebrows furrowed deeply. "That's right. It's him." Maiyang sniffed and took a deep breath. The Slug was a warrior-type Namkian. Just like the planet Namek Grand Elder, Old Kami, and Burgil, he was an ancient Namkian who had survived the climate catastrophe. Chapter 269. Near the center of the central area, an azure planet quietly orbits the central planet. A giant super Dragon Ball and planet Ambra orbit each other quietly as a twin planet in the same orbital position. Planet Ambra. Somewhere on a huge and full of life planet, along with a bright light that suddenly shone, Maiyang appeared in the middle of a big forest with a rich atmosphere. After sensing Burgil's key, Maiyang settled his mind and quickly teleported over again. "Burgil." Maiyang appeared in front of Burgil. "Maiyang, you're here." After seeing Maiyang's arrival, Burgil's expression relaxed quite a bit. The fact that Maiyang was able to come over at this time really touched him. Planet Ambra was extremely far from Earth. Without the Galactic Patrolman's special high-speed spaceship, it would take at least several years to navigate an ordinary spaceship. Maiyang was able to arrive so quickly, all thanks to his instant transmission ability. Because he knew that he was facing the Namkian Lord Slug, and his true strength was still unknown, Maiyang refused Melissa's request to come along and teleported alone to the planet Ambra. Maiyang nodded towards Burgil and asked, "How much longer until Slug arrives?" Burgil said, "1 day if it's fast, 7 days if it's slow." "That's quite fast." Yang thought to himself. The shuttle between universes could take months or even years. Slug could arrive in a few days meant that Burgle found out about Slug's arrival only after he was getting closer. Thinking of this, Yang looked at Burgle. How did you get discovered by Slug? Burgle smiled bitterly. I was too careless. I didn't realize that Slug's probe scouted me during a long journey. If the Galactic Patrol hadn't released Slug's whereabouts, I wouldn't have known that his spaceship was approaching towards planet Ambra. Yang's face was serious. How strong is Slug? In the early years, Burgle was able to leave scars on Slug's face. So, it was reasonable to say that he should not be powerful. However, this information was from many years ago. According to the opponent's performance in the theatrical version, Slug's strength was not as strong as Super Saiyan, but his strength was certainly much stronger than 10 million. I have asked the people of the Galactic Patrol to poke around. Burgle's face was gloomy. According to the Galactic Patrolman officers, Slug's power level is afraid to exceed 60 million. 60 million? Slug was actually so strong. Yang raised his eyebrows a little unexpectedly. He then pondered, my power level has reached 10 million. If I use 6 times Kaioken, I can roughly reach 60 million power levels. If I resist hard, 7 times, Kaioken can also withstand for a while. When he thought of this, Yang's heart was clear. Yang's face became relaxed, and he said, Slug's strength is quite strong. Burgle smiled bitterly. Yes, he is an extremely gifted warrior-type Namkian. I wonder what he has gone through in the past few hundred years to become so terrifying. Slug was always active in the area where the North area and the East area meet. Because the North area was under the Frieza Force's control, Slug could never penetrate into it. That was why he began to infiltrate towards the East area. In the early years, Burgle could still compete with Slug, but now he was far from capable. If he hadn't met Yang at the Galaxy Mercenary headquarters some time ago and learned of his strength during the conversation, he wouldn't have thought to ask for his help in this crisis. To be honest, if we fight on planet Ambra, the environment here may not be able to withstand it, Yang said in advance. Once the high-level battle starts, it wasn't easy to control the power. It was questionable whether planet Ambra could survive. In fact, he felt that the most appropriate approach now was to snipe Slug's ship halfway or simply abandon planet Ambra. However, it wasn't easy to find a planet suitable for life in the vicinity. Even Yang, who could survive in a vacuum for a short time, didn't dare to engage in a battle with Slug, who had a huge gap in strength in the universe. Burgle said, we have to make an effort whether we can keep it or not. We can't give up so easily. What I'm worried about is how I can stop Slug if he finds the Super Dragon Ball and wants to take it for himself. This was the most critical. Slug was also a Namkian, even if he hadn't seen the Dragon Ball before, with the sense of the Dragon Ball in his bloodline, he would also be interested in the Super Dragon Ball. With the location of planet Ambra exposed, Burgle didn't want to watch what he had been guarding for hundreds of years fall into Slug's control, which was why he would rather ask Yang to come and help than avoid Slug. Yang nodded and sat on the lawn by the lake with his buttocks. At this time, a cloud of blue life form Gaia came paddling over from the lake. Thump! Gaia's pillow-like body jumped to the side of Yang. Its blue body touched Yang as if touched by transparent jelly, cold and very comfortable. With a smile on his face, Yang picked Gaia up. This Gaia was the original body of the Gaia in the acceleration world of Yang. Because it couldn't resist the temptation of the acceleration space environment, it split itself into 2 halves, half of which remained on planet Ambra and half of which entered the acceleration world. Burgle looked at Gaia and said with concern, this little one is also a problem. Don't get caught in the battle later. I do have a solution. Yang smiled and said, holding Gaia, planet Ambra is in danger, why don't you enter my acceleration world? A question mark surfaced on Gaia's head as if it didn't know what Yang meant. Yang smiled shallowly and opened a small section of the entrance to the acceleration world. At that moment, Divine Key was revealed, and the evolved acceleration space attracted Gaia, and its body twisted restlessly. 2. Go inside. Then I will send you in. When you go inside, give me a good planting of senzu beans. Yang laughed loudly and waved his hand to send it into the acceleration world. It was nothing more than a little energy consumption for Gaia to live in the acceleration world, but it could help him reclaim the land to plant senzu beans. Usually, it could also provide him with the spring of life, so it really couldn't be a more perfect little assistant. After settling Gaia's matter, Yang had no intention to transfer the other beings on planet Ambra into it. As a little bit of time passed, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, powerful and tyrannical Ki gradually appeared outside the atmosphere of planet Ambra. Did he finally come? Yang opened his eyes from meditation, and a flash of light in the pitch-black eyes flashed. Yang thumped up, frowned, and looked at the sky. Slug's ki is much stronger than expected. Worthy of being the Super Namkian. In Maiyang's sense, Slug's ki has been over 70 million, a little higher than Frieza when he was in his final form. Although Frieza used 100% of his power, and his power level could reach 120 million, that power was tough to control. Frieza usually could control only 60 million power level, the rest of the power was very rusty. If he really wanted to fight, Slug would only be a little bit worse than Frieza's final form. He was a formidable enemy. Maiyang's dark eyes were shining, and his body emits a strong battle intent. A warm blood in his heart surged up. What exactly has Slug gone through? His power is actually so strong. Burgle also felt the ki from Slug and opened his eyes wide in shock. After only 200 years of not seeing each other, as a warrior-type Namkian, Slug's power actually surpassed him by so much. Compared to Slug, his 7 million power level was like the light of a firefly competing with a white moon. There was nothing to compare at all. Maiyang smiled and looked at Burgle without saying anything. If Burgle knew that in the future, there would be a Super Namkian called Piccolo, with a power level of several billion, Maiyang wondered how he would react. At this time, in the sky, there was a shadow through the thin atmosphere. A huge spaceship crashed on the top of the soil rocks, emitting a click, click sound, and finally, a yellow costume of Slug came out of the spaceship. Ha, is this planet Ambra? Burgle is very good at making a living. He actually lives on such a beautiful planet. Slug grimaced. Every time he thought of Burgle, the wound at the corner of his eyebrow will be faintly painful. This familiar feeling. Is it the feeling of home down? You're making me a little reluctant to destroy this planet. Slug had noticed the Super Dragon Ball in the same orbit as planet Ambra. His delighted heart had already classified it as his own. However, he didn't expect to feel a familiar feeling on top of planet Ambra. Just when Slug was alone and intoxicated, two upright figures flashed without warning. Maiyang and Burgle appeared brightly in front of him. Slug, we have been waiting for you here for a long time. Chapter 270 Burgle, you still look the same after all these years. Slug laughed lowly and looked at the nemesis, who was also an Armekian in front of him. He then noticed the dark-haired young man standing beside him. The young man's face was blank, his ki was weak, and he looked like an ordinary human with no fighting ability. However, those who could stand with Burgle wouldn't be ordinary people. Slug quickly understood that the other person was a helper invited by Burgle. Burgle, your power has grown very limited over the years. Slug stretched out his arm to compare. The great power gap between the two made him very happy. What's the use of having this kind of power full of evil intent? Burgle said coldly. Slug's face turned black. He wanted to show off a little. Unexpectedly he was choked by the opponent. How can there be evil and righteousness in power? The most important thing is to be strong, and that's enough. Anyway, you have been living here very comfortably all these years. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to discover this strange planet. With that, Slug's finger pointed towards the sky and pointed to the orange-red Super Dragon Ball hanging in the sky and asked, what kind of planet is this? There is actually a star inside. Looking at Virgil's gloomy face, Slug laughed loudly. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me because, from this day onward, it is mine. Ignoring Slug's self-talk, Burgle then turned his gaze to Maiyang's side. Slug's power is extreme, so I'm counting on you next. Maiyang casually waved his hand. Don't worry, I will defeat him. With that, Maiyang stood tall. His body couldn't help but give off a powerful and overpowering aura. Kid, I can't see that you are actually a master. When Maiyang showed the ki on his body, Slug's expression changed slightly. He realized that the black-haired man in front of him was also a tough person. However, if this young man only had this power, he was far from being his opponent. Oh, you probably have 10 million power levels. This kind of power in the universe is indeed considered very powerful. Slug stroked his chin and smiled evilly. Unfortunately, you don't know the gap between you and me. To tell you the truth, my power is 72 million power level. You must have been tricked by Burgle. I'm telling you, you'll lose your life. However, if you're willing to join me, I'll let you go. As a strong man in the Dragon Ball world, Slug had the same common problem as other strong men, who was talkative. Probably because they were strong, they'd been too high up and lonely for too long, which made them always wanted to show off their power to the weak. Did you just said you have 72 million power level? Maiyang asked confirmingly. Slug nodded his head very proudly. That's right. Do you want to join me? Maiyang grinned. If he only had 72 million power level, then it was a relief for him. He estimated that with his fighting skills, he could probably make 5 to 6 times Kaioken, and it would be enough to deal with Slug. He looked at Slug quietly for a while. The mighty Super Namkian seemed very strong, wearing a yellow-colored coat. However, behind his strong body, There were still traces of age that could not be defeated. Slug's eyes were already cloudy, which was the sign of an old man, signaling that his body was, in fact, no longer young. "It's impossible to get me to defect to you," Maiyang said indifferently. He even fought Frieza's final form. Would he be afraid of a mere-aged slug? After hearing Maiyang's words, Slug's face darkened. A brutal coldness swept over him, spreading in all directions with him as the center. Maiyang raised his mental gaze, and his eyes snapped open. "You're looking for death." The hem of Slug's coat rustled in the fierce wind. He didn't mind spending more time with the weak, but he would never allow anyone to disobey him. Within seconds, overwhelming energy had exploded entirely out, and the entire planet Hambra trembled violently. It is indeed a powerful force. Maiyang swept a glance towards Burgle, meaning for him to retreat a distance for the time being. Burgle nodded his head and quickly retreated away. After Burgle left, Maiyang took a few steps forward and suddenly bellowed. 6 times Keioken. To be on the safe side, Maiyang used the 6 times Keioken as soon as he came up. The terrifying power of the Keioken suddenly burst out as the dark red energy continued to spread. Maiyang's body burned with a constant flame. The raging surging energy was like a long-stored reservoir suddenly opened the floodgates. When the two forces collided in the air, the sky seemed to split into two at once. "Your power actually rose so much at once," Slug exclaimed in disbelief, and a burst of awe-inspiring killing intent erupted from his eyes. If the killing intent turned into a solid, several dozen meters of steel plates would be penetrated. Just a moment ago, there was such a big gap, but all of a sudden, it rose to the point of approaching him. What kind of power was this? Slug's heart shook and vaguely felt some unease. However, he thought his fears were superfluous, knowing that as a Super Namkian, his power in the universe was already very superior. The man in front of him had become much stronger, but it was clear that there was some limit to this power. Perhaps the opponent was bluffing and couldn't support it for long. "Humphrey, let's see how long you can support." Slug's eyes were fixed on Maiyang, trying to find a trace of tension in his expression. Unfortunately, Slug was going to be disappointed. Until the end, Maiyang's face did not change. Except for being cold, there was no trace of panic. The burden of the 6 times Xioken was something he could bear. "Coming to planet Hambra is your biggest mistake." Maiyang walked forward. His speed wasn't fast, but with each step, his ki was changing drastically. When he was only a few meters away from Slug, the overwhelming power had climbed to the extreme. Outwardly powerful, inwardly restrained. The ground lawn was scraped away by a layer of terrifying ki. It cracked out potholes and broken areas. The leaves floating down around had been crushed. Swoosh! Maiyang's body bowed, fiercely began to accelerate. In an instant, it was like a transient quickly appeared at Slug's side. The Slug was surprised for a moment and hurriedly used his fist to meet the attack. The two fists collided in the air, and the terrifying force was released, turning into a shockwave visible to the naked eye. Slug, full of anger, took a small half-step back. "I've underestimated you. You are actually so strong." Maiyang smiled lightly without making a reply. In fact, 5 times Keioken was enough to deal with the aged Slug. More importantly, Maiyang still kept his biggest card, the 7 times Keioken. As long as the battle continued, the victory would eventually be at Maiyang's. Boom, boom, boom. Maiyang and Slug blasted each other punch by punch. Their terrifying power cancelling each other out as the two moved quickly, countless residual shadows appearing all over the sky and ground before quickly disappearing again. Thunder shock surprise. Super explosive wave. Maiyang and Slug entangled into a ball, quickly turning into 2 rays of light, one red and one white. They sometimes hit each other and promptly scattered, sometimes, they connected into one group, swooping from the sky until hundreds of meters below the ground, with terrifying wind power raging. Peng! Peng peng! The energy burning with dark red flames collided with Slug. After the battle continued for some time, Slug's physical strength began to run out. The gradual decline of his physical power made him start to pant violently. Damn it! Where the hell did this monster come from? Why have I never heard of him before? Slug was indignant. Generally speaking, as long as a person's power exceeded 1 million, that person would be famous in the universe. For example, Slug had a great reputation in the universe, but today he met a monster who had the power not inferior to his, yet he had never even heard of him before. It should be known that there weren't even a few masters in the universe who had reached this level. He's so powerful. The power of the battle between Maiyang and Slug has affected the whole planet. In the distance, Burgle stabilized his body with difficulty. His gaze was horrified at the two people fighting in the distance. The movements of Maiyang and Slug had been so fast that even he could only barely see some images. The detailed process was beyond his ability to see. It was hard to believe that Burgle, who had more than 7 million power level, could only act as a spectator at this time. There was a buzzing. The gale swept along, mercilessly crushing everything around. Aizen and Slug collided again, splashing sparks of steel clashing. The terrifying whirlwinds squeezed each other, and the air buzzed with an ear-splitting pop. The whole planet Ambra seemed to have entered into the apocalypse all of a sudden. All kinds of natural disasters and mutations were frequently staged everywhere. The lofty mountains split in the middle, revealing deep canyons, the seawater poured in, flooding the hills, and the original desert turned into lakes. The only surprising thing was that such a severe geological disaster did not trigger any volcanic eruptions or lava surges. It was really hard to understand. Chapter 271 in the universe, 10,000 power level was a watershed. Below 10,000 power levels, even with a massive attack, it would at most exterminate the species on the planet. When the energy reached the 10,000 power level or more, only then would it begin to cause unerasable damage to the planet. In the face of a high-intensity battle, the planet's solidity was far from enough. This was the case on planet Ambra. As the battle between Aizen and Slug continued, the planet's crust had fractured, as if the end had come. The great rivers had been diverted, and species began to become extinct. However, Aizen and Slug in the battle, neither of them had time to pay attention to the death of these species. In front of the strong, the weak could survive, only by luck. With his eyes gazing into the distance and his key firmly locked on Slug's position, Aizen gasped for breath, and crystal sweat had seeped out from his forehead. Suddenly, Aizen took a false step in place. With a whoosh, his body suddenly disappeared, leaving only a blurred figure. The strength of Aizen had exceeded his expectation, making him unable to control the whole situation. His eyes followed Aizen's figure, and the moment Aizen disappeared, he judged where he would appear next and stretched out a fist to attack, yet there was no touch except a muffled sound. Is this afterimage? Slug's heart tightened. At that moment, a sense of crisis came. Not good. Slug was shocked out of a cold sweat, and his body quickly moved up. At this moment, the harsh fist wind suddenly brushed past his cheek, and Aizen appeared with his fist waving. Then, a violent storm rushed to the ground, but he saw the whole earth violently overturned, and a huge mushroom cloud rose. What a close call. If that attack hit me, I would definitely have to pay a great price. Looking at the huge mushroom cloud that rose, Slug thought while resisting the huge shock wave. He couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat in his heart. However, his reaction was also swift. After just dodging the attack of Aizen, he immediately reacted again. His body moved to the side and smoothly raised his hand. He lifted one of his hands, grabbed the arm of Aizen, and fiercely threw him. When Slug grabbed his arm, the corner of Aizen's mouth flashed a cold smile. With the vast force of being thrown out, his other hand held Slug's arm back, giving force to his waist. His feet then kicked his opponent's abdomen with a hook. However, after all, Slug was also a ruthless character who fought through the universe. He instantly discovered Aizen's intentions, and his arms were violently extended. Aizen's force was immediately nullified. On the contrary, his force intensified the impact of the fall. With a rumble, the body smashed into the ground, immediately exploded a huge crater. Just now, I almost got hurt by you. Slug looked viciously. His killing intent almost condensed into a solid body, freezing everything around him. With a dive, his arms suddenly contracted again, like a leather whip fiercely closed the distance. Slug's body suddenly rushed towards Aizen. The body of the Namkian is bizarre. Aizen was shocked. The pores of his whole body tightened up to make a defensive posture. Every part of the Namkian's body could be used as an attack point in the battle. The arms could be extended, the body could be gigantic, and the eyes and mouth could also release ki waves. Bang! Slug's knees smashed into Aizen's arms, and immediately a soreness and numbness came along in his arms. Aizen's body began to fall to the ground. However, while falling, Aizen wasn't wholly helpless. Tri-beam. A tri-beam was unleashed right at Slug's face. The orthodox tri-beam required a long time to build up power, but at this stage of Aizen's development, even if the tri-beam was released immediately, its power couldn't be underestimated. The tri-beam that emitted danger was so strong that Slug was afraid to take it hard. He hurriedly stretched his arms to escape. However, at this time, Aizen turned from defense to offense and followed up again. Bang bang. In the air, Aizen and Slug blasted each other, fist after fist. Blinding flash rose like a great sun, and both sides flew backward under the huge impact. Damn. How can this kid's body be as flexible as a mudfish? Slug flew in the air 100 meters above the ground. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale. Although the energy of 6 times Kaioken wasn't as powerful as Slug's, Slug had aged after all. The long battle had already made him physically exhausted. On the other hand, Maiyang was also panting heavily. However, his panting was mainly from the pressure of the Kaioken, not from the exertion of the battle itself. He would not last long at this rate. Snap. A heavy blow was struck with force. Slug's body fell quickly. Rumble. In the moment of landing, Slug quickly rebounded. The ground suddenly collapsed out of a huge impact crater of 1,000 meters square, with the surrounding area of tens of thousands of meters covered with dense spiderweb cracks. In the leap to about the same position as Maiyang, the two sides again into two constantly fighting flashes of light. Between lightning and fire, the two exchanged another tens of thousands of blows, each collision causing tremendous damage to the other's body. PFFT. Finally, Maiyang frowned and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in his mouth. Worthy of being the rumored Super Namkian. Slug's power is worthy of such a name. Even if Frieza faced him and wanted to defeat him, he would have to pay a heavy price. Maiyang's dark eyes stared at Slug. He thought 6 times Kaioken was enough to deal with Slug, but now it seemed that it was not enough. Although Slug had aged, his combat experience's wealth was not a match for a pampered character like Frieza. Maiyang could only be Slug's match with the 6 times Kaioken. This situation couldn't continue. If Kaioken were used for a long time, it would cause damage to his body. After gritting his teeth, Maiyang knew he had to end this battle as soon as possible. He had no time to take care of the situation on planet Ambra. Maiyang threw his weight around and frantically unleashed an even more powerful force with a forceful swing of his arm. 7 times Kaioken. Thick energy covered the surface of his body as Maiyang endured the severe pain in his body and unleashed his most powerful strength. As sweat continued to seep out of his forehead, endless energy surged up madly. The dark red color was daunting to look at, giving a sense of powerful oppression. Maiyang's ki at this time had been raised to a level comparable to Slug's. Impossible. You actually haven't used your full power just now. Slug was dumbfounded. This scene made him roar with his eyes wanting to crack. When he looked into Maiyang's dark eyes, he actually developed a trace of fear. This taught Slug to feel incredulous. He was a Super Namkian. He dominated one side of the universe. How could he be afraid of a young man in his early 20s? Hurry up and finish the battle. Let's finish Slug as soon as possible. Maiyang couldn't bear the pressure of the 7 times Kaioken for too long. Haha, I'm Super Namkian, Slug. How could I lose to you, little kid? Slug opened his mouth wide and laughed. However, the next moment his voice froze as Maiyang leaped to his side. His speed was beyond his imagination. Boom. A booming sonic boom pierced through the air. How is it possible? Slug's jaw dropped, hissing loudly in disbelief as he was sent flying. His body was cutting a huge abyss along the ground, dust rising and rocks crumbling wherever he passed. At the same time, his chest collapsed into a large depression, and murky blood dripped down. Tick. The sound of bleeding made Slug's heart chill, and he finally felt his life was threatened. Great. Maiyang was actually able to suppress Slug. In the distance, Burgle watched in an excited mood. However, once he glanced at the mountains and forests that kept collapsing around him, his mood could no longer be good. Even if he managed to hold back Slug and even kill him here, planet Ambra would never be able to return to its original state. At this time, a golden glow caught Burgle's attention. Underneath the huge abyss blasted by the aftermath of the battle between Maiyang and Slug, an orange-red plane of light was revealed. It shone as brightly as if it was as crystal clear as glass. What is that thing? Burgle was puzzled to go up. However, when he flew to the depth of about 1,000 meters in the canyon cracks, he could see clearly what the object in front of him was. An expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on his face. In the deepest part of the canyon, a huge orange-red crystalline body was revealed. With a flat, glazed surface, the exact size was unknown. It was covered with a thick layer of rocky soil. After this battle, the soil and rocks crumbled away, revealing its original face. The beautiful color was all too familiar to Burgle. Super Dragon Ball. Burgle was shaken. He gazed at the exposed piece of crystalline ground, then snapped his head up to look at the huge Dragon Ball hanging in the sky. In contrast, he had understood. Why was the size of planet Ambra exactly similar to the Super Dragon Ball in the sky? Why would the two giants be companions to each other and move in a way that they should not rotate around the center point if their masses were different? And why planet Ambra would also give him a familiar feeling of closeness? The reason for everything was very simple. Because planet Ambra itself was also a Super Dragon Ball. However, in the long years of washing, it was covered by the dust and water vapor in the universe. Over time, it formed an ecological environment similar to a rocky planet. The two Super Dragon Balls were actually in the same planetary system. They were so close to each other, which was really unbelievable. Chapter 272 The Super Dragon Ball was as big as a planet. The diameter of one Super Dragon Ball was more than 37,000 kilometers. Seriously speaking, even if the Earth was placed in front of it, it could only act as its small satellite. A total of 7 Super Dragon Ball, respectively distributed in Universe 6 and Universe 7. In Universe 7, there were a total of only 4. This universe was so big and vast, but now in a small planetary system, there were actually 2 of them. Such a change was too low. It was so low that one couldn't help but speculate if someone had collected them and placed them here. As the Super Dragon Balls inside Planet Ambra revealed, the rock cover layer on the surface began to become slack. Under the effect of a blast of tremendous energy, the crust finally began to crack. The crystalline orange-red star revealed itself and echoed with another Super Dragon Ball in the sky, flashing with a bright and dark light. Buzzing. A sound similar to a dragon's roar echoed in space. Planet Ambra is going to disintegrate. Burgle watched in silence. As soon as the Super Dragon Balls were revealed from inside the planet, he realized that Planet Ambra, where he had lived for many years, was about to disappear. In the distance, Maiyang knocked Slug out as soon as possible because he was also blinded by a golden glow in front of his eyes. Since he was tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, the huge outline of Planet Ambra emerged in front of him. Maiyang could clearly see the state of Planet Ambra. This planet is actually a Super Dragon Ball as well. He roughly remembered the original story. There was a 4-star Dragon Ball among the Super Dragon Balls in the unpopulated Void Zone, which had become a barren planet because it was covered with rocks. However, he didn't expect that vibrant Planet Ambra was actually a Super Dragon Ball as well. What's going on? Why this planet looks like this? Slug coughed blood dryly, and his face had appeared twilight. He didn't know what a Super Dragon Ball was, but the Namkian blood flowing in his bloodline made him feel affection for the 2 planets in front of him. If there were no dreadful human in front of him, he would definitely want to take possession of these 2 planets for himself. The moment he thought of the powerful strength shown by Maiyang, Slug's heart felt a chill. His face once again gloomy. Burgle's luck is excellent. This time, I will leave, but one day, I will personally send you guys to hell. With this in mind, Slug no longer had the heart to fight. He wanted to get away from the opponent's pursuit as soon as possible and leave the planet. However, Maiyang had no intention of letting him go. Heavenly SKY beam. A piece of bright white energy swept over. Slug's scalp tingled after seeing that piece of energy, and he didn't dare to resist. However, when he just moved his body to avoid it, a cold wind came from the side of his body, and Maiyang's indifferent face appeared at a short distance away from him. When did this guy get close? A look of horror appeared on his Slug's, cold sweat emerged. Maiyang followed Slug's pace, clenched his fist, and blasted out violently. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Slug's spirit wilted up. Ah! Go to hell! Slug's face was hideous as he roared in annoyance. Thundershock surprise. A light golden arc of electricity crackled, and this was a domain-blocking type of move. Under the Thundershock surprise coverage, Slug's body was paralyzed by the electricity, and his movements became sluggish. At this time, Maiyang stepped forward, throwing punches, hooks, and horizontal kicks. A violent attack kept hitting Slug's body. In just a few seconds, Maiyang threw thousands of consecutive punches at Slug, making Slug dizzy and bleary. A burst of intense pain surged to his heart. Slug bowed his body in despair, his mouth letting out a heartbreaking and miserable scream. Slug had never suffered such humiliation before. Damned bastard. This is unforgivable. Slug's mouth muttered as if he had gone mad like a beast. He growled, and his body began to swell up violently. In no time, he had risen to a height of more than 10 meters. Maiyang frowned at Slug, who had become a giant. Maiyang even felt a pang of unease in his heart for some reason. At this time, Burgle shouted from afar, "Be careful, Slug is planning to explode himself." What? Maiyang was shocked. Looking at the sinewy face of Slug, it didn't look huge. This guy was crazy. When he couldn't beat his opponent, he would blow himself up, which was too decisive. Maiyang didn't understand Slug's mentality. He was already very old, more than 300 years old, he didn't have much time to live. So, with many years of power and blessing, he would bring a few enemies to hell before dying. In his opinion, this wasn't a loss. Ha 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 ha, you'll die with me. None of you will escape. Slug laughed heartlessly. Like a star in the moment of destruction, he could release all the energy that burned in eternity. Once he self-destructed with his 70 million power level, he could explode hundreds of millions of energy intensity. At that time, no matter it was planet Ambra or other planets in the nearby orbit, they would not escape the destruction. Crazy. Maiyang cursed. He didn't want to throw his life away here. His body flickered quickly, and Maiyang appeared beside Burgle in a flash. He then took his hand and used instant transmission to left planet Ambra. Swoosh! There was a burst of light, and the entire planet Ambra had lost Maayang and Burgle's figures. Slug stared blankly. Bastard, where did everyone go? Shit. Stop, I can't self-destruct. At this time, his self-explosion could no longer stop. Slug's face twisted up, but his heart was filled with a pang of sadness. He was such a despicable and shameless villain to deceive himself. This was a big loss. His self-destruction couldn't even take a cushion away. No. I'm not willing to do it. Slug roared sadly. His wrinkled face began to twist as his body swelled to the size of a small mountain. He then turned into a huge ball of energy more than 100 meters in diameter. Rumble. A huge roar resounded through planet Ambra. The sky was like a rising sun, and then it exploded, making the atmosphere penetrate instantly. A brilliant light could be seen in space, gradually becoming larger and brighter and finally engulfing the entire field of vision. The high energy scattered out like a huge belt of light, stretching towards the depths of the universe. In the blink of an eye, the entire crust of planet Ambra was destroyed. The entire planetary system was disturbed by a powerful impact, and several planets deviated unsteadily from their orbits and were then swallowed by the spreading energy. About 2 hours or so later, deep in space, the location where planet Ambra originally stood was no longer a beautiful azure planet. Two giant orange-red super Dragon Balls collided together, constantly shining with brilliant flashes of light or darkness, looking spectacular. Phew. A figure dressed in casual clothes appeared in the middle of the space. Maayang's eyes looked excitedly at the two Super Dragon Balls in front of him. The original one-star Dragon Ball was still there. There was another Super Dragon Ball right next to it in the vicinity of the one-star Dragon Ball with 5 hot gold stars inside. This is a 5-star Dragon Ball. My luck is good, I actually found 2 Super Dragon Balls at once. To know that there were only 4 Super Dragon Balls in the Universe 7, and now half of them were right in front of his eyes. If it was before the Acceleration World's evolution, Maayang could only see but not touch the Super Dragon Balls, let alone take them away. However, now it was different. The Super Dragon Ball diameter was 37,000 kilometers, but Maayang's accelerated world was 50 million meters in circumference. That meant a spherical area with a radius of 50,000 kilometers, and space inside was so wide that it was more than enough to put in 4 Super Dragon Balls at once. With this in mind, Maayang was ready to open the Acceleration World to collect these 2 Super Dragon Balls. The 2 Super Dragon Balls were a huge project, and Maayang carefully manipulated the Acceleration World entrance, allowing it to expand continuously. When the passage grew enough to fit the Super Dragon Balls, a bright light flashed in Maayang's eyes. The spatial fluctuations of the other world overlapped with Universe 7. With a boom sound, as if hiccuping, one of the Super Dragon Balls became illusory and entered Maayang's internal space. The line of sight was aimed at the remaining Super Dragon Ball. Maayang followed the same pattern and quickly took it into his arms as well. I already got 2 Super Dragon Balls here. Should I go and collect the other 2 Super Dragon Balls in the Universe 7? Maayang thought happily. People always wanted to get what they want. Chapter 273. In the end, collecting Super Dragon Balls was just something that Maayang was thinking about in his mind. He wasn't really going to collect them. Because there were 3 more Super Dragon Balls scattered in Universe 6, which made it impossible for him to collect all the Super Dragon Balls at once, hence, he wouldn't expend too much energy on this. Wait until the day he could cross the universe, then it wouldn't be too bad to consider collecting the Super Dragon Balls. This time, he had already collected 2 Super Dragon Balls because of an outburst of luck. He came across them by chance, so there was no need to dwell too much on the remaining ones. After transferring the 2 huge Super Dragon Balls to the Acceleration World, Maayang stayed in space and looked at the empty universe with a bland gaze. He smiled faintly and then used instant transmission to leave the starry sky. Earth, Great Azure Mountain. When Maayang returned to Earth, Melia and Meliz sat on the sofa, eating snacks while watching TV. On the other hand, April was busy next to her, serving tea to the Namkian Burgle. Thank you. Just give me a cup of water. Burgle said thank you, but Namkian itself could use photosynthesis to synthesize nutrients that meet physiological functions. So, usually, they only needed to drink water to maintain life. It was the first time for April to face the Namkian. Her 2 eyes glanced at Burgle from time to time, curious about the Namkian's bodily functions. At this time, Maayang returned, and when they saw him, they all stood up. How's the situation over there? Burgle asked with concern. Maayang shook his head. Slug has already died by self-destruction, and likewise, planet Ambra has also been destroyed. After listening to the brief description of the situation on planet Ambra, Burgle looked a bit gloomy and sighed. Slug deserved what he got, but planet Ambra was destroyed after all. Although his heart was prepared, he couldn't help but feel some emotions when he actually knew the news. After all, it was a planet where he lived for hundreds of years. So, it was hard to accept that it was destroyed. "Maayang," Burgle said. "That there is also a super Dragon Ball inside planet Ambra?" Melia equally sighed. She had recovered Mixia's memory, and she also knew the Azure planet. "Yeah, what about those super Dragon Balls?" Melez asked. Maayang smiled and said, "I just went back and already took care of those 2 super Dragon Balls properly. Now, they are staying in the safest place." The twin sisters understood the meaning of Maayang's words as soon as they heard them, and their pretty faces couldn't help but show a smile. Although Burgle didn't know how Maayang handled the Super Dragon Balls, he believed in Maayang's character and gave the Super Dragon Balls to Maayang. Therefore, Burgle was also relieved. Maayang looked at Burgle and said, "What are you going to do next? Are you going to find a reclusive planet again?" "No, I'm going to go back to planet Namek." Burgle shook his head. "For now, planet Ambra is no longer needs me to guard it. I heard you guys say that there is already life repopulating there on planet Namek. So, I plan to go back and take a look. I wonder how it has become." Maayang nodded. "The Grand Elder will be pleased to see you go back." Burgle said, "It's been hundreds of years since I left my home planet. It's time to go back. Do you want me to send you there?" Maayang smiled lightly. Planet Namek was only a month or so voyaged from the Earth. If he used a more advanced spaceship, he could arrive in a few days. However, with Maayang's instant transmission, he could go even faster and send Burgle to planet Namek in an instant. Having seen the magic of instant transmission, Burgle certainly didn't refuse Maayang's kindness and smiled. "That would certainly be best. Then I'm sorry to trouble you." "There is no trouble." Maayang smiled, indicating that it was nothing. Next, Burgle didn't stay on Earth any longer, and Maayang could see his eagerness to return to his home planet. Hence, he took him by the shoulders, then launched instant transmission, and quickly sent Burgle to planet Namek. As expected, with the addition of Burgle, a Namkian with 7 million power level, the overall strength of the Namkian was no longer the weak like the original Namkian. A few minutes later, a brilliant light shone again, and Maayang had returned to his home in Great Azure Mountain. "Senior brother, did that Namkian return to his home planet?" April ambled on the sofa. Earlier, she had been unable to interject, but now she was chattering and inquiring, with a strong desire to know everything about the situation outside. Maayang laughed and said, "I have sent him back." April regretted, "What a pity, I have not even been to other planets." At this time, Melia, like a little adult, picked up a cup of tea. While she drank it, she said, "The planet outside is similar to Earth. The food and entertainment are not as good as the Earth. Occasionally, it will be a bit refreshing as tourism, but the rest is not much fun. Sister, I think differently from you." April shook her head. She didn't go to the outer planets to eat and play, she went to do scientific research. At this time, Maayang said, "April, do you want to take a look inside my acceleration world? There are still 2 Super Dragon Balls in there, enough for you to study." "Super Dragon Balls?" April's eyes lit up for a moment. She had seen the Earth Dragon Balls a long time ago, but the Super Dragon Balls, she had only heard of the name and had not really seen them yet. According to Melia and Melez, the Super Dragon Balls were big, but it was still necessary to see them in person to know how big they were. "Yes. 2 Super Dragon Balls are enough for you to study. I hope you can develop a radar that can detect Super Dragon Balls similar to the Dragon Ball radar." Maayang smiled lightly. Although he couldn't collect all the Super Dragon Balls for a while, it was good to make preparations beforehand. April had a strong desire for research anyway. "Senior brother, I'll take care of the radar. Take me inside quickly." April confidently patted her chest. As she was dressed as a researcher, April looked heroic. "When you see the Super Dragon Ball later, you will be stunned," Melia said with a light smile. Her pair of eyes looked at April's graceful and delicate body and muttered what April used to eat growing up in her heart. Her body development was too good. However, after thinking about their merging into Melissa, which was their future appearance, and knowing that her body wasn't inferior to April's, she, again, found her confidence. Maayang smiled and looked at April and the twin. With a wave of his big hand, a soft power landed, wrapped them up, and transferred them to the acceleration world. In the past, the girls had come to the acceleration world, so it was like coming back to their home. On the central planet, the 2 blue Gaia had refused together, and after seeing April and the twin, it jumped up and down. April looked to the left and right and saw no sign of the Super Dragon Balls, so she asked, "Brother, where are the Super Dragon Balls you said? Bring them out." Maayang laughed and pointed his finger down to the 2 planets in the sky. "The Super Dragon Balls aren't on the planets. Lift your head and look up yourself." April raised her head suspiciously. Soon, her two eyes were wide open, and her cute little mouth was open. In her field of vision, two huge planet-like orange and red objects firmly occupied her view. If Maiyang hadn't told her, she would have thought that the sky was initially this color. Chapter 274. This is the Super Dragon Ball. It's so big. April stared at the sky. The massive star with a diameter of 37,000 kilometers was floating at a high altitude, which gave her some visual shock. April's voice was trembling a little at this moment. She had never seen such a huge Dragon Ball before. Originally, the Super Dragon Ball might be huge in her anticipation, but she never thought it would be that huge. Now she finally knew what Melia and Burgle meant when they said that planet Ambra was a Super Dragon Ball. It turned out that the Super Dragon Ball was as big as a planet. Awesome. The Earth's Dragon Ball is not even a shadow compared to it. Senior brother, are there 7 Dragon Balls like that too? After she recovered from the surprise, April had a powerful desire emerged from her eyes to learn more. If such huge Dragon Balls were collected, how powerful the summoned Shinron would be. Maiyang nodded. There are indeed 7 of them, but it's not easy to collect them. The Super Dragon Balls were already big. They were also distributed in the universe 6 and 7, making it even more difficult to collect them. April said, Senior brother, don't worry, I will definitely study the Super Dragon Balls thoroughly and then create a super radar for detection. Maiyang indifferently waved his hand. There is no hurry about the radar, just take your time. Well, leave it to me. April's face was cheerful. As a scientist, exploring the unknown comprehension could bring her great satisfaction, which made her happier than improving her power level. She would be even happier if she could help her senior brother. Has Gaia's body grown in size? At this time, Melis, who was holding Gaia in her arms, suddenly said. Maiyang said, it may have grown up. Now that this Gaia has fused with the original two, its size has become bigger. Melis held Gaia in the air and shook. Gaia is a creature born on planet Ambra, while planet Ambra is a Super Dragon Ball. What do you think Gaia is exactly? Maiyang was stunned for a moment and said, I don't know. This guy's life is too peculiar. He was never sure what kind of a life form Gaia was. Thinking about what was told him when he was in the God of Destruction planet, it seems that the power of the Dragon God is felt in Gaia's body. Besides, combined with the fact that planet Ambra was a Super Dragon Ball, maybe Gaia had some relationship with the Dragon God. Let's not talk about that. If you want to study the Super Dragon Ball, tell me what's missing, and I'll fill it up for you. The first thing he could do in the acceleration world was to find something April couldn't handle. April smiled lightly, and her pleasant voice said, there is no shortage. My research equipment is in the acceleration world. I can carry out research work at any time. Suddenly a cold aura swept over from behind, and Melia grunted twice. April even put her research laboratory here. It seems that in my absence, you have lived together for more than just 10 years. Melis added, yes. Also, she hollowed out the bottom of the Great Azure Mountain. Melia, Melis? Question mark. April's heart broke out in a cold sweat and hastily explained, no, senior sister. I'm doing this for the Cyberman research. The Cyberman research takes a lot of time, and senior brother's acceleration world can save a lot of time for me. Melia stared and drifted over. She looked closely at April's pretty face and shook her hand, indifferently, forget it. Just think of it as a mistake I said before. April breathed a sigh of relief and said weakly, senior sister, you don't have to scare me all the time in the future. Melia glared at her, that means you're faint-hearted. At this time, April was embarrassed and smiled. Maiyang watched Melia, Melis, and April fool around. He shook his head and laughed. He didn't try to stop it. Instead, he redivided the pattern of the acceleration world. He fixed the 2 huge Dragon Balls in the sky to relatively easy-to-approach positions and then sat alone on the ground, thinking about the training. In the previous battle with Slug, with the 7 times KEO Ken on, it looked as if Maiyang won very easily. However, the dangers involved were not small. The pressure on the body of KEO Ken was too great, especially with such a high level of execution as 7 times KEO Ken. It wasn't just pressing on the internal organs like a gravity chamber, but it was also overspending on the body functions. Although the gravity chamber training would cause pressure on every cell of the body, it was still within the body's tolerance range after all. Under the strength of gravity that could be endured, the body's energy could resist this oppression and thus hone a more powerful body strength. However, KEO Ken was different. The KEO Ken was very overbearing to perform, it was branching out into the future and was a huge overdraft. This overdraft was too tremendous and easily caused irreparable damage to bodily functions. Even North Kai himself had said that he couldn't continuously use more than twice KEO Ken because of the damage caused by twice the range of KEO Ken. The body might still recover gradually, but once it exceeds twice, it would collapse on the spot, and it would also leave after effects. Yang even suspected that Son Goku, in the original story, would get vital heart disease because of the frequent use of high levels of Kaioken, which beyond the body's capabilities, causing a huge burden on the myocardium. Of course, the effect of taking ultra-divine water as a child couldn't be ruled out, but the damage caused by ultra-divine water wouldn't have been hidden for more than 10 years. Since there was such suspicion in his mind, Yang had to check his body carefully. He didn't hesitate to consume a lot of Spring of Life, which nourished the body. After all, it was the essence of the body. The warm energy gradually penetrated every cell in the body, as if nourished. The cold feeling spread in every cell. Time flew. Soon more than 6 years passed unnoticed, which only 15 years from the original story's start, the time when Son Goku and Bulma met. In the acceleration world, April flew a spaceship to collect data on the Super Dragon Ball surface. Over the years, in addition to completing her research work on Earth, a lot of her time was spent studying the Super Dragon Ball. Many years earlier, the large Dragon Ball radar had been completed by her and was now placed inside Yang's gravity ship. The north side of the central planet was a scene of wind and clouds. The emerald green lawn was blown and stirred up by the wind. The ground was scraped up with a thick layer of soil, and there was a desolate scene of pits and puddles everywhere like after a shell bombing. Clattering, a huge tornado storm swept across the globe. Because the central planet was set up with great gravity, any splashing object that flew up soon fell vertically like a nail under the pull of gravity. In a place hundreds of meters apart, two beautiful girls stood voluptuously, attacking each other, the two girls with golden eyes and black hair fluttering in the wind. Those two girls were about 16 or 17 years old, 1.7 meters tall to highlight their slender and upright body. Their pretty face covered with sweat because of the strenuous exercise. The fair and beautiful cheeks slightly flushed. The hazy blush looks even more seductive. Suddenly, the two girls' golden eyes shone a beautiful light, and the green energy in the air stirred together. The voluminous power squeezed each other, blasting out a huge roar at the same time. The damaging impact swept in all directions, with the central planet only 20 kilometers in diameter. The shockwave soon scraped around the planet. Da-da-da. Her two girls switched to clothes combat again, and in a moment, countless unreadable residual shadows spread across space between the sky and the ground. Chapter 275. 6 years have passed, and Melia and Melissa's power level had increased from 60,000 points to 600,000, which was not particularly advanced compared to the 100,000 power level of ordinary Saiyans on planet Sala when they reached adulthood. It should be known that once a Saiyan enters puberty, their strength would rise. If they were allowed to improve, Melia and Melissa's power would be much more than that. Of course, the reason for controlling their power was not because they would surpass him, but because the Saiyan physique was too perverted. Especially after becoming a Super Saiyan, they were desperate to improve energy. Not to mention that Melia was also the legendary Super Saiyan, the body would almost 100% appear to be out of control once they let go in an agitated state. So, of course, Yang should prevent the situation from getting out of control. Therefore, combined with the martial arts insights left behind by Whis, Yang made a specific term for their practice. Coupled with Melia and Melissa had mastered the Golden Eye transformation, which was already not inferior to the ordinary Super Saiyan transformation, the rush to become stronger was unnecessary. Instead, it was better to take a little more time to strengthen the controllability and lay the foundation for a greater breakthrough in the future. Also, Melissa's change was worth mentioning. Perhaps because of the merged Melissa's influence, Melissa's body as a sister also began to change towards the legendary Super Saiyan, and she now also mastered the Golden Eye transformation. Once the two sisters transformed, the original 600,000 power level would grow to 30 million power levels at once. Melia and Melis came to the surface of a completely different planet and then felt the surging energy in their bodies. Melia was very proud. Giggle, Melis, my Golden Eye transformation state power level has reached 30 million. Melis and Melia psychic connected, so Melis could feel the same happiness and said, I'm the same as you, also 30 million. Melia laughed out loud, we can reach 60 million power level when we turn into Melissa. Yes. Melis was also overjoyed. But even Melissa is not a match for Yang. Planet Metamer's fusion technique was no longer a fusion technique when it came to them. Instead, it was like a superpower between two sisters. When Melia and Melis merged into Melissa, their power would double with no fusion technique at all. At the same time, the original time limit disappeared in their bodies. Melia's face indignantly said, Yang has achieved like accelerated world, so he can simply ignore the bottleneck. His power will rub up. Even so, he still wants us to suppress power, it's too much. Melis glanced at her, and her eyes' color changed back to black. Yang said the Super Saiyan's power is too dominant. Let's take it easy, this is for our own good. Melia proudly said, of course I know, to prevent us from losing control. Well, Speaking of which, Maiyang's power level has almost reached 50 million. He has been brewing in front of the fourth limit for a long time, and he doesn't know when he will break through. Once he break through, his strength will become even more powerful. Meliz slightly frowned like a light smoke brow. She had just caught up with him. How could he about to open the gap again before she was even warmed up? 50 million combat power was the position of the fourth limit. For Maiyang, who had mastered the Kaioken, the fourth limit wasn't a trouble at all. He stayed in front of the limit for a while to adjust his state and prepare to make a breakthrough. As long as he could break through the limit of 50 million power levels, he would once again create a miracle in Earthlings history. Just as Melia and Meliz were whispering, a heavenly aura came from afar. When they felt this aura, both of them were slightly surprised. Is Maiyang planning to break through? With this in mind, Melia and Meliz figures flashed and appeared where Maiyang was. They found him sitting in the sky, thinking hard. The ripples around him were visible to the naked eye. 6 years ago, Maiyang's power was only 10 million power level. Even if he could get 70 million power levels with Kaioken, it was not his body's power, after all, so he started to retreat. In the acceleration world 16 times the speed of time, Maiyang trained for several decades. With the accumulation of time, his strength finally reached the limit of his body at this time. The whole 50 million power level. A shadow floated down, and Maiyang opened his eyes. The upright figure appeared between the two women and smoothly wrapped around their slender waists. When are you going to break through the limit? Melia's body leaned over and raised her head to ask. Maiyang aimed at the ground that was destroyed beyond recognition. He hit a ring to repair the surrounding environment, said, now. I came over to inform you guys. By the way, transfer the things in the acceleration world to the outside. Are you sure? Meliz asked. Maiyang smiled lightly and said confidently, definitely. Both Melia and Meliz laughed and cheerfully helped Maiyang to pack up the things in the acceleration world. There were not many things to pack up. It was only Super Dragon Balls, a few spaceships, and April's research device. They then took Gaia to move the unripe senzu bins out together with the soil, and the acceleration world became empty. You guys wait for me outside. I'll be able to break through soon. After moving everything out, Maiyang said to the girls. Go for it. Melia waved her hand. It will definitely work. April clenched her fist and cheered. Maiyang nodded towards the girls and then applied his power to send them all out. Taking a breath, Maiyang looked at the empty central planet. His body began to rise until he flew to a place 100 kilometers above the ground. Maiyang stabilized his body with his eyes looked thoughtfully at the emerald green central planet below. When he was about to reach the limit of his power, a message came from the underworld, telling him that the limit's location was inside the central planet. As long as the central planet was destroyed in one fell swoop, the limit would naturally be broken. Is this considered to be broken and then established? With this thought in his mind, Maiyang adjusted his body state. His face began to look serious as he lightly shouted, while the surging and vast energy surged around him. Triple Kaioken. A dark red light shone as it floated on the surface of Maiyang's body. He didn't use a higher multiplier of Kaioken because it was no longer necessary. In his normal power level close to 50 million, the high times of Kaioken had begun to lose the increasing effect. For example, the triple Kaioken at this time could theoretically exchange nearly 150 million power levels. However, Maiyang now had only 80 million power levels. So, even if he uses the 7 times Kaioken to fight his physical damage, the increase was minimal. The Kaioken researched by the North Kai had lost its effect when the user approached 100 million power level. Next, let's break the fourth limit. Maiyang gave a long whistle, and with a high fighting spirit, the majestic power converged between his hands into a terrifying ki wave. As the energy converged, an energy ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter burst out with a brilliant and radiant light. Aiming at the central planet underneath, Maiyang was filled with anticipation. Heavenly SKY beam. Boom. A loud sound spread out, and a huge pillar of energy light more than a meter thick descended from the sky. A powerful and oppressive aura immediately roared towards the central planet as if it were a prehistoric beast. In an instant, time and space seemed to freeze. The black hair under the ki wave rushed uncontrollably up to the sky. Under the naked eye observation, the terrifying ki had shattered the surface of the central planet and then directly instilled into the planet's interior. Click. It seemed that something was broken. The central planet stepped into the rhythm of destruction. The surface of the planet slightly rumbled and began to expand. Boom boom boom. At the core of the central planet, an icosahedral crystal floated up, covered with sinuous cracks. When it reached Maiyang, the icosahedron shattered into countless tiny starlights, which entered Maiyang's body. The moment the starlight entered his body, the limit on Maiyang's body was broken, and the violent energy stirred and became stronger and stronger. 50 million. 54 million. 60 million. 65 million. Maiyang's power level directly rose to 65 million before stopping. Simultaneously, the acceleration world's space range expanded again, from the original 50,000 kilometers square to 5 million kilometers square, enough to accommodate several sun-sized stars. The time flow rate with the outside world also expanded to 32 times after the breakthrough. After the original central planet collapsed, a planet 10,000 kilometers in diameter gradually appeared in space's most central location. As Maiyang descending on top of the central planet, the whole planet was the same size as the Earth. Mountains, rivers, plateaus, and lakes, as well as the endless vast ocean. The central planet becomes more and more like a living planet. So, this what was the so-called broken and then established. Chapter 276. Starting from today, this central planet will be called Planet Wudao. Maiyang stood on the central planet and solemnly named the planet. The breakthrough of the limit was certainly a happy thing. However, there were always worries shortly, and Maiyang knew this truth. For the third limit and the fourth limit, he had taken a trick, relying on the increase of the Kaioken to break the limit forcefully, but he could only rely on himself from the next stage onwards. Nevertheless, this was still a long time away from him, so there was no need to worry too much. With a turn, Maiyang left the acceleration world and came to Melia, Meliz, and April. The three girls had been waiting with their heads held high for a long time, and after seeing Maiyang's delicate appearance, they all gathered around them. "How is the breakthrough?" Melia asked first. Maiyang gave a wink of understanding and laughed brightly. "Of course, it has worked." Meliz had an expectant face. "Then your strength?" 65 million power level in a normal state. Haha, not much improvement." Maiyang held back the excitement in his heart, decisively pretending when he should. "Wow. I can't believe that you have become so powerful all of a sudden." Melia said, somewhat sourly, "Your normal state is stronger than Melissa." Melissa's normal state was 1.2 million power levels. With the Golden Eyes transformation, she could raise her power level to 60 million. However, even that was much lower than Maiyang's normal power level, not to mention Maiyang's Kaioken and divine combat skills. "Senior brother, take us to the acceleration world to take a look. That central planet is still there, right?" April took small steps to come over. She didn't really care about Maiyang and Melia's power level. Whether it was the 10,000 power level or 10 million power level, it was the same for her. It was unattainable, so she might as well step up her research on Sabaman technology. "Haha, of course, it's still there. It will definitely surpass your imagination." Maiyang laughed out loud. "Before that, I'll put the Super Dragon Balls in first." The 2 Super Dragon Balls were too conspicuous in the solar system, so it was only right to hurry up and transfer them to the acceleration world while they were not yet discovered. Next, he teleported to the Super Dragon Balls location and pressed his palm to the Super Dragon Balls. With a boing sound, the 2 Dragon Balls were absorbed at the same time. After doing this, Maiyang returned to Melia's side and snapped his fingers, leading them into the acceleration world. They appeared on a vast ocean of planet Wudao with the sky above their heads and the deep blue ocean beneath their feet. The huge waves rolling at this time lapped up hundreds of meters high. The wind blowing the water vapor, then like a dream drifted in the air. The majestic scene made Melia, Meliz, and April stunned. Maiyang smiled leisurely. "This planet is now called Planet Wudao." "Wow, was this the original small planet? It actually became so big all of a sudden." It took Melia a while to come back to her senses. Maiyang nodded and said, "Planet Wudao is about the same size as Earth, with the same continents and oceans." With that said, Maiyang led them to a plain and felt that something was missing. He then built a splendid palace out of thin air like a creator, with courtyards, gardens, internal lakes, everything, and a huge martial arts square inside for cultivation. Awesome. Maiyang's divine ability subdued the girls, and they looked at him with admiration. The 3 women's amazement made Maiyang very receptive. He waved his hand at Gaia and placed the originally transferred out Senzubans near a lake. "Gaia, you will live there in the future. It's the same environment as Planet Ambra." Squeak. Gaia jumped, looking very happy. Maiyang laughed loudly and placed April's research equipment not far from the palace. Today's Planet Wudao looked very prosperous, but most of them were plants, and the animals were very few. In the future, he might have to transfer some animals over from Earth and other planets. "Maiyang, use your power and let me see." After a flash, Melissa, dressed in a beautiful costume, appeared in the same place. "Sure." With a smile and a nod, Maiyang leaped and flew to the huge martial arts square. He then took a few steps back, facing Melissa squarely, and began to release the energy within his body. Boom. The majestic energy suddenly rose to the sky like a hurricane swept in all directions. Maiyang's black hair was slightly upward, surrounded by the winding silver white key flame. With Maiyang as the center, the white dust swept away, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire world. The impact of the energy released by Maiyang made Melissa put one hand against her forehead to block the storm, while the other hand was clutching April, preventing her from being blown away by the wind. It's so powerful. It's actually a silver-white flame. Melissa's eyes stared intently at Maiyang, and her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Maiyang's state at this time was like a Saiyan transforming into a Super Saiyan with his hair floating upwards and his body covered by a shining light. However, unlike the Super Saiyan's blonde hair and golden aura, Maiyang's appearance hadn't changed, and the aura on his body was also silver-white. Melissa looked excitedly and couldn't help but turn into a golden eyes state, and her powerful aura rose as well. Now April was in trouble. Her weak body was caught between the two forces, shivering. She could only half crouch to keep the wind from blowing her away. That's enough, quickly put away the power. April let out a sad cry. Swish. The two oars disappeared at the same time, and the sky instantly calmed down. All the previous gusts of wind seemed to have never appeared. Melissa flew to Maiyang, holding his arm excitedly. The look just now is so majestic. It's a pity that I didn't bring my camera, otherwise, I could have taken several posters. I've already taken that photo. April's soft voice sounded, making Melissa turn back and saw her half crouched on the ground, holding a high-resolution camera tightly in her arms. The corners of Melissa's mouth turned up, and teased, "You're moving pretty fast. Remember to send the photos to me later." Got it. April got up from the ground and cleaned the dust from her body. Maiyang, you're so powerful in your normal state. Wouldn't you be even more powerful with the Kaioken? Melissa said with a crooked head. Maiyang shook his head. You can't say that. Although the Kaioken is North Kai's winning move, North Kai's strength is not strong. A lot of his deduction of the Kaioken relies on estimation. After the strength reaches my stage, the Kaioken gradually lost its increasing effect. Oh. Melissa said softly, feeling a bit regretful. It seems that we still have to rely on the strength of the normal state of the body. Maiyang agreed with this. Training meant to take one step at a time. There were so many tricky places, such as the Super Saiyan transformation, which was a huge bug that had advantages and disadvantages. While achieving power enhancement without the ancestors' guidance, most of the Super Saiyans fell into the trap of frantically enhancing the body transformation multiplier. Thus neglecting the development of the base form wasn't not prominently. If there was an unexpected event, the opportunity to transform would be defeated. Base form and multiplier, simultaneously, were probably the desirable ones. Before Maiyang raised from 10 million power level to nearly 50 million, which was accumulated in the acceleration world in decades, it was the normal power. Senior brother, recently I have developed a brand new space technology with Dr. Brief and Dr. Jero, which can shrink everyday equipment into small containers. While chatting, April suddenly talked about her work. After listening to it, Maiyang's face was stunned for a moment. Did you develop capsules? April puzzled. What is capsules? Well, this is a good name. She said and took out a capsule-like thing from her jacket pocket, with a lid-like button on it. This is a sample of the spatial container, which contains a small car. Maiyang took the sample of the capsules. It was indeed the same as seen in the original story, tiny. Learning to open it from the original story, Maiyang pressed the open button and threw it out. After a bang of white smoke, a small car appeared in place. April was surprised. Senior brother, how do you know how to open? Maiyang casually found a reason to say, I see that there is only one button on it, so I press it to try. So that's how it is. Senior brother is so smart. April didn't doubt. How could she doubt her senior brother? Melissa was surprised. Such a small thing can actually fit a car. April said, later, it can fit bigger things like houses, spaceship, yachts. As long as you can think of. That's a groundbreaking invention. Melissa stared at April as she said. This was a great invention that could change everyday life. If this technology became widespread, the lifestyles of Earthlings would all change dramatically. This is the case. Now Dr. Brief intends to set up a company with this technology and ask me if Dr. Jero and I want to join. Maiyang smiled broadly. You should definitely join. When the time comes, being a millionaire will be a breeze. April's delicate face showed a smile. I'm not short of money. If senior brother is willing, I can transfer the equity to brother's name. As soon as this remark came out, Maiyang was very moved. He felt that his sister was not raised for nothing. However, Melissa scat twice and looked at April with a deeper meaning. This is not good. After all, it is the invention of participation. Maiyang felt embarrassed and just about to refuse. However, Melissa was agreed on behalf of Maiyang. We're all family. April is nice, so take it, Maiyang. With this money, Melissa could fulfill her desire to eat. Chapter 277 Capsules technology was undoubtedly a transformative technology in the Dragon Ball world. Its appearance would completely change the way people on Earth traveled, and from then on, it became more convenient to travel. The emergence of this technology also indicated that the Earth's technology officially entered a new era. Unlike the original story, this time, the capsule technology was not developed independently by Dr. Brief but combined the wisdom of April, Dr. Brief, and Dr. Gero. So, the capsule's technology had already been very mature and ready for mass production. April insisted on transferring her shares to Maiyang's name. Maiyang refused several times before accepting them with embarrassment. Thinking of having him, the god of martial arts, as a backing, there shouldn't be any bold person who dares to hit the Capsule Corporation's idea. From another perspective, he was also giving this a mature but promising company platform. Next, Maiyang took Melissa and April to visit planet Wudao. The huge planet was like the Earth, with mountains, rivers, plains, hills, and an endless blue sea, all of which were beautiful to see. Melissa and April toured along with Maiyang, ringing out with silver bell-like laughter from time to time. This world would be their private world, so it was exciting to see everything. After strolling around the acceleration world for a long time and generally appreciating the grandeur and magic of the new world, Maiyang beckoned and sent Melissa and April out of the acceleration world together. Under the great Azure Mountain City. The bustling city was full of noise, and the spacious road was poured with asphalt. People came and went on it. From time to time, cars drove through the middle, beeping, sounding a sharp horn. Compared to the town where even electricity was relatively rare a few decades ago, this place had changed so much. Melissa and April walked hand in hand at the front, looking around for a while, very happy. Maiyang followed behind, with one hand in his pocket, leisurely scanning the stores on both sides of the road from time to time. Maiyang, there is a jewelry store in front, I'll go in with April and have a look. Melissa pointed to a store and shouted. You guys go ahead. I'll wait for you at the tea house, Maiyang said with a smile. Now he didn't have to go in with them to look at jewelry, not like the old days when he was young and had to coax them. Speaking of which, I'm already 52 years old, time flies by. Maiyang sighed and entered a tea house to sit for a while. With a long lifespan, he no longer worried about life expectancy. His lament was more about the passage of time. The tea house was the latest to open. Although the decoration inside was done in ancient style, traces of deliberate old-fashionedness could be seen. Maiyang sat in the corner by the window alone and made a cup of tea. He then leisurely watched the people coming and going from the street below, without a trace of worry. He liked this quiet and relaxed atmosphere. Just when Maiyang was absorbed in watching, a surprised voice rang in his ears. Ah, Uncle Maiyang, you're here too. Maiyang looked back and saw a woman with blonde hair walking toward him, holding a little girl in her hand, followed by a stout man. Maiyang smiled. Oh, Landy, long time no see. This blonde woman was the daughter of Maiyang's good friend Big Sister Marlin. When Maiyang took Mixia back to Earth to look for Shinra to reincarnate, this little girl was only 15 years old. In the blink of an eye, 16 or 17 years had passed. Landy had already started a family, and the man beside her was her husband, a martial arts practitioner with dark blue hair. Looking at the key in his body, he wasn't weak. Landy happily laughed and picked up her child. Uncle Maiyang rarely goes down the mountain, it's so lucky to meet you this time. Maiyang laughed. That's true, I'm quite close to your family. You can go to Great Azure Mountain anytime. Landy laughed and shook her head. It's a sacred place for martial arts. I would be embarrassed to disturb it. Maiyang laughed and looked at Landy's husband. Are you a martial arts practitioner? Yes. Landy's husband was a bit restrained. You're not weak. Maiyang smiled lightly. At this time, Landy introduced her husband to Maiyang. He is my husband, his name is Puster, and he is the director of your Kami School Martial Dojo. Maiyang looked at Puster with kind eyes. His approachability was what taught Landy's husband to be flattered. To be able to become the instructor of the Kami School Martial Dojo, your strength is not weak. Lord Maiyang is too kind. The man in front of him is the legendary god of martial arts. He largely created the Earth's current situation, not to mention the fact that he had saved the Earth many times. This kind of admiration was difficult for people who weren't martial arts practitioners to comprehend. Maiyang smiled and nodded toward him. His eyes shifted to the little girl Landy was holding in her arms. She had dark blue hair with a red ribbon tied on her side. Her face was very tender, and her black eyes were full of spiritual light. She was looking at him with a curious gaze. Is this your daughter? Yes, her name is Launch, and she is my child with Puster. Landy took her daughter's hand and waved it toward Maiyang. Little Launch, call him Grandpa. Uncle. Launch called out in a milky voice. Call Grandpa. Although Maiyang's appearance looked very young, According to the generation, he was Landy's uncle. So, Launch should call him grandfather. Uncle. Launch continued to call out. Yang laughed out loud. Little Launch is very discerning, just call me, uncle. He reached out and patted little Launch's head. He then carefully looked at the little girl. Her dark blue hair, the red-colored hairband, and the aura of weakness and easy bullying, this sense of resemblance. Could this child be the dual character of Launch in the original story? Landy, does this child have a dual personality? Uncle Yang, how can you know? Landy sighed in surprise. We never understood Launch's situation. Every time, after she sneezes, her personality will change. Landy was quite confused with Launch's situation. It really was the original Launch. Yang was a little surprised, looking at the petite little girl in front of him. The well-behaved look had the potential of a virtuous wife and mother, indeed in the future. Suddenly, he grabbed hair and gently waved it in front of her nostrils. Achoo! Little Launch couldn't help but sneeze. This time Launch's hair and eyes color all changed. Her dark blue hair suddenly became gold, and her black eyes also turned turquoise. This was the Super Saiyan body transformation. Looking at Launch's face turned fierce, Yang exclaimed in his heart. The current state of Launch was like the Super Saiyan. So, Launch was the earliest Super Saiyan. Launch, stop it. The little Launch, who turned blonde, was very restless and kept struggling in Landy's arms, making Landy was busy calming her down. Uncle Yang, what do you think should be done about Launch's situation? Landy looked at Yang with an expectant face, hoping that he could do something about it as the god of martial arts. Yang shook his head. Launch's dual personality is innate, and over-suppressing it is not good. Suddenly Yang thought of something and said, the blonde state of the little Launch potential is excellent. I see that it's quite a destiny. You should consider sending her to the Great Azure Mountain. I can arrange Calamity to guidance her. The original blue-haired Launch was too soft, but the blonde Launch was tougher. Unfortunately, she was keen to be a bandit, even when her strength wasn't strong. Yang thought it would be interesting if he made Launch as Canality's disciple. To be honest, after entering the Saiyan story in the Dragon Ball plot, the lovely Launch was drowned in the plot as if it had been forgotten. Not even her shadow could be seen. The last appearance was when Son Goku fought Majin Buu in the sacred world of the K, with elemental energy. She seemed to be working in a courier company. At that time, Launch's appearance had been a little older, and life was not very much as it should be. It was too bad that such a spiritual character was forgotten. Plus, now that Launch was the granddaughter of Big Sister Marlene, he should take care of her as an elder. Once Landy and Puster heard that Yang intended to take Launch into the wall, they were happy. Landy smiled and was busy nodding her head. Yes, of course. Yang laughed loudly. Then it's settled. When Canality returns in a few days, let her take Launch as her disciple. Yang really wanted to see if Launch would learn a skill. Thus, she wouldn't be a powerful bandit in the future. Chapter 278. Landy and her husband left with little Launch, while Yang continued to sit quietly in the tea house for a while. He estimated that Melissa and April had already finished shopping and got up to pay the bill and left. When he found Melissa, Yang noticed that Melissa had split into two people, Melia and Melis. They had bags full of things at this time, and when they saw Yang, they came running towards him. Yang took the package in their hands and looked inside. April's bag was filled with clothes and jewelry, all girly things, while the twins were all snacks and treats. These two girls, besides eating, what else do they know? Yang frowned. There is no need to buy so many things to eat, there are still plenty at home. Melia spat out her tongue, you know Saiyan appetite. If I don't eat more, I will have no strength. Yang was speechless. If April hadn't provided the Capsule Corporation's shares, his savings would have been eaten up by these two losers sooner or later. All you know is to eat. Can you be good like a little April? Yang sighed. Compared to the twin sisters, who only eat and couldn't make money, the housewife type, April, was much more virtuous. He now somewhat understood Kai's hard work in the original story. Humphrey. Melia coldly snorted but didn't retort. April narrowed her eyes, gurgling, and smiled. Senior brother, I have contacted Dr. Brief. In a few days, we will set up a company to develop and produce spatial containers. We discussed the name is called Capsule Corporation, which is provided by my senior brother. You guys can do it. If you encounter trouble, talk to me directly. Yang said, completely at ease. Although he had occupied a large part of the Capsule Corporation's shares because of his relationship with April, he wouldn't interfere at all with management matters. It would be most reassuring to give it to a professional. Got it. April's face bloomed with a smile. Next, he found a place where no one was and directly threw the big bags into the acceleration world. He then instantly moved to take the girls back to the Great Azure Mountain. When they returned home, He told them about bumping with Landy's family. If you are optimistic about that little launch, why don't you just take her as your disciple? Melia hung back on the sofa when she got home. Aizen gave her a blank look. I have enough trouble taking care of you guys. I don't have time to take care of little kids. After hearing this, Melia jumped up swiftly and pounced on Aizen with her teeth and claws. Unfortunately, Aizen was prepared and threw her back to the top of the sofa. So you just dumped the trouble to Canalita? Meliz hid her mouth and laughed lightly. Aizen said, Launch is very obedient. At least in the blue-haired state, she is excellent to take care of. As for her blonde state, although she's a little cranky, I think Canalita can handle it. I'm just saying. Melia pouted. You guys just watch. Aizen glanced over and saw the curved line on Melia's chest. He then went up to tighten the clasp on her chest. Melia hummed uncomfortably, with a lock of cloud-like hair tossed from side to side. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Canalita arrived at Great Azure Mountain after receiving a notice from Aizen. Central City previously invited her to be the guest of honor at the 18th World Martial Arts Tournament. So, she rushed over as soon as the tournament was over. Teacher, I heard that you found a little disciple for me? Canalita said when she saw Aizen. When Canalita arrived, Aizen was meditating in the courtyard. After sensing Canalita, he opened his eyes. That's right. It's Landy's child. Go and pick her up when you have time. So it's Landy's child. Canalita nodded her head. The 25-year-old Canalita was already quite mature and was fully capable of taking charge on her own to complete the tasks instructed by her teacher. After knowing the identity of her young disciple, Canalita didn't say anything more. She was also an acquaintance with Landy's family, which made things easier. Have you encountered any problems with your recent training? After explaining to Canalita about Launch's matter, Aizen was concerned about his disciple's training. Canalita immediately told Aizen about the difficulties she encountered in her training. After listening to her and thinking briefly, Aizen quickly gave a solution. Aizen's instructions were straightforward and very precise to pinpoint the root cause. It was only a few short words, but it made Canalita's mind clear. Teacher, I have some questions about Keioken, Canalita said thoughtfully. What's the problem? Canalita said, the Keioken is good, but the conditions for performing it are too harsh. It can't be performed without a certain profound level. There are so many martial arts practitioners in the lookout, but only a few of them can comprehend the Keioken. Such a move doesn't seem to make much sense to Earthlings. Keioken was the move created by North K, and it had an extremely high starting point for training. It was basically impossible to comprehend the mysteries of Keioken without systematic study. For Earthlings, Keioken was a profound martial art. So, trying to use it as a popular move would be impossible. Aizen engraved the Keioken in the martial crystal to allow Earth martial arts practitioners to learn this skill. Unfortunately, so far, not many people have learned this move. I have also considered this issue. Keioken is a martial art collection of great accomplishment. Its roots are not in Earth martial arts, so beginners are bound to encounter great problems. Aizen thought about it and said, if we want to popularize Keioken, we must improve on its principles. It is a very advanced work. Canalita frowned slightly, knowing the difficulty of it. Right. Aizen nodded seriously. It took North Kai millions of years to research Keioken, and it would be difficult for Aizen to modify it to adapt to the strength of his current strength. However, it might not take much time to reduce the strength and just fit the Earthling stage. When he thought of this, Aizen felt that he should find North Kai to discuss with him about Keioken. It looks like I need to sort out the Keioken. Meanwhile, you can take care of Launch's matter. Aizen waved his hand and explained about Launch. He was especially talking to her about Launch's dual personality physique. Canalita nodded her head, decently. It was her first time leading a disciple, and her attitude was solemn. After Canalita left, Aizen talked to the girls about his intention to go to the North Kai's planet. Melia and Meliz had been to the North Kai's planet when they were still Mixia. The poverty atmosphere emanated from everywhere there, and the twin sisters wouldn't be interested in the North Kai's planet. So, they waved their hands and let Aizen go on his own. They wouldn't follow. The two sisters were too spoiled and should be allowed to suffer a little. So, without saying a word, Aizen dragged them to North Kai's planet with instant transmission. Space above Otherworld, North Kai's planet. In the pink space, auspicious golden clouds were floating. At one end of the dense auspicious clouds was the end of the winding serpentine path, below which floated a small green planet of more than 50 meters in diameter. Aizen, we said we're not coming back. Why did you bring us along? Melia chattered on about her dissatisfaction. Yes, the North Kai's planet is not interesting at all. Meliz also frowned. For their level, the gravity of the North Kai's planet wasn't even useful for training. They had learned the North Kai's masterpiece Kaioken a long time ago, and it was impossible to learn the spirit bomb, so they didn't have to come here. Yang glanced at them and laughed. You also know that the North Kai is very boring. So, consider it as a company for me. Humphrey. The two sisters hummed together and then merged into Melissa. She was dumbfounded and looked around North Kai's planet. She then saw a brown gorilla looking at them curiously with its head tilted, shouting uh-oh, uh-oh. Yo, long time no see, Bubbles. Go find North Kai. Yang raised his hand to greet Bubbles. After breaking through the 4th limit, his dimensional level was promoted to the 5th dimensional level, which was already on par with North Kai. Chapter 279 with uh-oh, Bubbles cocked his head to look at Yang and Melissa, seemingly not recognizing them. When Yang saw it, he obviously knew that he had overestimated Bubbles' intelligence. The gorilla didn't recognize them at all, so he walked straight through Bubbles toward the North Kai's hut. Upon knocking on the door, the room was empty. North Kai was not in his place. Where the hell did he go? With a chant on his lips, Yang sensed North Kai's key and determined that North Kai was above this divine planet. At this time, beep beep beep, a few long honking sounds came. Stepping out of the room, he saw North Kai was driving an old red car, traveling over at a plodding speed. The speed was meager. Yang eyebrows raised, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. He walked faster than North Kai's driving. North Kai was so idle that he had nothing else to do and drove a small car around the North Kai planet. But then again, this divine planet of the North Kai was indeed a little smaller. Living on it was like being in jail. Not being suffocated was already an indication that the North Kai's mental quality was relatively high. If he didn't find something to amuse himself, wouldn't he die of boredom? Who are you? North Kai jumped down from the car and pointed at Yang but couldn't remember his name. Yang. Yes, your name is Yang. North Kai walked up to Yang and carefully sized him up. I haven't seen you for decades, and your strength has grown quite fast. I can't even see through you anymore. Huh, level 5 dimension. How on earth did you train? North Kai suddenly rubbed his eyes in disbelief and was shocked on the spot. Only a few decades had passed, and Yang's level had actually risen to the level 5 dimension, which was already comparable to him. When he came to the North Kai planet, he was only a level 3 dimension. When did it become so easy to raise life dimensions? Yang said, because I have been training in the Grand Kai's planet for several years. North Kai shook his head. Even if you trained on the Grand North Kai's planet, it is impossible to raise the life dimension so quickly. Yang added, also, I trained in the God of Destruction planet for some time. God of Destruction planet, what kind of place is that? North Kai didn't react for a moment after hearing this, still thinking about which mysterious place the God-destroying planet could substantially raise dimensional life level, making him want to go and see it. Suddenly he thought of something, and his face became stiff. He then asked in a small voice, the God of Destruction planet you are talking about, it can't be the place where the God of Destruction, Lord Beerus lives, right? Only a few places in the universe were qualified to be called God World, not to mention the word destruction in front of it. Yang nodded with a smile. Indeed, it was Lord Beerus' place. I was fortunate to be appreciated by Lord Beerus and was invited to practice in the God of Destruction planet. Of course, the main thing was to go to the God of Destruction planet as a chef. The training was only incidental. Yang pretended in front of people. Of course, he picked the shiny side to say. North Kai didn't know who this was, but the God of Destruction Beerus, he was aware of. His North Kai planet turned out to be quite huge. Just because he somehow provoked the God of Destruction Beerus slapped his planet into what it was today. So, whenever he thought of the God of Destruction Beerus, the North Kai trembled in his heart. Who could understand the suffering in his heart? Your opportunities are prosperous. Did Lord Beerus do anything to you? North Kai shivered a little bit, looking at Yang. Yang glanced at North Kai and said, how should I say, I was well fed and entertained when I was in the God Destruction planet. What the hell? Not waiting for Yang to finish, North Kai cried out loudly. What an honor it was to be entertained by the God of Destruction Beerus. No wonder his life dimension increased so fast, he might have been taken as the mantle heir by Lord Beerus. When he thought about what had happened to him, tears flowed down his face. Cough cough. Yang coughed a few times dryly. He hadn't finished his words. He was entertaining Wiz and God of Destruction Beerus in the God of Destruction planet with good food and drink, not the other way around. However, since North Kai had misunderstood, he simply didn't bother to explain. Who is this girl? After crying for a while, North Kai swept his sight towards Melissa. Yang said, she is my wife, Melissa, the reincarnation of Mixia. North Kai looked at Melissa and nodded, so it was that impure-minded soul body back then that succeeded in reincarnation. When Mixia was in her soul state, North Kai was able to see through her essence at a glance. After reincarnation, Mixia had a physical body, so it was not easy to see through. When Melissa heard what North Kai said about her past life, her face blushed for a moment. Her body couldn't help but burst out with a powerful aura. "What did you mean by impure mind?" It was too much. Ma Yang's reaction was quick. He pressed Melissa down when her aura was just about to burst out. "North Kai, I'm here this time mainly to discuss the Keioken. Didn't you already learn the Keioken?" North Kai asked curiously. "The situation is like this." Next, Ma Yang talked about the situation he encountered. When he said that as the power level was approached 100 million, there was a delay of Keioken, North Kai was already too shocked to speak. 100 million power level? North Kai shivered in his heart, worthy of being the one who was favored by Lord Beerus. His strength increase was too fast. 100 million power level, he couldn't even think about it. Coughing lightly, North Kai pretended to maintain his majesty and said, "It is already sporadic for Keioken to increase to this level of strength. Although Keioken is the crystallization of my life, above 100 million power level, there is nothing I can do." Knowing that it was impossible to get a technique of improvement here at the North Kai's planet, Ma Yang retreated and stated his intention to downgrade Keioken and popularize it to the Earthling. Transforming Keioken to fit the Earthling physique is something that can be studied. North Kai nodded his head. The original Keioken was condensed from the martial arts he collected from many planets in the North area. The starting point for training was extremely high and not necessarily suitable for Earthlings. It would take a little time if it was modified for the Earthling's physique, but it wasn't impossible to achieve. This was something that North Kai could help with, but it would take two people to figure it out together. Just as long as it can be achieved. Ma Yang smiled lightly, then released the acceleration world's power, and at once absorbed several people into the acceleration world. For suddenly transferring to an unfamiliar environment, North Kai showed extremely high psychological quality. When he noticed that the huge planet in front of him possessed powerful divine ki no less than the North Kai's planar, he still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air backward. What is this place, and why does it have a spatial intensity no less than that of the North Kai's planet? Ma Yang explained vaguely, "This is planet Wudao, you can think of it as my divine planet. The time flow rate here can be expanded to 32 times that of the outside world. We can take our time to study Keioken here." Ma Yang was called the god of martial arts on Earth, and the name planet Wudao was quite appropriate. Just after he finished his words, North Kai wowed and cried. This was someone's divine planet, which was as big as a real planet. Looking at the vast mountains and rivers, the lofty and towering mountains, and the splendid palaces behind, this was where the gods live. It was said that happiness was contrasted. Compared with this divine planet, his North Kai's planet was just like a doghouse. The aura of poverty was revealed everywhere. Ma Yang, what's wrong with him? Melissa pointed to North Kai and whispered. Ma Yang said, "Let him cry a little. North Kai is aggravated." Melissa looked at him, pitifully, "He's so miserable." North Kai cried for a while, then wiped down his sunglasses and looked at Ma Yang with envy and jealousy, as expected of someone who is favored by Lord Beerus. The treatment is just different. Ma Yang didn't move and didn't answer. Since the North Kai misunderstood, he would continue to misunderstand. He would only waste his time if he explained. So in the following days, Ma Yang and North Kai began to discuss the improvement of the Keioken. However, he didn't focus all his attention on Keioken but also did spar with Melissa from time to time. Chapter 280. When North Kai was brought to the acceleration world by Ma Yang to develop the Keioken, in the second headquarters of Frieza forces, Frieza sat on the egg-shaped spaceship, with a grim face listening to the report of Zarbon's work. These years Frieza had been through a lot of trouble. In addition to the harassment from the Galactic Patrol, there were also a variety of unexpected events to deal with. 11 years ago, he fought with the mysterious Shadow Man. Although the Shadow Man was finally defeated, which greatly increased Frieza's reputation, Frieza's headquarters planet was destroyed and relocated to the second headquarters. The Jinyu force was wiped out 7 years ago, which left Frieza's hands missing a sharp edge. A similar blow was inflicted on Cooler's armored squadron and King Cold's strongest squadron. The attackers appear to be the same group of people. This was because the tree was so big that someone was targeting their forces. Frieza had been investigating the cause of the Jinyu force's destruction for several years, but the specific perpetrators never showed up. The Jinyu force was repeatedly wiped out, which already made Frieza angry. So, Frieza was uncomfortable without uncovering this mysterious force as if he was stuck in his throat. Zarbon, how does Slug control of that territory he occupied? Frieza's scarlet eyes burst out of the compelling cold light. Rumor had it that the ruler of the border area between the North area and East area had disappeared for many years for no reason. Now, many predators with a certain amount of strength were aiming their attention at that territory. Frieza, who certainly joined them, was busy expanding his territory. Zarbon truthfully reported the situation. Frieza Force collaborated with King Cold's Legion and has occupied a large area in the past few years. Ho ho ho, finally we hear some good news. Frieza narrowed his eyes, and his heart flowed much more freely. King Frieza. Zarbon came forward and said, on the way to the edge of the north area, my subordinate passed by a mysterious planet and found a magical fruit tree on it. The trunk of that fruit tree was huge. The branches and leaves were huge that it covered almost the entire planet. Frieza was very surprised to hear. He rubbed his chin and said, do you know what kind of fruit tree it is? Zarbon reported, my subordinate was confused. After returning, I looked up a lot of information and determined that its name was Tree of Might. Frieza was surprised, what is Tree of Might? This Tree of Might is a kind of demon tree, very authoritative. Once rooted, it will absorb the entire planet's essence until the planet is completely desertification. Even a small grass can no longer grow. The Tree of Might will condense dark red fruits. It is said that the fruit of the Tree of Might is a fruit that can only be consumed by gods. Interesting. What is the effect of this fruit? Frieza asked with interest. Because it is condensed from the life essence of the whole planet, it is recorded that the Tree of Might fruit can greatly increase the strength and lifespan of the person taking it. As soon as Zarbon's words were finished, Frieza was amazed and jumped up from the little spaceship with a pair of fierce scarlet eyes stared deadly at Zarbon. Frieza had great power. For power, he didn't have too much pursuit, but if the Tree of Might fruit could really increase life expectancy, he was determined to get it. Are all these things you said true? In the face of Frieza's breathtaking pressure, Zarbon said, King Frieza, everything is true. I am sure that the giant tree is the Tree of Might. Where is the exact location? It is located in the southeast part of the north area near the east area region, on a living planet called Planet Monster. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Zarbon, this is the best news I have heard so far. Frieza laughed loudly and patted Zarbon's shoulder. If this news is true, I will praise you. When the time comes, you will also have a share of the fruit from the Tree of Might, Mr. Zarbon. Zarbon humbly said, thank you for the reward, King Frieza. When the time comes, the Tree of Might fruit would definitely be a large share for Frieza. However, to get a part of it, Zarbon was satisfied. He didn't want to take it for himself because he had seen the desperate power that Frieza showed and didn't think he could surpass Frieza after getting the Tree of Might fruit. Zarbon was living under Frieza's command. Instead of risking a great deal of private possession of the Tree of Might fruit, it was better to contribute generously in exchange for greater appreciation of King Frieza. Besides, the Tree of Might fruit was so important that even if Zarbon wanted to take it for himself, he felt powerless against the other forces eyeing it. It would be better for Frieza to shield it from the storm. Are the news all blocked? Zarbon was as modest as a gentleman and elegant in his demeanor. The entire planet monster is heavily guarded, absolutely foolproof. Frieza nodded his head in a comfortable mood and said emphatically, absolutely no outsiders must know, especially Cooler. When he said this, Frieza's tone was significantly aggravated. He could share the news with King Cold, but Cooler must not know. Yes. Please rest assured, King Frieza. Zarbon nodded vigorously. Find an excuse, and I will personally go to the top of Planet Monster. After thinking about it, Frieza still felt uneasy. He could only be completely at ease if the Tree of Might were kept under his nose to keep an eye. Zarbon, of course, obeyed the order and then found a reason to assemble a team. When Frieza gave the order, the vast army flew towards the distant planet of Munster. Time soon passed for more than a year. Not only Frieza's army's voyage in the universe, but there was also another scene in Ma Yang's acceleration world. On the wide seat, North Kai was comfortably lying on it. Next to it was the coffee table with various fruits and snacks, and the warm daylight shining down, very comfortable and soothing, which made North Kai didn't even want to go back. Under the time flow of 32 times, North Kai had already sorted out the Kaioken practiced for the Earthlings. Of course, the Kaioken at this time had been degraded and became more suitable for the Earthlings to practice. North Kai named it Kamiken. Wow! At that moment, the ground shook violently, and a roaring force came from everywhere. When North Kai took off his sunglasses, he saw a crimson pillar of energy rising from the sky. A silver and a gold figure were fighting in the sky, so fast that even North Kai could only see a blurred shadow. North Kai paid attention for a while and couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being the one who was favored by Lord Beerus. Ma Yang's power is too terrifying. Perhaps Frieza is not even his opponent. Until now, King Cold and 2 of his sons had been a big problem for North Kai within the north area. However, North Kai was not strong enough, and there were no strong masters in the north area. So, even when King Cold and 2 of his sons were in north area, there was nothing he could do. North Kai was not quite sure about the strength of Frieza's final form. However, he thought Frieza was at least at the same level as Miang. If Miang was willing to help, maybe the problem that had been bothering him for years could be solved. He had helped Miang improve the Kaioken, so he wondered if Miang was willing to help him. At least Miang could do it to respect him. North Kai laughed as he played his little game in his heart. Turning to Melissa, who was fighting with Miang, he thought this strange woman was even more eccentric than Miang. Her age was a lot younger than Miang, but her strength was particularly outstanding. I heard that Melissa is Saiyan, but she doesn't even have a tail. Her ki is also different from the Saiyan of planet Vegeta. Although Saiyan was a warrior race, they weren't that strong. Was there another race of Saiyans outside the North area? North Kai couldn't understand the situation of Melissa, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Now, if he could have a good relationship with this couple, he would have something to rely on in the future when the North area was in chaos. While North Kai was thinking, Miang and Melissa were facing each other from a distance in the distant sky. His body was burning silver-white flame, and his black hair was straight up in flames. Miang was wearing a black undershirt, and his form was like a Saiyan in a Super Saiyan transformation. Opposite him, Melissa's hair was also black, but her eyes were golden, and her body burned with a mixture of golden and green flames. They both had 300 times the gravity exerted on their bodies, as well as huge bondage of spatial rules. Otherwise, with their 70 to 80 million power level, even the surface of planet Wudao couldn't withstand such a huge energy impact. Chapter 281 Acceleration World, Over the Vast Forest. Maintaining their strongest state, Miang and Melissa continued to practice against each other. Both of them were under huge gravity and spatial restraints, but once they fought, the wind still swept through them, unusually terrifying. A loud rumbling sound. The two crimson energies roared and crashed together. Miang and Melissa brushed past each other, then quickly reversed their direction and came crashing towards each other. Their movements were extremely fast, like two lightning bolts repeatedly colliding, flashing up sparks while rolling around a burst of harsh wind blades. Melissa's pale and smoky eyebrows were slightly raised. Her golden eyes looked toward Miang, who was burning with a silver-white flame not far away. Suddenly Melissa's body straddled forward, penetrating the foggy space. Her body incomparably nimble to come in front of Miang. The corner of his mouth rose as he looked at the sudden approach of Melissa. A silver-white energy spread in all directions. One of his arms suddenly poked forward and grabbed Melissa's arm directly, then threw it upward. He then moved quickly above Melissa the moment her body flew out. Bang! Both hands clasped fists smashed down. Melissa's arms protect her chest as Miang's fist collided with her arm. A black shadow rushed straight down from the sky, dragging up a string of fierce impact airflow afterward. When approaching the ground, Melissa released a wave of ki to break free from the downward trend. Miang's strength was much stronger than Melissa's. The reason why it seemed to be evenly matched was that Miang was under greater restraint. One thing that was good about the acceleration world was that the rules inside could be adjusted according to Miang's wishes. Thanks to the training environment created by the acceleration world, Miang and Melissa was able to keep getting exercise. The battle with Melissa continued for a long time, and only when the vast forest was covered with shadows, punches, and palm shadows, Miang ended the battle. Both sides were exhausted and panting like cattle. That's all for this time. Tearing off his clothes, which were already rotten to cloth, Miang twisted his neck, which immediately resounded with a crackling sound. Across from him, Melissa was also undressed, exposing a large area of white skin like snow. Her two long legs were also uncovered. Looking at Melissa's ragged appearance, Miang's eyebrows raised. In high-energy battles, clothes were quite fragile and most easily damaged. Although Melissa's current appearance was a feast for his eyes, such an image would be harmful if she was in a real battle. With a snap of the fingers, a magical force attached to the two, and then a white light changed into brand new clothes. Just like North Kai's restoration of Son Goku's clothes in the original story, all the gods who had reached a certain level of life dimension more or less have some magical ability. It seems that we have to find a way to get a few sets of clothes that are not easily damaged. Miang was a very petty person. He would never let others take advantage of his wife. Once he told Melissa about his idea, Melissa stroked down her ink-like black hair with a pair of bright eyes penetrating a smile. The strength of our level? Even the strongest battle armor will be damaged in battle. Then we can use the Dragon Balls to wish for a few pieces of self-repairing clothes. Miang thought about it and said. Shinran's was limited and couldn't possibly withstand energy attacks in battle. However, Miang could have Shinran create several battle armor that could repair themselves after damage. The speed of repair should be fast, preferably faster than the speed of naked eye recognition. This is possible. Melissa's eyes lit up for a moment, and she nodded with a smile. If you had a problem, look for the Dragon Balls. This was the most effective solution. Now the Earth Dragon Ball in their hands had long lost its mysteriousness, and it could only be of use in everyday times. The two finalized their next plan and looked at each other with a big smile. They then flew to the North Kai. This is the improved version of the Kaioken that you want. Although it has become suitable for Earthlings to practice, the power has also appeared to be reduced. For the time being, it will be called Kamiken. North Kai took out the document that recorded the Kamiken. Thank you. Maayang took the document and put it away. North Kai waved his hand with a flat face. It's nothing. It didn't take much effort. After saying that, North Kai swept a lingering glance at Maayang's planet Wudao and thought of his own pocket-sized North Kai's planet. His heart was incomparably envious. Now send me back to North Kai's planet. Don't you want to stay a little longer? North Kai shook his head. No, the whole North area needs my supervision. I can't be as dashing as you guys. Maayang laughed. Okay, I'll send you back now. With that, he waved his hand to open the passage to the outside of the acceleration world. Maayang locked the North Kai's planet location, only to see soft energy wrapping several people up. After a flash, North Kai had returned to his North Kai's planet. In the face of a suddenly cramped environment, North Kai was momentarily unable to adapt. There was only deep envy in his eyes for Maayang's divine planet. Earth, Great Azure Mountain. When Maayang and Melissa returned, April happened to go to an academic conference, so she was not home. Instead of staying at home, Maayang and Melissa went directly to the residence of their disciple Canalita. They saw Canalita standing in the courtyard from a distance, holding a whip to train a little blonde girl who looked only 4 or 5 years old. That little girl looked aggrieved and didn't dare to speak out in anger. Snap! The whip in Canalita's hand hit the ground. Launch, move a little more. Arms up. Wrong again. Okay. The blonde launch stubbornly flattened her mouth, discontent in her heart but didn't dare to show it. Canalita, aren't you being too strict with a little girl like that? Maayang and Melissa came from afar and said in a gentle voice. Teacher's wife, Melissa. Canalita respectfully addressed Maayang and Melissa and then said seriously, it's not a matter of being strict or not. If Launch wants to become stronger, she must receive such training from a young age. Teacher, you used to train me like this. I had to run around the Big Azure Mountain several times a day when I was as big as Launch. Maayang smiled. He did train Canalita this way back then, but Canalita was extremely fit and could withstand such training. Another look at the blonde Launch, her little face was red. Her face aggrieved, she looked like a little girl who had been abused. The blonde Launch's character was somewhat unruly, but now the look was bizarre and pitiful. Launch, you go aside to rest first. Seeing that Canalita had something to say, Maayang shook his head. The desire for speed is not enough. Different people should have different training methods. Stupid birds want to fly first, provided that their wings have grown full. So, they are taught according to their abilities. He let Launch go to the side to rest first, while Maayang gave the Kamiken that North Kai had compiled to Canalita, and let her study it herself. This is the Kaioken that you want. It is now suitable for Earthlings to practice. Really? Canalita took the Kamiken and flipped through it. Her eyes grew brighter as she looked at it and said joyfully, great, this is perfect for the Earthling's body. If it was used properly, it could bring out more effective power than the Kaioken. This is good, and you can do the spreading yourself. After all, you are the future Kami, you always need some merit. Thank you, teacher. Canalita smiled happily. She really admired her teacher too much now. He was worthy of being the god of martial arts, improving the training methods suitable for Earthlings in such a short period. If it were her, she might not have succeeded even if given more time. Chapter 282. After handing over the Kamiken to Canalita, Maayang completely let go of the matter, leaving the next promotion matters to his disciple to execute. Anyway, when he got the Kamiken, it was mainly for the martial arts practitioners in Canalita's tier. In the following days, Maayang and Melissa took the Dragon Ball radar as planned and left the Great Azure Mountain in their RV. On the way to enjoy the natural scenery, life was enjoyable. In recent times, with the full promotion of the capsule technology, the Earth's technology world was like being dropped by a giant bomb, rumbled and exploded a huge ripple. Thousands of families felt the convenience brought by capsule technology. Who would have thought that a small capsule could fit a house, a car, or an airplane? It was incredible. When you travel at home, just pack a small box of capsules, and it would take care of all the previous troubles. As you go, stop anywhere you wanted. As long as you found an open space, you could place a small building. So, it was a must for home travel. So, it was the beginning of a wave of technological transformation that swept the world. Now, the world's major groups' business departments were lining up to cooperate with the Capsule Corporation. A large number of products were installed with the capsule technology, and patent fees alone made the Capsule Corporation leap to become the world's most famous company. As the major shareholder, the benefit Maayang, Dr. Brief, and Dr. Jerogot was conceivable. Moreover, with Maayang as the support, no consortium had the guts to hit the Capsule Corporation's idea. The Capsule Corporation was like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger. In just over a year, it had become the largest corporation in scale. While Maayang and Melissa were comfortably looking for the Dragon Balls to pass the time, the North K, dressed in black, walked around. He was using the 2 tentacles on his head to review the situation in the lower realm. Suddenly, a small charred yellow grass caught the attention of North Kai. The small grass above the North Kai's planet was evergreen in all seasons, and each small grass represents a certain planet in the lower world. At this time, the unusual condition of the small grass triggered North Kai's suspicion. That side is near the east area, is something wrong? North Kai walked towards the withered little grass in doubt. The 2 tentacles on his head sparked up like antennae, and the situation in the north area southeast part immediately surfaced in his mind. Gradually, North Kai saw a desertified planet. On it grew a huge tree that shot up into the clouds, its luxuriant branches and leaves choosing the sky, at least tens of kilometers in extent. Its thriving roots penetrated deep inside the planet, constantly taking in the life essence of the planet. This huge tree, it's actually a tree of might. The tree of might was prevalent in the upper realm. That was the fruit tree planted by God. It needed divine energy and divine liquid to grow. The fruit produced could strengthen God's dimension and have the effect of prolonging life. For God-level characters like North K, the tree of might fruit was just a fruit to relieve the mouth and tongue, it was nothing special. However, the lower realm was different. The lack of divine energy in the lower realm was simply not a condition to grow tree of might. Once the tree of might seed sprouted, it would definitely absorb the attitude essence of the planet. Once the essence of a planet was lost, the planet would be reduced to a dead planet. Only the legendary Supreme Kai in charge of vitality could give life back the vitality of that planet. Which irresponsible deity discarded the seeds of the tree of might to the lower realm? North Kai was somewhat dissatisfied. At this point, the tree of might had grown, which meant that one of the planets under his jurisdiction would turn into a dead planet. North Kai expanded his search, vowing to find the person who did the evil. Just then, a disc-shaped spaceship entered the sight of North Kai, and Frieza's cold and heartless face appeared in front of North Kai. The cold key passed over, and North Kai staggered backward a few steps, almost fell to the ground. Frieza, how could that villain appear in the southeast part of the north area? North Kai was shocked and hurriedly investigated Frieza's route. He found that his spaceship was heading towards the planet Munster, where the tree of might was growing and was about to enter the planetary system where planet Munster was sitting. It's over, Frieza's target is planet Munster. If Frieza got the fruit of the tree of might, there was no telling what kind of storm he would create. If it were just a tree of might, the North Kai wouldn't be so anxious. However, the problem was that seeds were born from the tree of might fruit. If Frieza got a taste of it and planted tree of might on a large scale, his north area would be finished. This is trouble. North Kai was so anxious that he kept spinning around. He then remembered Maayang, who might be the only one capable of stopping Frieza at this time. Thinking of this, the North Kai hurriedly found the Earth's location and then contacted Maayang through the North Kai's telepathy. When North Kai's voice came through, Maayang and Melissa had already collected all the Dragon Balls and made a wish to make several sets of battle armor. Maayang, something big has happened. What's wrong? Maayang, who was sitting with Melissa by the river grilling fish, asked. Frieza, that villain, has set his eyes on a planet in the north area with a tree of might growing on it. If Frieza gets the tree of might fruit, the north area will be finished. The tone of North Kai was very urgent, and his voice was shaking as he spoke. Perhaps afraid that Maayang didn't know the origin of the tree of might, North Kai explained the tree of might characteristics again. North Kai pleaded, now the only people in the north area who can stop Frieza are only you and Melissa. I beg you to stop Frieza. Where is the exact location? Maayang knew the efficacy of the tree of might and the tree of might fruit. If he let Frieza get it, it would indeed cause big trouble. North Kai hurriedly said, southeast part of the north area, on a planet called Planet Munster, I will transmit the exact address to you. As if he had grabbed a lifeline, North Kai hurriedly transmitted Planet Munster's coordinates to Maayang. Frieza actually ran to the north area southeast part, and it was almost close to the east area. Maayang received the coordinates with some surprise, but once he thought that the tree of might was there, he understood somewhat. Frieza had always pursued immortality. If he knew the effect of the tree of might fruit, not to mention the north area southeast part, he would also run to it even if it is central area. Speaking of which, though, the tree of might was indeed a good thing. Leave the matter of Frieza to us. Thank you, The safety of the North area depends on you. North Kai said gratefully. After cutting off the contact with North Kai, Yang looked at Melissa, eating grilled fish at the side and telling her about Frieza. Melissa's eyes lit up fiercely, and she was emotionally excited. Are you going to fight? I'll go with you this time. The full burst of Melissa had 60 to 70 million power level, coupled with a bizarre superpower. Yang did not refuse her request to go with him. Frieza's full power is 120 million power level. Although this power of his is not too stable, you still have to be careful. Melissa nodded her head, excitedly. She liked fighting very much. Yang gave Melissa a light tap on the head and told her to take it easy. This time she was facing Frieza. She must not be careless. The first thing he did was to use instant transmission to lock in the location of the planet given to him by North Kai. After a flash of light, Yang and Melissa disappeared simultaneously, reappearing on a planet called Planet Munster in the far north area southeast part. Planet Munster. The huge tree branches covering the sky extended to the outer surface of the atmosphere. The leaves were spreading like a huge umbrella page, blocking the warm sunlight from the star outside. Wow, is this the Tree of Might? It's too big. With a cry of surprise, Melissa looked with wide eyes at the giant tree reaching into the clouds, with a dark red fruit hanging between the leaves. The same large tree she had only seen in the God of Destruction planet. However, the God of Destruction planet's tree was filled with a lofty, pale aura, much more advanced than the Tree of Might in front of her. These fruits are Tree of Might fruits. It is said that eating one can greatly increase energy and lifespan. Yang landed on a tree branch, reached out, and plucked a fruit. He put it in his mouth and bit into it. It was sour and tasted quite good. Chapter 283 Chapter 283 The Tree of Might fruit was the fruit that came from absorbing the essence of the living planet, which was not very useful to high-level god. However, for mortals, the Tree of Might fruit could replenish energy and enhance internal vitality, but only for those below the million of power level. Unfortunately, Yang's dimension level was level 5, equal to Kai. His power level was even at the 10 million power level, so the Tree of Might fruit was no different from ordinary fruit, except that it tasted good. However, this didn't mean that Yang would give up these fruits in front of him. Feeling the key above Planet Munster, Yang frowned slightly. It seemed that there were a lot of Frieza force above Planet Munster. The strength was mostly around 4 or 5,000. This kind of strength, Yang didn't put in mind at all. What he was concerned about was the upcoming Frieza. Let's collect all the Tree of Might fruits here and leave none of them to Frieza. With that, Yang pointed to the green fruits. Even those that are not ripe, pluck them all together. Melissa sniffed, her clean face revealed a smile. The Tree of Might fruit wasn't beneficial to her either, but the Tree of Might fruit's taste was good as a fruit. The Saiyans had few other virtues, and they weren't picky eaters. Leave it to me. I promise not to leave a single one behind. Melissa warbled. Her body then floated up a few thousand meters to reach the place where the trunk of the Tree of Might forks, then raised her arm. At once, a greenish glow emanated from her palm, which soon transformed into a huge tornado storm, in which each bundle of cyclones was a sharp energy blade. Clap, clap, clap. Just like cutting leeks, half-inch milliseconds of light flashed in the air. As if the gale was sweeping down the leaves, thousands of uncountable Tree of Might fruits fell like rain. Whether it was a dark red ripe fruit, or a half-green, or green fruit, Melissa didn't let go of any of them. The superpower in her hand was held upward, and a large number of fruits were gathered together. Looking at the Tree of Might fruits piled up like a small mountain in front of her, Melissa's eyes had narrowed into a crescent shape. These fruits, I can eat them for a long time. Seeing that Melissa didn't let go of any of them, Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. These fruits weren't useful to them, but they were of great use to others. So, of course, the more they picked, the better. After nodding towards Melissa, Yang opened the Acceleration World's passage and put all the Tree of Might fruits on top of the Wudao planet. He then looked at the huge fruit tree behind him, and with a tap on his head, Yang remembered something and leaped up to the top of the Tree of Might. Looking up, the huge Tree of Might was like an umbrella covering the top of Planet Munster. Such a huge tree, no wonder it sucked the essence of the planet dry. With his eyes looking at the top of the Tree of Might, Yang finally found a well-hidden Tree of Might fruit near the main trunk of the giant tree. Unlike normal fruits, this one was dark golden. Found it. With a happy face, Yang took the fruit into his pocket. Although ordinary fruits contained great energy, they couldn't be used as seeds, only the golden fruit at the top of the trunk could be used as seeds. There were not many golden fruits, and a Tree of Might might only produce 4 or 5 of them. With these Tree of Might seeds, Yang could also plant Tree of Might on his planet Wudao. Planet Wudao had risen to level 5 strength with Yang's advancement, and with the ubiquitous divine key in the Acceleration World, The whole environment was like the divine world. So, there was no need to worry that the Tree of Might would suck planet Wudao dry. When he thought about the future of the planet Wudao planted with Tree of Might, the shade of the trees, and Senzubins below the shade, this picture was so beautiful. Time passed, and while Maayang and Melissa were having fun picking the harvest, the Frieza Force's aliens stationed on planet Munster were all panicked. Where is the fruit? Where did all the fruit go? King Frieza will be here soon. What can we do? This can't be good. If Frieza's account of the Guardian task weren't completed, their heads wouldn't be saved. At this time, all the aliens present panicked and could only watch as a Tree of Might fruit inexplicably flew away. Who are you, people? The aliens belonging to the Frieza Force stirred and finally discovered Maayang and Melissa. However, not a single Tree of Might fruit was left on top of the Tree of Might at this time. Damn. If King Frieza knew about the situation here, they would be dead. All the aliens' eyes were glowing red. Only by arresting the person who stole the fruit in front of them and asking about the fruit's whereabouts would they be able to make up for their mistakes. Arrest them. Quickly tell the whereabouts of the fruit, or when King Frieza comes, you will not be able to live. The aliens affiliated with the Frieza Force came forward, surrounded Maayang as they said. Unfortunately, in the face of their threats, Maayang disdainfully shook his head. Frieza Force is nothing good. Even their eyesight is not good. Melissa laughed. Except for using Scouter, they can't judge the opponent's strength. Their strength is also not good. The Frieza Force on planet Munster consisted of about 300 people, each with a power level of no less than 3,000. This force was already quite impressive. Even if it was placed on top of planet Vegeta, it was not a trivial force. Unfortunately, in front of Maayang and Melissa, this kind of low-strength power couldn't get them to take it seriously at all. Are you coming, or am I coming? Maayang asked with a smile. Melissa shrugged and tossed her black hair. You do it. I'm not interested in such a fight. Maayang laughed, then leave it to me. Suddenly a cold wind brushed the ground, and the leaves of the Tree of Might rustled. At this moment, it was as if the God of Death had come to planet Munster, and all the Frieza Force members felt a cold chill. They saw Maayang calmly stretching out his palm and looking at them with an indifferent face. The acceleration world rules broke open a big hole and descended on top of planet Munster, and the whole world seemed to become Maayang's domain. Obliterate. The palm of his hand squeezed into a fist, and a glorious light rose, making more than 300 aliens affiliated with the Frieza Force were dumbfounded, even their minds seemed to freeze. The next second, their bodies started to turn into powder from the bottom up, and when the wind blew, they completely disappeared. Melissa watched with considerable surprise and asked, when did you develop such a powerful move? Maayang shook his head and said, I just projected down the field of the acceleration world, it doesn't count as a movie. It wouldn't work for people whose strength is equal to or stronger than me. But this is also very powerful, Melissa said very seriously. As soon as Maayang explained, Melissa knew the principle of the obliterate move just now. In the acceleration world, Maayang was the supreme master, and all the rules were under his control. As the acceleration world continued to grow, Maayang projected some of the acceleration world rules into the outside universe, forming a small field. The outside universe would crowd this small field, but also could play a part in the authority. For the cosmic people's strength far weaker than Maayang was equivalent to control their life and death. Only those whose strength was equal to or far superior to his could be spared. At this time, if Melissa knew about Zeno, she would have realized that this move of Maayang had already taken the shape of the Zeno erase skill. Chapter 284 Maayang, should we destroy this Tree of Might? There was no more life on planet Munster except for Maayang and Melissa. Looking at the Tree of Might that didn't have a single fruit left, Melissa was thinking about whether to destroy it or not. Maayang shook his head and said, there is no need to destroy it. There is no more fruit and seeds on it, even if Frieza obtains it, it does not matter. With that, he took Melissa's thin waist and brought her to sit on top of a tree branch. He then contacted North K, when will Frieza's ship arrive? After a while, the North Kai's voice came. It's almost there. It's now approaching the planetary system where planet Munster is located. After listening, Maayang nodded his head and closed his eyes to sense that there was indeed an icy aura flying towards planet Munster. The real battle is about to start. Melissa, adjust your state. Melissa nodded vigorously with a glint of excitement in her eyes. She was about to fight a master, and the Saiyan blood in her body couldn't help but boil up. Do not underestimate Frieza. That villain is terrifying. North Kai's gruff voice rang in his ears. Don't worry. I know his strength very well. At the periphery of planet Munster, the vast and empty cosmic starry sky. Bright and dark starlight shining, like crystal dotted in the darkness of the night. Wow! A bright light quickly crossed the night sky, and when we looked closer, it was a brown disc-shaped spaceship. When approaching Planet Munster, the disc spaceship began to slow down, as if looking for a place to land. Inside the ship, Frieza stood sullenly in the command room. His eyes were looking out at a planet that had become dimly lit outside the spaceship, and on one side of the curved horizon, a huge mushroom-shaped plant could be vaguely seen. Ho 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 ho, that giant tree is the Tree of Might. It really absorbed the essence of the whole planet all. Frieza rubbed his chin, and his bloodshot eyes flashed a cold aura. To be sure, that is the Tree of Might. Zarbon humbly bent down. King Frieza, please prepare to enjoy the fruit of the Tree of Might. Well, very good. Frieza laughed openly. Planet Munster now really looked just like Zarbon said, the Tree of Might absorbed all the essence. Frieza wondered what kind of fruit could be produced by the Tree of Might, which had absorbed so much vital energy. Immortality might be just around the corner. When Cooler sees him, he can only obediently give way. When he thought of this, Frieza couldn't help but feel unprecedented excitement. The spaceship slowly through the atmosphere, landing on a wholly desertified land. This area was initially a riverbed, but with the Tree of Might growth, the river disappeared, and the muddy riverbank cracked with wind and cracks. Sha sha sha. Yellow sand filled the sky and raised the wind and sand. Frieza and Zarbon came out from the hatch of the spaceship, followed by many aliens who appeared like wasps. The group kept approaching the lofty and upright huge Tree of Might. The sky-blocking leaves blocked the sun, and no sunlight could be seen when standing underneath. It is indeed thriving. Its roots are already rooted in the inner part of the planet. Frieza said in a cheerful mood. As expected of a fruit tree planted by the gods, I am now getting more and more hopeful about the Tree of Might fruit. Mr. Zarbon, you lead the way to see if the Tree of Might fruit has ripened. Zarbon smiled like a gentleman and led Frieza towards the main trunk of the Tree of Might. On the way, Frieza kept commenting on the Tree of Might and looked very satisfied. Well, this huge fruit tree actually didn't even have a fruit. It must have concentrated the essence together. That was right, such a fruit possessed the effect of an increasing lifespan. Frieza and Zarbon came to the main trunk area of the Tree of Might and didn't see a single fruit on the way. However, Frieza's heart had already found a good excuse for this. If he knew that the fruit of the Tree of Might he was looking for had already been taken away by Ma Yang, what would be the expression? Mr. Zarbon, the fruit is around here, right? Frieza put his hands on his back courteously. Zarbon frowned a little and said, it should be in this location. It's strange. Where did those armies I left behind go? Frieza's face was still smiling, but his tone was indifferent as he joked, those people didn't sneak away to pick the Tree of Might fruit and escape, right? Zarbon said, please, King Frieza, trust the members of the Force. They will never betray the king. Just somehow, Zarbon's heart suddenly emerged a trace of ominous omen, as if something bad was about to happen, or had happened. Ho 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 ho, that's the best. Frieza laughed lightly. He was convinced that those of his men didn't have the guts to betray him. The search took a long time, but not even a single fruit was found. By this time, Frieza's face had turned grim, and he wondered if his men had embezzled the Tree of Might fruit he wanted. However, someone soon reported that all those army's spaceships were still stuck on top of Planet Munster. Strange. Where did all of my men and fruits go? Frieza's face was a bit gloomy. This time, with a click, Frieza stepped on something and lifted his foot to find a leftover fruit kernel with nibble marks on it. Frieza's eyes snapped. This is the Tree of Might fruit. Clang. Another fruit kernel fell from the sky, smashed into Frieza's head, and then fell to the ground. Frieza jerked up his head, just in time to see in more than 200 meters above the ground on the fork of a tree, a man and a woman were hugging each other sitting on it. The woman was continually wiggling her feet while eating the fruit and throwing fruit kernels below. Science. Frieza saw the appearance of the person in the tree. The corners of the mouth coldly squeezed out a few words. He picked up the fruit kernel and sniffed. A wonderful fragrant smell came over. Frieza knew then that this was the Tree of Might fruit he was looking for. However, it had already been eaten, and those two, surprisingly, were the scions from his many men. Frieza's guesses about Melissa deviated but didn't misidentify her racial identity. Scions, where is my Tree of Might fruit? I picked it. Where did you put the picked fruit? Frieza asked, still holding a glimmer of hope. I ate it. Melissa stuffed a Tree of Might fruit into her mouth, eating it so she would have the strength to fight. Well. Frieza was furious and bubbling with a cold aura. In a moment, the majestic energy spread out. It was as a deep cold chill that made Zarbon and the aliens who followed fall into the ice cellar, and their bodies seemed to freeze. Scions, it seems that I have been too kind to you by keeping you as my combatants. Because you ate my Tree of Might fruit, I will make your whole planet Vegeta pay the debt. Clap, clap, clap. Melissa clapped her hands with a cheerful look. Frieza looked like a universe emperor now. However, the more than 500,000 power level was still a little less. By the way, Yang said Frieza could transform, and now this power resulted from his suppression. He was a weird person, he had a powerful force, but he could only suppress it so much. Yang then stood up with Melissa in his arms. There was nothing to indicate that Frieza had identified them as Vegeta's Saiyans. If they admitted that he was wrong, Vegeta's Saiyans still had to take the blame. Melissa, go say hello and get rid of the aliens around Frieza. Yang's face was calm as he pointed at Zarbon and others beside Frieza, who by this time had given them a death sentence. Leave it to me. I'll send them all to the other world. Melissa tapped her chest, and her eyes turned golden yellow. A terrifying aura burst out, and before Frieza and Zarbon could react, green energy had swept over like a storm. This is not good. This Saiyan is extraordinary. Faced with the sudden attack, Frieza subconsciously felt the danger, which made him think of the light shadow man he met years ago. He hurriedly put his hands in front of his chest and prepared to transform, but it was already too late. The sharp energy blades cut on all the limbs, it was like entering a meat grinder, a stabbing pain rushed to the heart. Frieza's limb skin open flesh, clattering blood flowed on the ground. Bastard, you made this king injured. After the energy storm swept through, Frieza's face was gloomy, and his body was covered with scars. Huh, Mr. Zarbon. Frieza looked back, but the scene he saw made him furious. He saw his trusted man, Mr. Zarbon's face stiffened. His two eyes were bulging out, and his body covered with deep claustrophobic wounds. He had been tragically killed, along with those of his followers, all of whom had died in one fell swoop. Frieza gritted his teeth, and suddenly his anger was withdrawn. His face was calm as he looked at Melissa in front of him. His heart was squeezed to the peak of hostility, and he already had the impulse to destroy the planet. Chapter 285 Chapter 285 I can't believe you resisted my attack in this state. Seeing that Frieza didn't die in his first wave of attacks, Melissa shouted in surprise and turned to wrinkle her nose fiercely. Although Melissa didn't use her full strength in the attack just now, the energy value size was not something that Frieza could withstand in his base form. It was true that the power contained in Frieza's body would always block the fatal attack for him at the critical moment. Yang also looked at Frieza with the same surprise. In his expectation, originally, he thought that Melissa's attack would at least let Frieza break a few legs and feet. However, the result was only that the surface of his skin bloomed wounds. Compared to the last time when Yang transformed into a shadow man and fought Frieza, Frieza's ability to resist blows had improved significantly. Was this the genius of the Frieza clan? Even without training, the ability could be quickly improved. Or was it that after experiencing the last lesson, Frieza had targeted the strengthening of defensive capabilities? At this moment, Yang deeply felt the potential of Frieza. As long as he was given enough time to train, he could easily grow into an invincible master. Of course, the premise was that Frieza is subjectively aware of the importance of training. So, he couldn't give Frieza any more time to continue to get stronger. If he really forced out the golden Frieza, then Yang would only be surprised. Melissa, let's join forces to dispose of Frieza. A cold voice came out from Yang's mouth, followed by Yang no longer reserved. Silver pillars of light rushed up to the sky, and a terrifying aura then erupted on Planet Monster. In an instant, yellow sand filled the sky, raising sand and dust, and the entire Planet Monster shook violently. Yes. Melissa was also a master who didn't want to make a small fight. She was sweetly revealing a smile, and with a fling of her arm, an equally powerful aura took off into the air. The couple tacitly cooperated and pressed forward, and the two figures surrounded Frieza, blocking his way back. At this time, Yang's body was wrapped in silver flames, burning flames, not hot, but it gives incomparably heavy oppression. Under the crush of Yang's terrifying ki, Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if he couldn't perceive the existence of ki in detail, he could still see the terrifying energy in front of him. He really didn't expect that the two Saiyans in front of him actually possessed such an ominous power that could almost rival his final form. This was a joke. Frieza held a breath and didn't breathe. Suddenly an aura flashed in his brain, making Frieza's grim face showed a trace of clarity. Could it be that you are the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza asked with narrowed eyes. Such a terrifying power, only the legendary Super Saiyan rumored in the clan could be. In the past, Frieza thought that the so-called legendary Super Saiyan was just a heroic legend in which Saiyans put gold on their faces and deceived themselves. However, now it seemed that the legend was probably not empty. The Saiyans could really give birth to such a master. Frieza had 1,000 thoughts in his mind and had already made up his mind that he would have to deal with this unstable race of Saiyans after his return. Although the Saiyans were useful combatants under his command, as long as it threatened his rule, Frieza would exterminate without mercy. I am not a Saiyan. Yang said lightly. looking at Frieza's face that showed a look of disbelief. He smiled lightly, and the next moment his body suddenly fell short, leaving a blurred residue in place, reappearing already leaning to Frieza's front. This is not good. When did he get close? Frieza's eyes flashed doubt, and he was about to make a counterattack. Ma Yang's hand, which was as hard as a steel pincer, had fallen on Frieza's arm. In a whirlwind, Frieza had no time to react, and his body had been knocked out. Ma Yang flashed and appeared in the position where Frieza was about to arrive. His hands were clasped in fists and raised high, then struck down hard. Bang! His body twisted at an exaggerated angle and fell at high speed. Because of the greed for ease, Frieza's body restrained too much of his energy. Without releasing his full strength, he simply had to take a beating in the face of Ma Yang's attack. This time, Melissa also didn't stay idle. She came to below Frieza's fall, tilted her body, raised her leg, and bang, like kicking soccer, she kicked Frieza away. In a short instant, Frieza felt the pain through the heart. With blood spitting out of his mouth, Frieza let out a miserable scream of pain. The base form of Frieza was not a match for Ma Yang and Melissa. So, just a few attacks made him experience the powerlessness of the weak. This painful feeling, Frieza had tasted only 12 years ago in a battle with the Light Shadow Men. Damn it. They actually make this king feel the pain. I will kill them. Frieza viciously put out fierce words, but at this time, he had no prestige at all. I have to release the final form as soon as possible. As long as the full power is released, this kind of character is simply not enough to worry about. Wait and see, damn Saiyans, I will not let you go. Even though he suffered some pain now, but Frieza was confident that he was still invincible in his final form, and he would definitely settle this score with them then. Ma Yang, this cold-blooded lizard is not going to let us go. Melissa's face was cold, and her golden eyes flashed with cold light. Ma Yang said, then don't give him a chance, just kill him. Yes, yes. Melissa clapped her palms. In an instant, the air lurched, as golden and green energies tangled together. A shocking aura suddenly rose from her body. Boom. At this time, a transparent arrogance was burning all over her body. This energy flame in soft and violent components, and Melissa raised her power to the peak in one fell swoop. The power of the legendary Super Saiyan had already unfolded. Go to hell. Melissa took a step forward. Her body suddenly disappeared, making Frieza's eyes widened. He subconsciously looked around. Then he saw a fist appeared in his vision, getting bigger, and moved directly towards his head. The wild and rampant cyclone surrounding the fist, and the flow of light just stopped, containing the Iron Fist's endless power will mercilessly hit the Frieza head. Bang! Blood splashed up, and Frieza let out a painful scream. His head was smashed out of a hole. His body had been like a high-speed meteor, flying backward along the horizon. Frieza flew backward all the way, and soon there was no shadow. Where are you running? Ma Yang used the instant transmission and appeared above Frieza's parallel flight trajectory. His palm pressed to Frieza's shoulder, and with a boom, he struck a key wave with force. The trajectory of Frieza's flight was immediately bent at 90 degrees and moved straight toward the ground. Rumble. The violent impact resounded deafeningly. The entire planet monster shuddered violently, even the state of rotation was stationary for a second. Upon seeing the situation, Ma Yang's mouth's corner raised slightly after a successful move. A kick shovel threw Frieza out of the impact point. In the distance, Melissa had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Frieza's white body flying over, she reflexively kicked it. Bang! Frieza's face was distorted, the intense pain made him unable to speak. Both of his eyes stared at Ma Yang and Melissa, if this killing energy into substance, enough to penetrate several meters thick steel plate. Frieza couldn't say anything for a long time. It was as if he had been beaten to autism. North Kai watched dumbfoundedly at the North Kai's planet as Ma Yang and Melissa chased after Frieza and beat him up. He was already too surprised to speak. Great, Ma Yang and Melissa's power is actually so powerful. If they put in more effort, they might really be able to kill that bastard Frieza. North Kai thought excitedly. Frieza, his father, and his brother had been the most unstable factor in the North area. If they could get rid of Frieza, the North area's order would hopefully return to normal. But Frieza's life is callous. Why, I feel that his body also contains a more terrible power. North Kai carefully observed the situation on planet Munster and vaguely felt some uneasiness in his heart. Unconsciously, he gave North area a stand. Next to him, Bubbles shouted, tilting his head, not knowing what North Kai was looking at. Chapter 286 Hurry up and release it, my full power. Frieza, who was beaten up by the couple, was now incredibly remorseful about why he didn't exercise correctly so that he was still in his weakest state. If he could unleash his full power, no, not all, just 50% of his power, he would be able to fight back in turn. However, Yang simply didn't give him such an opportunity. Heavenly SKY beam. A bright white wave of ki descended from the sky, making Frieza's eyes condense into a pinpoint. His heart called out hard to the power in his body, but it was no help at all, and this powerful force soon swallowed him up. A loud rumbling sound was transmitted, and a mushroom cloud tens of thousands of meters high rose from the surface of planet Munster. At this moment, the energy comparable to tens of thousands of large-yield nuclear bombs were released together. The atmospheric structure was severely damaged, and a ring of shockwaves shattered space as it squeezed and spread out. If a person were standing in outer space, they could see a huge light rising in one of the planets, and then the shockwave immediately spread to the entire surface of the planet. The continental plates instantly fractured, hot magma and pungent smoke filled the air. Under the blow of the terrifying energy, planet Munster was like entering the starburst stage. When the smoke cleared a little, a huge ring-shaped impact crater of hundreds of thousands of meters square with an unknown depth appeared in the field of vision. The original flat ground had ceased to exist, and the magnificent spiritual tree was only a remnant, burning in the air with the last ashes. The surrounding cracked area that stretched out for millions of meters was littered with a horrific sight of disfigured faces. Frieza was lying miserably in the center of the impact crater, half of his body buried. Is Frieza dead? Melissa floated in the void. Not yet, his ki is still there. Yang stared straight ahead, knowing in his heart that this attack couldn't kill Frieza. Even if with the power that could destroy the whole planet, it couldn't simply kill Frieza. He's such a tough guy. Melissa snapped her tongue. Yang nodded gently. Frieza was indeed adamant. Among the many villains, he had lived the longest. Even in planet Namek and Earth, he was forced into a desperate situation by Son Goku and Trunks several times, but he still came back from hell after many years. His power even rose and turned into Golden Frieza. Even when he had repeatedly defeated, but the stronger the fight, the better he got. Looking calmly at Frieza in the ground, disturbing energy suddenly swept over. Yang's heart burst as he saw Frieza's scarred hands, feet, and tail swelling rapidly without warning, and with a boom, the violent and rampant energy was suddenly released. This is not good. Faced with a sudden and violent impact, Yang pulled Melissa's arm and led her to teleport some distance away. At the back of planet Munster, Yang appeared with Melissa. As soon as he appeared, he felt a hot impact coming from behind him, while the energy that covered the sky impacted over. Yang, what's going on? That guy, Frieza, actually blew himself up. Yang cursed with a gloomy face and stagnated with Melissa in the high air covered by the awe-inspiring aura. What's going on? Why Frieza's ki has become stronger. Suddenly Melissa sensed an evil aura that can freeze even a soul was released. Melissa shivered, and her face turned a few shades whiter. Yang looked grave up and said, Frieza released his full power. With self-destructive arms and legs to buy him some time, Frieza was ruthless to others and himself. However, this was also because Frieza was forced to be really out of options. If he didn't show his final form, he would only be beaten passively. In the dark energy smoke, Frieza's petite figure came out. His white torso and two blood-red eyes were particularly noticeable. He had a cold face without a little expression and looked at Yang and Melissa's eyes full of killing intent. Melissa gulped. It was the first time she saw Frieza's final form, and she was shocked by the aura on the other side. Is this Frieza's final form? That's right. The king of the universe is not to be underestimated, so we have to be careful next. Yang nodded his head stonily. Frieza's 120 million power level was far beyond their power. However, the good thing was that Frieza's mastery of this power was not very proficient, and he and Melissa teamed up, so there was still a great hope of winning. Saiyans, I've kept you waiting. Did you have a good fight just now? Frieza's icy eyes looked at Melissa, and a terrifying aura suddenly rushed towards her. Yang stepped forward and stood in front of Melissa. It's quite enjoyable, Yang said honestly, but he was looking forward to the next battle even more. Ho 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 ho, it seems that in the past, I have not been paying enough attention to your race. The district of Saiyans, surprisingly, has given birth to masters like you. Frieza said in an icy voice. But it's not too late in paying attention to it. When I kill you guys, I'll go destroy planet Vegeta. Yang shrugged. Admittedly, Frieza turned into his final form, and his power level had improved a lot, but to say that he could kill Yang and Melissa, that was overconfident. 12 years ago, he was able to fight with Frieza for several rounds with a limited power level of 21 million. Now, with a full power level tending to 80 million, and with the cooperation of Melitia, he didn't believe that he couldn't kill the 120 million Frieza. Humphrey. Yang's insensitivity makes Frieza's face instantly cold. Did these two pathetic Saiyans still think they were strong enough? That would be a big mistake. Frieza's deep cold eyes swept the two people in front of him, and the corners of his mouth condensed into a cruel smile. Just let them see how majestic is the king of the universe. To tell you the truth, this king's power level is a terrifying 120 million. This terrifying power is something that this king cannot easily grasp, so don't cry in fear later. Just blow. Maang and Melissa already knew the power level of Frieza, so how could they be frightened by his bragging? Seeing that the two Saiyans didn't respond, Frieza raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt disinterested. Of course, although Frieza's bragging didn't scare Maang and Melissa, it scared North Kai on North Kai's planet. After knowing Frieza's true strength, North Kai froze, with cold sweat dripping from his head. 120 million power level. Oh my god, what kind of monster is Frieza? North Kai was paled. I didn't expect Frieza to be so strong. Now Maang and Melissa are in trouble. On planet Monster. After releasing his full power, Frieza regained his usual calmness, his words and actions became elegant. His cold face glanced toward Maang, and his body disappeared without warning. However, Maang had long been on the alert for a long time, so when Frieza disappeared, Maang's ki locked Frieza's position. When he appeared to kick over, Maang slightly dodged Frieza's attack sideways, and then flashed behind Frieza, grabbing his tail. Frieza's power was strong, but the weakness was also apparent. Frieza's control of his power was too low. Melissa, proceed. Maang flung Frieza over. Wait for it. Melissa's hair was now all fried, and the raging power was ready. Clang. Melissa clenched her fists together, her elbows down, and she struck Frieza's back hard with her elbow joints. The elbow joint was one of the hardest parts of the human body, and the damage caused by the violent attack was even greater than the fist. Frieza didn't expect his opponent's movement to be so agile, and when he was hit in the back by Melissa's attack, Frieza cried out in pain, and his eyes were filled with blood. And at this time, Maang also strides forward. The attack becomes more and more intense, not giving Frieza a chance to react at all. Bang! 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 There were several more heavy blasts in a row. Thanks to the constant sparring in the acceleration world, Melissa and Maang have an excellent understanding of each other. They knew each other's intentions with a glance. With the couple's cooperation, Frieza, who had lost his rhythm, was momentarily confused. Within a few seconds, Maang and Melissa had already struck countless crazy blows, each blow driving the planet to send out a dull trembling. Frieza was being beaten to the point of dizziness, and his face had become bruised and swollen in his ultimate state. Oh! Frieza fiercely propped up his hands, the majestic to strong power swept out, breaking free from the siege of Maang and Melissa. Awesome, your power is actually stronger than I thought. Frieza, who fiercely broke free from the downwind, wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face finally became serious, and it was then that the power of the King of the Universe was truly revealed. Chapter 287 Frieza, who had been used to smooth sailing, probably wouldn't have thought that because of his momentary carelessness, he would actually be caught by the two Saiyans. This humiliation was exactly the same as 12 years ago. He admitted that he had underestimated the power of the Super Saiyan. However, with this energy alone to cause harm to him, his strength was still far from adequate. Super Saiyan was just a boring legend. Even if you are really Super Saiyan, you are not a match for me. Frieza's gaze swept towards Maang and Melissa. Frieza licked his lips and sneered. Suddenly, with a flash of light, Frieza's white body appeared at Melissa's side. His body was tilted, and a hand knife slashed down at Melissa. Melissa, be careful behind you. Maang fiercely surprised and shouted, but Frieza's speed was too fast. It was too late to go to the rescue. When Melissa heard Maang's shout, her body suddenly went cold, and she subconsciously made a defense, and a furious force erupted out. Clang! The riotous power collided with Frieza's hand knife, and a dazzling spark bloomed. Maang received a strong impact, and her whole body flew out sideways like a cannonball. After Frieza's success, he laughed out loud and went after Maang to add a slash. However, just as Frieza's attack was about to land on Melissa again, Maang suddenly appeared in front of her. Boom! Maang combined his hands to block Frieza's attack for her and then tangled with Frieza. Suddenly, Maang's body sank, and the attack from Frieza made his arm tingle. Ho 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 ho, your strength is ranked in the top 5 among the masters this king has seen, but it is still too far from this king. Frieza wrapped his hands around his head. His white tail was crackling and slapping the ground, the hard rock snapping into pieces. After a period of relief, Frieza gradually adapted to his final form's power and spoke with increasing complacency. Maang, however, wrinkled his face, and his spiritual power probed out and sensed Melissa's condition. It was good to see that she was not in any severe condition. The first round of fights ended, Maang roughly figured out Frieza's power. In general, compared to 12 years ago, Perhaps because of the final form's infrequent use, Frieza's energy had not been significantly improved, but all this time had not passed in vain. At least Frieza's adaptation to his final form power had improved a lot. Frieza, compared to more than 10 years ago, your growth is minimal, and your combat skills are still as crude as ever. Huh? This time it was Frieza's turn to be surprised. Why did the male Super Saiyan say such things in front of him? Was it to mess with his mind, or did they really fight? Frieza carefully sized up Ma Yang, and his eyes narrowed together. After he mentioned this, Frieza found that the person in front of him seemed to be familiar from somewhere. Upon carefully recalling the masters he had fought in recent years, Frieza's face suddenly changed, and his voice was chilly. Could it be that you were the Light Shadow Man 12 years ago? Aren't you supposed to be dead? Damn. Ma Yang secretly exchanged glances with Melissa. As Frieza shouted in shock, the two simultaneously burst out with strong light and attacked Frieza together with a flourish. Clang, there was a heavy blow. Ho, Frieza grunted, his face became hideous. So you're not dead? Well, old grudges and new grudges, I'll count them back together this time. In a loud shout of anger, Frieza's arm resting on the vitals. After carrying the first wave of attacks from Ma Yang, he began to make a counterattack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Frieza shrieked strangely, and suddenly his eyes were certain. His fingers kept clicking on the void, waving a laser-like energy beam. Frieza's energy was so abundant that he couldn't even think of wielding it recklessly like this. This was something that no other master could even think of. Each of his beam attacks contained enough energy to pierce the master's bodies, whose strength reached tens of millions of power level. Ma Yang and Melissa's bodies nimbly weaved through the slits of laser energy, and their strange techniques quickly closed in on Frieza's body. At this time, Frieza's neared, but his entire body flashed quickly, suddenly narrowing the distance between him and Ma Yang. Of course, the battle skills of Frieza couldn't be compared with Ma Yang, but the advantage was that he had plenty of energy and could afford to squander it. If you had a few shots, you could always get the dates. Boom, boom. The riotous energy beams and the force of Ma Yang's attack collided and scattered in all directions. The flurry of energy exploded into a mess, and the whole planet monster became more miserable. The continental plates rode on lava and drifted away from each other. At Kai's planet, North Kai looked at the battle on top of planet monster with fear and trepidation. He took out his handkerchief and kept wiping his cold sweat. They're too strong. However, Ma Yang and Melissa's energy is not as strong as Frieza's. If they can't determine the winner in a short time, the situation will be very unfavorable for them. North Kai's eyes were fixed on the lower realm, and the tentacles on his forehead were constantly bubbling with electric light. The battle above planet monster was already beyond his imagination, not to mention control. With his eyesight, he could no longer see the specifics. However, he thought that Ma Yang and Melissa were losing out on the energy intensity with his years of experience. Peng. Ma Yang's fist landed in front of Frieza's face. Clang. Frieza coldly stood in place. One hand held Ma Yang's fist, then threw it towards the sky. Frieza followed by a leap, his body rotated 360 degrees, and a hard thigh overhead kicked down. Snap. Ma Yang's face showed a painful look, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurt out. His body was like a cannonball straight down. There was a loud boom, and the whole planet shook, flying up a sky of yellow sand. Ma Yang. Melissa roared in anger. Her whole body kept flashing with green and golden light. I told you a long time ago, you will not be my opponent. Frieza laughed loudly, crushing. This was the power of being the emperor of the universe. However, before he could be complacent for long, Melissa was like a mad bull that went berserk and charged toward Frieza. Frieza, I'll kill you. Melissa rampaged and charged without defense. Humphrey, you are no match for this king either. Frieza smiled coldly, and a silvery white cold light glowed between his two fingers. He raised his arm and was about to launch an energy attack when suddenly his body shook as if his body was wrapped with countless tough ribbons. His arms and legs could not move. The next moment, Frieza's face became gloomy. His forehead was green with veins, but he could not break free. Gravity space. Hundreds of times, more gravity was exerted on his body, and Frieza felt that his body sank and his movements became more difficult. Bastard, what the hell is going on? Frieza shouted furiously. Tornado storm. Countless green whirlwind coalesced into half-inch blades. The thin energy blades like cicada wings through the bright flash, hovering like a tornado storm, spilling over towards Frieza. Each blade was concentrated on the extreme and contained terrifying energy. These energy blades cut into Frieza's body as if they had been drilled into his flesh, making him suffer. Blood splattered and gushed out. Dripping beads of blood fell to the ground, and Frieza's white torso was soon ravaged to the ground. Frieza roared in pain and fury. Damn it! I will kill you all. With his arms open, The energy of up to 120 million suddenly burst out. The power exerted by such high-intensity energy bursting together was astonishing. Melissa's face turned pale for a moment as Frieza forcefully broke her superpower bondage. Poof! A mouthful of blood spilled out of the corner of the mouth. Melissa's spirit shriveled up, and the golden eyes of the legendary Super Saiyan couldn't last much longer. Just at this time, a magnificent figure appeared at her side. A wave of energy affixed to her body hit, immediately suppressing the injury in her body. "You rest for a while, leave the next to me," Ma Yang face like frost said. Melissa's throat moved slightly, temporarily retreat to the side to recuperate. Chapter 288 The wind swept, raising the yellow sand. The entire planet monster had become like a half-dead planet, and the vision had become dim and yellow. Ma Yang and Frieza were facing each other. Two terrifying ki collided together, rubbing against each other and dividing the sky into two distinct pieces. Faintly, Frieza's ki overpowered Ma Yang's ki momentum. With a swish sound, there was a shudder at the junction of chi, and the two people moved together. Ma Yang immersed in the state of battle as if forgetting everything in the outside world. This time his power exploded out more terrifying. Even though Frieza's skills weren't as good as Ma Yang's, his terrifying power was still something for him to squander even after the previous tragic battle. Peng! 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 The silver-white lightning collided with Frieza's gloomy energy, exploding and causing the climate catastrophe that swept the entire planet. At this time, there was lightning and thunder on Planet Munster, and the air was full of doomsday. The planet had already entered desertification after the excessive ingestion of the Tree of Might. Because of the battle between Ma Yang and Frieza, it was officially declared to have entered the countdown to destruction. Bang! Ma Yang and Frieza's bodies collided high in the air, and after the terrifying energy spread out in the form of shock waves, more intense battles continued. The two of them now couldn't help each other. Every time they collided, they were almost destroyed. Oh! Ma Yang's big steel-like hand grabbed Frieza's tail, but Frieza swung his body hard and threw Ma Yang out instead. Frieza laughed loudly, the corners of his mouth flowed cruel smile, and a pair of bloodshot eyes cold light. His body sprinted forward, close to the trajectory of Ma Yang's body as he kicked Ma Yang hard. Ma Yang half squinted, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His hand then grabbed Frieza's foot, pushing him back towards the ground. Rumble. Planet Monster shook violently. Even at the back of the planet, you could feel the terrifying aura. As time passed a little, the continental plates had long since sunk several pieces. The fiery lava met with the seawater and made an ear-piercing sound of buzzing while the air was already boiling hot steam. I can't intervene in the battle between Ma Yang and Frieza. Melissa, who quietly swallowed senzu bean, looked at the light and shadow in the sky that kept colliding and separating in an open space. She felt a strong sense of resignation. She was already a Saiyan, but I still felt so powerless. Melissa vowed to work out harder when she returned. Ha 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 ha, go to hell. Frieza's face was cold, and his eyes were as cruel as a demon. Solar flare. A second sun appeared in the sky. The strong sunlight suddenly blinded. Frieza was momentarily unaware of the blinding light and lost his eyesight for a short time. For an alien like Frieza who couldn't use ki to sense the universe, his eyes' failure meant the collapse of the battle. Sure enough, the next was Melissa's home turf. At least until Frieza regained his eyesight, the battle's pace fell completely under Ma Yang's control. Melissa, let's destroy Frieza together. Okay. Melissa heard and then responded. She then swung her arms with force and exploded with all the power in her body, converging with Ma Yang and then launched a fierce attack on Frieza together. Heavenly God Beam. Tornado Storm. Thunder Shock Surprise. DRI Beam. White, silver, green, all kinds of different moves emitted different colors, and in a short period, these big moves did not bring out 100% of the user's power but gathered them together, which was enough for Frieza to drink. Peng. 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 Frieza became unbearable. He could only defend passively after losing his eyesight. Of course, the result could be imagined. With a poof, a bloodied tail was cut off by an energy blade and fell from the sky. The intense pain distorted Frieza's face, and endless killing intent welled up in his heart. Ah, my tail! Frieza, who regained his vision, looked dumbfounded at his tail that had been cut off. This was his final form, it was not the suppressed base form or other forms. So, when the tail was broken, it wasn't easy to grow. Bastards, all of you must die. Frieza hissed resentfully, veins surged on his forehead, and the terrifying energy made the planet begin to disintegrate. Since birth, he had only been humiliated like this a few times, and they were all related to this Saiyan in front of him. He swore that he had never resented a person so much. Even Cooler was far better than the person in front of him. He would never let them go, and the Saiyans on planet Vegeta. He wanted to destroy all of them. The ferocious gaze reveals a bloody cold light. Frieza had no regard for the injuries on his body and only intended to destroy the opponent. Bang! The air lurched for a moment. With a snap, Aizen and Melissa's bodies were catapulted out of the way. A lightning bolt flashed quickly, and the two were once again hit hard. Aizen's whole energy erupted and pushed Melissa's body away from him for some distance, and when Frieza's figure appeared in front of him, his body slightly sideways and attacked. Aizen looked ruthless and directly collided with Frieza. Boom, his body's internal organs were in severe pain. Aizen insisted on twisting off one of Frieza's arms, while he was also badly hit, half of his body was almost bloody. Hey, is that all your strength? This is no match for me. Frieza said with a drooping eye, holding his injured arm, and pretending to be strong. Aizen's hands and feet were numb, and half of his body lost perception. At this time, Frieza was so much more powerful than 12 years ago that Aizen was on the verge of being helpless. A few wisps of divine light flashed through his dark eyes, his arm suddenly lifted and said coldly, "Frieza, you can only talk tough up to this point. I really want to defeat you by force, but your growth potential is too great, leaving me with too many scruples." Frieza let out a strange cry of shock and confusion. However, he saw a sudden difference in the dark and dim sky. As if the sky had been torn open by some force, a dark red spatial rift showed up. The vast and reckless dreary aura enveloped down at once. In the center of the blood-colored crack, a few silvery lights flashed a few times. For some reason, when seeing the points of silver light, Frieza's heart suddenly grew an omen of danger, as if the next moment they will lose their lives. This depressing feeling was too unbearable. Death God Chain. Aizen pointed his finger, and the other end of the spatial rift had communicated with the acceleration world. The silvery white aura was like lightning sweeping out from the other end of the world. The winding electric light transformed into a silvery god chain in the air. These divine chains descended from the sky and at once found Frieza's arms and legs, with several more chains wrapped around Frieza's neck and torso. What the hell is this? Frieza panicked. When he was entangled in the god chain, he felt bad. His body struggled violently, but the energy chains tightened as if to drag him into the black hole. He had a feeling that if he really went in, it would be the end. The back of that big hole was connected to the acceleration space. Once Aizen grabbed him, Frieza's end would be imaginable. No, I can't give in easily. I want to fight. Frieza's eyes were bloodshot. His eyes were full of madness, and suddenly his eyes looked towards the pale and broken ground, and his face bloomed with rage. Ah! Frieza forcefully put his hands against his chest, painfully resisting the bondage of the silver god chain. His mouth roared in pain, and his whole body muscles began to tremble. If you want to kill this great king, you are still far from it. I would like to see if you can be safe in front of the power of planetary destruction. In a serious threat to life situation, this moment, Frieza completely went crazy. He put his hands in front of his body and roared with evil intent, "Destroy the planet." A fierce light flashed, which was an even more terrifying move than the death ball that Frieza usually uses to destroy planets. Destroy a planet was actually very easy, as long as the core could be destroyed. However, whether you could survive the horrific energy of the planet explosion was a great test of a person's strength. Frieza was 80% sure that he could survive, but the opposite Saiyan might not. Even if the opposite Saiyan could escape the power of the planet's destruction, it couldn't survive in a vacuum environment. After all, the Saiyan's physical quality was not as good as his Frieza clan. Either way, it was a death for the Saiyan. At the time of life and death, Frieza was completely desperate. Whether to succeed, he needed to fight the opponent. Chapter 289 The Destroy the Planet, which contained the ultimate power, came down from the sky with a loud rumble. Aizen wanted to stop it, but he could not do anything while maintaining the Death God chain. A dazzling ball of energy hit Planet Monster's rocky crust in the endless starry sky and then poofed. It entered the planet's interior very easily. The ground surged violently, and the planet's core began to crumble under Frieza's energy attack. Frieza's face twisted with laughter. Saiyans, you'll struggle in the explosion of the planet's destruction, and then die a painful death. You will never be my match. Not to mention the power generated by the detonation of the planet core, which was enough to make any life gone. Saiyans couldn't even survive in the vacuum. Frieza was sure that he would win this battle. The thought of the Super Saiyan dying in front of him made Frieza happy and want to laugh. Aizen looked at the rising ground within his line of sight. The bright and brilliant light had been revealed, and the energy inside Planet Monster was about to explode, making Aizen couldn't help but cuss. At this time, the anxious voice of North Kai came, "Hurry up and run, Planet Monster is about to collapse." Frieza is a madman. Cursing on his lips, Aizen retrieved the god chain that was wrapped around Frieza's body. With a few flashes of starlight, he arrived in front of Melissa, then took her by her thin waist and cast instant transmission to leave. Ah, how did they disappear? Frieza dumbly looked at Yang, and Melissa suddenly disappeared without a trace amidst a daze in his eyes. The enemy actually ran away, which made Frieza dumbfounded for a moment. However, the constant surge of energy in the surrounding environment made him unable to think more, and immediately urged the energy to protect himself. Although Frieza could easily destroy a planet, he did not dare to underestimate the power of a large planetary explosion. Boom. Rumble. In the dark universe, a bright planet exploded in brilliant colors, and Planet Monster finally disappeared. It was like a big fireball blossoming into a beautiful flame at the moment of disappearance. The horrible energy eventually disturbed the planet's stability, and scattered planet remnants floated in their original orbits and turned into small broken meteorites. These small meteorites were still red, with molten rock surging away, and the cold universe gradually cooled into black and blue meteorites. After multiple disasters, Planet Monster could not escape the end of destruction after all. This result was already predetermined when the seeds of the Tree of Might fell. Yang appeared with Melissa on North Kai's planet. As soon as he landed, Yang coughed violently. He hastily took out the senzu beans and ate them to stabilize the injuries on his body. Melissa's injuries were much lighter than Yang's because she had already taken senzu beans before. How's Frieza? Is he dead or not? After recovering his strength, Yang asked North Kai. North Kai said excitedly, Yang, I didn't expect that you guys could actually resist Frieza. He is mighty. He then probed the situation over Planet Monster. However, since Planet Monster had just been destroyed, the terrifying energy disrupted all probing, and North Kai could not distinguish the situation there for a while. Although it is not clear how exactly there, Frieza is definitely dead. North Kai said with confidence. Yang shook his head, do not be so optimistic, Frieza's life force is stronger than you think. In the original story, Frieza, who was only left with half of his body, survived the explosion of the destruction of Planet Namek. Moreover, Frieza's body was intact, and Planet Monster's size was not as big as Planet Namek. No way. How can Frieza survive? Melissa wasn't too convinced either. The possibility is high, Yang said seriously. Regarding the future stability of the North area, North Kai did not dare to be careless. His face was serious as he said, in that case, I will pay attention to the situation there on Planet Monster. Once I find any trace of Frieza, I will immediately inform you. Now, Yang could force Frieza to use the die-together trick. Undoubtedly, he became the biggest support of North K, and the North area's stability also depended on the power of this couple. Yang nodded his head and was also concerned about the situation on Planet Monster. However, the diffuse aftermath had not yet dissipated, and the abundant energy blocked all perceptions. It made it impossible for Yang to distinguish whether Frieza's key still existed. You guys wait. I'll go to the other world now and take a look. After a little thought, Yang spoke to Melissa and North Kai. Hopefully, Frieza was already dead. If not, then he must be found and killed as soon as possible. Never leave him time to train, or else what kind of consequences they would get into, no one knew. That's a good idea. North Kai's eyes lit up for a moment. All beings who died within the North area had to report to King Yanma. After a while, Yang's figure reappeared in the North Kai's planet. So, is Frieza dead yet? Both North and Melissa looked at Yang. Yang shook his head. No soul of Frieza was found at the other world. Melissa was dumbfounded. Indeed, he's still alive. North Kai hissed, Frieza's life force was too strong. Keep an eye on the starfield where Planet Monster is located. Frieza must still be there. I know. Without Yang's instruction, North Kai knew what to do. At this time, Yang said to Melissa, you were bullied enough by Frieza just now too. I'll take you to get revenge. Where do you want to take revenge? Yang laughed and said, there are quite a few colonial planets and headquarters under Frieza. Let's go pick them one by one. This can be possible. Melissa's eyes lit up, and her eyes turned up like clouds of smoke, obviously very interested. North Kai couldn't wait for the forces under Frieza to be disbanded entirely and hurriedly told Yang all the news he knew about Frieza's legion. After getting the information about the headquarters under Frieza from North K, Yang took the excited Melissa and transferred there with instant transmission. There may be a large area in the North area that can get some peace. North Kai couldn't help but think of the bright side in his heart and turned to continue his serious search for Frieza's whereabouts in the vicinity of Planet Monster. At the second headquarters planet of Frieza, which had become the most important planet of Frieza's power at a very early stage, today, the aliens inside the headquarters were staring at the big screen, as usual, managing the flow of all information within Frieza's power. Suddenly, a violent alarm sounded on the second headquarters planet. The planet's defense system detected an extremely large energy approaching. When all the defense systems were activated, there was a bright and shiny ball of energy slowly falling from the sky with glorious colors. All the aliens at the headquarters stared at the energy ball with their hearts full of doubts. Boom. When the energy ball fell, everything was already too late. The interior of the headquarters planet instantly disintegrated, and the end of destruction awaited them. This time, the aliens scattered outside came to their senses in the intense flashing warning lights and ran towards the spaceships in a hurry. The rumble was over, altogether, and no one could survive the destruction of the planet. In the endless but dark red-backed universe, an upright figure and a woman with fluttering black hair stood in the cosmic starry sky. Her eyes were leisurely looking at the planet where the destruction occurred. "Yang, next time it's my turn to strike. I also want to try to destroy these sinful planets." Melissa pulled on Yang's arm and said. "No problem." Yang gave her a look. Chapter 290 In the next few days, the number of armed fortresses destroyed at their hands reached 20. The number of lives was countless, but in Yang's opinion, they all deserved it. There might be a few members of the Frieza force who were forced to join the Frieza team, but it was their misfortune to be killed by Yang accidentally. After death, there would be an arrangement from King Yanma. After destroying several important planets in succession, one day, North Kai contacted them. "Yang, I found the whereabouts of Frieza." North Kai's urgent voice came to his ears. "Frieza is still alive. This guy actually managed to survive the planet explosion." If it wasn't for Yang's reminder, which made him persist in searching for several days, he had let Frieza escape, and next time it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Yang looked gloomy. "Just find him, and send me his location." "Okay." After North Kai finished speaking, a string of data surfaced in Yang's mind. Yang checked this message and found that Frieza's current location was actually on a planet not far from Planet Munster. The two planets were in the same stellar gravitational field. However, Frieza, who had lost his communicator, could only wander through the universe by drifting without a dedicated person to pick him up. It was unknown how much time it would take to flow to a planet with civilization. Planet Munster was located within the planetary system, not far away from a not-so-big planet. At this time, Frieza weakly collapsed in the middle of a huge crater. This crater was about 200 meters in diameter, more than 50 meters deep. Because the planet was rainy and watery, half of Frieza's body was soaked in the rain. "Damn Super Saiyans, one day I will kill you." Frieza's gloomy cheeks filled with fury. His current situation was so bad that his final form body was already scarred. The energy of the planet explosion behind him almost killed him. Now, Frieza had no extra power to preserve the final form, his body degraded to its base form. The lower half of the base form of Frieza's body was bloody. One of his arms was half broken, and what hurt Frieza more was his tail, which was cut off in his final form and was difficult to recover from. Frieza's eyes were half open in pain. He regretted that he didn't listen to the community's rumors and destroy the Saiyan planet in advance. Otherwise, the Super Saiyan might not have appeared at all. With the two Super Saiyans' age, they should have been born after he ruled planet Vegeta. I regret it. Perhaps even Father did not think that the legend of Super Saiyan is actually true. But the Saiyans won't be able to get complacent for long. When I recover my body and go to train for a while, I can definitely take this revenge back. Frieza was secretly thinking about the next plan. Truthfully, Frieza's talent was considered the most outstanding because he was born with terrifying power. It was so much that he was a self-proclaimed emperor who did not care about training and had never seriously exercised his body. Until now, it was Yang and Melissa who forced him to this point, making the arrogance in his heart collected and really intend to start training. With Frieza's talent, as long as he was given a few years, he could easily surpass those Super Saiyans. At this time, a spaceship flew over in a distant direction. After a search, it found the miserable-looking Frieza. "Hurry up and find King Frieza." Why was King Frieza's face swollen? The spaceship landed, and a hatch opened. When Frieza saw that it was his subordinate who had come, a cold smile finally appeared on his face. Gurgle. Inside the repair cabin, Frieza's body was immersed in the nutrient solution. "Tell this king what happened these days? Why only a few of you came to pick up this king? Isn't his king has a huge army?" King Frieza, our headquarters planet, was destroyed by the opponent. A short, fat subordinate suddenly cried out, "We lost contact with the legions below." Also, some legion commanders got the news from somewhere that King Frieza had died, and they were making a fuss to disperse. Humphrey. Frieza snapped his eyes wide, making the restoration cabin resounded with a gurgling bubbling sound. "Go on. In just a few days, our armed fortress has been destroyed by the mysterious people in more than 20 places. The Legion commander who governs the 18th planet domain has disobeyed the orders and changed the name of the Legion as well. The Legion commander who governs the 26th planet domain, with his Legion, has defected to King Cooler." Frieza. It was really one bad news after another, so, My huge foundation, almost completely collapsed away? Yes, it is. Ho 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 ho, interesting. Frieza soaked with a cold face. You guys, don't worry. I only have a small injury and will soon be able to recover. The subordinates, he couldn't even move. How could it be a minor injury? However, thinking of Frieza's past authority, they obeyed, not daring to raise any questions. Now they were like dogs in their homes. They were on the wanted list of the Galactic Patrolmen. Unless they joined King Cold or Cooler, their lives would not be saved. Of course, now that they had found King Frieza, the situation was a little different. They hoped that Frieza could recover from his injuries as soon as possible. However, the heavens always gave people the right amount of despair when they were most hopeful. At this time, an icy voice reached Frieza's ears. Finally, we found you, Frieza. Ah, King Frieza, that's the voice. That demon is catching up again. As soon as the crowd of subordinates saw the visitor, they all trembled with fear. Grunting. Frieza opened his eyes with difficulty. His eyes suddenly contracted to the size of needlepoint as a handsome man, and a beauty beyond words woman appeared in front of him. Super Saiyan, it's you guys again. How can you find me? Frieza's fat face twisted and was filled with intense resentment and unhappiness. He turned his head to look at his subordinates, and he suspected that it was these careless subordinates who had led this fury here. Did God not even give him the chance to take revenge? How could he be an opponent to the two Super Saiyans in front of him in his base form? This was the end. Yang smiled at Frieza and said, you don't need to worry about how I can find you. The base form of Frieza, who was wounded, could not be better to deal with. With that, Yang stretched out his palm towards Frieza, and magical energy along with the repair pod enveloped. Frieza struggled, his body was firmly locked, and let out a final wail. No, I am not willing. I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Even if I die, I cannot die in your hands. Do you want to blow yourself up again? You won't be given a chance this time. Yang's face was cold. Obliterate. After the cold voice just fell, a mandatory rule descended, as if another world squeezed in. The universe's rules retreated one after another, and the extremely injured Frieza was enveloped by a white light, unable to resist at all. In a strong reluctance and struggle, his body began to turn into powder gradually. It started with the lower half of the body, then the abdomen and chest, and finally even the head faded away in the breeze. Phew. A large hole appeared in front of his eyes, and Frieza's figure, along with a restoration chamber filled with culture fluid, had long since disappeared. Is Frieza finally dead now? Melissa asked. Yes, Yang affirmed. Then these guys. Let's send them on their way together. On the North Kai's planet, North Kai looked excitedly at the place where Frieza disappeared. He was jumping and dancing with excitement. Frieza, who was hindering the lower realm's peace, was finally dead, and a big stone in his heart was dropped. Yang, Melissa, thank you. No need to thank. I also have quite a grudge with Frieza. Suddenly, thinking of something, Yang looked at Melissa and smiled. Melissa, let's go see what happened to Frieza. Yes. Melissa responded with a smile on her face. Yang nodded, took Melissa's hand, and used instant transmission to take her into Other World. In the Other World, inside King Yama's office, the large red-faced King Yama was busy with his work, when suddenly there was a noise and Frieza with a golden halo was escorted into the hall by the ghosts. Ah, Frieza, how come this villain is dead? King Yama jumped up from his chair when he saw Frieza. As the ruler of the Other World of North area, the red-faced King Yama knew too much about the world of the living affairs. Because of this understanding, he was clear about the power of Frieza and that such a great master would actually have a day of unnatural death. God really opened his eyes. Let go of me. How dare you treat the great King Frieza like this? Frieza twisted his body, and the surrounding smoky souls backed away, leaving a large field empty in King Yama's large hall. Frieza kept screaming, yet he who had lost his physical body could not even cope with the tiny ghosts of the Other World. Under the Other World rules, only people with great merit and great power could have the appearance they had in life after death. Otherwise, they could only have a small cloud of white smoke as a soul carrier. Those who were qualified to enter heaven deserved to have a physical body with the same power as before they died. Others, even if Majin Buu died, he would be subject to the rules of the Other World. Bang, 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 bang. Frieza, be honest when you die. No one in the Other World cares if you are some kind of universe emperor. King Yama's sturdy body was like a small mountain close to Frieza, and a dense subdimensional pressure shook Frieza to speak out. Damn it. If I were still alive, I wouldn't be afraid of you, a tiny deity. Frieza's face turned blue, and there was a kind of frustration. Bang bang bang. Silence. The sentence will now be pronounced. Wait a minute, King Yama. Just when King Yama intended to pronounce the sentence on Frieza, Maayang entered the hall of King Yama with Melissa and interrupted the sentence on Frieza. For Frieza's punishment, I have a few suggestions. So, Maayang, what are your suggestions? After King Yama saw Maayang, his two eyes stared as if they were lanterns looking at Maayang's dimension leave. When he heard the transmission from North K, he knew that Maayang was the one who took credit for killing Frieza. According to the instructions from the North K, Frieza's trial could be deferred to Maayang. Chapter 291 Chapter 291 King Yama was a relatively senior god in the other world, but his dimension level was only 4. In many aspects, he had to listen to the North Kai and the more senior gods. Maayang's dimension level was 5, and his status was equivalent to that of North Kai. It made sense for North Kai to have King Yama ask Maayang for his opinion. Maayang glanced at Frieza, who was glaring at him angrily, and asked King Yama, what did you originally plan to do with Frieza? King Yama said, of course, to send him to hell. Frieza's crimes in World of the Living were endangering countless star territory. The red-faced King Yama as the North Area's otherworld administrator, previously unable to exercise jurisdiction over him. Now, Frieza died and fell into his hands, of course, he must follow the otherworld rules for trial. Hell was undoubtedly the most logical place for Frieza to go. According to the rules of the otherworld, Frieza is to be imprisoned in hell, and then arrange a group of small angels to use music to reform him. King Yama recounted his punishment for Frieza. Maayang nodded his head after listening, basically agreeing with King Yama's verdict. According to the original story, Frieza was sent down to hell after death. Moreover, because of his sin, a special place was created for him to be tortured. It was a good place with birds and flowers similar to heaven, spider webs suspended Frieza on top of the tree, and every day there were little angels banging gongs and drums out regularly, playing music, singing, and dancing. In the heaven-like environment, such punishment for the single-mindedly evil Frieza was a double torment to the body and mind. After learning about the specific punishment from King Yama, Maayang felt that such a punishment was too light for Frieza, even when it was appropriate. However, before Maayang could say anything, Frieza was already furious. Bastards, you actually want to treat this great king in such a cruel way. This king will not let you go. Super Saiyan. I will kill you soon. Frieza was like a fried wildcat, angry at what had happened to him. Silence. King Yama yelled in dissatisfaction. At this time, neither Maayang nor King Yama paid much attention to Frieza. This punishment is already very proper, Maayang said. I know that there is a musical instrument called Sona on Earth. The sound was high and loud, which could make people spellbound. There is also a percussion instrument called copper gong, which is even more piercing. It is used to cheer up every time there is a martial arts tournament on Earth. Suppose these two instruments are played together. The effect must be quite soulful. In addition, there are many percussion instruments on Earth. The sound is also quite outstanding. Arrange a few more angles groups to play, a few more times per day, and play different tunes. After all, it is the Emperor of the Universe. It must be hot and lively as you want, Maayang said emphatically. Keeping Frieza in hell was very unsafe. In case someone collected the Dragon Balls to bring him back to life, it was big trouble. The best way was to destroy Frieza's soul or simply arrange his reincarnation, such as sending Demon Buzz sent to reincarnation in the original story. However, such thoughts could only be thought about. King Yama's trial must follow the rules unless there was a universe-level god like Supreme Kai or God of Destruction's license to do special things. Maayang had no power to make King Yama break the rules, so he added some ingredients. He thought it would be excellent to let Frieza listen to some more ditties in hell. The Emperor of the Universe should enjoy the specifications of the Emperor of the Universe. It would be better to finish the punishment early and arrange his reincarnation early to save recreating the trouble. This is a good idea. King Yama nodded his head with an approving face after listening to it. He rubbed his chin to consider introducing Earth's Sona and Gong into hell. Demons, you're all evil. Frieza's spirit was about to collapse. His body struggled frantically, but because he was being held, his whole body was like losing his life, and he already foresaw his future misery. Who asked you to do so much evil in general? Melissa sneered. It's settled. King Yama sat back in his seat, picked up a large seal, and stamped it hard on top of a document. The energy representing the rules of the other world flowed up, and this pronouncement was officially in effect. Go, put Frieza in the false heaven of hell, and also arrange for someone to go to Earth to take the material so that Frieza can listen to the beauty of music properly. Yes. A few ghosts wrote down King Yama's words in a pamphlet and then sent Frieza towards hell. From afar, Frieza's voice could constantly be heard cursing, which grew smaller, and finally slowly became inaudible. Only after Frieza was escorted down, King Yama looked at Ma Yang with a surprised face. I didn't expect you actually defeated Frieza. Seriously, when I saw Frieza just now, I was shocked. Ma Yang laughed out loud. It's nothing. It was also a grind for me. King Yama laughed. This is a great achievement. One day when you die, you can still go to heaven. Don't curse us. Ma Yang raised his eyebrows. Although for high-level god, death was just one more aperture above the head and would not affect themselves, Ma Yang did not want to die. No more. King Yama's loud voice said. King Yama was busy with his business, so he quickly found a reason to leave. Ma Yang indifferent said, let him suffer, it cannot be helped me. It's bad enough. Melissa said playfully, but I like it. On the other hand, after being escorted to hell, Frieza was really hung on a cherry tree with beautiful flowers in full bloom, bitterly showing only one head. Clang, clang, clap. The sound of gongs and Sona sounded. A row of angels with small wings came out with songs and dances, playing music joyfully. The loud sound penetrated the eardrums and went straight to the heart. The mourning, the whimpering, it was simply sad to hear and tears to hear. Frieza painfully closed his eyes, as if a cocoon only reveals a small head. In the acceleration world, Melissa had split into Melia and Melaz, two youthful and beautiful young girls who were now gathered around the dark red fruit that towered like a mountain, casually grabbing the fruit and devouring it. Tree of Might fruit harvest of Planet Monster was good, and the fruits collected by Ma Yang and her were probably several tens of thousands. Apart from the half-green and unripe ones, there were many ripe fruits. The taste is good. I feel the energy in my body has grown a little. Melia picked up a Tree of Might fruit and swallowed it. The Tree of Might fruit did not affect warriors with high power levels. So, even Melia ate dozens of them in a row, and the effect was only a little. However, these fruits were amazing treasures for low-level aliens. For example, a Saiyan called Turles was not gifted. He relied on the fruit of the Tree of Might to raise his power level to 300,000 or 400,000. Looking at the twin sisters who ate indiscriminately, Ma Yang did not mean to stop them. The Saiyans ate enough to develop better. He called Gaia, then reclaimed a vast land area and planted the golden fruits picked from the top of the Tree of Might. One day this place would also grow a dense Tree of Might, and when it becomes a forest in the future, it would be a nice landscape. The acceleration world was as strong and full of divine energy as the high-level divine world, so there was no need to worry about the Tree of Might growing wildly and damaging the environment of the planet Wu Dao. After doing all this, Ma Yang wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead and said to Gaia, I will leave this Tree of Might to you to look after. Just trim the branches and leaves normally. Squeak. Gaia agreed in a lively manner. Its body split into several parts at once, patting on top of the soft earth, indicating that it would take care of the Tree of Might. Ma Yang smiled at this and was very relieved at Gaia's nurturing ability. Chapter 292 This time, the entire north area was very calm. Frieza Force's territories were lost one after another, and the rumors of Frieza's death were widespread. However, because there was no tangible evidence, the surrounding predators didn't dare to act rashly to avoid losing the lamb, which in turn caused a riot. Among these areas, the north area southeast part had the most unstable atmosphere. Not long ago, the local ruler, Slug, just disappeared. Soon, even the north area southern part of Frieza Force also disappeared. Could there be some powerful forces in the dark, spying on the territory of the north area? This was not impossible. Many alien predators pondered and decided to wait and see for a while. 6 months after Frieza's death, the situation in the north area finally began to destabilize. Led by King Cold and Cooler, several parties began to fight for the territory left behind by Frieza, and a large battle for supremacy was about to begin. In the north area eastern part, the palace of King Cold. King Cold sat on top of his chair with a gloomy face. His dark face could drip ink. Frieza has been confirmed dead, but his killer has not been located. King Cold's voice was icy, causing the aliens underneath trembled. They looked at each other and did not dare to talk. King Cold drank a glass of red wine with a bang and put the glass on the table with force. For Frieza's death, King Cold had a little sadness. Unfortunately, less a son who obeyed, but more than that was the scorn of the killer. He knew the strength of Frieza best. Although he was not as good as his father and his elder brother Cooler, he was a rare master in the north area. With such a strong power, how could an unknown person kill him? Without investigating the matter clearly, how could King Cold feel at ease? After lowering his head in silence for a while, King Cold raised his head and flashed a few cold lights in his bloodshot eyes. The news has spread. What's Cooler's move? A blue-skinned alien said. The Northern Legion controlled by Lord Cooler is frequently mobilized and may expand southward. Upon hearing this, King Cold's eyes narrowed slightly. His purple lips rose slightly. and a terrifying aura like that of an ancient beast erupted from his body, which turned into waves of ki and swept out in all directions. King Cold sneered. Cooler also set his eyes on the territory left by Frieza. Pass my order. King Cold Legion is all moving up and must not let Cooler continue to expand. Cooler's ambition was much bigger than Frieza's. He definitely wouldn't be satisfied with Frieza's territory, and when he digested Frieza's territory, the next target would be King Cold's. At this time, how could King Cold back down? Of course, he was in full force to collect the territory of Frieza's forces. As ordered. This subordinate will immediately convey the order. The aliens below responded loudly and exited the palace one after another. After everyone went down, King Cold sat quietly in his chair. His heart was gloomy, wondering how Frieza could not fight a little and actually be killed by someone with unknown origins. If Frieza had not died, he would not have been so active in his actions with the enemy at his back. North area northern part. Cooler also lamented the death of his useless brother, then sneered. If Frieza had not died, where would he have had the opportunity to counterattack King Cold? Frieza died at the right time. Only someone was actually able to kill Frieza. It seems that I also need to pay attention. Cooler sneered, not really caring much in his heart. After all, his strength was a terrifying 470 million, and this power brought him a very great deal of confidence. What he had to consider now was whether or not to clash head-on with King Cold. That fat piece of meat in Frieza's territory was something he really didn't want to give up. Just clash. Clash it is. Everything is under my control anyway. He did not have much respect for King Cold because he was more independent and more ambitious with a more mature mind. The north area was such a large area. Previously, the three of them scraped and divided the land to maintain the balance. Now, once Frieza died, the power in the hands of King Cold weakened, causing Cooler and King Cold to clash head-on. Accelerate the takeover of Frieza's territory. Even if you encounter the forces of the north area east side, do not ever stop for me. Cooler stood in front of the porthole after giving the order, gazing through the glass at the pale, dark, and faintly red starry sky. He had decided to take over the north area southern part. Over time, Cooler and King Cold's rivalry intensified, and soon the legions under their command began to fight in the original territory of Frieza. Seeing the two overlords of the north area compete, many of the predators who had smelled the meat and wanted to take a bite reluctantly withdrew from the fight. So the next, in the north area, only the men of King Cold and Cooler were competing for the planet. Such a struggle continued for more than half a year, and finally, the dust settled. Frieza's power was divided into two, the majority went into the pockets of Cooler, and King Cold took up only a small part of the territory near the east. As such a result, King Cold was very dissatisfied, but he couldn't do anything. The Cooler had grown hard wings, making him unable to stop the expansion of his eldest son. Earth. In a room full of warm tones, a slender young girl walked into the room. She lifted the sheet of Maayang, only to see an equally beautiful girl lying curled up in the nest. The young girl grunted twice and also got into the nest, then looked at Maayang with unblinking eyes. The two girls had a lock of beautiful hair like a cloud and a pair of shining bright eyes, such as jade, fat skin tendered like soft honey, and slender body, which was like a cluster of orchids like quiet nature. It was the twin sisters, Melia and Miliz. Maayang sat up and looked at them and said, Melia, what are you two doing today? It's been 10 years since I left planet Sala. I want to go back to see the changes. Miliz whispered softly. Melia spit out her tongue, and then she said with a big grin, Miliz and I are about to turn 18, so you're coming back to planet Sala with us, and then we'll have a wedding. Although she and Miliz and emerged Melissa were already Maayang's wife, that was on behalf of the former Mixia. She and Miliz had not yet held a wedding with Maayang. Maayang looked at the two sisters and sighed that time flies. When he took the two sisters out of planet Sala, they were just a little more than 8 years old. 10 years have passed, and the little lollies had grown into mature girls. He remembered when Mixia was this old and was eaten by him. Since you two sisters are so eager to marry me, then I will agree. Maayang laughed and agreed. Who says we're eager to hand over ourselves to you? When the two of us marrying you, it's a big advantage for you. Melia and Miliz gave Maayang a white glance and said in unison. Yes, I took advantage of a big bargain. Maayang embraced them, one left and one right. His mood was perfect. Chapter 293 Fish roaming in the Super Saiyan Blue Evolution, when suddenly from the bottom of the sea sprang up a giant sea beast. The sea beast opened its bloody mouth, leaping out of the water. Flopped back to the bottom of the sea, splashing tens of meters high waves. The tranquility of the ocean at this moment was broken. I didn't expect to meet a four-legged sea beast here. I heard its meat is delicious. A Saiyan wearing a battle armor constantly searched the surrounding sea area at a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the sea level. After finding the giant sea beast, his eyes lit up violently, and excitement appeared on his face. Swoosh! The Saiyan chased the giant sea beast into the deep sea. Soon, the bottom of the sea burst violently, splashing white waves as the sea rises, scattered into the air, falling into the rain. A shadow was sliding on the surface of the sea, that Saiyan carrying the sea beast tens of times larger than his body flying at a fast pace, and then a slip of smoke towards the coast. Hey, is that Monka's? The sea beast he's carrying seems to be a four-legged sea beast, right? It seems to be. He is too lucky. The meat of the four-legged sea beast is delicious. Looking at such a big piece he is carrying, he can eat several meals well. A few Saiyans saw Monkas flying over carrying the huge beast and sighed in surprise on the shore. Their words seemed to be envious of Monka's harvest. Ho, even if you want to eat good food, you have to wait for the summer restaurant to open. It only opens 1 day out of 7 days, and the owner is really inconsistent. Some Saiyans said grapes were sour when they couldn't eat them, and their hearts were thick with envy. Come on, if I can eat that delicious food, I'm willing to wait in line for 7 days. That's right. I had the privilege to eat a summer restaurant food. The taste of the food makes me drool. Well, today is the business day. Unfortunately, I do not have enough excellent ingredients. I am afraid that I can't even enter the door of the restaurant. These Saiyans living on top of planet Vegeta had 2 common hobbies, food and fighting. When the mission was completed, they returned to planet Vegeta to rest and ate a meal of excellent food. That was great enjoyment. The summer restaurant was such a magical place. The dishes produced there were outstanding, every one of them was delicious. Unfortunately, the restaurant owner was an eccentric, with 6 of the 7 days closed, only 1 day open, and the ingredients were to be provided by the diners themselves. If the ingredients weren't good enough, they couldn't even get in the door. Summer restaurant had such harsh conditions. Whenever it opened, people who waited in line were rushing to the restaurant. Leaving aside the envious chatter of a few Saiyans, on the other side, Monkas was carrying the four-legged sea beast through the hills towards the inland. His heart was on fire at this time because he would soon be able to enjoy the delicious taste of the four-legged sea beast. It's a pity that there's still a queue. Monkas shook his head and lamented, then swooshed to speed up. With a few floating lights, Monka's figure disappeared like lightning on the other side of the clouds. Planet Vegeta Inland, low-class warrior residential area. Many houses built of stone, hollowed out from the middle, located on the flat earth. Not far away, there was a wide mooring area, on which several spherical spaceships were parked scattered. On the settlement side with so many primitive housing, a hemispherical building, about 4 stories high, was particularly noticeable. This building was white in color and simple in shape, which looked quite different among the buildings full of primitive stone hollow. The 2 words Summer Restaurant were written on the lintel. When Monkas arrived at the summer restaurant with the four-legged sea beast, a long line was formed at the restaurant entrance. Everyone was carrying all kinds of ingredients in their hands, which had one common feature, very precious. Counting the number of people in the front of the line, Monkas breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, there are only 50 people. 3 hours will be enough if you wait in line. To be able to enjoy the excellent food, it was worth waiting for 3 hours. Monkas dragged the four-legged sea beast in line there, and the line moved slowly. Just when it was about to be his turn, there was a commotion in the crowd behind him. Monkas frowned and looked toward the back. He saw a big, tall man there shouting and trying to cut in the line. Hey, do you guys know who we are? My boss is mid-class warrior Polly, with a power level of 4,000. He is a powerful warrior. The big stout man shouted, afraid that others did not know the strength of his boss. Next to the stout man, a slightly shorter but 2 meters tall Saiyan proudly raised his chest. A very proud look. Reasonably, with 4,000 power levels, in planet Vegeta, he was in the mid-class warrior circle, already considered mighty warriors. In this low-class warrior residence, he was a rare master and should be respected by all. However, at this time, no one gave way. Not to mention the trivial mid-class warrior, when the powerful elite warrior came, the Saiyans must compete in front of the delicacy. Seeing the Saiyan warriors in front did not give way, the mid-class warrior named Polly's face showed a few sulking, snorted coldly, and hardened his attitude. Ache, don't talk nonsense with these low-class warriors. Let's walk straight in. Right, stop talking nonsense with them. The follower named Ake nodded his head and sneered. Although I heard that the food of this restaurant is very delicious, they actually have to provide their ingredients, which is how they do business. Ake said with a big grin of dissatisfaction. The Saiyans had their meat processing department. Although the taste was okay, it was said that the food was much worse than this restaurant. Polly and Ake had heard such rumors and came from afar, but they didn't know that the summer restaurant actually had the odd rule of providing their ingredients. However, How eccentric the rules. When they came here, it had to change. As a mid-class warrior, especially for the powerful warrior who has reached 4,000 power level, the low-class warrior rules were not something they put in their eyes. If there was an unusual low-class warrior could reach 1,500 power level, they were considered very good. A few had 2,000 power level, and 3,000 power level was the top. Pop. Polly and Ake kicked down the door and walked in with a flourish. Monkas was lined up near the door and froze for a moment at sight. He then showed a sneer of contempt. Idiots, you're just looking for death by making trouble at the summer restaurant. The rules of the summer restaurant were established with the blood of several powerful warriors. Even the powerful Mr. Bardock had to behave in this summer restaurant without the slightest hint of a strong man's arrogance. With those two mid-level warriors just now, the ending could already be expected. Crackling. The sound of bones breaking and wailing in pain came from the restaurant. Soon, two figures flew out of the door and slid a dozen meters on the ground. Polly and Ake, who had just entered, had collapsed like a pile of mush on the floor, breathless. If they were not rescued early, these two lives might not have been saved. Serves you right. Monkas cursed freely. Mid-class warriors came to the residence of a low-class warrior and raised his voice, thinking they didn't have any masters here. The summer restaurant is not a place for you to mess around, so I'll teach you a lesson today. Next time, I'll just kill you. The cold voice came along with a powerful aura. A man with fluffy hair came out of the restaurant. Seeing that man, the people in line all showed their admiration. Bardock. So Mr. Bardock is also in the restaurant. Those two are really unlucky to have run into Bardock. The Saiyans at the back were talking. Bardock was a legendary figure among the low-class warrior. It was said that he was a low-class warrior born with a terrifying power of over 10,000 power level was the target for all the low-class warriors to catch up. A sharp eye like a sword light swept the two mid-class warriors. Bardock shook his head and walked into the restaurant. Fortunately, this time it was he who did it. If it were the restaurant owner, the two mid-class warriors could have lost their lives. There were many places where you could make trouble. However, at the summer restaurant, how could you make trouble? Chapter 294 Bardock, where are those people who shout out? The questioner was a handsome young man standing at the front desk, polishing his glass. This young man had deep eyes, and with a slight glance, it was as if a sharp sword pierced people's souls. Bardock nodded and said, I have blown them out. This time, your strength has fallen into a bottleneck. The young man polished the wine glass to a clink, shone it against the light, and then put it on a side cabinet. This whole restaurant was like a large hotel. The back kitchen had fully automated robots, so the restaurant was orderly despite the small staff. Bardock said with a bitter face, yeah, the 900,000 power level bottleneck is not easy to break through. Find some time for Melissa to train you properly. She will absolutely help you break through 900,000 power level. The young man waved his hand very casually as if 900,000 was insignificant. Thank you, Teacher Mew. If Melissa is willing to take a shot, I'm grateful. Bardock said gratefully after hearing that. It's just a small matter. Maybe it's only a small matter for Teacher Mew. Bardock shook his head and laughed lightly. The only person in this world who dared to promise to help him break through 900,000 power levels was perhaps the man in front of him. No one else had that much courage. If someone else knew that they were discussing breaking through 900,000 power levels, they would be so surprised that their jaws would fall off. When did the Saiyan's power level actually reach 900,000? To know that even the current ruler of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta, only had 10,000 power levels. When you thought about 900,000 power levels, it was a devastating value. However, in Bardock's mind, as long as Teacher Mew willing to help, his 900,000 power level breakthrough would be nailed. He was aware of Teacher Mew's power because the rumors of Frieza's disappearance were actually the man's work in front of him. Even the power level of 120 million Frieza was no match for Teacher Mew. What else could he not do? Bardock was grateful that he encountered this powerful teacher when he was young. Otherwise, how could he accomplish what he did today? In the beginning, he was just a low-class warrior who was bullied. It was only with the encouragement of Maang and the help of Senzubins that he broke through the 10,000 power level barrier. After that, more than 10 years had passed, and Bardock's power level soared from 10,000 to nearly 900,000. With low-class warriors' qualification to achieve today's achievement, it was also unique even in Planet Vegeta's history. Maang looked at Bardock. Now, Bardock, as he expected, had already left the level of ordinary Saiyans. In the future, when he crosses the bottleneck of 900,000 power level, there would be hope to sprint to the state of Super Saiyan. Not bad for a character who left a deep mark in the original story. Melia, Melis, go collect the fee. Maang yelled out towards his two wives. Okay. Melia and Melis, who were dressed as waiters, answered and moved sharply to collect the fees. They then ordered the professional robots to cook the ingredients. They didn't care how much fee they could receive because money itself was useless to them. What they enjoyed was the whole process. The wholehearted devotion and perfection, such a daily life, was also a kind of training. 6 months ago, Maayang and the girls held a grand wedding on planet Sala. After that, the three of them drove the spaceship to travel in the universe. After witnessing the ups and downs of the North area, they simply retired to the top of planet Vegeta and opened a small restaurant. Because there was a special robot developed by April, even if the restaurant did not affect their practice, but because of the quiet life refining the mind, Maayang and the girls' training grew. Now, 1.5 years had passed since Frieza's death. Leisurely life, coupled with the exercise of high time flow in the accelerated world, Maayang's power level rose from the original less than 80 million to nearly 200 million. This benefited from not having a bottleneck and the ability to grow power level almost continuously. Melia and Meliz also progressed rapidly. Their power level rose from more than 600,000 to 2 million, turning into a super master with 4 million power levels directly if they became Melissa. Perhaps it was because the Saiyan bloodline favors transformation over normality. Even with Meliz and Melia's physique, the increase in power level began to slow down. Super Saiyan transformation was a buggy skill. Super Saiyan or Golden Eyes transformation could grow 50 times the power level. Super Saiyan 2 and ordinary legendary Super Saiyan transformation was 100 times, so even Maayang felt scared. However, the powerful body transformation needed to be paired with the perfect controllability. If the body couldn't effectively use the energy, such as Frieza's final form, which was empty of energy and no efficiency, then the strong power was also in vain. Maayang didn't ask Melia and Meliz to expand the strength of their transformation in a hurry but rather hoped that they stabilize the normal power level. The rice should be eaten one bite at a time. When the base form becomes stronger, the body transformation would naturally become stronger, not much worse. And when the base form was consolidated before casting the body transformation, wouldn't it have a better effect? Bardock, where is your boy, Raditz, go? Maayang asked. The Saiyan, who left a big mark in Dragon Ball's history, was still a little kid, far from the arrogant character to say the famous phrase power level 5 is trash. Speaking of his eldest son, Bardock's face showed a smile. Raditz followed Prince Vegeta to execute the task. The boy's nature is still too weak. Vegeta, however, is a strong person. With him on a mission, Raditz's pressure can be imagined. Maayang raised his head and smiled. A familiar name appeared on the stage under the development of the original story. Now, it was only 6 months from the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, Frieza had been killed by him, and he had long changed the plot. So, whether planet Vegeta would still be destroyed was tough to say. What pressure? My son is not worse than the son of King Vegeta. Bardock said confidently. After his strength had grown, Bardock's words had little respect for King Vegeta. Even a guy with more than 10,000 power levels, not even considered by Bardock. If it were not for fear of attracting the Frieza clan's attention, Bardock would have shown his full power. Teacher Mew, my little son Kakarot has been in the nursing capsule for 2.5 years. Can we let him out now? Maayang shook his head and said, let him stay a little longer. Kakarot's innate condition was too poor, so he just took this time to make up for it. Remember that in the original story, Kakarot stayed in the nursing capsule for almost 3 years. Kakarot will be an amazing warrior. Let's hope so. Bardock nodded his head. His youngest son Kakarot was born with a power level far below that of an ordinary low-class warrior. Although Bardock had proven in practice that birth qualification was not the main factor in determining future achievements, he was still somewhat concerned about his youngest son's pathetically low power level. If Maayang knew Bardock's concern, he would have snorted and pointed his nose and said his concern was superfluous. Jokes aside, Kakarot was Son Goku. Although the birth of the power level was a little lower, as long as he grew following the original story, the future achievements would be very stressful even for Maayang. When the sky was dark, the summer restaurant closed the door. The automatic robots were clearing the mess in the restaurant, while Maayang said to Melia and Meliz, Bardock has entered a bottleneck in his practice, and in 2 days, you will find a place to hammer him properly. Do we need to beat him up? Melia immediately waved her fist with interest. Although Bardock's strength was not as powerful as hers, with a power level close to 900,000, she was able to enjoy the fight if she took her time. Maayang laughed, do as you like, just find a way to break his bottleneck. Melia nodded, then let's beat him up. Saiyans were people who grew up in battle. The stronger the enemies they encountered, the more they hammered, and the better their bodies could break, provided that they would not be killed. Chapter 295. The next day, Maayang went to Bardock's home with Melia and Meliz. The one who opened the door was Jine, a petite female Saiyan who married Bardock with the same clean face even though she was already the mother of 2 Saiyans. Teacher Mew, you're here. Jine opened the door to see that it was Maayang and the girls. She greeted them very politely as they entered. Jine and Bardock's residence had improved a lot compared to the previous poor living conditions. They had bright rooms and furniture inside. At a glance, it was a place where people of great status lived. "Where is Bardock?" "I came to help him break through the bottleneck." Melia opened the door, her hands already a little itchy. Jine said, "He went to set up a task for the squad and will return soon. Please wait for a while." "Then, we will wait for a while." Maayang smiled and sat down on the sofa very casually. Jine immediately brought tea for hospitality when she saw it. Setting a cup of tea in front of Maayang, Jine carefully asked, "Is it true that Bardock can break through?" If Bardock breaks through again, his power level would be over 900,000, which was a value that made people tremble. Jine had been married to Bardock for many years and knew her husband's strength very well. However, because of this understanding, she knew more about each breakthrough's difficulty after the strength had grown to a high stage. Maayang took a sip of tea and said, "It's hard to meet high-level opponents in the universe. However, Bardock's luck is good, so it's not a big problem." "That's great." Jine breathed a sigh of relief, her face revealed a bright smile. At this time, Melia and Melis wandered around the room and walked up to a nursing capsule with a small, fine-skinned child immersed in a light-colored nutrient solution. The child's eyes closed, and his arms and legs curled up as if he were asleep in his mother's womb. He was the second child of Bardock and Jine, Kakarot. He was also the future Son Goku. No one present except Maayang knew that this little guy, who looked pitifully low in power level, would become a legendary martial arts practitioner of his generation after being sent to Earth because he had crashed his brain. However, right now, Kakarot was still just a hapless toddler of more than 2 years old. The future was not sure if it had already deviated from the trajectory. Due to the usual time that Bardock had to go out on missions, and Jine had to work in the meat processing department, there had been no time to take care of the child. So, the newborn Kakarot was put into the nursing capsule to grow. This was a common practice among the Saiyans, putting newborn toddlers into the nursing capsule because the nutrient solution could greatly enhance the child's physical health. However, it was just expensive, not something the average Saiyan family could afford to consume. This Kakarot looks exactly like Bardock. How does this tail look awkward, and there is no comprehensive planet Saiyan evolution? The power level is also pathetically low. Melia and Melis discussed in front of the nursing capsule with each other, teasing the child inside. The two sisters had an unusual interest in the newborn toddler. Speaking of which, although they had been together with Maayang for many years, they had never had children, no matter in their previous life or this life. In the previous life as Mixia, the marriage was just over 2 years. The previous body died because of the demon invasion. Now, she reincarnated as Melia and Melis, and they want a child of their own. However, after half a year of marriage, their bellies still have no response despite their efforts. With a creak, the door opened. Bardock walked into the room carrying a cloth bag, and when he saw Maayang and the girls were also there, he knew in his heart the purpose of their coming over, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Bardock said respectfully, "Teacher Mew, I'll trouble you next." "Don't worry." Maayang smiled plainly and looked at Melia. Seeing Melia nodded towards him, Maayang then exerted his power and brought Bardock, Melia, and Melis to a distant planet above. "Let's practice here. It's a mangled planet, there's no need to worry about being spied on by others." Maayang and Bardock landed in a large forest. The beasts in the forest soon spotted them, rushing at them with intimidating growls. However, Maayang and the others were unmoved, their bodies gradually floated into the air above the dense forest. This planet is merely a low-level planet. Melia and Melis sensed the surroundings and found no energy aura of more than 1,000 power levels. "Finally, I can stop hiding my power." With a smile on his face, Bardock's energy kept climbing and soon reached a level close to 900,000 power level. At this time, the entire mangled planet rumbled and trembled, and the terrifying aura formed a whirlwind that spread out in all directions. Feeling the full force of power, Bardock could not help but roar. The feeling of exerting power to his heart's content made him excited. In the past, because he was worried about the power would attract the prying eyes of Frieza and others, Bardock had been doing his best to hide the power. Even on missions, he never used his full strength, the reason he would hit a bottleneck, mostly because he did not fight to the fullest. Cool. Bardock was imposing. His body was surging with overpowering ki. "Melia, fight with Bardock and let him know the strength of a master," Maayang said with a faint smile. "Okay." Melia took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Bardock. Her turquoise eyes resembled a secluded lake, rippling as she looked at her opponent, unaffected by the aura on Bardock's body. Bang bang bang. The sound of war drums and the energy on Melia's body were steeply elevated. Her terrifying aura soon exceeded Bardock's, and the 2 million power level was utterly released. That sense of oppression made Bardock's face change violently. What a terrifying key! Melia's power makes my whole body boil with fervor. As expected, she is the wife of Teacher Mew. Although she is 10 years younger than me, her strength is far above mine. Bardock wailed excitedly while resisting Melia's appalling aura. The blood boiled all over his body, and his eyes were full of battle intent when he looked at Melia. Melia was smiling. My current power level is 2 million. I don't want to be beaten down casually. Let the horses come. Bardock said with battle intent. He had trained in secret in the past and rarely had the opportunity to face such a powerful opponent. Melia was so powerful that he could not wait for a painful fight. However, Bardock ignored the gap between himself and Melia. Melia smiled and looked serious as she clattered, and her figure penetrated the thick air. Melia's attack has arrived in front of Bardock. Bardock revealed a horrified look. His hands and feet began to fend off. Bang! With a tragic blow, Bardock's body fell like a meteor, rumbling. A huge fire rose in the sky. A large area of primeval forest was destroyed in Bardock's impact. Ouch! Bardock quickly scurried up and wiped the bloodstains off the corners of his mouth. As the battle continued, Bardock felt that his body's bottleneck was beginning to loosen, which made him even more excited and enthusiastic about the battle. Boom! 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 Bardock kept taking Melia's heavy blows, and the whole mangled planet had become disfigured in the powerful energy impact. Maayang and Meliz were on the sidelines, unceasingly hitting the blade again and again to dispel the energy that might destroy the planet's core. If they were not on the sidelines to maintain it, the tiny mangled planet would have been unable to withstand the terrible force and collapsed. Chapter 296. As the battle continued, Maayang aimed at the 2 rays of light that kept flashing in the sky. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Bardock's power is starting to break through. The usual lack of sufficient release causes his bottleneck, and a painful battle can stimulate the body's potential, Meliz said in a delicate voice. Maayang nodded, agreeing with Meliz's words. Not long after the two had finished speaking, a pale golden rich ki flame was born all over Bardock's body, and his power finally surpassed the 900,000 marks. This ki was unstoppable and seemed to tend to move forward to be stronger. It's done, Bardock's path ahead is set. If he continues to train or keep fighting the strong, he may have hope to break through to Super Saiyan. Maayang commented with a self-effacing expression. Meliz's eyes firmly fixed on the sky. Bardock, seriously, I have not seen the Super Saiyan look. Saiyan strength of planet Sala generally exceeded Vegeta Saiyan by a lot. However, it was unknown what happened in ancient times because planet Sala had no Super Saiyan record. Even the body transformation method had been lost long ago. Upon hearing Maayang said that the Super Saiyan transformation could also enhance the power by 50 times, just like her Golden Eyes transformation, Meliz was really looking forward to seeing the Super Saiyan appearance. The battle lasted for about an hour or so, and Bardock was not a match for Melia after all. Bardock was panting like an ox at the end of the battle with his hands on the ground. Sweat dripping down his cheeks, and his body could not use a little strength. Bardock, this is the end of the battle today. Okay, if a Saiyan wants to grow, it really must rely on constant fighting. After eating a senzu bean, Bardock regained his strength and was shocked at the powerful energy of Melia but also happy that he had made a breakthrough. After Melia and Bardock ended the battle, Maayang nodded his head, and with a wave of the hand, he took them back to planet Vegeta. To which stage Bardock could finally grow, he needed to work on himself. Saiyan's breakthrough was different from Maayang's. It required non-stop challenges with strong people. Bardock, however, laughed loudly and was confident in his future. Just when Bardock was excited about his breakthrough, at the palace, far from the low-class warrior living area, the ruler of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta, was facing a group of visitors from other planets with a gloomy face. According to the order of King Cooler, from today onwards, all Saiyans on planet Vegeta is to serve King Cooler. A few sharp-tongued aliens read out Cooler's order with a toe in the air. In the struggle with King Cold, Cooler won the final victory by a narrow margin, and most of the territory left behind by Frieza came under Cooler's rule. Even Vegeta was also under Cooler's jurisdiction. King Vegeta had the intention to resist, but considering that planet Vegeta's strength was not strong enough, he had to press this resistance to the bottom of his heart. The Saiyans on planet Vegeta is willing to serve King Cooler. King Vegeta bowed his head as his fists trembled slightly. He was no longer the immature teenager more than 20 years ago, and now he experienced the feeling of physical and mental exhaustion that his father, the Saiyan King, felt at that time. It was because his strength wasn't strong enough. If he had enough power, how could a dignified warrior race choose to serve? King Vegeta was a king with great ambition. He would not be willing to fall into others' hands as a tool. The only thing that made King Vegeta feel relieved was that he had an extremely talented son. Just wait a few more decades. When Vegeta grows up, all of you will pay for this. King Vegeta roared in his heart with fury. The aliens who read the order saw King Vegeta kneel on one knee. They glanced at King Vegeta disdainfully and continued to read the next order. I have another order here from the great King Cooler. King Cooler heard that the Saiyans are the famous warrior race of the universe, so he is very interested in planet Vegeta where you live. As the representative of the new unified area, the king will enter planet Vegeta in 6 months. So, in the next 6 months, all the Saiyans will stop their missions and all return to planet Vegeta to wait. King Vegeta, prepare yourselves to welcome the arrival of the great King Cooler. King Vegeta's expression stunned as he frowned. Messenger, even if King Cooler wants to come, we do not need to stop all the tasks at hand. The sharp-tongued alien snorted coldly. This is the order of King Cooler, just carry it out. Yes. Yes. King Vegeta clenched his fist and agreed. Because the Avidoyan controlled all the spaceships, if all the Saiyans were recalled to Vegeta, it would be equivalent to house arrest. However, in the face of Cooler and his powerful army, planet Vegeta could not resist. Snap. King Vegeta angrily slammed down the glass in his hand. This is too much deception. Cooler is simply more hateful than Frieza. King Vegeta sat down in his chair in annoyance. As he faced the Saiyan executives on either side of him, his voice was a little tired. What exactly is Cooler up to? King, do you really want to call back all the Saiyans? What can we do? If we don't recall them, Cooler, who is even more terrifying than Frieza, will definitely be testing us. If we don't follow his orders, I'm afraid that the disaster of 23 years ago will be repeated. Damn, 20 years of hibernation, isn't it enough to gain their trust? King Vegeta said, physically and mentally exhausted. That was when King Vegeta was still young, and when the ruler of the Saiyans was still his father, Saiyan King. When King Cold and Frieza suddenly came to planet Vegeta, they immediately broke planet Vegeta's peace. At that time, there were many warring Saiyans opposed to Frieza's rule. King Vegeta was one of them, and Saiyan King consented to such a choice. However, the result was a bloody and cruel massacre. Countless Saiyan warriors died in the battle, and now he wondered how many of them actually escaped. Order all clansmen to return. King Vegeta said after a moment of contemplation. As ordered. The Saiyan executives on both sides knew the situation that planet Vegeta was facing today and could only obey King Vegeta's orders. They hoped this was really just a test of Cooler on Vegeta. If not, the whole Saiyans would gather together to make a better resistance. King, Prince Vegeta is still outside to carry out the order. Should we let them also come back? Vegeta raised his head and said, no. In the meantime, while the recall order has not been issued, withdraw the mission that Vegeta is carrying out, and give him another assignment. The north area east side is King Cold's territory, find a reason to send Vegeta there. Yes. By the way, how about Paragus-san's situation? King Vegeta sat in his seat for a while and suddenly stood up and asked. That child's situation is not very stable. The Saiyan warrior, who probably knew the inside story, checked the information and replied. Paragus-san was called Broly, a relatively special child in the new generation. Banish him. This child should not stay in Vegeta. Saiyan warrior slightly frowned and dissuaded, King, this child is full of a lot of uncertainty. If he can grow up in the future, it may not be worse than Prince Vegeta. King Vegeta waved a big hand and interrupted, that's even more reason he can't stay on planet Vegeta. Whether for the good of the Saiyans, or planet Vegeta. The so-called mountain could not tolerate 2 tigers also. For the Saiyans to leave a glimmer of hope, Broly could not stay on planet Vegeta. Otherwise, it would affect the rule of King Vegeta and bring instability to Vegeta. As for Broly could survive outside or not, King Vegeta could only say to certain hope. Okurt, you have a daughter a few years older than Vegeta, right? The Saiyan named Okurt said, yes, my daughter Cicely is 4 years older than Prince Vegeta. King Vegeta said quietly, the age is not much different, send your daughter to Vegeta. Let her take care of Vegeta's life. After dismissing Broly and Vegeta and sending Cicely over, King Vegeta could feel at ease to recall the remaining Saiyans. Even if something happened in the future, he could also feel at ease. Yes. But how to explain it to Paragus? Okurt did not have any hesitation in dispatching his daughter. King Vegeta said indifferently, just say his children are low-class warriors and not qualified to stay on top of planet Vegeta. He has become a child of exile and banished to the outer planets. Chapter 297 At a distant outer space, at a planet full of water vapor. Vegeta stood in the ruins of a city full of broken walls, his hands continuously release ki waves towards the running natives. At this time, a young man more than 2 meters tall flew to Vegeta's side. Prince Vegeta, I just received a command from planet Vegeta. What command? Vegeta didn't turn his head back and destroyed another fortress. The king asked us to abandon this mission and rush to a planet called Planet Aliel in the east of the north area immediately. The burly young man read out the instructions on top of the communicator. After listening to the command, Vegeta froze. He also checked the communicator, and his face became stiff as he said, "Planet Aliel is too far away from here. According to the positioning information of the communicator, it will take a year for the spaceship to sail. But this is the king's order." This burly young man was Nappa, the Saiyan who invaded the Earth with Vegeta in the original story and was finally killed Vegeta. Nappa was a famous Saiyan, however, he was bound to follow King Vegeta's instructions. Unfortunately, Prince Vegeta seemed a little reluctant to do so. Damn. Vegeta impatiently turned off the communicator. He annoyingly shot a key wave. Boom, the distance once again exploded with people. "You go and get Raditz. We're going to Planet Aliel now," Vegeta said with a displeased face. "Damn, it is really uncomfortable to leave before the mission here is completed, and let us leave halfway." "Okay. I'm going to find Raditz." After seeing that Vegeta obeyed King Vegeta's order, Nappa breathed a sigh of relief and fetched the Saiyan named Raditz. A few minutes later, 3 white-colored spherical spaceships rose from the planet and soon turned into 3 rays of light shot into the distant depths of space. Planet Aliel was located in the far east of the North area. With the Vegeta spaceship's speed, it would take a year long to spend in the starry sky. During this time, Vegeta and his men would be in a dormant state. For them, they would sleep until they reached their destination. Simultaneously, located on another planet, approximately 11 or 12 years old, a very clean-looking female Saiyan named Cicely also received King Vegeta's instructions. Shen then flew toward Planet Aliel by the same spaceship. Cooler headquarters. With a purple body, covered with white sandstone keratin, Cooler squinted his eyes overlooking the starfield under his control. Although the great battle that took place some time ago caused the Cooler army to lose a lot of talent, it also caused Cooler's territory to expand by more than double. Are all the Saiyans of Planet Vegeta back? Cooler crossed his arms, and his body suspended in the air. Except for a few who could not be contacted because of the communication malfunction, they are all on their way to Planet Vegeta and will probably be back in 6 months. An alien flipped through the information and replied. "These Saiyans are quite obedient." Cooler smiled lightly. "King Cooler, are you really going to take in those Saiyans?" "Oh, how is it possible? Although the Saiyans are excellent combatants, I'm not that stupid guy Frieza. Regarding what the clan said about Super Saiyans, I don't think it's true. However, as long as there is the slightest threat, it's better to destroy it." Cooler's face was gloomy, and his bloodshot eyes revealed a ferocious cold light. 6 months later, I want to destroy Planet Vegeta personally. Since there is a risk, the race of Saiyans should not exist in this world. But in that case, we will lose many excellent combatants. A subordinate behind Cooler said with great regret. "Pavas, there are many warriors in the universe. There is no need to dwell on the Saiyans." Cooler said flatly. "Yes, it is not impossible to find fighters with a power level of more than 10,000. When the alien named Pavas heard Cooler words, he laughed and nodded his head yes. Just like that, the end of Planet Vegeta was determined in Cooler's light words. Next, Cooler's army began to move, and a string of spaceships began to travel in Planet Vegeta's direction. In a cold wasteland, the bone-chilling wind rolled up the sky of sand and dust. The sky was covered by a thick haze, showing a dark color. Ping ping ping. The sound of a fierce fight came from far away. Immediately afterward, the ground trembled, and the distant sky suddenly lit up with a blinding light. The field of vision was illuminated, followed by a howling wind, and a strong shockwave brought up terrifying energy sweeping across the area. In the thick haze, 2 pale golden figures floated at the same height, entwined with powerful ki energy. They suddenly disappeared and suddenly reappeared, fighting from the sky to the ground and back again, each time appearing with a series of powerful whirlwinds behind them. Each time they exchanged blows, they erupted into a heaven-destroying wave of ki. There was a rumbling tremor, and a large area of shining blue energy through the air, cutting a straight and bright trajectory in the air. Bardock showed the energy of the body. Although his face already showed fatigue, and his battle armor was torn, a resolute face was full of madness, not the slightest because of the wounds on his body, and showed fear. The bright red blood seems to ignite the wild, in turn of the more courageous the battle. On the opposite side of him was a beauty beyond words woman. Although she had been fighting for a long time, her clothes were spotless, and she looked like a goddess. Maliz restrained the power in her body, making each strike the same power as Bardock. Although the difference in strength between the two sides was huge, Maliz took it as a practice, honing her mind. On the other side of this planet, it was also a scene of yellow sand. Ma Yang was fighting with Melia. In her golden eyes state, Melia was certainly no match for Ma Yang, even though her 100 million power level was quite terrifying. In the storm, Melia was slightly panting, taking a short break after speeding towards Ma Yang attack. Yang smiled blandly. His finger was pointing in the void, instantly erupted an unusually intense energy impact. Rumble. Bang. Melia carried Yang's attack, but at this time, Yang's figure appeared and gave her a light tap on the shoulder. Slap. Melia flew backward and was about to crash to the ground when suddenly the light bloomed. Melia adjusted her movements to stabilize her body. Followed by a roar, and a golden-green light swept through with a gale. Melia's energy climbed upward again. Good, the legendary Super Saiyan physique is really extraordinary. It actually able to climb upward again and again. With a serious face, Yang boosted his power, and the two sides broke out into another fierce exchange of blows. Usually, when sparring, Yang would let Melia and Melissa turn into Melissa to spar with him. Melissa's strength under the legendary Super Saiyan Golden Eyes transformation was not much less than Yang's. The battle between the two couples could only be carried out on top of planet Wudao in the acceleration world. Otherwise, a random strike could destroy a planet. Melia's power was only half of Melissa's, but the powerful force was enough to make Yang serious. Alright, Melia, you can't move anymore. Looking at Melia, who fell in the pile of rubble panting heavily, Yang squatted down and fed her a senzu bean. He then took out a tree of might fruit for her to enjoy. After Melia ate the senzu bean, her body regained its spirit, and when she saw the tree of might fruit, her eyes immediately lit up, and she took the fruit and gobbled it up. The tree of might fruit didn't help her grow in power, but it could restore her vitality, and it tasted sweet. So, for the gluttonous Saiyans, it was a temptation they couldn't resist. After nibbling on the tree of might fruit, Melia pouted a bit and said, obviously, it's just an earthling's physique, so I wonder how you trained. Except for turning into Melissa, who can fight you, I'm not even a match for you in my usual state. Because I have an acceleration world. Yang stroked Melia's head and said. That's why I hate people who can open hooks. While saying so, Melia's heart was envious. Why didn't she have such a strong hang-up? At this time, she didn't think about the legendary Super Saiyan physique because it wasn't enough. Yang, Vegeta's Saiyans are starting to come back from the outer planets. Melia suddenly said. Yang nodded, yes. I'm afraid that something is going to happen on planet Vegeta. Chapter 298. Previously in the chat with Bardock, Yang heard Bardock said that King Vegeta had ordered a change of flag, and the target of service from the original Frieza, replaced by Frieza's brother Cooler. For this legendary overlord of the North area, Yang was only heard but never seen him. Of course, he did not want to encounter Cooler so early. After all, Cooler's strength could not be compared to Frieza's. As far as he knew, Cooler's strength was much stronger than Frieza's, and his transformation ability was more than Frieza's. In his usual state, Cooler remained in the same model as Frieza final form. However, after unlocking the fourth transformation, his strength could reach 470 million, far higher than Yang's 200 million and Frieza's 120 million. Even if Yang's combat skills were stronger, the vast gap was like a heavenly rift that could not be crossed. Cooler is more ruthless than Frieza. So, if the Vegeta Saiyans are loyal to Cooler, the end is already imaginable. In this way, the original story wrapped up again. Yang's heart couldn't help but feel some emotions. When he killed Frieza on planet Munster, he thought the next plot would change. He did not want the North area situation to fall into turmoil, to the extent that Cooler took the lead with great strength collected the territory originally belonging to Frieza. With Cooler's mature mind, once the whole situation was grasped, he certainly wouldn't allow the Saiyans to continue to exist. It could be said that from the moment Frieza was killed, the destruction of planet Vegeta seemed like it was destined. I heard that Frieza's brother is going to arrive at planet Vegeta in 6 months, Melia said softly. She had heard Yang talk about Cooler's strength before, and she also knew Cooler from North Kai. So, when Cooler arrived at planet Vegeta, it would be an absolute disaster. Yeah. Cooler was now moving from his territory to planet Vegeta, which took half a year. Simultaneously, it was just in time for the destruction of planet Vegeta in the original story. A drink and a peck, could it be set beforehand? Whether it was a coincidence or not, or the inertia of the world or not, planet Vegeta's doom was inevitable in the dark. Yang didn't know that he had made King Vegeta make some changes compared to the original story because of his series of actions. At least, Vegeta had been dispatched by him to the territory of King Cold. If the Saiyans of planet Vegeta were smart, they should have scattered and fled by now, Yang said. Melia laughed. Maybe King Vegeta thinks that by gathering the power of all the Saiyans, he can defeat Cooler. The ignorant are fearless. If King Vegeta really thinks that by relying on the power of all Saiyans, he can resist Cooler, then he is very wrong. Yang shook his head. It was essential to know that Cooler's strength was too great even for him to underestimate. If it were planet Sola's Saiyans, such a thought would be just fine. After all, Planet Sola's Saiyans were indeed proud of their qualifications. As for Planet Vegeta's Saiyans, not that Maayang underestimated them, but at best, they were just rampant in certain areas in the north area southern part. In front of the universe-level powerhouse, they can be destroyed with a single blow. Hee hee. Anyway, it does not matter to us. We can come and go when we want. Melia was indifferent to the survival of the Vegeta Saiyan. They initially did not belong to the same Saiyans. For some reason, every time she saw a Saiyan with a long tail, her heart always felt incredibly awkward and a little uncomfortable. Maayang also didn't care if the Saiyans live or die. If the original Mixia was reincarnated in Planet Vegeta, he might still care a little. However, now, it was out of the picture. At most, when the time came, he would take the Bardock family away. Others, he would not care because he wasn't God. In Maayang's eyes, only Bardock, Jine, and Kakarot were really worth his concern. On this side, Maayang and Melia didn't chat a few words, but the energy fluctuations on the other side of the planet gradually calmed down. Knowing that Meliz and Bardock's fight had ended, Maayang used instant transmission to rush over and then took everyone back to Planet Vegeta. After sending Bardock home, Maayang and the girls walked into their small restaurant. The summer restaurant's business status was open once every 7 days. The previous business had just ended a few days, so the next few days were free time. Usually, during this time, Maayang would take Melia and Meliz to live in the acceleration world or simply return to Earth, which was no exception. After packing up inside the room, Maayang and the twin sisters were ready to return to Earth. However, when they were flying high in the sky, a gorgeous white light passed by them. When they looked closely, it was a very traditional-looking spherical spaceship. What the hell? At this time of the year, Planet Vegeta actually has a spaceship flying out. Melia was avoiding out of the way, cursing at the disappearing spaceship. Maayang looked at her and said, "Wasn't that a little Saiyan riding inside the spaceship just now?" "It seems to be," Meliz said uncertainly. "What's wrong? Does that little Saiyan have a problem?" Maayang thought about it, "Not very sure, I'm not sure, but at this time, there should not be a spaceship leaving Vegeta. Cooler's men monitored Planet Vegeta's spaceship, and King Vegeta should not violate Cooler's orders. So this anomaly caught Maayang's attention. You guys wait here. I'll be right there." After saying that, Maayang used instant transmission and rushed to the front of the spaceship. In the empty universe, the spherical spaceship quickly moved away from Planet Vegeta. As a white light flashed, Maayang flew side by side with the spaceship and then looked through the transparent glass of the spaceship to clearly see the situation. Inside the spaceship was indeed sleeping a few years old Saiyan toddler. His body was wearing a small battle armor, his long hair was messy, and his sleeping appearance was very naive. After feeling the key of the small Saiyan inside, Maayang was a little surprised. For some reason, he felt a strong and odd power in such a small Saiyan body. Somewhat the energy on the body was similar to Melia and Meliz. Was this boy the legendary Super Saiyan? Maayang's eyebrows knitted together. Without thinking so much in his heart, his palms naturally close to the spaceship's wall, and the energy of acceleration world descended to the interior of the spaceship. Then, with a whoosh, the child inside was taken into the acceleration world. After doing all this, Maayang stopped and watched the white spaceship fly further and further away, gradually disappearing in the vast sea of stars. This child, could it be Broly? Maayang stood in the middle of the void universe and pondered. As far as he knew, on the eve of Planet Vegeta's destruction, King Vegeta once banished a Saiyan toddler with a super body. This scene was somewhat similar to the picture in his memory, only if it was really Broly, he left Planet Vegeta a little earlier than he seemed. Never mind. Maayang shook his head, whether this child was Broly or not, now he's in the accelerated world. Turning back to Planet Vegeta, Maayang described the situation just now to the girls. According to Maayang, the child might have the legendary Super Saiyan physique, which made the two sisters showed great interest and urged Maayang to take them in to have a look. Maayang, of course, agreed. Therefore, the stars turned upside down, space changed, and the three appeared in the accelerated world above planet Wudo. In a primeval forest, little Broly awoke from his slumber, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. He looked up blankly with his childish little face full of doubts and dullness. Maayang, this child is so cute. A playful voice came from the distance. Broly raised his head and saw 3 unfamiliar figures flying in from the sky. Who are you guys, and what is this place? The childish voice seemed a bit clueless. What is your name? Maayang landed in front of Broly and squatted down to look at him. Broly shrank his neck. My name is Bro.Broly. Sure enough, it was Broly. Maayang's eyes lit up for a moment, and his fingers pointing at Broly's forehead, sensing for a moment, and then said toward the girls, "This child is indeed has a legendary Super Saiyan physique, and it's even purer than yours. Legendary Super Saiyan that is purer than ours." Melia and Melis became even more interested. Melia and Melis's legendary Super Saiyan physique was actually rather vague. It was mainly because they were full of demonic ki in their previous lives, and combined with Planet Sol Saiyan physique after their reincarnation, it made their bloodline jump to a certain extent. So, compared to a legendary Super Saiyan like Broly, there was still a slight gap. Perhaps only the complete Melissa could be comparable to Broly. Yes. Broly's body contains a huge amount of energy. As long as he trains a little, he will become a powerful warrior when he grows up. Ma Yang said with a serious face. Broly's condition was too excellent. If he remembered correctly, after growing up, Broly, in terms of strength, was easily hanged Super Saiyan Blue Son Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. What was even more valuable was that Broly was usually in a very obedient state and kept his sanity. Melia and Melis looked at Broly with a face of admiration. They did not expect this dumb little guy to be so well nourished. "Nah, Ma Yang, how about we adopt this child?" Melia said. "I think this child is quite well behaved," Melis agreeing her sister. Melia and Melis both want a child of their own. Unfortunately, their bellies didn't work, and neither of them was pregnant yet. When they saw Broly, they suddenly felt a strong bond with this child, especially since he was also a legendary Super Saiyan like them. Broly looked blankly, utterly unaware of what the girls were talking about. Ma Yang stared at Broly for a while and laughed. "Little one, how about uncle and aunt take care of you later?" Grumble. Broly's stomach growled. "Are you hungry?" Broly nodded his head. Ma Yang very generously took out a lot of food from the capsule, which was all made from the diner's ingredients when they were in Planet Vegeta. Each time Ma Yang would intercept some of them and keep them. "Here, these are for you. Let loose and eat, I have enough food here." Broly smelled the aromatic food, his mouth watered, and his throat squirmed. "Really? Are these for me to eat?" "Yes. In the future, how about you be our adopted son?" Chapter 299. The young Broly did not know the meaning of an adopted son. He was only 2 years old, he did not have much judgment. At this time, his 2 eyes were glued to the food taken out by Ma Yang. After receiving the food from Ma Yang, he tore into it, asking vaguely while eating, "What is an adopted son?" "Adopted son means to adopt you as a son?" Broly looked as if he didn't understand. "Do you like food? After following us, there will be delicious food every day," Ma Yang said. Broly's eyes lit up. "Such delicious food, can I have it every day?" "Yes. Do you want to follow us?" Ma Yang smiled like a human trafficker who abducted a child. "Huh?" Broly slurred, biting a piece of thigh meat that he didn't know what animal it was, and said thoughtfully, "I want to follow you guys." "Huh, that's easy." Ma Yang showed a winning smile and looked at Melia and Melis, only to see that the 2 women's attention was on Broly's body, watching with interest as he enjoyed his food to the fullest. Melia used a handkerchief to wipe off the grease stains around Broly's mouth and happily said, "Little Broly, from now on, you have to call me Mother Melia, and this next one is Mother Melis. Come on, I have a lot of good food here." With that, Melia flooded with motherly love and took out her treasured food, handing it to Broly one by one. She was quite generous at this time. When Broly saw that there was so much delicious food, he was instantly happy. "Thank you, Melia." "Mother." Broly dumbly called out. "Good boy." Melia's face was overflowing with smiles. She hugged Broly and rubbed him hard in his hair. The appetite of the Saiyans was terrifying. They ate quickly and digested everything. Broly's mouth didn't stop until he had finished all the food prepared by Ma Yang and the girls. He burped with his stomach satisfied, then his eyes closed as he fell asleep directly. When Melia saw this, she directly held Broly in her arms. Ma Yang smiled lightly and said, "He is good at enjoying himself. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat." He was really carefree. Melis covered her mouth and laughed. Saiyans are all like this. When they are young, they need to ensure sufficient nutrients and sleep. The legendary Super Saiyans have a higher energy demand. According to the tradition of Planet Vegeta, at this age, he should have been sleeping in the nursing capsule. Ma Yang nodded his head. For Broly, he was still very high regard. Broly's age was similar to Bardock's son Kakarot, and it must have been King Vegeta's idea to be sent him out of Planet Vegeta at this time. King Vegeta did this, whether restraining fear Broly's innate talent or leaving hope for Planet Vegeta Saiyan. No one knew because the benevolent sees the wise and sees wisdom. However, since he found Broly, of course, he wouldn't let such an excellent Saiyan out from his eyes. If he trained Broly slowly, Broly would be a great master. It just so happens that the girls were thinking of having a child, so why not let them experience what it was like to be a mother before conceiving their child? Next, Yang took Brawly with Melia and Meliz to live above planet Wudao for a while. He also tried to instruct Brawly in martial arts. They soon found out that the potential hidden in Brawly's body was even greater than they had imagined. However, this power was precarious, and if it was not guided properly, it could easily happen to go on a rampage just like Melia's at the beginning. A few days later, in the big forest, a wild wind blew over and bent the surrounding trees. Brawly was swinging his fist very hard. Although he was small, every time he swung his fist, it always brought up a gust of biting whirlwind. With a rumble, a small hill in the distance was flattened by Brawly. Simultaneously, a powerful recoil caused his small face to flush, and he fell to the ground with a snap. Seeing Brawly fall from afar, Yang turned his head to Melia and said, "Brawly is too young to know how to control the power of his body. He still needs to improve it in an orderly manner." Melia nodded and said, "It is necessary to strengthen his control of strength." After teaching Brawly martial arts for a few days, Yang and Melia unanimously decided not to let Brawly practice martial arts for the time being. Instead, he should meditate and train his mind. In the original story, Brawly didn't know how to train. However, under his father Paragus, his strength was enough to beat Super Saiyan Blue Son Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. So, it could be seen that his innate talent was monstrous. Therefore, Yang didn't have to worry about Brawly's inadequate talent, but rather because he was too talented and needed proper guidance. Like the Son Goku in the original story, the first training was to develop a good foundation and build a magnificent building on top. A few more days had passed, and with the 32 times increase in the acceleration world, only a few hours had passed in the outside world. Earth, the lookout. After returning to Earth, Yang did not go directly to the Great Azure Mountain but flew directly up to the lookout to find his disciple Canalita. Now, Canalita was the heir of the kami, and she usually lived in the lookout palace. By Canalita's glory, Canalita's young disciple, Launch, also had the honor to live in the lookout palace. When Yang appeared in the lookout, Canalita was instructing the blonde Launch on her practice. Upon seeing her teacher back, Canalita smiled and came forward. When she saw the Brawly in Melia's arms, Canalita was surprised. "Teacher, how long have you been out? How could you have a child so soon?" Canalita wasn't sure about the growth of Saiyan. She used to see Melia and Meliz grew into an adult at a young age, and thought it was a Saiyan talent. "This child is called Brawly. He is a child adopted by us, not biological." Yang finished and pointed to Canalita, then said, "Brawly, this big sister with red hair is my disciple Canalita, call her senior sister." "Senior sister?" Canalita. Brawly timidly said. The real Brawly was so honest and elegant, very much like the original Son Gohan when he was a toddler. Canalita ruffled her fiery red hair and sighed in relief, "So it's teacher's adopted son. I thought you guys were so powerful to have such a big kid in a year and a half. You almost scared me to death." Yang laughed and scolded, "Your mind is a pig. How can they grow up in a few months? Like Earthlings, Saiyans need to carry a child for 10 months before they can give birth." Canalita laughed, "I'm not a Saiyan, how can I know this? Why don't teacher and your wife hurry up and have a little one for me to see?" Melia glared at Canalita, "This girl is getting more and more nonsense." Canalita was smiling lightly. Because of the special familiarity from childhood, Melia and Meliz did not have much authority at all in front of her. At this time, the blonde Launch popped up to Brawly's side. She stretched out her hand to compare her height between the two. The little one in front of her was not much taller than her, so she yelled out in discontent on the spot, "What makes this little one can call teacher Canalita senior sister? Do I have to call him something then?" "No, I disagree." "Hello," Brawly whispered. "I'm not okay at all." The blonde Launch glared up. Brawly was frightened by the fierce eyes of blonde Launch and directly grabbed Yang's pant leg to hide behind. Yang knocked at the blonde Launch and said, "Little girl, you're only a few years old, and you're gangly. You need to be more disciplined in the future." Canalita nodded and said, "Blonde hair state of Launch is good at martial arts training. However, her character is really too rude. Launch need to get along well with Brawly." "I won't." The blonde Launch stubbornly shook her head. A strand of hair flew to the nostrils. Achu Launch sneezed, and her hair instantly turned dark blue. The well-behaved blue-haired Launch looked at everyone with a bewildered face, and her pink puffy little face was instantly red. Upon seeing Brawly, the blue-haired Launch smiled coyly and apologized shyly toward Brawly, "I'm really sorry. I'm not a good person in my blonde state." Brawly tilted his head and said nervously, "It's okay." Yang, Canalita, and the girls looked at each other and smiled. Brawly's character was straightforward, so the blonde Launch and blue-haired Launch complimented him. It looked like Brawly and Launch would get along very well. Chapter 300 at Planet Vegeta. Shortly after King Vegeta banished Brawly, Broly's father, Paragus, learned about his son and went to the Saiyan palace to question King Vegeta in a rage. "King, why did you banish my son, Broly, to the planet Vampa at the edge of the universe?" Paragus shouted in anger. King Vegeta sat on top of the throne, looking at Paragus obliquely. Although Paragus also belongs to the more powerful Saiyans of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta had his majesty as the king of the Saiyans. "Paragus, Broly is only a low-class warrior, it is natural for him to become the son of exile. Why do you have to dwell on this?" Paragus angrily stared at King Vegeta. "Broly is not a low-class warrior, he is the future hope of planet Vegeta." King Vegeta listened with a cold face. "When I said he's a low-class warrior, he's a low-class warrior. For the sake of your past battle achievements, I'll forgive your rudeness this time. However, if you persist, don't blame me for being rude. Vegeta 3, you will regret your actions today. I will find Broly and train him to be the strongest warrior and take revenge. Is that so? Then I'll wait." Humphrey. Paragus stared at King Vegeta for a long time. Suddenly, with a cold snort, he turned around and flew out of the palace. Looking at the distant figure of Paragus, King Vegeta watched gloomily. Saiyan Okert frowned and said, "King, I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate. Paragus will certainly hold a grudge." King Vegeta said coldly, "Do not bother him, it's only Paragus. Even if he wants revenge, he has to see Broly's power, it will be a few decades later. By then, Vegeta has grown up, and you don't need to worry about it. We are still worried about the arrival of Cooler in 1 or 2 months." Okert sighed at the words. He always felt that things would not be so simple. However, King Vegeta insisted on this, he couldn't do anything. As King Vegeta said, the biggest crisis planet Vegeta currently facing was Cooler. King Vegeta and he were secretly preparing the power of resistance. The sky was clarified, the sun shone, a white cloud was floating at the azure sky, seeming to change different shapes in the breeze. Low-class warrior residential area, summer restaurant opened for business once again. After handing Broly over to Canalida's care, Maayang and the girls stayed on Earth for several more days. By the time the restaurant opened, they once again returned to planet Vegeta. This day Bardock and Jine also took the time to help in the restaurant. Looking at the long queue at the door, Melia and Meliz changed into a waiter's attire and worked at the front desk. They were actually only responsible for bookkeeping and cashier, while all other work was given to the automatic robots as they enjoyed this kind of ordinary life. "Bardock, how about considering moving to Earth?" Maayang jokingly said. "Why did Teacher Mew say that?" Bardock asked suspiciously as he sat next to Maayang. Maayang said, "You should have seen, Cooler will come to Vegeta soon. The situation above Vegeta will not be stable by then." With the news that Cooler will come over, King Vegeta secretly scrambled his troops, preparing for anything. Everyone could feel the atmosphere of a great battle and that a storm would soon come. Bardock, as an outstanding warrior, of course, felt the difference above planet Vegeta. Although he was only a district of cold-born warriors at the surface, the dignity of the Saiyans would not allow Bardock to retreat. "So," he said, "thank you for the reminder of Teacher Mew, I know what to do. If a big battle really happens, you are no match for Cooler." Maayang warned. "I know. However, as a warrior, I absolutely cannot retreat." Bardock's attitude was as firm as ever. Saiyans were like this. Even if they knew they were no match, they would fight to the end in blood for the pride of the warrior race. "All right." Maayang nodded lightly, then stopped talking. The scene fell into silence all of a sudden. Just when neither Maayang nor Bardock said anything, on the street outside the summer restaurant, a purple figure flew from the sky and then landed in the empty spaceship parking area. This figure had 2 long purple ears. Its face was very thin and looked like it consisted of only skin and bones, like a skeleton. Its nose sniffed, and a wonderful fragrance wafted in from afar. This fragrance is so nostalgic. Maayang and the girls must be on this planet. With his eyes closed, he walked along with the scent. The purple figure hung its arms helplessly and soon reached the entrance of the summer restaurant. If Maayang had walked out the door, he would have known that this purple figure was none other than the supreme deity of the supreme god of Universe 7, God of Destruction Beerus. After more than 20 years of dormancy in the God of Destruction planet, God of Destruction, Beerus woke up again. This time he woke up intending to eat the food left by Maayang in the God of Destruction planet, but to his annoyance, the food that had been saved was actually all eaten up by Whis alone. Beerus looked at the empty lunchbox and cursed at Whis. Afterward, he didn't wonder for the food like the original story. Instead, he asked Whis to determine the location of Maayang and then asked Whis to send him to planet Vegeta. Found it. Whis, that idiot, after learning cooking for so long, his skills still can't compare with Maayang. The tantalizing aroma at the tip of his nose stimulated the taste buds of God of Destruction Beerus. Wiping his saliva, Beerus walked towards the restaurant entrance with his chest up and his hands behind his back. Hey, which planet are you from? Hurry up and get in line at the back. Planet Vegeta had a lot of aliens that Frieza had left in the old days. Later, Cooler sent a group. Usually, Saiyans and those aliens would be peaceful. However, in front of the summer restaurant, these Saiyans didn't allow these aliens to cut in line. Aren't you guys going to let me get in line? Beerus looked at these Saiyans, and his face was instantly covered with dark clouds. His expression was cold, and so did his voice. His golden eyes did not have a trace of emotion. The few Saiyans in front of him saw this and rightfully said, "You have to get in line first. Even if you have the ingredient, the first to arrive have to eat first." There was nothing wrong with this statement. However, in front of the temperamental god of destruction Beerus, that was taboo. He was the god of destruction, why should he care about the rules of mortals? It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like that. It seems that I walk around too little, making some small cats and puppies dare to be reckless in front of me. Beerus's face was cold as he glared with his golden eyes. The intense divine might cause the surrounding temperature to drop a few dozen degrees at once. What were you talking about? The Saiyan in front of him rolled up his sleeves, and his attitude rose. Boring mortal, go to hell. God of destruction Beerus' expression was indifferent. His finger pointing forward, and the fingertips lit up a small purple ball of energy. The purple ball of energy surrounded by several crystal white circles, like a satellite, whirled around the energy ball. Energy of destruction. The expressions of the first few Saiyans suddenly stiffened, and their bodies from bottom to the top seemed to wind up as if they were turned into a dusty crumb, floating away. Seeing such a situation, several Saiyans lined up in the doorway were all scared, looking at Beerus with eyes full of fear. Do you guys want to be destroyed too? Beerus looked out of the corner of his eye and swept ahead. No, we don't dare. The remaining few Saiyans saw Beerus staring at them, that golden eyes had no trace of emotion. They shivered and covered with cold sweat. At this time, how could they think about food? They hurriedly retreat around. Humphrey. Beerus coldly snorted, and kicked open the door of the restaurant, shouted towards the inside, "Maayang, this god is here. Hurry up and prepare me delicious food." Chapter 301 The door of the summer restaurant was rudely kicked open. The tremendous commotion immediately drew the attention of the Saiyans dining inside, and then in their discontented eyes, a purple-skinned cat alien swaggered in. "Maayang, this god is here. Hurry up and prepare delicious food for me." Beerus shouted, and the noisy sound immediately attracted the indignant eyes of the entire restaurant staff. It should be known that this was the summer restaurant, not everyone could shout. Even the most powerful warriors had to behave here. Remember that some time ago, there were also people looking for trouble here? How about the result? They were slapped out by Bardock 2 or 3 times and almost lost their lives. What did this mean? To be disciplined. Unruly people would be discouraged in the summer restaurant and attract the disgust of the diners. Interrupting other people's meals was an easy way to get into trouble. Not to mention the Saiyans loved food, and provoking them while they were enjoying their food was just looking for death. When you encountered a powerful Saiyan, the result would be tragic. Ah, the smell is so fragrant. The color is also very beautiful. The food must be very delicious. Quickly bring out all the delicious food. Beerus said to himself and glanced around a few times, looking at the diner's table that exquisite food. He could no longer hold back, his mouth watered. Where did this cat come from? It's so ugly and skinny. There's not even any hair on it. If he dares to make trouble in the summer restaurant, he is looking for death. Bardock and the boss are here, so this cat is in trouble. The Saiyans sitting in front of the table had the attitude of watching a good show. They could already imagine in their hearts what was going to happen next. Frowning slightly, God of Destruction Beerus' eyes immediately cooled down and said coldly, "What? Did no one hear me? Why don't you come and entertain me?" Bardock, who was drinking a small drink at the front desk, saw such a brutal attitude of God of Destruction Beerus. His expression brushed off coldly, and was about to get up to teach the other party a lesson when Maayang tightly pulled his arm. Bardock looked at Maayang in confusion and saw that Maayang looked in the direction of the purple figure. The figure flickered and quickly disappeared from his sight. "Lord Beerus, what brings you to planet Vegeta?" Maayang quickly appeared in front of Beerus. In the original story, Beerus did appear on the eve of Vegeta's destruction. Now it was a whole half-year earlier. Beerus grunted, "I came specifically to find you. That bastard Whis ate all the food you left behind, that guy did not even leave me a little. Now you go and prepare good food for me, if I'm not satisfied, this planet will disappear." Of course, Maayang knew that the words of Beerus were not just a joke. When the god of destruction destroys a planet, it was never a random thing. The criterion for evaluating whether it was destroyed was simply his preference. It was the job of the god of destruction to destroy planets, and no one could logically accuse him. Please wait a moment, I will immediately go to prepare. Maayang persuaded in a good manner. Beerus nodded indifferently, glanced at the surrounding scions in the afterglow, and said coldly, clear out all these people who are in the way. I don't want to see others while dining. That's certainly no problem. Maayang winked towards Bardock. Although Bardock didn't know the identity of Beerus, but looking at the way Maayang treated him so carefully, his heart was surprised, and he was secretly thinking, even Teacher Mew had to treat him carefully. Could it be that the person was a big shot? Although his heart was full of doubts, Bardock did not show it. He simply cooperated with all the other people in the restaurant to invite them out. Seeing all the people in the way were expelled, Beerus' face looked better. He strutted in front of the table, opened his mouth to the table, and blew a breath. All the dishes and crumbs seemed to be washed by a special energy immediately, instantly turned into pieces and disappeared, while the wooden board of the table was intact. Seeing this appalling scene, Bardock could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Based on this martial arts alone, he fully understood why Teacher Mew was so afraid of the person in front of him. Perhaps, this purple creature was really a terrifying monster. At this time, Melia and Meliz also came out from the back kitchen. When they saw Beerus sitting in the hall, their pupils all tightened, and they hurriedly pulled Jine enthusiastically to put all the dining tables together to form a huge flat surface. Lord Beerus, welcome. Melia and Meliz said enthusiastically, and then brought out the food heated up in the kitchen to serve the god of destruction, Beerus. Beerus looked at the two girls and was a little surprised. Hey, I remember your key. Does it seem that you used to be one person? How come you've become two now? It's because of the reincarnation. Oh. Beerus nodded but did not care much. He picked up a fork and plucked the food on the plate, picking it up with the fork and examining it up and down in front of his eyes. The food emitted a tantalizing aroma to whet his appetite. With a bite into the mouth, the wonderful taste exploded between the mouth and teeth. Beerus' two eyes suddenly opened wide, enjoying a big mouthful of food. It's delicious. It's been a long time since I've eaten something so delicious. Beerus swallowed heavily, his face filled with an expression of enjoyment. Melia laughed, as long as Lord Beerus is satisfied, we will try to make you happy. Very good. Looking at the way Beerus swallowed, both Melia and Meliz breathed a sigh of relief. They then pulled Jine and Bardock towards the back kitchen. The pressure on them was too great to stay by Beerus' side. At this moment, they somewhat understood why Maayang said that the chef profession was the most useful profession alongside martial arts and scientists. In the vast universe, top-notch cooking skills could sometimes really save lives. Teacher Mew, Melia, who is that guy? Bardock asked with a serious face. Maayang was cooking a meal in the kitchen and said seriously after hearing the words, he is the god of destruction, Beerus. The top god in the entire universe and the most powerful master. The specific situation is still unclear, but you need to know that the existence of the god of destruction has overridden all life. He can kill a large number of masters like Frieza and Cooler with a single move of his finger. God of Destruction's energy of destruction's ability had risen to the level of the rules. Without the dimension level and power above level 7, it was simply impossible to withstand it. No way. How can there are such experts in the universe? The one in front of you is, Maayang said. What is even more difficult to get is that the god of destruction Beerus' character is elusive. In case anyone upsets him, he will be able to destroy the planet by blowing his breath. The existence of the god of destruction Beerus was so overpowering. In Universe 7, no one was his opponent, except for Whis, who could check and balance him. After listening to Maayang's description, Bardock couldn't believe his ears. Frieza and Cooler, such experts, he could casually kill them by lifting a finger and destroy the planet just by blowing a breath. That was how powerful a master he was. Bardock wiped a cold sweat, and the clothes on his back were almost soaked. After thinking about the shouting in the hall before, it turned out that Planet Vegeta actually walked around the edge of destruction unknowingly. This time he knew why Teacher Mew would be so polite to that purple cat man. If the other side was really that strong, anyone should be polite. Frieza and Cooler were nothing compared to the god of destruction, Beerus. After knowing the power of the god of destruction, then looked at the thin appearance of Beerus, Bardock gulped. He was no longer dare to have any underestimation. That thin body underneath contains the power to destroy the world. Chapter 302 Jine, Bardock, can you guys help me with the side dishes in the back kitchen? Melia, when this dish is ready, you bring it to Beerus. The spatula in Maayang's hand quickly tossed as he poured a smoking hot dish on the plate. The most important thing now was to serve Beerus well. At this moment, Maayang was not a martial artist, but a cook. The cook who saves the world. In the back kitchen, a steaming dish was made, and in the hall, Beerus was eating with pleasure. Suck, the sound of clashing bowls and plates rang out. After more than 20 years of slumber, Beerus, who woke up with a lot of anger toward Whis, had now finally eased up. Not bad. This is much better than the dishes made by Whis. Beerus leaned back in his chair with a satisfied face, crossing his legs and picking his teeth with a toothpick. It's good that you are satisfied. Maayang walked up to Beerus together with Melia and Milis. Maayang, do you guys want to go to the God of Destruction planet for a while? Beerus' golden eyes blandly looked at Maayang and the girls. His attitude was obvious now, he wanted Maayang to prepare food for him again. How could Maayang dare to say no? Besides, the God of Destruction planet was indeed an excellent place to train. So, he said without thinking, since Lord Beerus asked for it, of course, I'm willing to do so. Oh, Lord Beerus, you used to say that the God of Destruction planet is a place where mortals cannot set foot, why have you changed your mind? A slightly flirtatious voice sounded. After that, a colorful light shone in the hall, and a tall figure wearing a red divine robe with long white curly hair appeared in front of Maayang and the others. The person who came was none other than the teacher and servant of God of Destruction Beerus, the Angel of the Universe 7 Whis. It's because you ate all my food, and your cooking skills are still so bad. I've had enough of you. Beerus snorted coldly. Lord Beerus has gone too far again. My cooking skills have also grown. Whis waved his hand, pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere, and pretended to wipe up the crocodile tears. He then turned his head towards Maayang and the girls as they nodded. Long time no see. The three of you have become much stronger, especially Maayang. TSK, you've reached the level 5 dimension so quickly. Not bad, you're already at Kai's level. In a short while, you might have to catch up with Lord Beerus. Nah, don't you have any interest in succeeding Lord Beerus as the next God of Destruction after Lord Beerus' death? Whis, if you say that, Lord Beerus will not be happy. Maayang smiled lightly. He was grateful, Whis was such a character. He always liked to make Beerus angry. His small figure would not dare to make such a joke in front of Beerus. Whis, how can you say such things again? Beerus's face was gloomy. Choosing an heir in front of his face, did he curse him to die early? Whis laughed lightly. Lord Beerus will die one day. I chose the heir early for the future of the Universe 7, too. There is no need to think about this kind of future. Beerus yelled in annoyance. Humphrey, hurry up and exert your divine power to take us back. I want Maayang to prepare more food for me. If you still dare to steal my food this time, I will definitely not spare you. Yes, yes, yes. Whis had a smile on his clear face, and his gaze was clear as he looked at Maayang and the girls. He then said gently, are you ready? I am now going to take you to the God of Destruction planet in the same way as the last time. We are certainly honored. Maayang definitely wished to go to the God of Destruction planet because the God of Destruction planet was located at the top level of Universe 7. After the time spent preparing food for Beerus, the extra time could be used to ask Whis for advice on training. Although Whis previously left him that martial arts perception he had not yet completely comprehended, wasn't it better to answer questions in person? Soon, before he left Plant Vegeta, Maayang once again said to Bardock, Bardock, listen to my advice, Plant Vegeta is not a place to stay for a long time. Teacher Mew, I already have my own decision. Seeing that his persuasion was still ineffective, Maayang sighed. Since Bardock would not listen to his advice, he would not say anything more. Then it's up to you. I hope you can think about it again. Also, after we leave this restaurant, please help close it. I don't think there is a chance to open it again in the future. He didn't know how long he would stay in the God of Destruction planet. If it were more than half a year, by the time he returned from the God of Destruction planet, it would be a question of whether or not Planet Vegeta still existed. I know, Bardock said. Looking toward Jine, Maayang put his hands on Melia and Melis's shoulders. This time Whis' lavender eyes swept over everyone present, and the divine staff in his hand nudged the ground a few times. The colorful light rose and wrapped them together in one go. Swoosh! Immediately, around the colorful pillar of light, splashed up a few star-like hazes. The light was so bright that the colorful haze seemed to penetrate space and suddenly flickered, followed by the disappearance of Maayang and the others from their original place. By the time the colorful light disappeared, the scene was soon left with only Bardock and Jine. Looking at the place where Maayang and the others disappeared, Bardock murmured, that red-robed man just now is also a master. Teacher Mew was actually able to get along with such a strong person. No wonder his strength is so powerful. Jine said with some concern, Teacher Mew has warned you so many times. Maybe Planet Vegeta will really be in danger in the future. Bardock took over Jine's slender body, looking at his wife's delicate appearance. His heart suddenly seemed to be touched. He sighed quietly and did not know what was in his heart. Maayang, Melia, and Melis went to the God of Destruction planet along with Whis and the God of Destruction Beerus to train for the time being. Half a year has passed in a hurry, and there were only a few days left before Cooler landed on planet Vegeta. In recent times, the atmosphere of planet Vegeta was tranquil. Although ordinary Saiyans noticed the atmosphere around them was strange, they did not know what they were going to face. At the moment, King Vegeta had secretly fanned his troops and sharpened his sword. After more than 20 years of hibernation, he was not prepared to continue to hold back. He summoned all the powerful mid-class warrior and elite warrior on planet Vegeta, ready to take advantage of Cooler's landing to wait for an opportunity to make a big fight. Time passed day by day. In the distant outer space, Cooler's troops kept a constant speed towards planet Vegeta. Hundreds of disc ships lined up neatly, and the formation could scare off a large group of people. In the cabin of the central flagship, Cooler crossed his arms and sat in his position. Pavas, how much further is the distance to planet Vegeta? Pavas was Cooler's right-hand man and had a high status in Cooler's squadron. Hearing Cooler's inquiry, he humbly bent his waist and said with a light smile, "At the current speed, we can reach planet Vegeta in another day." Cooler, revealing a bloody and cruel smile, "One more day. By this time tomorrow, planet Vegeta will be in front of you, Your Majesty," Pavas said respectfully. "Let those Saiyans live one more day, then this king will personally destroy planet Vegeta." Cooler said coldly. "Your Majesty, are you planning to take action yourself?" "Of course. After all, the Saiyans are a long-rumored race in my clan. I can feel at ease only if I destroy them myself." Cooler's eyes flashed a trace of indifference. "By the way, about those stray Saiyans outside, you deal with them as soon as possible." Pavas sneered, "We have already investigated clearly through the Abadoyan information base. There were 4 young Saiyans who went to Lord Cold's territory because they were diverted midway. There were also several other sons of the exile who were not even low-class warriors who were banished to remote planets in the universe. King Vegeta played a good game. He thought he could save a life by sending people to my father." Cooler said with a grim smile, "When we destroy planet Vegeta, we will kill all those who have escaped the net." Cooler's mind was much more thoughtful than Frieza's. To exterminate the clan, there couldn't be a mist. In case the escaped Saiyans reproduce other Saiyans, thus giving birth to Super Saiyans, that would be bad. Although Cooler didn't believe in the authenticity of Super Saiyans' existence, everything must be done carefully. "Well, it's an honor for those Saiyans to see King Cooler personally," Pavas said sinisterly. Just as Cooler and his group gradually approached planet Vegeta, in front of them, 2 small spaceships cut through the void. They appeared in a starry sky outside planet Vegeta. Judging from the surface of these 2 spaceship-modeled marks, it had been quite a while. Phew. The surface of the white-colored spaceship rubbed against the atmosphere with a dark red glow. Accompanied by a series of ear-splitting roars, the spaceship penetrated the atmosphere. It slid down, rumbling on the ground of planet Vegeta. The violent impact splashed up a large amount of mud and sand, and hazy smoke drifted out. "Ahem, Asike, are you all right?" Out of the smoke came a figure, wearing a simple animal skin. "Yes. After more than 20 years, we are finally back to planet Vegeta." A man with graying temples came out of the smoke. These 2 Saiyans' names were Asike and Bazda. When Frieza took planet Vegeta, they were lucky to be able to escape from planet Vegeta. More than 20 years of time rushed by, even with the Saiyans' long youth, they couldn't withstand the signs of age. If Maiyang was there, he might have recognized that these 2 Saiyans were the ones he had saved from Jinyu Force and Cooler Armored Squadron. After more than 20 years away from planet Vegeta, they were back once again. "Asike, I'll go find the current king of planet Vegeta first. You go meet your child. If your child is still alive, maybe he's already a father." Bazda joked a little bitterly. Asike said, "Yes. If Bardock is still alive, he's supposed to be a father. Cooler's legion will arrive soon. All things must be taken care of as soon as possible." Bazda said with a serious face. "I know. Hurry up and see the current king and tell him about Cooler's plot so that he can prepare early." Chapter 303. The sun gradually sets over the mountains. The last bit of sunlight penetrates from mountain to mountain, illuminating the sky with a dim yellow, darkening the twilight, and gradually disappearing the light. Planet Vegeta, low-class warrior residential area. Asike walked with a complicated expression on the street made of rammed earth, which was brightly lit on both sides. Looking at the Saiyans coming and going on both sides of the street, Asike could not help but sigh. If Bardock's still alive, he probably lives around here. The low-class warrior life was much worse than the living area of the mid-class warrior and elite warrior. Whether it was living facilities or living conditions, the treatment of the low-class warrior was much worse. This was the result of the Vegeta Saiyans' rule of the weak and the strong. No matter what the place was, the strong were born to enjoy better treatment. On planet Vegeta, there were many places where low-class warrior lived like this. Asike didn't know if this was where Bardock lived, so he needed to find someone to ask. "Excuse me, Do you know where Bardock lives? A Psyche pulled a young Saiyan who was passing by. Lord Bardock lives in the middle of the residence. What do you want with Lord Bardock? Lord Bardock? A Psyche looked at the Saiyan in front of him with some confusion. The news that Bardock was still alive made a Psyche breathe a sigh of relief, followed by some doubts. The Saiyans worshipped the strong, and judging from how the Saiyans in front of him addressed Bardock, could it be that Bardock had grown to be a remarkable Saiyan warrior? The young Saiyan had some fervor in his eyes, of course. Although Lord Bardock was judged to be a low-class warrior at birth, after unremitting efforts, his strength has long exceeded 10,000 power levels. He is the pride of all our low-class warrior. Bardock's strength exceeded 10,000 power level? A Psyche's eyes twitched, and his face couldn't help but show a look of shock. A Psyche was a mid-class warrior. However, after countless battles, so far, his strength was only 7,000 power level. He didn't expect that his son, who was qualified as a low-class warrior, had 10,000 power levels. What had he gone through all these years? A Psyche still didn't know Bardock's special hidden strength. If he knew that Bardock's real power exceeded 1,000,000 power levels, no one knew what kind of expression he would have. Can you tell me the details of what you know? A Psyche was a little emotional. Of course. The young Saiyan spoke endlessly about Bardock. This was information that would have been known to all in the low-class warrior residence. A Psyche listened attentively, and when he heard that Bardock had become stronger step by step from a low-class warrior, his heart was filled with pride. Bardock's growth really exceeded his expectations. Bardock had already gotten married, his wife's name was Jine. They had 2 children. After hearing this news, the corners of a Psyche's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He couldn't wait to get to the residential area's central location, wanting to see his son sooner. Knock knock knock. A Psyche arrived at Bardock's home and knocked on the door with his trembling hand. The man who opened the door was a man who looked quite mature in appearance, with those steely eyes and a strong physique. The moment he saw the man, a Psyche was sure that the man in front of him was his son, Bardock. Who are you looking for? Bardock looked at the man in front of him, his face covered with vicissitudes gave him a familiar feeling. Bardock. I am your father, a Psyche. Father? Bardock slightly frowned up to check the middle-aged man in front of him. The man's appearance vaguely overlapped with the figure in his mind, making his heart tremble violently. Soon, Bardock's expression became excited. Come in first. Please tell me clearly about the specific situation. Yes, it must be said clearly. A Psyche nodded and said, his heart was both excited and full of guilt for Bardock. In the living room, Bardock and a Psyche were sitting face to face. At this time, Jine was in the room looking after Kakrit in the nursing capsule. Tell me, what is the situation? Bardock asked seriously. The whole thing started over 20 years ago. A Psyche looked at Bardock's mature face and couldn't help but feel the speed of time passing. In the blink of an eye, the young child had grown into a powerful warrior. A Psyche slowly talked about when King Cold and Frieza entered planet Vegeta more than 20 years ago. Then, about him and Vegeta wandering in the universe to escape the pursuit of Frieza Force. Bardock, Vegeta is in danger now, Cooler is leading a large army towards planet Vegeta. Do not believe any of their words. Cooler is more vicious than Frieza, this demon is not good for the Saiyans. A Psyche said at the end with a serious expression of warning. Bardock closed his eyes and thought for a while, and said, this situation is the same as what Teacher Mew said. Planet Vegeta is really in danger. Cooler is 1 day away from planet Vegeta, the situation is very critical now. The spaceship that Vegeta and I took to return to planet Vegeta this time is not monitored. You can use it to leave Vegeta. A Psyche and Vegeta returned this time with no intention of leaving anymore. However, their spaceship was able to carry several people away. With no family left after Vegeta's only brother's disappearance, Bardock and his family could just use 2 spaceships to leave. What a Psyche did not expect was that in the end, Bardock still refused his offer, which caused a Psyche to be anxious. Don't try to be strong at this time, Cooler's power is definitely beyond your imagination. Don't touch the stone with eggs. Bardock gently shook his head, revealing a smile. He certainly knew the power of Cooler, it must be unimaginably strong. However, as a warrior race, Saiyan pride didn't allow him to retreat. At this time, Jine came over from the side. Bardock, Radix was sent to the galaxy east side by King Vegeta. There will be no danger for the time being. I am very worried about Kakarot. Bardock looked at Jine's delicate face, lowered his head, and thought. He then said to a Psyche, where is your spaceship parked? Just over 1,000 kilometers from here. Jine, bring Kakarot out of the nursing capsule, Bardock commanded. Jine obediently took Kakarot out of the nursing capsule and dressed him in his small battle suit. The boy was still sleeping and had no idea what was about to happen. Bardock nodded toward Jine, then said to a Psyche, Father, take us to your spaceship. To be honest, I have a premonition of death, but for Kikurit's safety, I can't keep him on planet Vegeta. I will take you there now. Bardock's concession made Asike feel better. Jine looked at Bardock worriedly, but she did not say anything for the sake of her son's safety. At night, the outside situation had become very quiet. Bardock, Asike, and Jine rushed toward the suburbs outside the residence. For the powerful Saiyans, the distance of more than 1,000 kilometers was very short. Soon, 2 huge spaceships appeared in front of them. Asike took the initiative to open the hatch of the spaceship. Bardock got into the spaceship to do a little debugging of the equipment inside and then set the Earth's coordinates. Jine, put Kikurit inside. I have set the planet where Teacher Mew was located in the spaceship. Kikurit will be safe when he gets there. Jine nodded and shoved Kikurit into the spaceship. When the hatch closed, she lay down in front of the transparent glass of the spaceship. She looked at the child inside with tears in her eyes. At this time, Bardock silently appeared behind Jibe. He put his hand on her neck. Jine looked at Bardock in disbelief, then her body went limp and fell into Bardock's arms. Bardock picked up Jine and walked to the other spaceship. Likewise, he put Jine in it and set the voyage. Bardock, what are you doing? These 2 spaceships are so big that they are big enough to stuff all 3 of you in. Asike was taken aback by Bardock's action. Initially, he had let Jine and Kikurit share one spaceship, while Bardock took the other, and the family of 3 could have left together. Bardock shook his head and said, I was just sending Jine and Kikurit away. I'm staying behind to face Cooler. You're doing a nonsense thing. Maybe. However, that's the character of a Saiyan, isn't it? I'm sure Jine can take care of Kikurit. After saying that, Bardock pressed the switch of the spaceship. With a violent vibration, the 2 spaceships swooshed up into the clouds and soon disappeared into the vast universe. Seeing that the 2 spaceships had taken off into the air and flown away, Asike sighed helplessly. Then let's face Cooler properly. Chapter 304. At the same time, just before Cooler was about to arrive at planet Vegeta, the atmosphere in King Vegeta's palace was extremely depressing. Bazda, according to what you said, Cooler must have bad intentions when he comes over this time. King Vegeta sat on top of the throne, wearing armor. His face was gloomy as he tilted his head to look at the ceiling of the palace. His eyes suddenly flashed with a fiercely bright light. Yes. The purpose of Cooler's visit to planet Vegeta is not to take over or inspect planet Vegeta, but to completely destroy the Saiyans. Bazda stood below with a complicated face looking at the king sitting above. Initially, Bazda thought that planet Vegeta was unprepared, but after arriving at the palace, Bazda realized that the palace had now gathered the vast majority of powerful warriors of planet Vegeta. These Saiyan warriors were divided into 2 rows on the left and right. The warriors at the forefront were each not weaker than 10,000 power level. These strong people were the Saiyan prestige of the capital. From King Vegeta's prior preparations, King Vegeta had long been ready for a fight to the death. The news he brought was just to determine the fact that Cooler was not good. King Vegeta stood up, the king's aura was displayed. It seems that there is no need to think about it. Everyone is ready to get up and give a powerful blow at the moment of Cooler's arrival. King, do not underestimate the strength of Cooler. There is a group of special force team under Cooler. For example, in the armored squadron back then, each member's strength was no less than 150,000 power level. It can be seen that Cooler's strength is absolutely beyond imagination. Bazda knew best about the strength of the armored squadron. Back then, if it's not for the mysterious man who rescued them, he and Asike would have died outside. His subordinates were still so powerful, and as the boss, Cooler was even more powerful. His strength had definitely reached the point of frightening. It was not that Bazda disparaged the Saiyans, he thought that even the warriors present joined hands. It would still be impossible to compete with Cooler. King Vegeta did not blame Bazda for being cautious. In fact, at this critical moment, King Vegeta was very satisfied with Bazda's ability to return to deliver information. Strength was acceptable, but the most important thing was loyalty. For Bazda, who risked his life to return to planet Vegeta and share the hardships with his people, King Vegeta was very pleased. He waved his hand, laughed, and said, Bazda, you left planet Vegeta for so many years, and you certainly didn't know the changes in planet Vegeta. Now, planet Vegeta is countless times more powerful than it was back then. Seeing Bazda's puzzled look, King Vegeta explained with a proud face, the Saiyan's strength is not only its powerful body. When facing a strong enemy, they can show the ability to transform into a great ape, which I think you know very well. Bazda nodded at his words. Saiyan's tail would undergo a major change when experiencing full moon radiation, stimulating the Saiyan's great ape transformation, causing the power level to increase 10 times at once. King Vegeta laughed confidently. After years of research, every powerful warrior has mastered the technology of the artificial moon. As long as they use this move, the warriors present at any time can undergo the Great Ape transformation and bring out 10 times the power level. Do you think, with the artificial moon technique, we don't need to be afraid of Cooler? The Saiyan warriors in the palace now were the elite warrior of the Saiyans. There were not a few warriors with a power level of more than 10,000, some even close to 20,000. If all of them were transformed into Great Ape, the strongest could reach 200,000 power levels, which was definitely a powerful force. The most powerful 200,000 power level warriors were indeed enough to sweep a party. But he didn't know why. His heart always felt a little uneasy, as if he had missed something. Bazda wanted to say something and wanted to dissuade King Vegeta. However, upon looking at King Vegeta's proud and confident appearance, the words that came to his lips could not be said. King Vegeta looked at Bazda with satisfaction and laughed out loud. Cooler's legions will soon arrive at planet Vegeta. This is an inevitable war. More than 20 years ago, King Cold and Frieza entered planet Vegeta and forced us to lower our proud heads. More than 20 years have passed, and Cooler wants to trample on the dignity of the Saiyans again, even to completely destroy us Saiyans. King Vegeta ascended to the heights, his voice resounded loud and clear in the palace. Back then, countless warriors spilled blood in the galaxy, and countless clansmen lost their lives. In order to preserve the Saiyan bloodline, we can only watch them die and do nothing, but now, we have a strong power. How can we still give up the pride of the Saiyans? King Vegeta eyed everyone below, the red cloak rustling in his aura. Of course not. The dignity of the Saiyans is absolutely not to be trampled on. Even if it is Cooler, we will fight him to the end in blood. If they dare to come, kill them all. Kill them all, kill them all. The Saiyans below all roared with righteous indignation, and every Saiyan who came to the palace was an elite warriors. The aura that erupted when these elites warrior came together was astonishing. At this moment, the gale swept through the whole palace, and the entire palace shook up. Bazda's emotions were driven up. His face was red as he looked at everyone. King Vegeta pressed his hand, looking at all the warriors with satisfaction. Very well, everyone gets ready to get up and gather all the Saiyans. Tomorrow, we will fight Cooler to the death. Although the population of Saiyans on planet Vegeta wasn't substantial and couldn't be used as a unit like Earthlings, but as long as they transformed into Great Ape, the power that burst out was enough for the aliens under Cooler to think twice. This was also the source of King Vegeta's confidence. The next day, planet Vegeta would be in full action. Very early, all the mid-class warriors and the elite warriors had been mobilized by King Vegeta. Now the low-class warriors had to be mobilized because even the weak low-class warriors were enough to play a huge role in the war. With the elite warrior as the leader to form 12 coalitions, each led by a warrior with a combat power of more than 10,000, plus the palace escort, a total of 13 coalitions would be ambushed near planet Vegeta. Once Cooler legions enter planet Vegeta and show the slightest hint of malice, these teams would be the first to attack. Among them, the 1st to the 5th coalition would attack head-on, the 6th to the 9th coalition would attack from the left and right sides. The remaining coalition and the weak low-class warriors would be responsible for sweeping up the tail and clearing the battlefield of any leaking fish. The order in planet Vegeta's palace was quickly conveyed out, and all the Saiyans had acted. The next day, the light of the morning gradually peeked out. King Vegeta stood on the palace's high platform, watching all the Saiyans orderly form a team. King Vegeta's face full of a cold smile. The first to be cleaned up was those aliens above planet Vegeta. These guys who control all the spaceship facilities of planet Vegeta had long been hated. Report: a large number of teams have been detected entering planet Vegeta's planetary range. They're finally coming. King Vegeta's face was austere, and a brilliant light flashed violently in his eyes. Pass down the order, let everyone get ready. The moment to decide the fate is here. Let Cooler see the power of the Saiyans. King Vegeta waved his big hand. All Saiyans were ready, just waiting for Cooler's spaceship to approach. By this time, Cooler already sat on the spaceship and had received a distress message from a Vidoyan on planet Vegeta. Cooler was gloomy. The Saiyans are so bold, how dare they openly rebel? Pavas sneered, they won't be arrogant for long. Pavas, tell the Cooler armored squadron to get ready. I don't want a single Saiyan in the universe. Cooler's eyes flashed with a ferocious and cold ghostly light. His tone was icy and unforgiving. Chapter 305 Cooler's spaceship is here. In space, a huge disk spaceship approached the orbit of planet Vegeta's, followed by hundreds of spaceship of different sizes in groups. After detecting Cooler's spaceship information, King Vegeta sent the test spaceship up according to the plan. As expected, these spaceships had not taken off for long before they were hit by the energy beams coming from space. In the dappled and beautiful shooting, all these spaceships burned up and fell like a ball of fire. A total of dozens of spaceships were launched one after another and the energy beam from outer space destroyed all. At this time, King Vegeta's face was black and frosty. All warriors, the enemy is right in front of us. Let's go up with me and send all the enemies who invade planet Vegeta into hell. Everyone charge together. The 1st to the 5th coalition will attack from the front and block the enemy's vitality. The 6th to the 9th coalition will attack from the two sides, respectively. The remaining coalition and Hueco-class warriors will be responsible for sweeping the tail and clearing the battlefield of all the leaking fish. Absolutely do not let them enter planet Vegeta. King Vegeta stood at the forefront of all warriors and shouted with open arms. Auxiliary personnel, prepare the artificial moon immediately. Yes. Hearing King Vegeta's order, the Saiyans engaged in auxiliary work shot up and launched the artificial moon up with the fastest speed. There were two kinds of artificial moon technology. One was a purely technological approach to simulate the full moon's energy rays, and another was to rely on the Saiyan warriors' internal energy, condensing the light of the full moon in the sky. In comparison, the first artificial moon was easy to manufacture and could meet large-scale warfare needs. The second artificial moon was more difficult, and only elite warrior could master it. With King Vegeta's order to go down, several elite warrior located at the front of the coalition first used their body's energy to condense the artificial moon in the air. All of them turn into great ape state. Roar. The bright light of the full moon shone down, and the front group of Saiyans with their eyes glowing red were the first to turn into the great ape state with a roar. Their power level was then raised 10 times to an appalling intensity. Then, in a furious roar, these giant apes leaped into the air. Like a lightning bolt, they sped off towards the outer space of the atmosphere. Then not long after, large artificial moons also began to rise. Roar. Roar. The low-class warrior Saiyans had also transformed into great ape, even if the original 1000 power level soared into 10,000 power level with a great ape transformation. The only drawback was that the great ape's huge size after the transformation consumed a lot of energy, and the body movement was also not as flexible as before. Facing the cooler armored squadron's energy rays, the great ape Saiyans' roar directly blocked the energy rays. The 10,000 power level was enough to destroy the world. Not to mention that in groups, the weakest strength was 10,000 power levels. And the strongest ones were on the verge of reaching 200,000. Kill. Kill all the aliens of the Cooler Legion. Let these guys who have underestimated the Saiyans see how strong the Saiyans are as a warrior race. Amidst a roar full of fervent blood, the giant brown ape raised to sky and ejected a series of bright and dazzling energy rays from its huge bloody mouth. Rumble. The dazzling rays of light formed a series of large and small explosions. Especially after the Saiyans, who originally had a power level of more than 10,000, turned into great apes, the terrible scene was like the end of the world. The elite warrior's great ape's strength was terrifying, and the astounding power was far from ordinary alien to match. So, at the beginning of the battle, many cooler aliens died directly in the deep space. The gravel raised by the explosion covered the sky and blocked the Cooler Legion course at once. In the spaceship, Cooler stared with bloodshot eyes, his gaze calm as if there was no fluctuation. He looked blandly at the terrifying scene outside the porthole and sneered, "Oh, these Saiyans are still quite capable. They actually able to stop our spaceship." As expected of a warrior race, the strength of the Saiyans is unexpected. Ordinary aliens are really no match for them. Pavas shook his head. I didn't expect the Saiyans to hide the ability to turn into great apes. Those Saiyans who turned into great apes, could they be the rumored Super Saiyans? Cooler looked askance and sneered, if the Super Saiyans only have this power, then I'm going to be disappointed. Your Majesty, if we continue to fight, we will only lose our strength, so please send out the Special Force team. We will definitely remove these Saiyans for you. Pavas respectfully bowed to Cooler. After that, a line of several people kneeled on one knee and applied to join the battle. These aliens were the elite fighters in Cooler's hands. Their power level was no less than that of the armored squadron back then. If these Special Force team fight, the outcome of the battle will be basically determined. Cooler narrowed his eyes and laughed loudly. This king already knows what's in Mr. Pavas's heart. Well, those great apes below 100,000 power level will be left to you. As for the guys above 100,000 power level, this king will personally take action. Cooler said as he craned his neck. For many years, I haven't personally fought. This time, I'll take it as an exercise. As ordered. We will destroy these Saiyans. Let's go. With the order, all the elite fighters under Cooler came out. The weakest of them all had 100,000 power levels, and once a few of them struck, the situation was immediately reversed amazingly. Peng. 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 Crackle. Saiyan warriors and the elite fighters under the command of Cooler fight fiercely in outer space. The lack of oxygen restricts the Saiyan power to play, but their eyes were red in the great ape state, making the violent atmosphere permeate the enemy. Only in the face of powerful enemies, many Saiyans finally failed to hold out as they lost their lives under the enemy's energy cannon. Ha 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 ha, is this the power of the Saiyans? It's really weak and pathetic. If they only have this little power, this king's worries are superfluous. Cooler purple figure elegantly moving in space, like a dancer. Cooler's movements were very dashing and simple. With little movement, his fingers were pointing forward, and his fingertips shone with beautiful beams of light. With a swoosh, a light shot out, a power level close to 200,000 Great Apes Saiyans were killed in space. Ha 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 ha. They're too weak. This king doesn't even have the heart to get serious. Cooler's eyes looked out of the world and swept the four directions. He could not help but shake his head in disappointment, then, with his hands behind his back, he simply stopped striking. Watching one by one the elite warriors perish in front of his eyes, King Vegeta's eyes were red. His heart was dripping blood, and his face was full of madness. King Vegeta, who had turned into a great ape, roared and charged directly towards Cooler. Damn it! Cooler, I will break you into pieces. Boom. With a fist swinging over hard, the tip of the fist lit up with blinding light. King Vegeta, your strength is not that impressive. Cooler faintly shook his head, put up a finger gently toward the front. Boom. An invisible wall was born in the void. King Vegeta's attack was blocked at only 1 foot away from Cooler. Then fingers bend a flick, the Great Ape State King Vegeta was directly ejected. Why? My power level is obviously close to 200,000, how come I still can't defeat you? With a mere 200,000 power level, you want to defeat this king? Cooler's expression was astonished, and then he laughed out loud. What a sad person. You're trying to defy this king, but you don't even know this king's strength. However, it's not your fault because this king has never shown his true strength. It does not hurt to tell you that the king's strongest power is a terrifying 470 million power level. In addition, I can also tell you that this king's useless brother Frieza, although the strength is not as strong as the king, but his power level reached 120 million. I've told you what you should know, so next, please go to hell. Cooler snapped his fingers toward King Vegeta, and a rice grain-sized energy light flickered a few times. Suddenly, it expanded to a diameter of more than 100 meters. Death Ball. The huge energy bomb enough to destroy the planet burning with a terrible flame, flying toward King Vegeta. Faced with the terrifying energy, King Vegeta's entire body stiffened, his face looked at the huge attack that came to his face with horror. Compared to the power, the blow to the mind was greater. I was wrong. It turns out that all along, I was a frog at the bottom of the well. Cooler's strength is beyond my imagination. King Vegeta's mood was a bit low. In the face of the last moment of death, King Vegeta remembered his father, King Saiyan. When he spoke to him after submitting to Frieza, King Saiyan's expression was the same as his current expression. 120 million. 470 million. No matter which one, it was invincible. Although the Saiyans were a warrior race, they didn't have such a terrifying power level. Because he chose to fight this time, Planet Vegeta and the Saiyan would be destroyed. Today's King Vegeta was somewhat grateful that he sent Vegeta, and fortunately, he also sent Broly out. Next. He should bear the price of failure. However, just as King Vegeta thought certain death, a robust figure appeared in front of King Vegeta. The figure's arm waved, and the death ball sent by Cooler was knocked out. That man was still in the human form with fluffy hair and a scar on the cheek. His battle suit was a bit worn out, and his eyes were bright and shining, staring at Cooler. This man was clearly Bardock, who had left behind alone after sending Jine and Picard to Earth. Huh. Cooler looked at Bardock with some surprise. Although his attack was only released arbitrarily, the energy's strength was there, it shouldn't merely be pushed away. More importantly, the other side actually hadn't turned into a great ape state. Chapter 306 Who are you? Cooler asked in an icy tone as a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. My name is Bardock, a Saiyan. Bardock. Cooler repeated the name, then shaking his head. He had never heard of it. The corner of his mouth curled up and said, to be able to block my attack, you're no longer a commoner. Can you tell me how much power level you have? My power level? Not as much as you, about 1,000,000 points. Bardock looked at Cooler. He knew clearly that he was not a match for the opponent, but the Saiyans would never take the initiative to admit defeat. Remarkable. I never heard of a Saiyan who reached 1,000,000 power level, could it be that you are that legendary Super Saiyan? Bardock shook his head. No, I'm not a Super Saiyan, just a low-class warrior on planet Vegeta. Super Saiyan only exists in fairy tales. Cooler laughed. Ha 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 ha, 1,000,000 power level of a low-class warrior, this joke is not funny. Cooler finished laughing, and his face got serious. Since planet Vegeta could produce 1,000,000 power level Saiyan, Super Saiyan's legend was not empty talk. Maybe, The Saiyan in front of him had the potential to become a Super Saiyan. Therefore, he had to die. All threats must be eliminated in the cradle. At this point, the Great Ape transformed King Vegeta came back from the shock. You are Bardock. I have heard rumors of you, but I did not expect your strength is so strong. Bardock, hurry up and transform into a Great Ape. Cooler's strength is too strong, you might have a miracle after you transform into a Great Ape. Bardock shook his head regretfully. King Vegeta, I'm afraid things are not as simple as you think. Even if I transform into Great Ape, the growth of my power level is very limited. Instead, the huge body of the Great Ape will affect the efficiency of my fighting. Saiyan Great Ape could indeed increase 10 times the power level, but that was for the Saiyan with a low power level. If the strength of the Saiyan reached the level of Bardock, even if the Great Ape, the capped power was only 3 million, far from being Cooler's opponent. Yet, the body of the Great Ape would affect the performance in the battle. King Vegeta's expression stunned for a moment, and then lowered his head in dismay. Is that so? It seems that the Saiyans really have no hope. Have you finished your words? It does not matter if you have not finished. Next, I will send you to the other world. You can continue to catch up when you get there. Cooler's face was icy, and very indifferent. Cooler floated over. Swoosh. Cooler's speed didn't look fast, but in the blink of an eye, had reached Bardock's side. Without looking away, he waved his hand toward King Vegeta's side, and a terrifying burst of force exploded in the void. King Vegeta's expression was stunned. King Vegeta gasped, and a splash of blood spurted out of his mouth. His body was shot out like a cannonball. After he sent King Vegeta flying, Cooler looked at Bardock. Cooler. Bardock roared in anger. His body burned with light golden flames, and a thick well of energy wrapped around his body, looking like a blazing torch. Swish. Bardock moved quickly towards Cooler and attacked. His fist was as hard as steel smashed at Cooler's neck. Clang, it was as if sparks flew up from a metal collision, yet Cooler's expression did not change a bit. It is indeed the force of 1 million power level. Lightly touched the part hit by Bardock, Cooler spread his hand towards Bardock and made an imaginary bomb. Boom! Bardock felt his internal organs were going to explode, causing a breath in his mouth did not come up, and blood directly spurted out of his mouth. It seems that I overestimated you. The Saiyans are really useless. Even if they call themselves a warrior race, they are still a dwarf dressed as a tall man. Cooler shook his head with a regretful expression. I have lost interest in you. You better go to hell. After saying that, Cooler became serious. An evil aura that seemed to come from the abyss suddenly spread out. Soon, the whole planet Vegeta was within the envelope of Cooler's aura. Boom. 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 The huge planet Vegeta trembled uneasily, and the beings on it barked restlessly as if they felt the end of the world coming. North Kai's planet. As soon as the peacefully sleeping North Kai rolled down from the top of his hammock, Cooler's breath was transmitted through planet Vegeta, representing the small grass of planet Vegeta, constantly sending out danger signals. What the hell is going on here? North Kai said with a restless mind. When he found the little grass with a danger signal, North Kai used the tentacles on the top of his head to detect and violently discovered what was happening above planet Vegeta. It's over. It's that Cooler guy again. This planet is planet Vegeta. Could it be that Cooler wants to destroy planet Vegeta? North Kai disliked the Saiyans on Vegeta. Even if Cooler wiped out all the Saiyans, North Kai wouldn't have a problem. However, if planet Vegeta were destroyed, he would have a big problem with it. Every living planet in the universe was very precious. It was the cradle of life. Life was extremely bright and fragile, and one planet could breed many kinds of life. It took hundreds of millions of years to brew, but it took only a few minutes to destroy these lives. Creation and destruction were not symmetrical. God forbid. I hope Cooler doesn't destroy planets again. North Kai was sad that the planets under his jurisdiction did not even have the minimum security. If only Maiyang and others were around at this time, with his strength, there might be hope to stop Cooler. Well, there will be a hope to stop him too. By the way, where is that boy Maiyang now? North Kai inquired about the location of Maiyang. If he could contact him, there might be hope to save a planet's life, although he himself did not like the Saiyans much. However, after querying many times, he could not find Maiyang's key. It's strange. Maiyang is not in the north area. Did he go to several other galaxies? If that's so, then there was no way. North Kai could only mourn for all the people of planet Vegeta. North Kai did not know that Maiyang was training in a place he would never expect at this time. God of Destruction Planet. Maiyang was training to fight Underwis. Maiyang's whole body turned into a streak across the grassland, and he was moving quickly. Suddenly his body lurched as Whis silently and unnoticed stood in front of Maiyang. Death God Chain. Maiyang pointed a distant finger at the sky. Swoosh. The pale red sky suddenly cracked open, and in the God of Destruction Planet, A scarlet spatial rift appeared haughtily. Then dozens of silver-white chains landed from the rift. Ring, ring, ring. These glittering bright light of the divine chain fell onto his body and then increasingly wrapped tighter, hanging Whis in the air. Whis frowned for a moment, looking at the mysterious chains that tied him up with a flat expression, and said curiously, "What are these chains?" "They actually have the rules of the gods attached to them." It's different from the key of the Universe 7. Few things in the entire universe couldn't surprise Whis. Even if the destruction of the universe was not unexperienced to him, but at this time, the silver divine chains summoned by Maiyang were greatly out of Whis' expectation. These energies, they seemed to be interesting. Whis' eyes lit up, and his body shook violently. Without seeing him move, the divine staff in his hand turned around, from one hand to the other, and the crisp sound of click 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 rang out. The divine chain tied to Whis' body broke violently, turned into beautiful and fine starlight, and then disappeared. After the divine chain broke, Whis floated down, then moved his body like a transient. He arrived in front of Maiyang in the blink of an eye, looking at him with fluttering eyes. What was that move you just used? Why do I feel like it's different key from the Universe 7? No, when you think about it, it seems to be different from the key of the whole universe as well. Whis, as an angel of the Universe 7, knew a lot about key of the universe and the rules of the whole universe. The move performed by Maiyang just now definitely did not belong to the system of the whole universe. If it doesn't belong to the rules of the universe, is it some other system? The fact was that he could not conceal some things from Whis, so he might as well admit it. You can consider this power as my superpower. Whis shook his head. This is definitely not as simple as superpowers. It has involved the world. No, it is indeed considered my superpower, similar to the energy of space. With that, Maiyang waved his hand, and a spatial channel to the acceleration world was revealed. Whis, wouldn't you mind taking a look in my space? It's interesting. Whis felt key of a newborn world from behind that spatial channel. Although the rules were still very juvenile, it was indeed the power of a world that belonged to a universe. Whis acted very blandly, stepping forward through that spatial channel. With the time and space shift, soon, he appeared in an unfamiliar starry sky. Beneath his feet was a large planet, and the key around it was faint, about the level of the level 5 dimension god world. Whis, welcome to my world. Maiyang bent a little and looked at Whis with a very gentlemanly smile. Chapter 307. The acceleration world was very weak, but as Maiyang broke the limits again, the acceleration world's space range had now expanded to 5 million kilometers, which could hold several sun-sized planets. Even the central planet Wudao was 10,000 kilometers, only one circle smaller than Earth. Maiyang took Whis into the acceleration world and then landed on planet Wudao. Welcome to my acceleration world. There were green mountains, green water, rivers, lakes, lofty mountains rolling up and down, and you couldn't see the end at a glance. It was a completely untouched planet. It's actually a completely different rule from the Universe 7. The periphery is somewhat similar to the Null Realm. Whis curiously surveyed the surroundings. The strange starry sky was empty, and it was no longer the spatial scope of Universe 7. The Null Realm was the area that remained after the universe was cleared by the Zeno, where there was no time, no space, and everything was nothingness. Although the rules here are still very juvenile, the level is not particularly high, but it is indeed a newborn world. With training, perhaps a universe can be born, in which you can exert more powerful power? Whis said and waved the divine staff in his hand. The black crystal ball shone with crystal light, then quickly dimmed, and Whis showed an expression of recognition. Sure enough, the connection with the Universe 7 has also been cut off. Here I have been cut off from many permissions except my own power. Whis turned his head to look at Maiyang as if he had never known him before. Maiyang laughed. With the aid of the acceleration world, it is true that you can exert more power than the outside world. Unfortunately, these powers could only be used in the acceleration world. To use this power in external combat, one would still need to overcome the external universe-wide rules interference. Even if one were to use a different method and bring an opponent into the acceleration world, they would face the same situation during the process of bringing them in unless the opponent volunteered. Until the acceleration world grew to compete with the whole universe, they would have to accept the suppression of the whole universe. Well, the time flow is also different. It's a good place for mortals to train, so no wonder your strength has grown so rapidly. Awesome! Maiyang exclaimed in awe. As expected of Whis. After spending just a moment in the accelerated world, with a glance of his eyes, he had guessed the nature of the accelerated world to a large extent. In a sense, Whis was very similar to Maiyang, except that Maiyang was the master of the acceleration world, while Whis was only equivalent to the steward of the Universe 7. Although he mastered the rules of Universe 7, the main authority came from the divine staff. The previous speculations of Whis about the accelerated world were correct. However, Whis did not know that the most important thing about the accelerated world was not actually its value as a newborn world, but that it could help Yang gather the limits within his body. The limits that were impossible to see could be materialized, transformed into reality with emptiness, made breakthroughs, and fed the world through Yang's breakthroughs to form coexistence. Yang's decision to bring Whis into his acceleration world was made after much deliberation and careful thought. 1. As his strength continued to grow stronger, some unconscious power would be revealed in the battle with strong enemies, such as the Death God Chain. It was impossible to discard it, and the strange speed of his own substratum enhancement was already very noticeable. Previously, when he was weak, he could still hide it, but as the power level continued to rise, there were fewer high-ranking deities. His acceleration world's existence could not be concealed. So it was better to reveal it to Whis since he believed that Whis' character would not be detrimental to him. The second was from the point of view of their training. Yang had always felt that he had an empty dimensional level but did not have the effectiveness to match it, which was a big material in itself. That was why he thought of seeking new training with the help of Whis. A combination of factors led him to bring Whis to his world. After wandering for a while above planet Wu Dao, Whis was like a countryman who had never been in town before, curiously looking around here and there, making admiring noises from his mouth. After roughly understanding the nature of the acceleration world, Whis exclaimed, "This world of yours has a lot of potentials, all the rules in it are under your control. If it really grows in the future, I'm afraid that even Lord Beerus is no match for you. Whis, you are overly praised. How can I compare with Lord Beerus?" Yang shook his head modestly. "It's hard to say. In just a few years, your level has already reached the level 5 dimension. Giving you a few more years, it will become a level 8 dimension like Lord Beerus, which is not impossible. The Universe 7 has really developed a remarkable character." Whis smiled as he looked at Yang. "It seems that a little change has to be made to your training. With this world as a backing, power enhancement is not a problem for you. In the future, you mainly need to train the control of rules and the use of spiritual power. Then I'll trouble you." Yang's eyes lit up for a moment, knowing that Whis was serious this time. "It's not a trouble." Whis shook his head a little. It was rare for a character with the potential to appear in Universe 7, and Whis certainly needed to pay attention to it. If it was said that before he knew about the acceleration world, Whis' preference for Yang mainly came from his ability to cook a handful of food to his satisfaction. Now he was truly considering training talent for Universe 7. As an angel, Whis was in a very high position among the gods. He often facing either the god of destruction or Supreme Kai and often conversing with higher-level Grand Minister and Zeno, so he knew very well the risks faced by Universe 7 and even the larger universe. To put it politely, in the foreseeable time, the biggest risk the Universe 7 was facing was not from outside the universe but from within the internal Zeno. Zeno was the highest level of god in the universe, representing all the rules of the universe. It was very dangerous to be noble and holy, yet ignorant at the same time. Maybe one day Zeno would be unhappy, and the Universe 7 would somehow be cleared out as a result. Although for the angel Whis, the universe's disappearance did not affect his safety, only let him temporarily off work. He then had to wait for countless years after the birth of a new universe until he could continue to work. However, which god was willing to sleep for so long for no reason? Although this small world of Yang still looks very young and couldn't compete with the whole universe, it might grow up to be very extraordinary in the future. The acceleration world rules did not seem to be intimidated by the rules of the entire universe, judging from the divine chain that fell from the sky earlier. If possible, Whis could say that if there was a little hope, he hoped that with Yang's world's power, Universe 7 could continue until the multiverse history on this site was completely destroyed. Those two huge planets in the sky seem to be the wish planet made by Lord Salma, the dragon god. Is it true? You actually moved them in here as well? Whis looked up and spotted the two super dragon balls in the acceleration world. It's indeed a wish planet made by the dragon god. I found it unintentionally when I was traveling in the universe. Your luck is really good. There are only 7 wish planets in total, scattered in the universe 6 and 7. Usually, there are only 3 to 4 in the universe 7, and I didn't expect you to find 2 of them here. It's just a coincidence of chance. Yang smiled lightly. The Universe 7 was so big that 3 or 4 Super Dragon Balls fell in it like a few grains of sand in the ocean. Without the help of Whis' divine staff, Yang thought he was fortunate to have found 2 Super Dragon Balls on planet Ambra. After wandering around the acceleration world for a while, Whis returned to the God of Destruction planet with Yang after knowing the accelerated world's properties. Next, Whis would conduct special training for Yang in terms of rules and spiritual power, mainly to strengthen the substratum and the use of divine power. This knowledge was originally only practiced by gods, somewhat similar to the God of Destruction's preparation. Of course, After knowing the acceleration world, Whis wouldn't let Niang become a god of destruction. In his heart, there was a vague expectation of something bigger. Chapter 308. The dimension level does not only represent the level of a being, but also the authority of the rules of the universe that one is able to master. King Yama is in charge of the other world trial, Kai is in charge of a galaxy. God of Destruction and Supreme Kai are able to take charge of the entire universe. This is because they have enough dimension level. On the surface of a calm lake, Whis looked at Niang sitting cross-legged, the two all floating in the water more than 3 meters above the surface. The breeze blew, and the water rippled, spreading out a circle of tiny ripples. At this time, Niang's body emitted a hazy and subtle light, and the level 5 dimension on his body was induced by Whis, emitting a crystal shining light. If the previous Niang merely represented the level 5 dimension in the level of life, now, he was metamorphosing from the inside out. As long as he stood there, all beings whose level was below level 5 would naturally feel oppression. These were no longer the manifestation of power level but life oppression. It was the rules of the entire universe that were exerting the oppression on his behalf. Usually, the dimension level represents the amount of authority to master the universe's rules and was not linked to actual power. For example, the God of Destruction and Supreme K, who were in the same level 8 dimension, were equivalent in terms of level. However, in terms of power, there was a huge difference. The God of Destruction had the most powerful power in the universe, and the Supreme Kai was also mighty, but at best, it was at the level of full Super Saiyan power. Niang was not an empty appearance of Supreme Kai because, with the entire acceleration world behind him as a backing, Niang could grow up. It was equivalent to God of Destruction and Supreme K, perhaps even the angelic component was included. In the future, if it became something, it would be a terrifying existence. Boo. Niang closed his eyes, but the outside world's movements were all displayed in his mind. He waved his hand to open the channel of the acceleration world. At this time, the raging energy seemed like a tidal wave flooding into the acceleration world, taking in the God of Destruction planet's energy on such a large scale. However, as an angel, Whis was watching quietly from the side. Through that small channel, Whis felt the other world's changes. That small world was growing. Whis secretly nodded his head and acquiesced to what was happening. What a ghostly miracle. When this world grows up, it will not only help the Universe 7 in the future but perhaps even the whole universe has something to look up to it. In fact, every time the new multiverse was born, there would be 18 universes in it. As history progresses forward, the whole universe might also produce a parallel universe, making the number of space and time increased continuously. The number of universes would also increase. The 18 universes would be eliminated by Zeno one by one for various reasons in an infinitely long time. Of course, although these universes were eliminated, they would not completely disappear. These 18 universes' energy would be gathered and transferred to the back of the multiverse to form a virtual world, which was more nebulous than the null realm, a mirror world. When all the universes in the parallel universe die out, the mirror world with all the energy behind it would be transformed into a new and independent universe. At that time, Zeno and all the angels in the parallel universe would be reunited and transferred to the new multiverse, starting a new development. The original multiverse would become an empty mirror image. This was the development of the multiverse as it continued to change from week to week. Only then, except for Zeno, Grand Minister, and Angel, all other beings, including the Supreme Kai and God of Destruction, would be completely different. So for the people of the universe, once they perish, it would mean a complete disappearance. However, there were always accidents in the development of the universe, and so was the development of the multiverse. Beyond the whole universe, there was a mysterious place called Universe Zero. It wouldn't be destroyed with the change of the multiverse. Instead, it was like a parasite in the multiverse constantly taking in the dark power of the multiverse. If Zeno couldn't clear these dark powers in time, once it grew beyond the threshold of the multiverse, the epoch of Zeno and the multiverse would come to an end. In another way, the more parallel universes, the greater the possibility of the dark power's birth. That was why the gods were strictly controlling the number of parallel universes. The reckless creation of parallel universes was a serious crime. Whis had certain expectations of Niang. Besides, for the sake of Universe 7, it was also for the sake of the multiverse in the larger sense. The time passed, soon it had almost half a year after Niang came to the God of Destruction planet. This period of time, under the guidance of Whis, Niang's power continues to get stronger. When he first came to the God of Destruction planet, it had improved a lot. The power level rose from the original 200 million to 320 million. What was more important was undoubtedly not the increase in power level but the mastery of the dimension level. Now he was a veritable level 5 god, even surpassing old god like the North Kai in terms of strength. When he first came to the God of Destruction planet, God of Destruction Beerus also dragged Niang and girls to make him good food. After more than a month of continuous cooking, Beerus ate and drank enough and was a little tired, so naturally, he ran off to sleep again. With the help of Whis words, Lord Beerus sleeps for decades again this time. Aizen looked at the god temple where Beerus was sleeping, guessing that he would sleep for a long 39 years. The next time he woke up was about the time he dreamed of the Super Saiyan god. Clap, 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 the raging tide lapped each other in the gale, splashing a white wave. On one side of the lake, Aizen was quietly training. In the sky above the empty god of destruction planet, Melissa, emitting a golden-green light, was constantly attacking Whis. Melissa's movements were very rapid, and every attack was full of explosive power. However, in the face of Whis, even the strongest power could not be as effective as it should be. Whis' face was indifferent, with a faint smile on his face, his purple eyes had no ripples. His wrist danced, and his divine staff turned around in his hand a few times. Snap! Melissa's body was bounced out of the air, scuffing, taking a few quick steps to stabilize her body. The golden eyes showed a trace of horror. Melissa sighed and had to exit the combat state convincingly. Melissa's golden eyes state is very wonderful. It seems to be blocking the power of demon within the human form state. This may be where the legendary Super Saiyan is different from the ordinary Saiyan. Whis knew Melissa's situation well, and it was his power that blessed the reincarnation of Melissa's soul back then. Then what about Broly's situation? He is a Saiyan of planet Vegeta, the same legendary Super Saiyan. Does he also have the power of demon in his body? Melissa asked in disbelief. At this time, Aizen had finished his training and just overheard Melissa and Whis discussing the golden eyes state of the legendary Super Saiyan. Whis smiled and said, I know Vegeta's Saiyan. Although their body does not have the power of demon, they have tails. On the full moon, they can be transformed into a great ape. If your child also shows the golden eyes state in the future, it must be the power of great ape blocked in the body, and maintain the human form. To maintain the great ape state in the body and keep the human form state. Was it Super Saiyan 4? For some reason, when Aizen heard Whis' argument about the golden eyes state transformation, the first thing that came to his mind was the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT. It was simultaneously transforming the great ape state into human form. The only difference was that the golden eyes state did not need to appear in the great ape state, while Super Saiyan 4 was first transformed into a Super Saiyan in the great ape state and then returned to human form from the great ape state. Although the way was different, the reason was similar. The general Saiyan great ape transformation could improve 10 times the power level. There might be a ceiling, but the legendary Super Saiyan on top of planet Vegeta was sealed in the great ape transformation and turned into a golden eyes state. The power level was increased by 50 times, just like Melissa. It was equivalent to an alternative Super Saiyan transformation. Aizen remembered that the legendary Super Saiyan Kale of Universe 6 didn't have golden eyes state in the original story. Was it mainly because her body didn't have the demon or great ape component? In that case, the reason also made sense. Melissa was a Super Saiyan who didn't know much about her physique. So, when Whis explained it, it suddenly felt like it made sense. Maybe her golden eyes state was caused by the demon attribute in her soul in her previous life. She should practice her traditional Super Saiyan transformation next. Maybe that could enhance her power. At this time, Aizen suddenly thought that he and Melissa had spent half a year since they came to the God of Destruction planet. Counting the time, Cooler should have arrived at planet Vegeta, so he wondered if planet Vegeta was still in existence or had been destroyed by Cooler. Whis, can you detect the situation on planet Vegeta? Whis smiled and nodded. He brought the divine staff to his eyes and gently tapped the black crystal ball above. Along with a gorgeous flash of light, the situation above planet Vegeta surfaced in the crystal ball. Oops, the situation on planet Vegeta is quite bad. An evil demon is there to kill continuously, and there are not many Saiyans left up there. Let me see. Let me see. Melissa jumped in front of Whis, her emerald-colored eyes staring at the crystal ball. In the picture, planet Vegeta was covered with black smoke. The fire was generated continuously in outer space. The continental plate had been torn apart, the fiery lava with steam gushing out. In a void, a purple figure stood untamed and proud, his gaze indifferently sweeping below. That purple fellow, could it be Cooler? Melissa furrowed her smoky cloud-like eyebrows. It really is Cooler, the one opposite him. Is Bardock. He actually has the courage to face Cooler. It's just a pity that Cooler's power is simply not something he can fight against. Aizen quite admired Bardock's courage, but in his opinion, Bardock's behavior was too reckless. Sighing quietly, Aizen took Melissa's hand and said, let's go over and take a look. If we late, Bardock will be dead. Melissa's fair face blossomed into a smile, who didn't know that Aizen was itching to get his hands dirty. Then go ahead. Whis faintly said, you guys go. Cooler's strength is not bad. It can be an experience. A good test of the results of your training. Then farewell. Don't forget to watch our show. Ma Yang's handsome face curved an arc as he raised his finger and tapped it on his brow. He then took Melissa and left the God of Destruction planet with instant transmission. Whis smiled, and with a wave of the divine staff, he changed a cup of tea and dessert in front of him. A huge screen appeared in front of him, showing the situation of planet Vegeta. He then sat down while drinking tea and eating dessert, very leisurely watching. Chapter 309 Planet Vegeta was in complete chaos. Since the war between the Cooler Armored Squadron and the Saiyans officially kicked off, the entire planetary system had become a battlefield for both sides to fight. With the blue-green planet Vegeta as the background, the surrounding lit up with an orange dot of light one after another. A bright ray of light was sprayed indiscriminately in the outer atmosphere, rumbling roar. A few rays swept across the ground and then clattered to split the continent, spewing hot lava. This lava sprayed to high altitude, and under the effect of gravity, it fell like rain. Not long after the war began, the original beautiful ecological environment of planet Vegeta became smoggy. With Cooler's special force team joined the battle, the situation was fundamentally reversed. The Great Ape Saiyans were gradually suppressed. The battle area began to shift from outer space to the interior of the planet. The lowest energy of these Great Ape Saiyans had 10,000 power levels, and the high-intensity battle put planet Vegeta under tremendous pressure. Boom. 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 A series of fireballs connected on the surface of the planet presented. The flames rose to thousands of meters high in the sky as if a delicate poppy blossomed out, and there was a rumble of explosions everywhere. Under the overwhelming force collision, the planet finally could not withstand the huge penetrating force, crumbling from the middle. The hot lava immediately flew out from the ground, with a steaming and pungent smell. Ha 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 ha. Kill all these Saiyans. An order came from the sound of fighting. Saiyans who don't know their own strength. Destroy them. Don't spare any of them. The heavily armed special force team laughed and aimed their gaze at the Great Ape Saiyans. At this moment, in their eyes, these Saiyans were all prey, and by getting things done well, Lord Cooler would be pleased, and they would be appreciated. Peng peng peng. The air shook violently, and the terrifying aura coalesced together, forming an impactful surge. The Saiyans of planet Vegeta was defeated in this one impact. Soon, a large number of Saiyans were tragically slaughtered. Damn aliens. I will kill you. With a roar, an energy cannon from a distance came through. King Vegeta, who had already been seriously injured in the previous battle, saw his people being slaughtered. His two eyes flashed with a tyrannical ruthless light, and his mouth spewed out a massive column of energy light. King Vegeta, watch these Saiyans die. This is what happens when you disobey Lord Cooler. Pavas laughed freely, standing in the position of hostility. King Vegeta's sad appearance made him want to laugh when he saw it. King Vegeta's face was pale, a mouthful of blood could not help but spurt out. Why did you have to deceive us? Even if we choose to serve Cooler, that demon will not let us go. Pavas shrugged a little, the corners of his mouth showed a cruel and cold smile. Then there is no way out. Destroying you is something planned by King Cooler, as for choosing allegiance or rebellion will not affect the outcome. If you had been loyal from the beginning, Lord Cooler might have given you a happy outcome. But now, enjoy being tremble in the face of great power. Shut up. The dignity of the Saiyans will not allow you to trample. King Vegeta's face was iron blue. Under the Great Ape form, he was emitting horrible ki. Even when the body was broken by Cooler, at this time, King Vegeta, who was originally strong, was able to keep the outbreak state. Humphrey, what Saiyan dignity? King Vegeta, you're at the end of death. Go to hell in peace. Pavas's face was cold. As the current #1 general under Cooler, Pavas couldn't tolerate a weak person showing the so-called dignity in front of him. With a cold glint of the eyes looking at King Vegeta, Pavas suddenly let out a loud laugh. His body sank slightly, and then his body disappeared in a flash of lightning. Puff! A beam of energy came through, directly from King Vegeta's abdomen, the blood scattered, dripping like flower petals. After losing too much blood, King Vegeta began to chill. His eyes also began to darken, making the scene in front of his eyes gradually blurred. In the gradually blurred spots of light, the sound gradually became inaudible. A crimson mushroom cloud rose on the other side of the skyline, and countless brave Saiyan warriors lost their lives under the siege of the Cooler Armored Squadron. Their corpses floating in outer space. The Saiyans of planet Vegeta began to go to extinction. When King Vegeta looked on, his mind recalled the glorious moment of planet Vegeta. When the Saiyans were not under the command of Frieza, their lives were so dashing. They ate to their heart's content and fought painfully. It was a pity that such days have all passed. The culprit was King Cold and two of his son. In the last moment of life, King Vegeta's consciousness awake. He looked toward Pavas, Suddenly feel less sad. You will regret it. One day, you will also encounter what planet Vegeta suffered. Vegeta, grow up as soon as possible, and then avenge the death of our people. King Vegeta's mouth raised as if he saw his son. With a sneer, he seemed to have seen his son Vegeta grow up and avenge the people of Vegeta. Hearing King Vegeta's vicious curse before dying, Pavas sneered disdainfully. Suddenly, King Vegeta, with his great ape stage rushed over. His body swelled up greatly, making Pavas alarmed. Pavas's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly took off towards a safe place. This is not good. Rumble. The huge ball of fire rose and washed away the haze that covered the sky as King Vegeta responded to the arrival of death with the most powerful self-destruction. Hurry up and leave, this area is not even safe. There was a shocking explosion from behind, making Pava's heart anxious. He made his best effort to accelerate away, but the horrible energy behind him soon caught up and engulfed Pavas at once. The smoke cleared. Pavas was floating in the air in a mess. His body was covered with skin and flesh, and the previous gracefulness had long since disappeared. Damn King Vegeta. Even in death, you make so much drama. Pavas's face was gloomy as if his dark cheeks were able to drip ink. King Vegeta killed an alien and watched sadly as King Vegeta blew himself up. King Vegeta blew himself up. To avenge our king. King Vegeta's death stimulated all the Saiyan warriors who were still fighting. Their eyes were red, and they fought even more furiously, charging forward even though their bodies were covered with wounds. Some Saiyans who really had no strength left followed King Vegeta's example and opened their arms to blow themselves up. Boom. Boom boom. Huge fireballs continued to rise, churning the atmosphere. Along with the great ape Saiyan began to self-destruct, planet Vegeta had become completely unrecognizable. Cooler narrowed his bloodshot eyes, indifferently looking at a Saiyan who went to his death. What a respectable Saiyan warrior. It's a pity that I can't use them. Enemies are enemies, after all. Shaking his head, Cooler arrogantly tilted his head. His body slowly ascended, quickly exceeding the atmosphere and entering the deep outer space. All members of the Legion, come back. Cooler's cold voice reached the ears of every member of Cooler's Legion through the contact device. Upon receiving Cooler's command, all aliens immediately gave up their continued battle with the Saiyans, broke away from the battlefield in the air, and returned to outer space. What the hell are those aliens up to? Why did they suddenly leave? Could it be that the battle is already battle over? My heart has an ominous feeling. Not many Saiyans survived the bloodbath, and they gathered together, wondering why all those aliens suddenly left. More than 10 seconds passed. When the dense human figures gradually converged to outer space, Cooler looked at planet Vegeta, shining everywhere. He gently stretched out his finger, and a peanut-sized dot of light shone a few times at the tip of his finger. It then turned into a huge ball of energy with a diameter of thousands of meters. This giant ball of energy was called supernova. It was more terrifying than the death ball as long as it stoke. The whole planet Vegeta would instantly turn into dust in the universe. Vegeta, goodbye. Just disappear into space. Supernova. With a soft shout, Cooler's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty madness. His fingers slightly curved, and a large ball of energy shining with electric power fell in the direction of planet Vegeta. Chapter 310 Not Good. That huge ball of energy. In the open space of planet Vegeta, Bardock temporarily recovered his strength under a psych's care. When he saw the sun-like energy ball descending from the sky, Bardock's eyes snapped shut, and his sight quickly swept the place where it was going to land. I can't let it fall, or planet Vegeta will really be finished. Bardock sensed the energy contained in that massive ball of energy. If he let it land on planet Vegeta would disintegrate instantly. Pop. With force to smash a hole in the ground, Bardock gritted his teeth hard, quickly pulled out Sensubin from his pocket and ate it, then defiantly rushed up. Bardock. A psych saw his son rushing towards the ball of energy, shouted anxiously, and also rushed forward. Around the huge supernova destruction, the atmosphere was already boiling with blazing energy. Located directly below the destruction bomb, the ground trembled violently, and fine stones floated restlessly. A silhouette flashed, Bardock's sturdy body blocked in front of the giant energy bomb. His hands gathered to condense chakra waves, and soon the blue-colored energy shone up in his hands. Full power energy wave. Both of his hands pushed forward, and heavenly ki swept out. Bardock did not have any reservations and released all of his energy. The blue-colored pillar of energy light was seen like a giant dragon that soared. It roared and hissed towards the supernova. Boom. The two energies collided, but in front of Cooler's kilometer-diameter supernova, Bardock's energy pillar was like the light of a firefly, which could not make much of a ripple. Zzz. The veins on Bardock's arms were popping out, and he was trying his best to block the downward rush of the energy ball. However, Bardock's energy was no match for Cooler's. The huge gap was like a rift in the sky, as if his body was pressed downward, and his battle suit turned to ashes under the energy burn. "I have to block it," Bardock roared. At that moment, a Psyche came behind Bardock and held his body against Bardock to keep him from being collapsed by the huge energy. "It's enough to make it this far. Maybe Planet Vegeta really cannot escape the end of destruction." A Psyche said some vicissitudes. He had wandered in the universe for decades and saw many planets destroyed. However, when it was the turn of his home planet, his heart had an indescribable feeling. Bardock roared in anger. The energy was outputting desperately, but inside he felt a hint of extreme pallor and powerlessness. "You guys have done a good job." Just when Bardock and Psyche were about to hold on, an upright body appeared in front of them. It was a buxom, handsome, dark-haired man with starry eyes and an aura of harmony with nature emanating from his body. There was also a charming woman with an elegant temperament on the side of the man, with a stunning beauty that even the starlight eclipsed. "Teacher Mew, you're finally here. And this is?" Bardock had never seen Melissa, but as long as the Teacher Mew came, all the problems could be solved. "Bardock, leave it to me next." With a cold face and a faint smile, Maiyang waved his palm, and a huge opening suddenly appeared. As soon as this opening appeared, it immediately seemed like a giant beast opened its mouth. The huge attraction absorbed the huge ball of energy in front of him into the acceleration world to become the world's nutrients. While doing so, Maiyang pointed towards Bardock and Psyche and sent them to planet Wu Dao. Because there was a huge strength gap between the two sides, it was still relatively easy for Maiyang to send them to planet Wu Dao. Planet Vegeta is going to be destroyed. The ending was decided. Cooler's face emerged with a happy expression, then turned around and was about to fly towards his spaceship. However, before he could fly far away, the energy bomb that landed on planet Vegeta suddenly changed. "Your Majesty, that ball of energy is starting to get smaller," Pavas reminded in a small voice. "What?" Cooler frowned and looked back, and found that the supernova he had projected was shrinking and then gradually disappearing as if it was being absorbed by something, while the riddled planet Vegeta was actually staying there peacefully. "Huh, it's quite interesting." With a chant on his lips, Cooler was slightly interested. "This is not good." Just then, a danger signal came. Cooler thoughts just passed when Violet and Rampant Ki impacted over with a stream of light. Just as the stream stopped, the terrifying attack landed on Cooler's body. In an instant, Cooler's body bounced off like a cannonball. "King Cooler!" Pavas froze and immediately shouted with his heart trembling. In the blink of an eye, even King Cooler was sent flying. The person coming must be a terrifyingly strong enemy. Suddenly, a woman with beautiful eyes appeared in front of Pavas. "Go die." There was a cold, unemotional bellow. Pavas's pupil shrank to the size of a needle's eye. Before he could react, the raging energy swept across the sky. The energy came so violently, so swift, so fast that Pavas did not even have the opportunity to scream and was crushed into powder by the piece of energy. The other side. Boom. A heavy punch chased after Cooler. With a bang and a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth, Cooler's body suffered a heavy blow. Landing in front of him was a black-haired man. "Who are you?" Cooler maintained a defensive posture, only to find out that the one who attacked him was a man and looked exactly like a Saiyan. Could the other party be a Super Saiyan? Impossible. The Super Saiyan should only be a boring hero story. How could it really exist? Cooler's face was cloudy. His face was horrified as he looked at the man attacking him. However, Maiyang did not pay any attention to Cooler's question. Instead, he chased after Cooler and landed his attack on his chest with no expression. Bang! The body bent violently. Cooler's expression stiffened for a moment as if he hadn't expected his opponent's attack to be so decisive and ruthless. Good, there is still such a powerful expert hidden among the Saiyans. It seems that this king's decision to destroy the Saiyans was not wrong. Cooler took a few steps back, ironically, his face as cold as frost. "Melissa!" Maiyang called out towards his female companion, and a beautiful woman appeared beside Maiyang. "I'm coming." Melissa was in her golden eyes transformation state, and a fierce light flashed from her pupils. Then together with Maiyang, they attacked Cooler from left and right. Faced with two suspected Super Saiyan attack, Cooler was silent a few moments. He knew that he met a strong enemy, and his normal state was no match for the opponent. Cooler was much more decisive than Frieza. Knowing that he was losing, he directly threw a large number of energy balls in his palm. These energy balls floated in front of him in a starry and dense manner to form a visual barrier. After a short time, Cooler began to release his final form. Cooler in the usual state remained similar to Frieza's final form. His body was covered with purple skin, only his chest, shoulders, and head covered with white sandstone. His strength was stronger than Frieza's final form, reaching 150 million power levels. "If you want to defeat me with this kind of power, you're making a big mistake." Cooler had one more transformation ability than Frieza, and this was a true transformation, showing that Cooler's power level could be raised to a staggering 470 million in his final form. Peng. 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 There was no sound in the calm cosmic void, but there was a feeling of a heart-stopping vibration. Ah! Cooler crossed his hands and clenched his fists against his chest, and let out a roar of pain. Cooler's appearance was changing as the muscles on his body kept moving. After only about a second or two, Cooler unleashed his final form. The white armor on Cooler's shoulders was raised a bit, and 4 white horns grew on top of his head. His purple skin remained unchanged, but a sharp-edged spear appeared at his tail. After transforming into his final form, Cooler's energy grew several times at once, and his power level reached an appalling 470 million. Haha, I finally unleashed this ultimate power of mine. Cooler stood in the middle of the entire void, reveling in her great power, then looked disdainfully at Maang and Melissa on the opposite side. Although I don't know if you are Super Saiyans, to be able to force me to use my final form, you should be proud of yourselves. Feeling the dark and cold energy around her, Melissa's heart chilled a little, and she frowned coldly. Maang, Cooler's power seems really strong. I don't like this dark feeling, Melissa whispered a voice transmission. Cooler is powerful, but it's only 470 million power levels. We have enough to deal with him when we join forces. Maang stared at Cooler without squinting, but in his heart, he was eager to test the results of his training in the God of Destruction planet. Since we ran into each other, let's send him to hell to be reunited with his brother. Chapter 311. Cooler was a more mature demon. His attitude towards the enemy was far more ferocious and decisive than Frieza. Moreover, a power level of up to 470 million made him the actual overlord who dominated the whole north area. Even his father, King Cold, needed to consider him. Compared to the enemies Maang had faced, Cooler was definitely the toughest one. Oh, Saiyans! Cooler! Maang and Cooler were facing each other. After the two sides addressed each other, everything went without saying. The surging power burned in their body. The surface of Maang's skin shone with a silver-white glow, while Melissa's body was entwined with gold and green, and Cooler's body was tumbling with a lavender glow. The trio kept descending and landed on the reckless ground of planet Vegeta. Boom! The ground suddenly collapsed downward out of a large crater several thousand meters in diameter. With 3 as the center, the suffocating sense of oppression radiated in all directions. A powerful shockwave rolled with air instantly cracked all the surrounding sand and gravel, grass and trees, and the ground clattered, radiating out tens of thousands of meters of cracked areas. Boom! A muffled sound came, breaking the calmness of the surroundings. Looking up, Maang and Melissa, as if they had agreed to do so, attacked Cooler at the same time. In the face of the attack of Maang and Melissa, Cooler bristled and raised his arm. He blocked Melissa's attack, then his body twisted, using the force from earlier to throw Melissa away. At the same time, his leg swept towards Maang's attack. Bang! Maang folded his hands, blocking Cooler's attack. He shook his hands as he felt a tingle. At the same time, Melissa's face was also tightened. She stabilized her body in the sky and then joined the fight again. Melissa's power was still far less than that of Maang and Cooler, so she could only interfere slightly in the battle and preserved herself more. Bang! 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 The sky and the ground were filled with the shadows of Maang's fighting. The sky was torn apart by their ki. The 3 terrifying pressures formed a violent storm. Chaotic air currents kept rushing, causing the whole planet Vegeta to almost fall apart. At this point, both the Saiyans and the Allies were all overwhelmed and retreated in the distance. Go die. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed up. Maang's eyes narrowed when he saw Cooler suddenly flashed. The next second an enlarged powerful attack suddenly blasted towards him head-on. His eyes looked coldly, switched positions the moment the attack fell, then fiercely popped up, closing the distance with Cooler at an incredible speed. SKY splitting fist. Humphrey, you don't know your own strength. Cooler sneered and swung his fist, which collided with Maang's fist and immediately exploded with a dazzlingly bright light. The 2 people involuntarily flew backwards. Cooler stepped hard, smiled faintly, then with a dive, he came to Maang's side. However, at this time, Maang's body suddenly disappeared like a bubble and the next second, 4 holy punches. 4 figures wrapped in silver light suddenly appeared. The moment the figures appeared, the palms of their hands came together and fell from high above their heads. Suddenly, 4 sharp pillars of light like giant rods tipped over and came blasting towards Cooler in the center. Maang developed this move after borrowing from the Earth martial art multiform. Then, after some painstaking research, the principle was to compress the released ki to the limit but leave an opening at the back side, so that it had a reverse jet boost. At the same time, it combined the hegemony of the cross fist of the Earth's martial arts. The front side was condensed into a sharp blade, just like a big sword cutting down with a bang. A trivial skill. Cooler's bloodthirsty eyes turned back and forth, left and right. He had a bland smile on his face, seemingly not taking Ma Yang's 4 holy punches into account. Here, here, here. Bang bang bang. There were 3 roars, and the original 4 pillars of light suddenly became 3 dumb fire. Ma Yang's heart was shocked, and when he reacted, Cooler had already darted up. His right hand swung forward, and with his bare hands, he pinched the light pillar that had poured down. And then, boom. The palm along the light pillar slid down. When he reached the middle, he flexed his fingers, and the last pillar of light exploded with a bang. What a domineering power. Ma Yang was stunned. At this time, Cooler's hard hand and claw had already grabbed his shoulder, and the powerful force almost crushed Ma Yang's bones. Ma Yang's face suddenly tightened, and Ki was released in a hurry, making it possible to break free from Cooler's hands. But the next moment, Cooler's heavy blow followed. The force penetrated Ma Yang's body directly through his chest. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out fiercely, and a beautiful blood mist flew in the void. Ma Yang's body glided more than 1,000 meters continuously in the air, and the feet landed on the ground, shoveling out hundreds of meters of deep gullies. The unparalleled power was immediately channeled into the ground, and the earth sank steeply, like a massive force of 10,000 pounds had hit it. The instantaneous impact caused an unprecedented scale explosion when the perimeter gas flame came into contact with the ground. Ahem, Cooler's force is so strong. Ma Yang touched his vaguely painful chest. Taking such a heavy blow from me and still being able to stand, your Saiyan's physique is powerful. Cooler's entire body revealed its killing power, and with a swoosh, he swooped down from the sky. Good, come again. Ma Yang spat a mouthful of spit. A burst of sharp pain from his chest slowed his movements slightly, but the pain also ignited his anger. This was truly a painful battle. At this time, Cooler's demonic purple figure had already descended into the air. With the barbs at the end of its tail, he came towards Ma Yang to kill him. Gravity space. Tornado storm. With a delicate cry, greenish energy was applied to Cooler's body. The huge gravity bind made Cooler's movements stalled for a while. Then countless energy blades shone with crystal light all over space, sweeping towards him. Cooler's face suddenly changed, and his eyebrows couldn't help but frown. At this time, Ma Yang had already found an opportunity to rise and continuously strike at Cooler with a vicious hand. Peng! 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 Cooler's body constantly shone with sparks of metal clashes. In just a few seconds, Ma Yang had struck a total of hundreds of heavy attacks towards the same place. Click! Clack! The white armor on his body cracked with sinuous fractures. The attacked area swelled up, and Cooler was dizzy as a mouthful of blood nearly spurted out. Go to hell! Cooler roared with a gloomy face. Veins surged on his forehead, and a powerful force radiated out, struggling to break free from Melissa's gravity bindings. Melissa's face turned white, and her brain tingled. She hurriedly withdrew her superpower bindings and turned towards Ma Yang's side to lean over. Are you okay? Ma Yang looked at Melissa's pale face. He asked with concern as he held her body. Melissa shook her head a little. I'm fine, just need to rest a little. Don't overuse your superpower. It can easily hurt your soul. A physical injury could be compensated with Senzubans and Tree of Might's fruit, but soul damage was difficult to heal. The most taboo of superpower exercise was the backlash. As the battle with the invading Earth's demons still fresh in his mind, Ma Yang had to say with concern. Cooler is so hard to fight. I feel that there's still a great power hidden in his body. The mouth said so, but Melissa's eyes shone with a beautiful glow. All her blood boiled up from excitement because she was enjoying the current battle. No matter from which planet, the Saiyan had an inexplicable love for fighting. Be careful. Cooler 470 million power level was a real 470 million power level. Unlike Frieza, his body's power couldn't be as effective as it should be, which Ma Yang had already experienced in the previous battle. Of course, he believed that Frieza was also not bad. With 320 million power levels, the gap between the two was actually not more than 50%. As long as he teamed up with Melissa, there was still a good hope to achieve victory. The more he reached a high level, the more Ma Yang appreciated the importance of energy value. It seemed that all kinds of fancy attack techniques were becoming less useful to this stage than they were. 5 million and 7.5 million had a 50% difference, and so did the difference between 320 million and 470, but the absolute difference between the two was worlds apart. The difference of 150 million was more than enough difference of one Frieza. Plus, Cooler was a good fighter. His combat experience, since it went without saying, and Melissa. Well, now Melissa also seemed to be a little more powerful than Frieza. From the previous loss of the 4 holy punches, Ma Yang saw. Sure enough, at this stage, The plain and simple fist was the most useful. Back to the basics was a great ingenuity. The timing for the wave must be reserved until the opponent was almost out of strength to fight back. Maang took a deep breath, then looked determined. At the distant North Kai's planet. From Cooler Landing and Planet Vegeta, North Kai had been watching the situation that occurred above. Previously, when the Saiyan people turned into a giant ape state, he was already shocked. This time, Cooler personally fought and showed the final form that had never been seen before, which frightened North Kai with cold sweat. So powerful. Cooler was so much more powerful than Frieza. North Kai wanted to cry. Other galaxies had been quite stable, and there were no vicious characters. However, his north area, which was such a small place, had 3 powerful bullies, and one was more powerful than the other. The power of Frieza was already invincible in North Kai's eyes, and it was not easy for them to be killed by Maang. He thought he could celebrate for a while, but he did not expect Frieza's brother to be even more powerful. Fortunately, the north area still has Maang and the girl, otherwise, it will be finished. Maang and Melissa must hold on. North area's hope is all on you. North Kai clasped his hands and prayed. At this time, North Kai forgot that he, a senior god himself, did not know which other gods would bless him. Chapter 312 Snap. The tail behind him slapped on the ground, and the hard rock immediately became shattered. Cooler alone faced the siege of Maang and Melissa, but the more he fought, the more depressed he became. His heart could not help but run up nameless anger. Obviously, the opponent's strength was not as strong as his, but somehow it was as cunning as a loach, and several of his attacks all fell short. If he couldn't hit the enemy, what's the use of strong power? Cooler was so angry that he wanted to destroy the whole world. Release it, release it. A mere Super Saiyan, how can you be my opponent? Let you see the ultimate power of King Cooler. The surging ki like a silver vase, exploded and spread in all directions at once. The faint purple glow was like a twisted line, extending to a distance of 1,000 miles in a moment. Maang and Melissa were both stunned by Cooler's power. The completely unleashed Cooler was surprisingly powerful to such an extent. At this time, a deep, cold, but dull and determined dark purple light shadow attacked. Cooler instantly appeared at Maang's side. With a bang, Cooler's attack landed on Maang's body. The ferocious force penetrated through his chest, and the sound of bones crumbling resounded. Poof! The body immediately flew backwards. Cooler's cold smile flashed as his body moved quickly, soon catching up with Maang's figure. Cooler then clasped his hands and slammed down with force. I have to block it. Both of Maang's arms rested in front of his chest, the silver-white ki flame collided with Cooler's fist. Although he blocked Cooler's power, his body fell straight down. Boom! The dust flew, and the gale swept around. The hard rock layer collided with a huge crater of the unknown depth of 1,000 meters in circumference. Maang's body disappeared directly, penetrating thousands of meters into the ground. Time stood still for a few seconds, and suddenly a cold light lit up. Heavenly SKY beam. The ground rumbled up a huge opening, and azure shock waves shot out from the ground. Cooler's eyes filled with an icy cold light, and a hand slash sent the heavenly sky beam flying out. Rumble. Tens of thousands of meters above the horizon rose a huge mushroom cloud. A violent storm swept the whole planet Vegeta. Standing in the outer space perspective, it could be found that Vegeta's rotation was affected by a powerful force. A giant cyclonic vortex was causing a climate cataclysm where Maang and the others were fighting. Maang, are you okay? Melissa flew behind a pile of rocks with Maang, then her delicate palm covered Maang's chest. A crystal shining light lit, and the broken bones in Maang's chest were reattached. Maang shook his head a little, gasping for air in his mouth. He then stuffed a senzuban into his mouth. There is nothing serious. However, at that moment, Cooler's icy figure descended from the sky. His fist hit the ground hard, making it crumbled, instantly triggering a super huge earthquake. Saiyans, where do you escape? Take my fist. Cooler's cold voice rang out, followed by a few blurred flashes of light. Then, Cooler appeared straight beside Maang and Melissa. Maang hurriedly pushed Melissa away and then took Cooler's attack hard. The rumbling sound instantly resounded through the world. The ground once again collapsed massively. Heavy smoke splashed up with the harsh air force. With the dull sound of a thud, the hard rock layer was lifted, and the stones squeezed each other as if bullets shot out in all directions. Maang's face turned pale as he looked back at Cooler's purple figure. He was like a demon. Suddenly, Maang flung his hand as if he had flipped a switch, and his whole body boiled with power. Thunder shock surprise. DRI beam. In the battle, Maang no longer had any reservations and even began to exert his power at an excessive level, casting out all the skills he had mastered. Of course, he could not forget the sun flare, which didn't consume much energy but was tried and true. At one time, The blinding light and colorful mixture of colors formed a trembling energy storm. Tornado storm. Hell blizzard. Countless debris mixed with terrifying energy was swept into the swirling storm. These stones and gravel kept hitting and turned into a plasma energy impact. As the legendary Super Saiyan, Melissa was good at explosive, and her superpower makes her even more powerful. My eyes. Faced with this sudden and violent attack, Cooler seemed unable to stand it. His body was quickly cut and bruised by energy blades. Damn! Cooler screamed, his flesh and blood squirming. His appearance was wildly divergent, and a little red liquid sprinkled through the thin air above 10,000 meters. At the moment of being washed away by the energy, Cooler felt a hint of death, and an emotion called fear flashed through his heart. He actually felt fear. In an instant, solemn ki enveloped the entire planet. How terrifying. So that's the power of King Cooler. Even the planet was affected. Those two guys who fought with King Cooler are not weak either. Are they the legendary Super Saiyans? The Cooler Legion people floated far away in outer space, looking at the huge fireball rising above planet Vegeta. They only felt a coldness that stimulated the depths of their souls enveloped them. For a while, their throats became dry beyond measure, and thoughts flashed through their heads, unable to say half a word. In the past, these aliens with tens of thousands of power levels were pretending to be superior and bullying in the universe. However, it was not until they experienced today's battle that they realized that their pathetic power was nothing in front of the real powerful people. Their previous insight was too shallow. Those Saiyans who survived the previous battle had now regained their human form. They looked blankly at the constantly shining lights and shadows in the sky and ground. They were dumbfounded. Hurry up and go. Let's get away from these monsters. The energy is terrifying. Even from far away, my heart can't help but tremble. But where else is there a safe place above planet Vegeta? Looking at the distant shining up gorgeous light of the three groups of awe-inspiring storms, these Saiyans could only hear the ear-piercing bursts of air as it coiled and impacted, and their nerves were constantly being challenged. God of Destruction Planet. Was sat leisurely in front of the dining table while drinking tea and watching the image emerging from the void. The image of planet Vegeta had become very bleak. The planet was littered with cratered huge impact craters as if it had experienced countless large-yield nuclear bombardment. The scorched impact crater in the center, the hard gravel in the heat baked into a molten sticky state, leaving only a barren and full of death look. Taking a bite of dessert, Wes touched his lips with a tissue. Maiyang and Melissa seemed to be in a bitter battle. It seems that the training is still not enough to apply the god power to the battle. Should I go over and help them a bit? Forget it. It's better to let them comprehend it by themselves. Wes thought with some distress and finally gave up the intention to go to planet Vegeta personally. Although he had the most powerful force in Universe 7, he could not move instantly. Even if he went to planet Vegeta now, it would take him several minutes to get there. The angel holds the highest authority in the universe. If they wanted to resurrect a person, it would only be the work of waving a divine staff, which was more convenient than wishing for the Dragon Ball. There was no difficulty at all. Damn it. I will break you into pieces and use your blood to wash away my shame. Cooler let out a heartbreaking and almost crazy roar. His pair of eyes burst out two daunting cold dawnings. In the moment of the energy impact just now, Cooler was actually afraid and thinking about it, making his face burn for a while. This kind of shame. He must use blood to wash away. He had a fierce smile on his face. Super Saiyan is worthy of being a strong person passed down in my clan. Although the power is not as strong as this king, to be able to wound this king, this is enough to make you proud. But you have a huge weakness. If the planets no longer exist, can you survive in the universe? Hearing Cooler's words, Maiyang's face suddenly changed. Cooler wanted to obliterate planet Vegeta, and this time it was definitely not as simple as the previous death ball. Seeing the sudden change in Maiyang and Melissa's faces, Cooler thought his plan was about to succeed. His body quickly rose into the air and soon arrived in the deep space beyond planet Vegeta. Looking back at the pale planet Vegeta, Cooler's face was covered with frost, and a shuddering energy bomb coalesced in his palm. Super Saiyan. After all, you're not my opponent. Cooler's face showed a cruel sneer, secretly intoxicated thought. With 470 million power levels, he could be more resilient than his brother, and the vacuum of the universe was nothing to him. But the opponent, it couldn't be. Thinking of this, the corners of Cooler's mouth curved hooked up a smile. Looking at planet Vegeta, Melissa's face was pale as she watched the sky light up with tiny dots of light, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. Did this guy wants to destroy planet Vegeta? Cough cough, it's all an old trick. Maiyang gasped. His face also did not lack blood because of serious injuries. The people of the Frieza clan were like this. As soon as it came to the point where they could barely fight, They would destroy the planet as a way to show their superiority in being able to survive in the universe. The only thing was that Cooler thought wrong this time. Although Maayang and Melissa were not aliens, both have practiced the vacuum inner breath of planet Yadrat, so they were not afraid of the vacuum environment. Chapter 313 The dark, deep cosmic backdrop reveals a hint of eerie dark red. The stars were dull and disorganized, and the silence contrasted with the apocalyptic-like roar on planet Vegeta. The outer space of planet Vegeta. A disk spaceship stationed on the planet's synchronous orbit. Although the battle between Cooler and Maayang took place on planet Vegeta's surface, the high-intensity energy reaction still affected the outer space. When the scouters on board detected this energy, the high-power scouters emitted an out-of-range alarm. Such a result made all the aliens who were watching the battle to be shocked and speechless. Looking at the surface of planet Vegeta, there was a fireball after fireball. The airwaves spread to form a smoke ring like ripples. There was an eerie silence in the spaceship. Terrifying. Even the scouter on the spaceship began to be alerted. Look at the fire on the planet. I'm afraid that planet Vegeta will be finished. As expected of King Cooler. His power is frighteningly strong. But there is actually someone on the Saiyan who can fight with the Great King for so long. Are the Saiyans really that strong? The aliens who operate the spaceship were mainly scientific researchers. Most of them had little power level and a very narrow understanding of power or a concept on paper. After all, high-intensity battle scenes were not easily seen in the field, and 5,000 power level was as powerful American Samoa 50000 power level, which was so powerful that they could only look up. Unbelievable. Their power level should all be more than 60 million. That's right. The maximum detection range of the spaceship's scouter is 60 million. If it exceeds 60 million, it will enter the protection state. SSH, they're actually so strong. The gods really favor them. When these aliens were lamenting, suddenly, a cluster of streams of light streaked through the starry sky, and wave-like ripples floated around. A scarred figure like an arrow rushed out from planet Vegeta and floated in the universe ghostly. Through the porthole of the spaceship, they saw that it was a purple figure like a demon. Because Cooler had never revealed his final form in front of others, these aliens didn't recognize it for a while. It was only when the energy signature was identical to King Cooler that they knew it was their King Cooler. Looking carefully at the appearance of Cooler at this time, all the aliens couldn't help but be stunned. In their eyes, the image of the invincible Cooler, at this moment, was too miserable. His white body armor cracked with sinuous fractures, his purple skin looked like it had been cut by thousands of blades, simply bloody, and the only thing intact might be the tail, with sharp barbs still shining in a creepy electric aura. That's King Cooler. How did the king become like this? Are the Saiyans really that strong? Even the great King Cooler was injured like this. The hearts of all aliens were drumming. If the enemy was really so terrifying, then they were all in danger. At that moment, Cooler's icy voice came through the communicator into the spaceship. Immediately pilot the spaceship to move away from the planetary system. The king will destroy planet Vegeta. Cooler said this, of course, not to pity his men. Cooler didn't care about his men's death and let them leave simply because he had to rely on these spaceships to leave this space after destroying planet Vegeta. As for the fighters who remain on planet Vegeta, Cooler didn't care about them. Compared to destroying the two Saiyans that threatened his rule, the loss of a few fighters was nothing. Even if some of them were excellent and had a power level of tens of thousands. When it was time to sacrifice, Cooler would not even blink. Cooler's command made the aliens in the spaceship boil up. A disc-shaped spaceship immediately engined at full power, moving in a direction away from the planetary system. Confirming that the spaceships under his command gradually sailed away, Cooler sneered. His scarlet eyes looked at planet Vegeta, and the cold and cruel aura became more intense. He stared at planet Vegeta for a long time, as if to remember the planet in his heart, to be exact, to remember the two Super Saiyans. To make the unbeatable Cooler act in this way, it was enough to show Maayang and Melissa's power. When he thought of those two Saiyans' faces, Cooler could not help but feel the pain in his body. Super Saiyans, disappear along with your planet. The shuddering energy bomb in his hand grew larger and larger, soon reaching a diameter of 1,000 meters. It looked like a small sun from afar, releasing terrifying energy. Up until now, Cooler mistook Maayang and Melissa for the Super Saiyans he imagined. To kill the Super Saiyan in his eyes, Cooler has used all his strength. The fact that Maayang and Melissa did not chase him off the planet to fight meant that they couldn't survive in space. That would be great. Cooler grin appeared on his face as he drooped one eyelid. Supernova Cooler. The kilometer-diameter ball of energy crushed all the way and began to rush towards planet Vegeta. In that straight orbit, no matter the aliens of Cooler Armored Squadron or the remaining Saiyans in space, they had no ability to resist and were all swallowed up by that huge fireball. The terrifying energy penetrated the atmosphere, causing the charged particles in the air to crackle and shine with electricity. The wind howled, and the lightning weaved in and out of the clouds. The huge ball of fire fell from the sky, and blazing heat baked the earth. On the ground, Maang and Melissa tilted their heads up to look at the huge fireball. They waited quietly for Cooler's move and did not make any move. Such a huge ball of fire, how much energy it contains. They didn't want to hold this supernova Cooler because they knew in their hearts that planet Vegeta was already overwhelmed and in danger of disintegrating at any time, so there was no point in blocking it. It would be better to save some energy and give Cooler a fatal attack later. Melissa. Maang called out to Melissa and placed his hand on her shoulder. The power of the destruction of a planet in the Dragon Ball world was no joke. The exploded energy of the planets from the universe seemed to announce their last sense of existence. If they were too close, they were extremely vulnerable to being engulfed by the energy of the planet explosion. They have to move away as soon as possible. As for the Saiyans above planet Vegeta, they could only say that their fate was sealed. Instant transmission. With a soft shout, Maang with Melissa disappeared from planet Vegeta. The next second they appeared in another area very far away from planet Vegeta. Looking back, they saw the huge planet Vegeta being blown into powder by the energy bomb attack in a fluctuation that resounded through the starry sky. Ah, planet Vegeta is still destroyed. North Kai gloomily lost his mind watching planet Vegeta turned into ashes in the universe. His heart had an indescribable taste. The Saiyan race was destroyed, and that was the result of the accumulation of karma. Even if they escape this calamity, North Kai foresee that there would be another wave of calamity waiting for them. However, planet Vegeta was, after all, the cradle of life. He hated to see such a picture. Oops, how are Maang and Melissa? Nothing will happen, right? North Kai winced and hurriedly inquired about the whereabouts of Maang and Melissa. Soon, he found them in the universe, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing bad happened. Maang and Melissa could be said to have become North Kai's reliance. When the two were safe and sound, the North Kai was relieved. Ha ha ha, what a beautiful firework. Such a perfect fall should satisfy you. You can thank me when you get to the other world. Cooler laughed wildly, a joyful look flashed across his face. The battle just now made him vaguely sore, but now that it was over, he had an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. There shouldn't be so many strong people in the universe after all. Maang and Melissa's power made Cooler feel palpitating, and now that they were dead, there were too few obstacles for Cooler to dominate the universe. However, just when Cooler was self-absorbed, something unexpected happened. There was a hideous crack in the void, and a silver-white chain penetrated down from the center of the crack and tied up Cooler's hands and feet. Death God Chain. The silver-white glowing chains tied up tighter and tighter. The sudden attack made Cooler dumbfounded, his body struggled, and his face turned dark. What is this thing? Cooler struggled, but the silver chains were penetrating from Maang's acceleration world. With his current state, where he had used up a large amount of energy, it was tough to break free. Does the death chains feel good? Frieza was entangled by these chains back then and then lost his life. Just when Cooler felt frightened, a distortion occurred in the void, like waves floating waves. A man and a woman's figures came out of the distorted space. Maang floated to Cooler's side with Melissa. You guys didn't die? Cooler was shocked. Since when could the Saiyans survive in a vacuum environment? Then his face became ugly. So, Frieza was actually killed by you guys. Soon, it will be your turn, Maang said indifferently. Although the vacuum couldn't transmit sound, Maang's voice entered Cooler's ears by the divine power. Cooler's eyes were spitting fire, and he said viciously, if you want to kill me, you are not qualified yet. It's just a chain made of energy, let's see how I can break it free. After saying that, Cooler's body began to burn with lavender flames. A strong and terrifying ki like that of a beast burst out. Chapter 314 Boom. In a life and death situation, Cooler went crazy. The muscles on his body coiled up, veins surged on his forehead, and a cold and dark aura steeply surged. It was terrifying energy that made the soul tremble, and for a time, the entire void shook violently. Click, click, click. Silver chains clanging, seems to be ripped off. Maang's face suddenly changed as he thought, Cooler's energy is really abundant, to such an extent that there's still energy left to explode. I absolutely can no longer let him continue to release energy. He said, Melissa, let's go together and kill Cooler. Now was the easiest time to chain Cooler up. If they let him break free, then everything would be lost. The previous fight had already taught them the power of Cooler, and they could not hesitate at this moment. Okay, Melissa responded in a high-pitched voice. The two of them approached Cooler and began to explode powerful attacks towards him. Sky-splitting fist, tri-beam, thundershock surprise, tornado storm. Maang and Melissa cast out their skills. Various colors of energy attacks fell on Cooler's body. Cooler was unbearable at this time, even though his frozen demon race had an incomparable body strength. Cooler let out a heartbreaking hissing sound. The intense pain caused his entire face to twist up. Heavenly SKY beam. Maayang pushed his palm forward with force, and the ice blue ki wave immediately rushed straight towards Cooler like a rocket with an ignited engine. Damn. Damn Saiyans. Frieza, Cold, you did a good job. Vegeta's Saiyans should have been cleaned up a long time ago. Cooler's eyes were fierce, and his hatred for Frieza and King Cold rose. If they had dealt with Vegeta decades earlier, how would there be today's events? His internal organs kept churning, and a deadly pain tormented him. Maayang, why isn't he dead yet? Melissa had attacked for a long time, and her face was turning white. If not for the Senzu Bens restoring her strength, she would have been exhausted. He is powerful indeed. Cooler is the best of his clan. Maayang's eyes were heavy. In his heart, he was also shocked by Cooler's strong vitality. It wasn't easy to be immortal at this level. Stuffing a Senzuben into his mouth, he then raised his strength and swung his full strength. With a hiss, another even wider crack abruptly tore through the void and appeared. The edges of the blood-red crack wriggled and kept recovering and tearing. Maayang controlled the channel of the acceleration world to open it gradually. When a huge crack spanning tens of thousands of kilometers appeared, the acceleration world was completely exposed to Universe 7. The rules of the Universe 7 washed over the acceleration world, and an azure planet presented itself in the middle. Pull Cooler into the acceleration world. Once Cooler was sent into the acceleration world, Cooler's life and death were in his hands. In the acceleration world, Maayang could mobilize more powerful forces and even use his obliteration skills on a wide scale. However, to pull in someone stronger than himself, he needed to overcome the pressure from Universe 7. After all, to some extent, he was taking food from Universe 7. At this time, Cooler felt the threat of death, which taught him to struggle even more frantically. Damn it. Break it off. Break it off. Rumble. At this moment, the gloomy and deep void exploded. Cooler's power fought against the silver chains. The twisted lights were stretched and prolonged, ready to break apart. The solemn aura was as if from the abyss, constantly knocking at the depths of the soul, making the whole void even paler. Clang clang clang. Silver chains wrapped around Cooler's body were colliding with each other, resounded clang clang clang. It suddenly clicked, and the chains seemed to break. The entire acceleration world was like a pump at this time, constantly sending energy to Maayang. In the acceleration world, Bardock and Asike had entered planet Wudao for a while. They were still looking blankly at the surrounding plants and trees and were worried about planet Vegeta's situation. Suddenly the void opened a huge crack, and a deep cosmic starry sky from the other end of the crack revealed. Bardock and Asike flew up, close to the crack, to see the scene outside. Is that Cooler? They saw Cooler locked firmly in silver chains, while not far from him, a man and a woman were frantically attacking Cooler. Bardock and Asike watched in awe, only to feel a tingling in their skulls. Each attack that was madly struck was enough to destroy a planet. Good, what a horrible destructive power. At the edge of the crack, Asike stared wide-eyed and did not dare to come any closer. He turned his head and asked the Bardock on the side. Is that Teacher Mew you said before? Yes, it is Teacher Mew. As for the one next to... Bardock was a little confused. The woman vaguely resembled the two partners of Teacher Mew, but it was not the right look. Bardock could not figure it out, so he gently shook his head. Asike didn't care about that. Great. Teacher Mew was able to press Cooler to attack. Looking at Cooler's appearance now, he definitely can't block it. And the one next to him. She's awesome too. But... Asike frowned up, looking at Maayang, who was surrounded by a silver halo. He always felt that he had seen Maayang somewhere, but where exactly had he seen him? This scene. Right. Asike was horrified. He suddenly thought of, back when he and Vazda encountered the Jinyu forces and armored squadron on the outer planets. Wasn't this Teacher Mew happen to pass by and eliminated Frieza Force and Cooler armored squadron in a couple of seconds? So he's Mr. Maayang. Asike murmured to himself. Speaking of which, he and Vazda life were saved by this man in front of him. At that time, it was speculated that he was not a Saiyan. However, after all, there was no real evidence. Now, he had appeared again, and according to Bardock, this person also took great care of Bardock. This was a real hammer, a real hammer. The bottom of Asike's heart was instantly on fire. On the other hand, after Maayang frantically urged the acceleration world, a different rule from the Universe 7 descended to the area where the original planet Vegeta was located. Whis, who was located in the God of Destruction planet, sipped his tea and watched planet Vegeta's situation. When Maayang used the silver chains, Whis' light purple eyes lit up fiercely. He picked up his divine staff and quickly clicked twice against the void. Clang clang clang. The crystal ball at the top of the divine staff lit up, and several wisps of ripples spread out towards the void, acting directly on the Universe 7. Because Whis was in charge of the rules of Universe 7, with his several clicks, the rules of the universe located in the region of planet Vegeta receded. The rules of the acceleration world immediately gained the advantage, covering the entire void. Aizen only felt a huge force suddenly stick to his body, every cell in his body was active, and his previous injuries recovered as much as possible. That was the power from the acceleration world. Aizen opened his arms and said to Melissa, "You should retreat some distance first." Melissa did not doubt it and obediently withdrew more than 10,000 meters. "What are you doing?" A chill rose in Cooler's heart, and he forgot to struggle, his miserable face hung with blood. Aizen looked at Cooler calmly, "Nothing. I just want to tell you that your end has come. Damn it. I will not lose to you, I will kill you soon." Cooler roared in a fury. No more words, Aizen increased the power exerted on Cooler. Instantly, countless chains descended from the sky. The silver-white light wrapped around Cooler, directly wrapped into a huge cocoon, revealing only Cooler's head. This time Cooler completely unable to struggle. How could this happen? How did your power go up so much at once? Cooler's eyes were wide open as he roared out incredulously. "This starry sky is now my domain." Aizen stretched out his palm and aimed it in Cooler's direction, and his mouth said in a cold voice, "Obliterate." The words just fell, and a few wisps of faint awning began to shine up. The light was fragile but had an irresistible compulsion. Cooler's eyes opened wide, and his throat looked like it was stuck talking with great difficulty. "How? Will? Damn. I." Cooler's words had not finished when his body was weathered like a rock baptized by endless time. His body gradually disappeared from the bottom to the top and finally turned into strands of invisible crystal fine sand, floating in the universe. Kai's planet, North K, forcedly clenched fist. He was jumping and dancing with excitement. In the acceleration world, Bardock and Asike looked at the outside world through that spatial rift. Cooler's death made them couldn't help but cheer in their hearts. God of Destruction Planet. Whis leaned on his chin and thought, that last move of Aizen seems to have touched the application of the rules. It was a bit like Lord Beerus' energy of destruction. No, it seems to be Lord Zeno's erase, but compared to Lord Zeno, that move is still very rudimentary. It seems that it can still only destroy the flesh. Whis was in charge of the rules of Universe 7, so it was clear that although Cooler died, his soul did not disappear. Instead, it was absorbed by the power of the other world. Chapter 315. After Cooler's death, Aizen stayed in the space for a long time before he waved his arm to close the acceleration world channel. The huge crack that was tens of thousands of kilometers long gradually closed, and the crimson and poisonous color was once again hidden behind the space. In fact, just in that moment of work, Universe 7 had already caused a great deal of oppression to the acceleration world. After all, Aizen's behavior was equivalent to damaging the strength of Universe 7, which would never be allowed by Universe 7. If it weren't for Whis' manipulation to avoid most of the rules, the acceleration world's power would not have been able to launch smoothly. Cooler is finally dead. As if he had overturned a high-level guard boss in the game, this sense of accomplishment and the emptiness after the battle made him feel a little emotional for a moment. He had just destroyed Cooler's body with Obliterate. For mortals, the destruction of the body was equivalent to death. The battlefield situation could be described as rapidly changing, any factor might lead to a different outcome. Cooler's strength was far above Aizen's, if not for Aizen and Melissa's exceptional power and the recovery of their strength with Senzu Bins, the outcome might not have been the same. In the end, Cooler still fought an unprepared battle. There, Melissa finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Aizen destroy Cooler. Intense fatigue came up, she could no longer maintain the Melissa state and turned into Melia and Melis in a dazzling light. After changing back into Melia and Melis, the two of them turned white, their stomachs grumbled, and they hurriedly took the Tree of Might's fruit from Aizen. The girls, who had consumed a lot of spiritual energy, needed to replenish their vitality with Tree of Might's fruit. Looking at the girls' big bites, Aizen patted their shoulders. "Eat slowly, there is no hurry now. You don't know what it's like when your stomach gets hungry. Eating senzubins doesn't feel like anything, the Tree of Might's fruits are more delicious and taste good." Melia laughed heartedly. They were dared to run for the taste of the Tree of Might's fruit. Aizen couldn't help but roll his eye. It was good that in his acceleration world, Gaia humming and puffing reclaimed new land and was diligently working on the planting of the Tree of Might. Otherwise, the Tree of Might's fruits obtained from Planet Monster alone would really not be enough for the two gluttonous devils, Melia and Melis. However, it was good to eat more, to nourish their bodies, so that they could have children in the future. What about those people from Cooler Armored Squadron? Melis swallowed the flesh of the fruit in small bites. Her eyes glanced at the several disk spaceships floating in the distance. In addition to the Special Forces team that was killed by Cooler's pit on top of planet Vegeta, some aliens were responsible for piloting the spaceships. Because they received Cooler's instruction to stay away from planet Vegeta early, so they did not die in the explosion of planet Vegeta. Yang sneered, since they are Cooler's subordinates, of course, we are sending them to rendezvous with Cooler. You guys eat slowly here. I'll go and exterminate them first. After saying that, Yang's figure floated. A stream of light pierced through, making space rippled minutely, and Yang's figure disappeared instantly. In the distance, several disk spaceships docked outside the planetary system. The spaceship's scouter could no longer capture Cooler's energy response, making the aliens in the spaceship panic. They sank their hearts and searched carefully for planet Vegeta's original location, but Cooler's energy had really disappeared. Now all of them were dumbfounded. They watched in disbelief, and the spaceship fell into silence for a while. King Cooler is dead. What should we do? Should we hurry and leave? If the two people who fought with King Cooler earlier catch up, it will be too late. Hurry up and go, this area is hazardous. A cry of panic rang out, and the terror spread all at once. All the aliens inside the spaceship panicked, looking into the starry sky filled with debris floating in the distance, their eyes filled with fear. The spaceship's engine started up, and the disk spaceship, after a short stay, reformed into formation again and accelerated away from planet Vegeta's region. However, at that moment, a dark-haired youth appeared in front of the spaceship. The palm of his hand plucking space and the whole star field became as if it was filled with stagnation like water. The spaceship seemed to be imprisoned as if it could not move. What's going on? Why isn't it moving? The alien inside broke open and cursed. We can't move, the spaceship seems to be dragged by something. The operator's face turned white, and he cried out. Hurry up and check. It's no use, all parameters of the spaceship are showing normal. It's the space outside that has changed. The operator gulped and said in disbelief. It's over. The situation now was as if the spaceship had encountered a black hole, and no matter how much it sailed away, space was dragging the spaceship to prevent it from leaving. Yang looked at the spaceship that kept spinning in space, and the cold auras seemed as sharp as daggers. Die. Go to other world and join your king. There was a boom. Space began to collapse, and dark red, deep cracks appeared in the void. Those few spaceships had no ability to resist the spatial cracks, and were quickly swallowed by the giant tooth-like blood bowl mouth at the spatial break, then crushed into powder. Of course, Yang did not destroy them all. One of them that looked like the disk spaceship's flagship was put on planet Wudao, which he could later give to April as a gift. After all, the technology under the command of Cooler still had some strength. As for the people inside, he believed that they knew how to choose in front of the strong power. It's done. Gently clapping his palm, Yang checked the key of the surrounding stars and made sure there was no other reaction of life before instantly moving to the side of Melia and Melis. By this time, except for the Cooler armored squadron in other areas of the North area, all the armored squadron members that had entered the range of planet Vegeta were dead. Acceleration World. Although the huge rift to the outside world had disappeared, Bardock and Asaik's minds were still haunted by the bloody and terrifying spatial rift mold. Their hearts could not help but shiver. If they were inhaled by it, they would be disabled without dying. Teacher Mew is mighty. The force that shattered even space is too terrifying. Asaik was still in the midst of extreme shock. Cooler should be dead already. Bardock said excitedly, he's definitely dead. I did not expect that after Frieza, even Cooler died in the hands of Teacher Mew. Cooler's power level is 470 million. Yeah, 470 million. Asaik was silent. He was already stunned by this frighteningly high power level. Then he laughed at himself and thought that he was really watching the sky from the bottom of a well. Bardock did not have such a complicated mind, only Saiyan's pure desire to fight in his heart. The thought of Teacher Mew actually capable of defeating even such a powerful Cooler made his heart so excited. He could not wait to join in the battle just now. However, he knew that he couldn't intervene in that level of battle. Don't look at his 1 million power level, it seemed very powerful, but that's because he didn't encounter a dominant master. If he dared to intervene, he might have just scraped out the aftermath of the battle, and he could be torn into pieces. I wonder how planet Vegeta is doing now. Asaik suddenly said despondently. Bardock was silent. The battle just now was so fierce, he was afraid that planet Vegeta was in a bad way. Forget it. Let's take a look ahead, it seems that a ship has just landed. The void distorted for a moment, and Yang, Melia, and Melis descended to planet Wudao. They appeared in front of Bardock, with a seemingly intimidating pressure emanating from their bodies. Teacher Mew, Melia, and Melis. Bardock greeted them upon seeing them. Huh, where are the women who fought with Teacher Mew just now? Yang glanced towards the girls. The person just now was the warrior Melia, and Meliz fused out, Melissa, and separated after the battle. Bardock was stunned for a moment and then responded, Teacher Mew's wife is really extraordinary. Two people can actually fuse into one person, this ability was really odd. However, Teacher Mew was not mortal in the first place, his wife must also have something extraordinary. Bardock introduced Asike to everyone, this is my father Asike, who left Planar Vegeta many years ago and just returned not long ago. Hello. Yang nodded slightly and looked at Asike. This Saiyan was surprisingly Bardock's father, and his power level was okay. Asike acted a little formal, hello Mr. Yang, 24 years ago it was also you who saved me. Yang then carefully looked at Asike, indeed, he looked familiar. Melia and Meliz also looked at Asike, when Yang saved Asike and Bazda, their former life Mixia was hidden in Yang's pocket in the form of a human doll, so they had also seen Asike. So it's you. You look a lot older. Asike shook his head, I can't compare with Mr. Mew. My grace is still comparable to that of the past. Such a godlike figure like Yang, what he looked like back then when he was young. He looked the same as the first time they met. Even time could not carve anything on his body, he was too strong. Chapter 316 Teacher Mew, I wonder how's Planet Vegeta? Bardock asked nervously, and hearing his son's question, Asike also pricked up his ears seriously. Yang shook his head, Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Then, how about the Saiyans up there? Except for a few of you, there are no more Planet Vegeta Saiyans. Have Saiyans perished? Asike's face turned pale. Bardock listened in silence, while Asike seemed to be drained of his whole body, lost in thought. In fact, when the Acceleration World channel opened earlier, they had already guessed that there would be such an outcome, but when the news was confirmed, it was still a little hard to accept. What are your plans? Bardock said, I plan to go to Earth when I know that Cooler is going to attack Planet Vegeta. My father and I sent Jine and Kakrit to Earth in the night, they should still be halfway. I'm going to Earth to wait for them. His eldest son, Raditz, was sent by King Vegeta to King Cold's territory in the North area's eastern part. The journey would take more than a year, compared to Earth, which was a little closer. He could see Jine and Kakrit in a few months. After hearing this, Yang laughed lightly, then you guys go to Earth. Earthlings look exactly like Saiyans, only with no tail. At this time, Melia said, I see the Saiyan of Planet Vegeta is a different kind. Planet Sala Saiyans do not have tails. In her opinion, the Saiyans of Planet Sala and Earthling were more like a community, while the Saiyans of Planet Vegeta was like an earlier split in the evolutionary chart. There are Saiyans on other planets? Asike's eyes lit up. There are indeed Saiyans from other planets. Melia and Meliz are Saiyans from Planet Sala, but they do not belong to the same branch as you. There are other Saiyans in the universe. That's good. Asike patted his chest, the sad cavity in his heart was less. As long as the Saiyan lineage did not die out, then it was good. He and Bardock could go to Earth without worry. The other world. A beautiful place, like a paradise. The golden clouds floating in the sky, everywhere full of peaceful atmosphere. The surrounding warbling grass, covered with golden flowers and grass, was like March and April, not cold and hot. This place was actually a part of hell, everything was a fictitious false heaven. The pale pink cherry tree looked like a huge firework in bloom, with beautiful petals falling in the wind, each one carrying a fragrant aroma. Underneath one of the trunks of the giant tree, an object dangling from the slender silkworm silk. Upon closer inspection, it was a white cocoon, with Frieza's bloodshot eyes open and only one head showing. Suddenly, the sound of the high-pitched loud and clear Sona sound, followed by the ear-piercing gong. More and more instruments played together, the sound was spellbinding, soul-crushing to the extreme. One by one, the angels came out with songs and dances and sang joyfully around Frieza. I can't stand it anymore. Damn it, damn it. If I can get out, I will not let you guys go, Frieza grimaced and roared in pain. Nah, Frieza, you don't like our music, is it not cheerful enough? One of the little angels flew to Frieza's side. Frieza closed his eyes, not bothering. The little angel suddenly realized, so Frieza likes it more lively. Guys, we have to work harder to make Frieza happy. Oh snap. 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 Clang. Clang. Tom-tom. Tom-tom. Sona, gongs, plectrums, flat drums, all kinds of instruments with distinctive tones played together, beating gongs and drums. The little angel smiled and played more cheerfully. I can't stand it. Frieza wanted to cry without tears and resented the Saiyan, who sent him to hell even more in his heart. If it weren't for them, how could he have fallen to this point? Buzz. A doorway opened in the golden space, and a few little ghosts escorting a person walked in. The music stopped. Frieza opened his eyes and saw the visitor. A smile surprisingly appeared on his face. "Gee, isn't it, big brother? Do you come here to enjoy yourself too?" Frieza. Cooler snorted proudly at Frieza but was quickly pushed hard by the little ghost behind him and nearly fell to the ground. In the other world, except for people with great merit or gods, others didn't have a physical body. Mortals like Cooler were lucky to remain in human form after death, and a physical body was definitely not available, and all their power was put into the Eastwater. According to the order of King Yanma, hang Cooler also on the big tree to be baptized and reformed properly here. The little ghost read out King Yanma's orders, pulling up the silk to hang Cooler. The two brothers faced each other. Frieza looked at Cooler's gloomy face with interest, and there was a feeling of badness in her heart. I wonder which one of the masters that can send you to hell, big brother?" Cooler malevolently stared at Frieza and said resentfully, "It's all yours and father's fault. Why don't a race like the Saiyans be wiped out as soon as possible?" Frieza was a little surprised. "You were actually killed by the Saiyans too?" Then laughed, "Don't worry about the things in life. Big brother, you are here, I have nothing to entertain you. When the music starts in a while, you have to enjoy it. Little angels, you have to play it a little lively in a while." "Music?" Cooler frowned. "You'll understand in a moment. That music is soulful." Frieza narrowed his eyes. With Cooler accompanying him to suffer, he felt satisfied. His mind was actually enlightened suddenly. Frieza, look at our performance." Several angels and various Muppet-like beings laughed happily. Finally, somebody knew how to enjoy their music. Crackle. Clang, clang, clang. The music rang out, and Cooler froze for a moment. His ears tingled, and his brain all seemed to turn to mush. "What is this sound? Stop it. Ho 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 ho, it's good, isn't it? Keep up the good work." Frieza narrowed his eyes. His expression was surprisingly calm, as if he was an accomplished monk who had seen through the mundane and mortal things of the world. Time flies. Soon, a few months have passed. The news of the death of Cooler had spread through the north area, and the predators who got the news began to move again, in addition to their initial consternation. What was going on in the north area? In the last few years, such a big event happened one after another. First, it was Frieza, who ruled the southern region, then it was Cooler in the northern region. If Slug was counted at the edge of the north area, there were already 3 overlords killed. Could there be some hidden master in the north area, picking on those who jumped high? After thinking about this, all the predators who wanted to build a great career considered the difference between their strength and Cooler's and finally gave up. Before the situation was certain, they should keep a low profile and observe secretly, not daring to make any big moves for fear of attracting the person who killed Cooler. Frieza and Cooler are dead. It seems that I still have to collect the forces. The north area east side, King Cold certainly did not dare to make any big moves after getting the news. After all, the 2 people who died were his son. Especially Cooler, his strength was more powerful than him. However, it was unknown how he could die on planet Vegeta. So, before making any move, he should gather forces first. Earth. After Maiyang brought the crowd to Earth, Bardock and Asike chose a hill to live in the back of the Big Azure Mountain near Mount Payazu and then waited there for the arrival of Jin and Pikaret. It was worth mentioning that although the place where Bardock and the others live was close to the Big Azure Mountain, the nearby neighbors were not Maiyang or the disciples of the Kami school, but Sun Gohan and Anan, who live in a place called Mount Payazu. Chapter 317. The sun was rising and shining brightly. Great Azure Mountain, the pleasant daylight with warmth sprinkled all over the ground. After passing through the dense leaves, it showed dappled light spots. The deep forest area was filled with some fog, and under the sunlight, it reflected a colorful scene. In the villa, April sat in front of the computer desk with a concentrated look. Her fingers tapped on the keyboard, and after typing the last symbol, April printed out all the documents, bound them into a book, and then stretched her back. When she looked out the window, it was already early the next morning. "I didn't know it was overnight work." April laughed lightly and walked out of the room with a cup of hot coffee. Once a scientist worked, there was no day and night. Sometimes when an inspiration came up, she would be busy for several days, and overnight work was common. However, the good thing was that April was a good martial arts practitioner, and her body could withstand the pressure. She came to the kitchen to prepare some dessert for herself but found a rustling sound coming from the kitchen. April walked in to see a little guy with a tail plopped down on the table, holding a spoon in his hand to scoop up a mushy food and send it to his mouth. He ate quickly, and his mouth was covered with mushy food. "Brawly, you stole my nutrient solution." April grabbed Brawly's ear. April couldn't cook on her own, except for the dessert she was interested in mainly because there were several skilled chefs at home, so it was not her turn to do the cooking. It was better to be a rice worm and enjoy it. However, Ma-yang and the girls were often not at home. This time, April had to cook by herself, so she invented this kind of high-energy paste nutritional solution, tasting like a dessert. So, except for the ugly look, it tasted good. And April, I only ate a little. Brawley held his finger and handed over the large bowl in his hand. April raised an eyebrow and said, "You call this eating only a little bit? My nutrient solutions are all eaten up by you." Brawley touched his stomach and said innocently, "It's really only a little." April also wanted to say something, but looking at Brawley's innocent face, the words she tried to say choked. She had seen Cyan's portion of food, and a little bit of food Brawley said was her food for several days. "Forget it. If you want to eat, eat it." April helplessly waved her hand. April was quite fond of her nephew, who appeared out of nowhere, mainly because Brawley was usually quite well behaved, unlike other children who were so rowdy. 3 Cyans were living in the house, and the food consumption equivalent to hundreds of people eating. The food consumed in a day was frightening, and now Ma-yang had changed the original research room under the villa that belonged to April into a place to store food. It should be known that April's original research room was huge, but even so, they had to purchase new food almost every 3 days. So, it was clear how quickly they consumed food. If it were not for 1/3 equity shares of capsules, Ma-yang's money wouldn't be enough. "Brawley, open your mouth." April gathered the kitchen dishes, turned her head, and suddenly said. Brawley obediently opened his mouth. April then took out a senzubin from her pocket and stuffed it into Brawley's mouth, filling his stomach directly. At least in the next 10 days, she wouldn't have to worry about her nutrient solution being eaten. No more, topping it off for 3 or 5 days was no problem. If the Z-Fighter in the original Dragon Ball story know that April squandered the senzubins arbitrarily, they must have complained that she wasted the precious senzubins like sugar beans. Although the senzubin's early role was to fill the stomach, it couldn't be wasted like this. However, there was no way for April, who had more senzubins, not to squander it. Rich people were so capricious. Gaia hummed and worked hard in the acceleration world, and the senzubins harvested in a year were enough for them to use casually. "My stomach is full." Brawley patted his bulging stomach. He rarely experienced that feeling of fullness, and after saying thank you to April, Brawley darted outside the villa. "Brawley, where are you going?" Brawley flew in the air and said, "I'm going to the mountains. Launch said we should hunt together in the mountains today. There are many beasts there. And they taste good." After hearing this, April's face changed slightly, and she shouted, "Since you go hunting beasts in the mountains and want to eat it, why do you eat my nutrient solution?" Brawley froze for a moment, then laughed, "I forgot." April burst of exasperation, "Children are really not cute at all. Go away, do not let me see you." After Brawley flew away, April looked at the empty dishes in front of her and continued to pack up. "Gee, what is April angry about?" A slightly flirtatious voice sounded in his ears, and Ma-yang appeared beside April with an instant transmission. April looked at Ma-yang and said, "It's just Brawley, who usually quiet was being silly." Ma-yang laughed, "April, you should take care of him more. I also spoiled you when you were a child." April's white cheeks were slightly red, embarrassed. "I was very obedient when I was a child, so I didn't bother anyone." "Well, there is nothing wrong with that statement." Ma-yang nodded seriously, then turned his words and asked, "How is the research of that spaceship in the acceleration world going?" A few months ago, after killing Cooler, Ma-yang cleaned up the spaceships and aliens under Cooler, and one of them was transferred to the acceleration world. April held up her glasses and tilted her head proudly. "That spaceship of Cooler's is indeed very advanced, but I have studied all the mechanisms thoroughly and can build an even more advanced spaceship. In terms of its researchability, only Dr. Gero, Dr. Brief, and Dr. Omori on Earth could rival her. It's good that you've studied it thoroughly." Ma-yang nodded his head. "I'm going to explore the universe later and then learn more advanced technology. Remember to bring an escort." Ma-yang didn't oppose April to go out to travel, but security must be done properly. Like in the original story, Dr. Brief's eldest daughter, Tights, traveled in the universe alone, and it was a miracle that she didn't encounter danger. Senior brother, in a few days, it will be Banshee's youngest daughter Bulma's 5th birthday, and Banshee invited our family to go over to celebrate her birthday. Bulma was the youngest daughter of Dr. Brief and Banshee, who was almost 5 years old. Bulma was about 16 or 17 years old when the original story began, less than 12 years away. Therefore, Ma-yang did some calculations in his heart and judged the time when the story began. Just now, the storyline had been destroyed by him in such a way, even Bardock had arrived at the Earth, so would things still happen down the road? Shaking his head, Ma-yang put these superfluous things to the back of his mind. The first half of the Dragon Ball story's overall experience was confined to Earth, and the forces of the universe did not have much involvement. There seemed to be no major changes on Earth, except for an additional Bardock. Earthling strength generally improved a cut. Rather, the changes outside the Earth were quite drastic. Ma-Yang said with a light smile, Banshee's youngest daughter's birthday party. Since she invited, of course, we have to go. That was the heroine of the Dragon Ball world. Although the definition of heroine was not accurate, Bulma was the original Dragon Ball story's key character. Then we should go together. April's face blossomed into a bright smile and then arranged the work. She sent the documents in her hands to her institute. At the central area, a gyro-shaped artifact floats in the deep universe starry sky. A honeycomb-like hexagonal room. The jellyfish-like creature with multiple tentacles, accompanied by 3 staff members, lectured a young patrolman member. This jellyfish-like creature was the Galactic King, the topmost figure in the Galactic Patrol. On top of his head was a crown marked with the symbol of the Galactic Patrol. His eyes were wide open, and in front of the Galactic King was an Ultraman-looking alien, covered in purple leather, wearing small body armor with salty eyes of golden color. This young patrolman named was Hueco, with outstanding eyesight. Even if his strength was not high, he could see the movements beyond the speed of light. Most of the characters who could become official police officers of the Galactic Patrol had an uncommon ability. Some were excellent eyesight, some were particularly fast, some were particularly strong in defense, and some were particularly piercing in attack ability. Galactic King, is there a rather important task for me, who is so excellent, when you call me here? Hueco felt good about himself as soon as he arrived. The Galactic King coughed dryly, Yes. Please go to a planet called Earth immediately. It seems that there is a spaceship launched from planet Vegeta towards that planet. Planet Vegeta, are those the barbaric Saiyans? Well, the Earth is just a low-level planet that has not yet matured and is ruled by weak Earthlings. If the barbaric Saiyans enter the Earthlings' weak power will not be able to resist. However, the Saiyans sent there is mostly a small child, which are stupid. No, with your excellency, we'll be able to destroy it alone? Of course. Hueco happily saluted, leave it to me. I promise to complete the task. Well, you go ahead. The Galactic King waved his tentacles. Seeing that the Galactic King had given such an important task to him, Hueco, of course, cheerfully set off in his spaceship towards the Earth. After the spaceship left, the patrolman staff standing behind the Galactic King said, Galactic King, you actually gave this task to Hueco. The Galactic King said, I just want to give him something to do. He is obviously a Galactic Patrol member who is looking after the 3-star territory, but he stays at the patrolman headquarters all day. What kind of nonsense is that? A place like the Earth, even if the mission is not completed, it doesn't matter. Chapter 318 Galactic Patrol's spaceship speed was very fast that it took only a short time to get to the Earth from the center area. However, Hueco's luck was bad, and just as he reached the Earth, his spaceship broke down, so he had to stumble and dock near an isolated island. Damn, my luck is terrible. How can a spaceship broke down? A low-level planet like the Earth should have no talent capable of repairing spaceships like that. Hueco sat on the raised peak of the desert island with a sad face. Just then, he saw an island in the distance that seemed to have a human presence, so he jumped upward and flew to the opposite island. This small island was not very big, and only 2 people lived on it, and that was Dr. Omori and his wife. In his early years, Dr. Omori was requested by the central city to develop a human body tester. After his success, he became a teacher at the West City University and served as of April, Dr. Brief and the others' teacher. After his retirement, he had his own private island with preferential treatment from the central city. Since his wife didn't die because of a research accident like in the original story, so at this time, Dr. Omori did not research the time machine but lived a comfortable life on a private island. Facing Hueco's sudden visit and looking at Hueco's appearance, which was obviously very different from that of an Earthling, Dr. Omori quickly figured out that Hueco was not an Earthling. You say you are from the center area, which is not close to here. Dr. Omori lamented. I can't help if the spaceship breaks down, but my students might be able to help. Where are your students? Hueco asked. They're in the West City, and it just so happens that there's a banquet coming up there. They sent me an invitation, and I didn't go before because I thought it would be a hassle, but it looks like I'll have to make a trip. Dr. Omori studied Hueco's spaceship. It was hard to believe that this several-meter-long spaceship could actually span a galaxy. How could the aliens' technology be so advanced? After saying goodbye to his old companion, Dr. Omori put on his tuxedo next and prepared to take Hueco with him to the West City. As blackness fell, the gorgeous neon lights flashed up. The bustling night scene of the West City was just about to begin. In an alley, a pretty girl with long blonde hair had her head down, and the pencil in her hand kept scribbling something on the note. The girl had long, waist-length, beautiful blonde hair, wearing a large, soft purple hat on her head with a satchel at her waist. A bright red tight dress just right to cover the girl's delicate soft skin. Her 2 long legs were white and delicate. Looking from the dress, the girl had a solid family background. Perhaps because the consideration was so involved that she walked into an unoccupied alley without even knowing it. When she realized that she was going back the way she came, wanderers dressed as samurai walked out from behind and grabbed the girl's hand, trying to take advantage of her. "I said let me go, did not you hear?" The young girl angrily scolded. "No, if you don't go out with us today, I won't let you go." "Humphrey, don't think I'm an ordinary girl, I've studied martial arts." The blonde girl stuffed the note into her fanny pack, clenched her fist, and struck towards the face of one of the samurai. The samurai who was hit did not react and fell to the ground on his butt. Confused all of a sudden, he did not expect that the spoiled rich girl in front of him actually knew martial arts. Although martial arts were popular nowadays, a real martial arts practitioner was still very rare. Earthlings were only expected to know some martial arts to a greater or lesser extent. The reason why the blonde girl was able to fuck over a samurai was unexpected. By the time the other 3 samurai reacted, the blonde girl was in a predicament. She punched out, but all of them were blocked by her opponent's spread hands, and finally, her whole body was forced into a corner. At this point, swoosh, the sound of breaking air rang in the ears, and several stones seemed to pierce the air like arrows and hit the samurai. These samurai immediately felt as if a heavy object had hit them, all fell to the ground with a foamy mouth, twitching legs and feet. "Tights, you should take a few guards with you when you go out in the future. I gave you the Cyberman seeds, why didn't you use them? The latest generation of Cybermen don't need to be planted, just crush the seeds." A clear and pleasant voice came. The young girl named Tights squatted on the ground and pressed her hands against the big purple cap. Hearing someone call out her name, Tights raised her head and saw a beautiful girl in a white coat-style long dress walking out on the other side of the street. Her brown hair was slightly curly, and the glasses on the bridge of her nose added some unique and intellectual beauty. "Auntie!" Tights exclaimed happily with a sigh of relief. Tights was the eldest daughter of Banshee and Dr. Brief. She was 16 years old this year, with golden hair inherited from her mother, Banshee. According to the relationship, April was a distant cousin of Tights' mother, Banshee, so Tights had to call April Auntie. However, April looked so young, as if she was only a few years older than her, so that she couldn't call April Auntie. It was too evil to look as if you were 17 or 18 years old when you were obviously in your 40s. April frowned a little. "In the future when you go out alone, pay attention. If I had not come across today, who knows what could have happened." After the popularization of martial arts, the literacy of the Earthlings was indeed improving. However, likewise, the power of people who did wrong had also risen. If a martial arts practitioners did evil, the harm produced would be even greater. "I know. In the future, I will bring the Cyberman seeds." Tights spat out her tongue and seemed to be aware of her own presumption. Tights was 11 years older than Bulma. In fact, martial arts training was still possible. Dealing with a few small vermin was not a problem, but not in the face of samurai who had practiced martial arts. "Auntie, are you here for Bulma's birthday party too?" Tights asked. She usually didn't live in the West City. To aspire to be an excellent sci-fi author, Tights gave up her superior life and left her home to work and experience life. April nodded. "That's right, by the way, I attended a few workshops." Tights then looked at April enviously and sighed. "If only I had the same clever brain as my auntie, I could definitely write an excellent sci-fi book. Unfortunately, I didn't inherit any of Dad's merits." From the hair color, it could be seen that Tights had completely inherited Banshee's features, and the smart gene hadn't been inherited at all. "If you think this way, I see that you will never be able to write a popular book," April said nonchalantly. "Well, hurry up and come back. Banshee and the others are waiting for you." "Oh." After that, April directly led Tights to the front of a luxury sports car, opened the door to sit in the back row. There were 3 people in the car, a man and 2 women. Tights knew the man was April's senior brother, the legendary god of martial arts on Earth, and the other 2 women looked the same, looking like twins. Uncle Miang. Facing Miang, who was called the god of martial arts, Tights had some formality. "No need to be polite. We haven't seen each other for a few years. Tights, you have grown up. Uncle and Auntie haven't changed at all in all those years." Tights laughed lightly with envy, then chatted with Melia and Melis beside her. "Haha, sit down." Miang looked at the back row, started the sports car in a low beep, and sped up in a flash. Speaking of Tights, he was no stranger to her, and he had been carried her when she was a child. Chapter 319 West City, one of the most prosperous cities on Earth. The headquarters of Capsule Corporation, the global leader, was located here. Late at night, brilliant neon shone in the night, and a flash of light passed by as Ma Yang drove his sports car through the elevated highway circling in the air. With a sharp braking sizzle and a tire mark, the sports car came to a stop in front of a luxurious villa in the city center. Bulma and Tights' home was a 4 floors hemispherical building covering a vast area. A variety of flowers and trees were planted around the house. Such a villa was definitely affordable for rich people to live in the West City Center, where every inch of land was valuable. "Sister, you're finally back." Bulma, who was just under 5 years old, ran out while holding a laser toy with a milky cry. After seeing Ma Yang, she alertly pointed the laser toy at Ma Yang. Bulma hid to the side and said, "Who are you and why are you with sister?" "Bulma, do not be rude, this is Uncle Ma Yang, he is Anite April's senior brother." Tights hurriedly went forward to pick Bulma up and said slightly apologetically to Ma Yang, "Sorry, Bulma is young. Please forgive the rudeness." Ma Yang smiled and shook his head, his eyes curiously looking at Bulma. This was the original heroine, the Dragon Ball story was happening along with her travels. At this time, Bulma was less than 5 years old. Her lavender hair was tied with 2 bundles of pigtails, and her eyes were light purple. She was holding a laser emitter in her hand, looking quirky. From this point of view, Bulma had inherited more from Dr. Brief, no matter her brain or appearance. At this point, April stepped down from the car and carried Bulma from Tights' hands. "Bulma, did you miss your aunt?" "Auntie." Bulma saw April and called out sweetly. Bulma was very fond of April because April's intelligent brain could teach her many interesting things. Don't look at Bulma's young age, in fact, she had accumulated a lot of knowledge. The laser emitter in her hand was her own modification. The original Bulma, at this time, already had the ability to repair Yako's dilapidated spaceship. Next, led by Tights, Ma Yang, Melia, Malaz, and others walked into Bulma's house. Dr. Brief and Panchi were already waiting at home, and when they saw Tights returned with Ma Yang and the others, they hurriedly and warmly welcomed them. "Mr. Ma Yang, welcome." Dr. Brief was wearing a white lab coat with unkempt hair and a beard. In contrast, Panchi was much younger and still looked like she was only in her 20s. "You're welcome, we're all acquaintances." Ma Yang smiled. If not for the revenue brought to him by the Capsule Corporation, the 3 Saiyans at home alone would have strained his life. "I should, Mr. Ma Yang is a legend." Dr. Brief lit a cigarette and swallowed up the clouds. Although Brief's character was very spontaneous, he was still a bit restrained in front of Ma Yang. After all, when he was still young, he had always heard the legend about the god of martial arts, and at that time, he did not think that the two would become relatives. "Mom, thanks to Auntie this time, otherwise I would have been bullied." Tights held Banshee's hand and whispered. The two did not look like mother and daughter, but more like sisters. Ma Yang could not help but feel a little saddened at this time by the strength of the Banshee's family's genes, which seemed to be able to resist the passage of time. What the hell is going on? Banshee's face changed, and her eyes looked at Tights. Tights spat out her tongue and told her what happened before. When it came to the time she was surrounded by several samurais, a trace of fear flashed through. Seeing that Tights was not hurt, Banshee breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, "Tights, you'd better stay back home from now on, it's too unsafe to be out there alone." "I don't want to. I can experience life better outside, I can definitely write popular works." Tights shook her head repeatedly. "But what will you do if an accident happens when you're out there alone?" Knowing that Tights' interest was to become a good sci-fi writer, Dr. Brief and Panchi also supported and allowed Tights to live outside alone. However, it was all predicated on the premise that she could keep herself safe. For the world's richest man, his daughter's future wasn't a concern at all, and doing the work she was interested in was what made her enjoy life. At this point, both Dr. Brief and Banshee were very loose. Perhaps they both have big personalities and didn't care about these details. He remembered Banshee in the original story. She was always old-fashioned and used to tease little Gaku, while Dr. Brief was still laughing aside. "Tights, just take my latest development of Cyberman with you, and safety won't be a problem at all." April said a fair word. Although the level of Earth's martial arts had increased a lot compared to the original story, a strength like that of the Cyberman was still able to walk across. After all, advanced martial arts practitioners were still only a minority. On the contrary, she was a little doubtful that Tights could create popular works among readers. "I will definitely bring the Cyberman seeds in the future," Tights stated with a pat on her chest. "Tights can go practice some martial arts. I see that those martial arts schools in the West City are teaching something quite useful." Ma Yang sat on the sofa, picked up his coffee, and took a sip. "If you want to learn martial arts, I can teach you," April said likewise. Tights' pretty face immediately fell. "I think it's better to forget it, I can't take the pain." The physical exercise was okay, but she didn't think she could support it if she had to practice hard. Otherwise, she would have been unable to beat a few samurai before. On Tight's safety, Dr. Brief and Panshi admonished her a few times and then started talking about other things. Dr. Brief said, "Just now I received a call from Teacher Omori. He encountered an alien there. It seems that the spaceship is malfunctioned and needs our help." "An alien came to Earth?" April asked in surprise. Her eyes didn't move as she glanced at Miang. "It should be someone from the Galactic Patrol." Miang's heart moved and thought of Hueco, a Galactic Patrol member who had a relationship with Dr. Omori and Tights in the original story. Could it be that Hueco had come to Earth? In the original story, Hueco chased Kakarot's spaceship to Earth but encountered Dr. Omori and Tights because of the spaceship's malfunction. He repaired the spaceship with the help of Bulma and missed Kakarot's spaceship because of the accident, making Kakarot survive. How did the people from the Galactic Patrol come to Earth? Melia asked curiously. Maybe they were attracted by Kakarot and Jine's spaceship. They really have nothing better to do. Melia said disdainfully. When Frieza and Cooler were in rebellion, they didn't seem to appear, even when Planet Vegeta Saiyans were conquering other planets. Now that Frieza and Cooler were dead, their people were popping up. Their management is indeed quite lax. Miang also felt that there were problems with the Galactic Patrol management, but their ability also limited it to some extent. Nah, are there any aliens in this world? Little Bulma blinked her eyes, her light purple eyes full of curiosity. Of course there are. There are many aliens in the universe. April smiled gently. She had seen several aliens when she was researching the Cooler spaceship. Not to mention when she was a child, Miang had given her the technology of the Dominion. She was considered the first group of people on Earth who had seen aliens. Can you tell me about it? Bulma said with glowing eyes. I want to hear it too. Tights squeezed over too, still holding the note in her hand, realizing that it might give her creative inspiration. No problem. Chapter 320 Bulma's birthday party was held the next day. Early in the morning, friends from far away arrived one after another. Bulma's birthday party was not huge, those invited were some relatives and friends. A few tables were set up in the courtyard of Bulma's house to entertain them all. Mr. Omori, is this the alien you were talking about? Dr. Brief greeted Dr. Omori and saw the odd figure beside Dr. Omori. Hueco made a funny pose in place. That's right. I am Hueco of Galactic Patrol. This friend is exciting. Dr. Brief grinned. The scene was a little cold, and the pose that Hueco struck was definitely not flashy, but he was personally unaware of it. Someone from the Galactic Patrol? A voice was as warm as the spring breeze sounded. Miang walked over with a light smile, and as he spoke, he looked at Hueco and inwardly exclaimed. This was a living Ultraman. Hueco looked too much like the characters of the special films he had seen in his previous life. Hueco crossed his arms and said, Yes, have you heard of the name of the Galactic Patrol? Miang said, I have heard of it. Speaking of which, I am still a registered member of the Galaxy Mercenary. Oops, there are still people from the Galaxy Mercenary above Earth. Hueco exclaimed and took another look at Miang. Hueco froze for a moment, with his eyesight, he actually couldn't see through Miang. Could it be that he was a great person? No, the Earth was only a low-level planet in the information. Although it might be a middle-level planet with the actual measurement, there should not exist a character beyond his eyesight. May I ask Mr. Hueco what is your purpose of coming to Earth? Miang ignored Hueco's reaction and asked with a smile. I was ordered by Galactic King to come to Earth to clean up some dangerous invaders. According to reliable information, the spaceship coming from planet Vegeta will soon arrive on Earth. The order I received is to stop the Saiyans from causing harm to the Earth. Hueco said thoughtfully, unaware that this was just a random excuse from the Galactic King to get rid of him. Saiyans? Melia looked at Hueco with a leathery smile. Yes, the Saiyans. Hueco nodded and said, the Saiyans of planet Vegeta is a very barbaric race. There have been many planets scourged by them. Although I recently heard that the Saiyans of planet Vegeta seem to have been destroyed by the impact of a meteorite, there are still leaks. Meliz said next to her, your Galactic Patrol is really well informed. A meteorite actually destroyed planet Vegeta. That's what the news says, but I just don't believe it a bit, Hueco said skeptically. But it's best if you guys are there. You are members of the Galaxy Mercenary. Are you interested in searching for that Saiyan with me? The mercenary points can be exchanged for many things at the central area. At Hueco's enthusiastic recommendation, both Melia and Meliz showed odd smiles. April listened to their conversation and couldn't help but cover her forehead. She was aware of the identity of Melia and Meliz, the princess of planet Sala Saiyans. Although there was not much relationship with planet Vegeta Saiyans, they were still Saiyans. This rash patrolman member actually said Saiyans were barbaric and rude in front of Melia and Meliz. He was simply looking for death. She knew that planet Vegeta's Bardock and Asike lived near the Great Azure Mountain, and if Yako's words reached their ears, she believed they could tear him apart. Melia stared at Yako for a long time, and just when Yako felt puzzled, Melia suddenly waved her hand. You'd better do this mission alone. I'm just an ordinary galaxy mercenary, I'm afraid I can't help you much. Yako thought deeply, I think so too. After all, Galactic King praised me as the best. It seems that saving this planet still depends on me. This mission is only a minor one. But my spaceship is malfunctioning. Since you are members of the Galaxy Mercenary, can you help me contact that side and have someone send a spaceship over? I can help with the contact, but it would take years to fly an ordinary spaceship from the central area to here. Melia smiled. A few years is too long. Yako thought that even if he contacted the Galactic Patrol headquarters, there was no way. The Galactic Patrol staff was already small, each officer had a responsible area. There was no extra staff that would come to pick him up. After all was said and done, in the end, he still had to repair his broken spaceship. At this time, Dr. Omori saw Dr. Jero's figure and greeted him as well. Several people were discussing around the corner about Yako's spaceship. As some of the best scientists on Earth, Dr. Omori, Dr. Jero, Dr. Brief, and April showed great enthusiasm for the advanced spaceship of the Galactic Patrolman. Yako's spaceship is docked over on the island where I live, so you guys can come with me to take a look around. Dr. Omori extended an invitation. I've never seen a spaceship before, I have to go and see one. Dr. Jero's face had some wrinkles. He had pursued April for a long time, but April's attitude toward him was always just a colleague relationship, and after a long time, Dr. Jero naturally gave up. Both of them were gradually coming up in age. Dr. Jero's face began to appear wrinkles, while April was always like a young girl. Speaking of maintenance, I think we can let Bulma go along to see. She has a brilliant head. Dr. Brief had his hands in the pockets and a cigarette in the mouth. Bulma? She is indeed a genius. Dr. Jero nodded his head. Let's just make an appointment and visit Dr. Omori's island together. No need to make an appointment, we'll go there as soon as the banquet is over. I'm interested in the spaceship. Dr. Jero said impatiently. Jero, don't delay the research of Blackstone. April glanced at Jero. The 3 black stones left behind by April's father were named Blackstones. April, Dr. Jero, and Dr. Brief each studied one piece, but nothing had been gained so far. Don't worry. There is no delay, my researchers are very dedicated. Dr. Jero also owned a part of the Capsule Corporation, so he didn't even need the Red Ribbon Army's funding to research like in the original story. He was now in April's research institute, taking on most of the research work. Life was now busy and compact, and there was endless research every day, which was very fulfilling for Dr. Jero. April nodded lightly and continued what she had just said. On the other hand, Tights looked at Yako and moved her hand to stroke Jeko's body. Obviously, it's a leather cover, but it feels like skin, and the eyes are real. Are all aliens like this? This is my skin, Yako said without good grace. What kind of vision did this blonde woman in front of him have? Couldn't she even see that he was so handsome? I heard that you are from the Galactic Patrol. What kind of organization is that? Do you know a lot of things in the universe? Tights looked at Yako with glowing eyes. Yako coughed dryly and tilted his head up to show off. That's for sure. I'm an elite member of the Galactic Patrol. The Galactic Patrol aims to maintain the peace of the entire galaxy. The membership is rare, but everyone who can join the Galactic Patrol has remarkable abilities. And what are your abilities? I have excellent eyesight. There's nothing remarkable about it. Tights said disappointedly. She thought it was some amazing superpower. In the original story, Tights had written a novel about Yako as the main character, but unfortunately, it was not popular. Foolish. You haven't seen what I, Yako, can do. Yako looked dissatisfied, pointing to his 2 golden salted eggs eyes. There is no movement in this world that can escape my eyes. Melia skimmed a bit and asked, are you able to see Cooler's movements? Cooler. I have never seen him. Yako skewed his head decisively. Chapter 321 Yako's performance made people wonder if he was really an elite member of the Galactic Patrol and if he had good eyesight because it didn't seem to come in handy. However, Yako's personality was easygoing, even a bit funny, and quickly mingled with Tights. Nah, when you leave, can you let me come along to see the other planets? Tights looked at Yako with expectation, not forgetting to find material for her own. Yako coughed dryly and said, I'm an elite patrolman in charge of 3-star territory areas. I usually have to inspect what's happening on each planet, so I don't have time to go out with you. Tights was not happy to hear this, said loudly, I am not going to play, I am sorting out the information. I plan to write a story about other planets in the universe, and it will be a big hit. Can I be the main character? Hueco sniffed, and his attitude immediately changed. He also put up a Galactic Patrol-specific pose. If it were true that Hueco was the main character, basically, it would not be popular. However, Tights did not know, so she blinked. That depends on whether your story is good. You have to take me out on an adventure. Hueco's head dropped, and he shook his hand. That's preferable. I can't go against the principles of the patrolman. You really can't let me go along? I can't. Although Hueco did not look very strong on the surface, his work attitude was solemn. The Galactic Patrol's rules should be followed. Tights immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. Humphrey, if I don't go, then I won't make you the main character. I don't care. At this time, Maayang sat on the leaning chair next to him and stared wide-eyed with Bulma. The younger Bulma carried the laser in her hand and aimed it at him. Hearing the conversation between Tights and Hueco, Maayang said, I can tell you when you want to know outside the Earth. I am still a registered member of the Galaxy Mercenary. As soon as Tights heard Maayang's words, she immediately left Hueco behind and ran over. Only then did she remember that Uncle Maayang in front of her was a great man who was revered by the people of Earth as the god of martial arts, and what came out of his mouth was mostly shockingly big secrets. Hueco looked dumbfounded at Tights, who had just come up to his side and ran away in the blink of an eye. A woman with no manners, it's just too rude. Uncle Maayang. Tell me what you know. Tights sat next to him with her head cocked. Looking at the way Tights was seriously taking notes, Maayang glanced at Hueco and looked at Hueco's depressed look with some amusement. The story I'm going to tell you today is about an evil team called the Jinyu Force. Jinyu Force. Hueco likewise perked up his ears and was a little surprised when he heard Maayang said, Jinyu Force. What's wrong with the Jinyu Force? Tights asked curiously. Hueco said, Jinyu Force is a very famous special battle team under the command of the Universe Overlord Frieza. It has 5 members, each member is rumored to have a minimum of 20,000 power levels. It is the evil team that has destroyed countless planets in their hands. Jinyu Force, the Universe Overlord Frieza, power level. Awesome. Tights' eyes glowed as she jotted this information down in her book. The Universe Overlord Frieza, and the evil battle team were such an interesting setting. She was instantly inspired and had a feeling she could be writing an heirloom masterpiece. Among so many terms, only the word power level was the most familiar to Tights. Because since the beginning of the martial arts era, the concept of power level had become popular on Earth. The Earthling's strength was measured according to the data measured by the Human Index Tester. The ordinary people and primary martial arts practitioners were not included in the category of martial arts practitioners. The measurement unit was J, while the martial arts practitioners who entered the category of martial arts practitioners used another set of measurement standards. The unit was D. The relationship between these two standards was 100 times decimal. 1D was equal to 100 joules. Because Dr. Omori developed the Human Index Tester regarding the scouter obtained by Maayang a long time ago, 1D was again equivalent to the universe standard of 1 point of power level. Early certification standards for martial arts practitioners were shallow. 20 points of power level were eligible to be rated as a martial arts practitioner, and 100 points of power level as a martial arts master. With the development of Earth's martial arts for decades, the certification standards also began to improve. Nowadays, in this era, without 50 points of power level or more, they were not recognized as martial arts practitioners. However, the Jinyu Force members had a minimum of 20,000 power levels. What a terrifying team. Uncle Maayang, quickly tell me the story of the Jinyu Force. Tights surged in a clear voice. As for the even more powerful sounding Frieza, it could wait until later. Most exciting stories all started with a small boss, and then gradually lead to the big characters behind. Tights was planning to write a series of great books. Maayang smiled lightly and said, good, then I will start with the formation of the Jinyu Force. The earliest Jinyu Force consist of Jin, Uaasi, Gao Xian, and the candidate member Guldo. The story takes place in the process of Captain Jinyu leading the team to find Guldo. Wait, the earliest members of the Jinyu Force should not be these people, right? Hueco interrupted Maayang's words. According to his understanding, the Jinyu Force's initial members should be Captain Jinyu, Jean, Berter, Rikum, and Demoness Natanea. There was no Uaasi or Gazn. Maayang smiled and said, so that means I am talking about the hidden secret. I understand, stories are all about artistic processing. Uncle Maayang, continue, please. Tights nodded with great approval. She did not care about the truth of the story, as long as it was interesting. However, Tights and Hueco didn't know that what Maayang told was the truest, and he was the one who experienced it firsthand as the first perspective. Next, Yang eloquently talked about the several big encounters and personnel changes of the Jinyu force. Even several big mutations involving Cooler Armored Squadron, the Saiyans, and even Frieza and Cooler. Hueco skimmed his mouth on one side and secretly said, "That's a decent story." It must be referring to the information from the Galaxy Mercenary, but his ability to make up stories is great. The story told by Yang had some events that overlapped with what he knew, so it was hard to distinguish the true from the false. Of course, in Hueco's heart, it never occurred to him that what Yang told might be true, because how could a remote place on a low-level planet, at most a middle-level planet, hide a powerful person who knew so much information? However, Hueco had to admire Yang's ability to make up stories, which was first class. Yang told his story for several hours until Bulma's birthday party gradually ended. Well, that's all for today. As for the story of Frieza and Cooler, Tights, you can ask Hueco, he knows very well. No one knew how old Hueco was. He had been a member of the Galactic Patrol for a long time and knew many hidden things. Thanks, Uncle Yang. Tights nodded with intent, looking at the things she had written down in her notebook. She then showed a sweet smile with satisfaction. Yang smiled and nodded, then saw April walking over with Dr. Datomori, Dr. Brief, and Dr. Jero. It turned out that to see Yako's spaceship sooner, they planned to go to the island where Dr. Omori lived now, and for this reason, April even cancelled the meetings in recent days. Bulma's repairability is very strong, so we plan to bring her along. April came to Yang's side and whispered. You guys go ahead. I won't go with the girls. Yang stroked April's hair. Daddy, I want to go too. Tights pestered to go along, and finally, they couldn't resist her, so Brief and the others had to agree. After April and the others left with the spaceship, Yang chatted with Bulma's mother, Panchi. He also turned around to go back to Great Azure Mountain. With Hueco arriving on Earth, it meant that Jin and Kakarot's spaceship would soon arrive on Earth as well. This news should be told to Bardock and Asike, who have been waiting for a long time on Earth. Chapter 322 After coming to Earth, Bardock and Asike lived in the Great Azure Mountain near the side of the primitive mountain range. Further to the east side over a few mountains to Mount Payazu, where Sun Gohan and Anan live in seclusion. Although it had been some time since they came to Earth, during this time, Bardock and Asike were adapting to the environment of the Earth and hadn't met with Sun Gohan and Anan. Earth's gravity was only 1/10 of planet Vegeta, and with Bardock and Asike's strength, it did not take much time to adapt. Now, it was mainly in learning the martial arts on Earth. Bardock had received the inheritance of Yang, and he knew the concept of ki very well, so the learning was very smooth. Asike was much worse. Because Planet Vegeta's implementation as rough energy operation, combat mode, and energy operation had long been deeply rooted in the marrow, it couldn't be turned over in a moment. He was like a layman now, must start from scratch to practice. When Yang and the girls arrived at Bardock's residence, Bardock was teaching Asike advanced training concepts. Bardock's place was located between two hills where ki waves cut the quiet mountain forest out a whole piece of flat land. The house was a small portable building using capsule technology with 3 floors and all kinds of living facilities. On both sides, birdsong and flowers were fragrant, and a gurgling stream flowed by the side from near the house. Teacher Mew, you're here. Seeing Yang and his 2 wives, Bardock stopped the movement in his hands. Smiling lightly, when he saw Bardock's dress, Yang's eyes slightly showed some surprise. At this time, Bardock had taken off the battle armor and changed into the popular martial arts clothes on Earth. The loose martial arts clothes were light blue, with 2 arms exposed on the upper body and a blue belt tied around the waist, looking like the grown-up Son Goku. If not for the scar on his face and powerful ki, he would have been thought that Son Goku had come from another world through time and space. The person from Galactic Patrol has come to Earth, so it is expected that in the next 2 days, Jin and Kakarot's spaceship will arrive on Earth. Yang directly told about Hueco. Is it going to arrive soon? A joyful look passed over Bardock's face. After counting the time, it is indeed almost there. Asike, on the other hand, worried, the person from the Galactic Patrol is also on Earth, will this be detrimental to us? Asike had been wandering in the universe for decades and had heard of the Galactic Patrol name. It was an organization rumored to be dedicated to maintaining the peace of the galaxy, and it was also the superior of the Galaxy Mercenary. All along, because of the Saiyans' barbaric acts, the Galactic Patrol had not been very friendly to the Saiyans. This time, it even chased after Jin and Kakarot's spaceship to Earth. If they knew that other Saiyans were living on Earth, he wondered if they would invite any trouble. Asike, you think too much, it's just the Galactic Patrol. They can't even handle a character like Cooler, so what's there to worry about? Besides, the one who came to Earth this time is a rash, so don't worry about it. Melia waved her hand, not caring in the least about Asike's worries. Bardock was also confident in his strength and felt that his father's worries were superfluous. Melia is right. We have enough strength to deal with all difficulties. Oh, that's true. Asike was stunned for a moment, suddenly remembering his son's power level of up to more than 1,000,000. His face could not help but reveal a smile. Yes, with so many masters on their side, what could happen? He then realized that his worries were indeed superfluous. Now, our priority is to get Jine and Kakarot back, Bardock said with a serious face. Jine's body is fragile, but her power level was close to 1,000. So, it wasn't difficult to find her, but if Kakarot, I'm afraid it will take some work. Jine was responsible for meat handling, and she was a non-combatant in Planet Vegeta. Her power level was not high, but she was at least a Saiyan. So, even if the power level was low, she could withstand the strength of 10 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta, and the energy contained in her body was nearly 1,000 power levels. On Earth, 1,000 power level was not considered the top, but it had been more prominent. Bardock wasn't worried about finding Jine, on the contrary, Kakarot, because of the low natural power level. Unless they could find him at first, it would not be easy to find the child in a sea of people. Don't worry about this, my disciple Calamity is now a kami of Earth, and she can find your child from the lookout. Calamity had officially become the new kami of Earth, so it was easy to find her for a little help. It's good that we can find him. Bardock breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. Saiyans were the most vulnerable when they were young. Once they passed this dangerous period, the Saiyans would become more and more vigorous and basically be able to grow into adulthood as long as no accidents occurred. Next, Bardock and Asike just needed to wait patiently. Every moment, Bardock used his ki to sense the changes above the earth, afraid to miss Jine. Finally, on the second day, Bardock sensed not-so-weak ki in outer space approaching the earth. It was Jine's ki because Kakarot's ki was too weak to be sensed. It's Jine's ki. She's going to arrive soon. Bardock snapped open his eyes, and a hint of joy flashed in his dark eyes. He then got up with a start and flew off, searching for the direction where the ki landed. 2 streams of light streaked across the dark starry sky in outer space, gradually approaching the earth. It was then slowly turning into 2 red balls of fire in the friction with the earth's atmosphere. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 fireballs trailed a long tail flame and swept across the azure sky with a snort. Because of the different landing angles, the 2 fireballs gradually separated after entering the atmosphere. One glided along the sea and landed on a deserted island, while the other continued westward, heading toward a large primeval forest. Sensing Jine's ki, Bardock lifted off from the east and flew toward the isolated island overseas. Meanwhile, on the island where Dr. Omori lived, April, Dr. Jero, and others tried to repair Yako's spaceship, while Tights and Yako climbed up a cliff. Yako put his hand on his forehead and watched the movement in the sky. The Saiyan spaceship is about to land around this time. Why isn't it coming yet? Has it already deviated from Earth? Tights asked. If that's the case, then we're in luck. Whatever the case, the material of your holster is good, it fits well. Tights then pointed to the purple holster on Yako's body. Yako said proudly, that's for sure because it's not a holster, it's my skin. Huh, that means you are now shirtless. Tights was looking up and down Yako's body, as naked as Ultraman, so how did you go to the bathroom? Yako pointed to several small holes on the top of his head, suddenly spurting out a few drops of liquid. That's it. That'll splash on someone else. Tights dodged in a panic and pushed Yako off the cliff with one hand. Hey, what are you doing? What should I do if I miss it? Yako floated on the surface and yelled at Tights. Phew. At this time, a flash of light crossed the atmosphere. It happened behind Yako, thus avoiding Yako's observation. In fact, if Tights didn't push Yako like in the original story, the young Kakarot would have been found by Yako and was killed. So, there would be no later story of Son Goku and the Dragon Balls. I found the Saiyan spaceship. Yako stabilized himself to fly up from under the cliff when he saw a flash of light from Jine's spaceship, and his sharp eyes saw a light shadow flying towards the coast just in time. From the scouter, it should not be powerful. It seems that I can easily complete the mission. Yako nodded against the scouter, clattered into a bolt of lightning, scampered up into the clouds. He then flew in the direction of an isolated island. On the other hand, the spaceship was missed by Yako flight all the way to the west, directly to the vicinity of the Great Azure Mountain, and then crashed in the interior of the deep primitive forest. The huge impact destroyed the surrounding forest, making countless trees were bent to the ground. The whole tree was uprooted. A 5-meter diameter impact crater appeared in the center of the impact point, and a black smoking milky white spaceship was embedded in the bare rock layer. There were black scrapes attached to the surface of the spaceship because of the violent impact. Click. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and a small child wearing battle armor with a tail growing behind it stepped out from inside the spaceship. Looking around confusedly, Kakarot cried and screamed grumpily. Chapter 323. In the dense primitive forest, the sun was blocked by layers of leaves, and only a little could reach the ground. In the grass, the tiger eyeing the wild beast hiding in the shadows, showing its fangs, looking for a chance to strike at its prey. Suddenly, a deafening bang broke the peace of the forest as Kakarot hobbled out of the spaceship's impact crater and sat on top of the rocks at the edge of it. Grumble Kakarot touched his stomach and felt a pang of hunger. Just at this time, two ghostly lights came from the forest, and at a closer look, it was a fierce beast that resembled a cheetah, and it was the beast's two huge eyes that shone with the ghostly lights. Roar! The beast bowed towards Kakarot, with a huge roar as if announcing its territory. Then it showed its sharp fangs and looked at Kakarot fiercely. Kakarot also glared in annoyance, grimacing at the beast, looking at it, somehow drooling down. He now desperately needs food to replenish his strength. The Saiyan's beastly nature was aroused at this moment. Regardless of whether he could defeat the beast, Kakarot directly jumped towards the beast. Roar! It seemed to feel its territory was violated. The beast roared even more angrily. This time, Kakarot and the beast had already tangled. Kakarot bit on the beast's thigh, making the beast whimpered in pain, and twisted his head to bite down, but was blocked by the battle armor on Kakarot. Now the beast was in trouble. Kakarot broke the beast's neck with great force and soon left the beast breathless. Seeing the prey was killed, Kakarot shouted with joy and was about to eat when a shadow appeared in the sky, followed by a violent gale. A large dinosaur descended from the sky, with two strong claws in front of him, grabbing Kakarot's body, directly picking him up. This was a blue dinosaur with black horns on the top of its head and both sides of its jaws, looking very formidable. Let go of me. Feeling himself getting higher off the ground, Kakarot resisted fiercely. However, the blue dinosaur was indifferent, and its two dark eyes looked at Kakarot. A roar came out of his mouth as it grabbed Kakarot and flew higher. Kakarot struggled furiously, his furry tail wrapped around the dinosaur's hand claws, twisted his body, and kicked the dragon on top of its white belly. Ow! The blue dinosaur suffered a burst of pain. The two claws in front of his body loosened, and Kakarot fell directly from a height of several hundred meters. When the blue dinosaur came back to his senses, he swooped down and tried to recapture Kakarot, but it was too late. Kakarot fell directly to the ground, and his head was smashed hard. A finger gently touched Kakarot, making Kakarot's body tremble for a moment. He opened his eyes blankly and then cried out. The blue dinosaur cocked its head, wings flapping behind it, and looked at Kakarot very innocently. Ka. Meat. Kakarot's mouth muttered, and his mouth watering again. Ow! The blue dinosaur roared in dissatisfaction. At that moment, a figure flew from the sky. Son Gohan, in an orange martial arts suit, appeared between the blue dinosaur and Kakarot. Growly, what's going on? The dinosaur named Growly cocked his head a little, not knowing anything. If April were here, she would have recognized that this blue dinosaur, which was none other than her childhood best friend, the blue dinosaur Growly, who had been living in the Great Azure Mountain for the past few decades. It was often running to the primitive mountain range when something was wrong, and everyone in the nearby cities knew that the Kami school had such a cute dinosaur. Son Gohan's mouth corners some twitchy as he looked at Growly, who was pretending to be confused with him at this time. He turned his eyes to the small child sitting on the ground, wearing dark battle clothes, which was the most popular style in the universe. The child had a furry tail behind him. Saiyans. Son Gohan immediately recognized the identity of the child. Another Saiyan actually came to Earth. Son Gohan was a little surprised and looked at Kakarot. He then looked at the impact crater not far away. His heart already almost knew what was going on. Son Gohan was originally living in seclusion with an inn at Mount Payazu. Because he heard a huge commotion from the back of the mountain, he thought something had happened, so he came to see what happened. He did not expect actually to pick up a Saiyan toddler. He heard Ma Yang said, Saiyan-inhabited planet Vegeta had been destroyed a few months ago, then this child might be like Broly, one of the few survivors. Meeting is destiny, what is your name? Son Gohan picked up Kakarot with both hands. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Kakarot was dancing with his hands. Because he hit the brain when he fell, his memory was all gone. It seems you don't remember. How about I give you a name? I'll call you Son Goku, how about it? Kakarot, no. Son Goku seemed to understand and laugh. Son Gohan also laughed and patted the small child next to him. Son Gohan took Son Goku directly back to Mount Payazu, where he lived. At this time, Anin was wearing a fashionable long shirt watering the flowers in the garden. When she saw Son Gohan return with a small child in his arms, she asked suspiciously, what's with this child? Son Gohan laughed, I picked him up in the forest, I named him Son Goku. Is he Saiyan? Anin saw the tail behind Son Goku's buttocks and said in surprise. He should be the survivor of planet Vegeta. There are not many Saiyans in planet Vegeta. Do you think he could be related to the two people living in the back of the mountain? Although Anan had not seen Bardock and Asike with her own eyes, she heard about Bardock from the girls. They even had sensed the key on Bardock and Asike's body a long time ago. Son Gohan rubbed his chin. It's possible. What a pity. I was planning to adopt him as our child. It seems that it is not possible to raise, or should we also have one? What are you talking about? Anan blushed and spat. If it's really related to the two Saiyans there, you'll have to send the child there. That's the only way. Son Gohan said with a downward shake of his head. I'm hungry. Son Goku pulled Son Gohan's collar and said innocently. I'll go prepare something delicious for you. Anan smiled, put down the kettle in his hand, and went to the kitchen to take out a portion of delicious food. Son Goku looked brightly with both eyes. After getting permission from Son Gohan and Anan, Son Goku gobbled up the food, and it didn't take long until enough food for several people was eaten by him alone. Anan hurriedly went to prepare a few more, and finally, even the big bowl she used to eat ramen noodles at Mount 5 Element was taken out. Saiyans have such a good appetite. Anan looked on with astonishment. The large bowl full of ramen was enough to put down 20 ramen servings, but Son Goku quickly ate it up. It was good, as she used to know how to enjoy the taste of ramen. I've long heard that Saiyans can eat a lot, and now I see that it is true. I really worry for Maiyang. He has 3 Saiyans at home. How much food will be consumed in a day? Anan gave Son Gohan a blank look. Their family is not short of money. I'm full. Son Goku put down the big bowl and patted his stomach very contentedly. Such a cute kid. If only we could keep him at home all the time. Anan's eyes showed fondness. Chapter 324 Son Gohan and Anan looked at Son Goku's innocent and cute appearance and wanted to adopt him. However, when they thought that Son Goku was a Saiyan and probably had a relationship with the 2 Saiyans in the back of the mountain, they were a little hesitant. In the absence of a clear relationship, when they took the risk of adoption, it might cause some misunderstanding. So, it would be better to sort out the relationship. However, even if they failed to adopt Son Goku, they could still take him as a disciple. It should be known that Son Gohan's qualifications were not bad. After getting Maiyang's martial arts crystal, step by step, his strength had been steadily improving. Now he had a 300,000 power level, which was different from the original story. After using Kaioken, he was not much worse than Badak. Besides, he was well versed in the essence of Earth's martial arts, so he could better instruct Son Goku. He thought if Maiyang could say a few words, he should have no problem accepting a disciple. Son Goku, who are your parents? Do you remember? Anan picked up Son Goku, took off the battle armor he was wearing, and then used God power to change into a set of clothes. I don't know. Son Goku lay on Anan's knee. Son Gohan explained aside, he was hit in the head, he can't remember anything from before. Kaka the blue dinosaur, growly, patted his belly. It innocently barked a few times, then stuck out his tongue and licked Son Goku's face, causing Son Goku's body to be covered with saliva. In that case, let's go find Mu Yang and the others and ask what to do with this child. Let's talk to them. Anan thought for a while and made a more reasonable arrangement. Son Gohan nodded a little, then looked at Son Goku, who started playing with Growly on the side. East side of Mount Peizo? The vast ocean and the azure water was deep and bottomless. Under the sea breeze, it rose a section of several meters high waves. On an isolated island, the jagged and towering mountain peaks had undergone the baptism of ages, and the surface had cracked with sinuous cracks. The peak's main body had become so fragile that stones would flake off from the surface when touched. On this day, a spaceship suddenly crashed head-on into this mountain peak. With a loud boom, the mountain peak was destroyed, and the broken stones spilled all over the ground. With a click, the spaceship hatch opened, and a very petite-looking female Saiyan climbed out of the spaceship. Gently brushing off the sand and dust on her body, Jin coughed lightly twice and looked around somewhat nervously. Here, what is this place, and why am I here? The memory in her brain returned to the night she left planet Vegeta. When she was sending Kukrit away with Bardock, Bardock suddenly slashed down a hand knife at her neck, after which she was unconscious. Bardock, where is Bardock? And everyone in Vegeta. Jin's face showed sadness. Her eyes red at once when she knew that it must be Bardock, who knocked her out and sent her from planet Vegeta. Hey, Saiyan, don't move. I'm Hueco of the Galactic Patrol. A black shadow flew to Jin's place. Hueco drew the energy gun at his waist and pointed it at Jin, shouting a warning. Ah! Jin, who was grieving, was taken aback and raised his hands in panic. How can it be a woman? Is there a problem with the information from the headquarters? It doesn't matter, anyway, there is no mistake that it is a Saiyan. If I clean her up, my mission will be completed. Although there was some confusion about how the female Saiyan was in front of him, which was different from what the information said, his personality was rather big, and he didn't care much. He only thought about finishing the mission quickly and then leaving the Earth. Galactic Patrol. Jine's face went white all of a sudden. Haha, it seems you have also heard of our name. I am the elite patrolman of the Galactic Patrol, responsible for 3-star territory areas. Hueco did not forget to pose as he spoke. He then pointed his energy gun at Gina again. Saiyan, tell us your purpose. What exactly do you intend to do when you enter Earth? I don't have any purpose. I'm escaping from the refuge. Being pointed at by Hueco with the energy gun like this, Jine had to answer honestly. Did you said this is the Earth? That's right. Hueco nodded his head. Kakarot must also be on Earth, Jine murmured under his breath. Hueco frowned for a moment. Saiyan, what are you talking about? At that moment, a jet plane landed right after him, and Tights jumped down from the plane. She saw that Hueco was actually pointing a gun at a soft woman and walked up and smashed Hueco hard on the head. Hueco, what are you doing? It's rude to point a gun at a woman. Hueco touched the hit area and yelled, idiot, this guy is a Saiyan. As long as it's a Saiyan, it's dangerous. Is she the Saiyan you're talking about? Tights was stunned for a moment. She heard Hueco talk about it. Saiyans were a rough and barbaric race, looking exactly like Earthlings, only with an extra tail behind them. Tights looked at the tail coiled around Jine's waist. Huh, there was a tail. However, seeing Jine's soft appearance, Tights did not believe it. You say she is dangerous. I see you are more dangerous than her. Do not be deceived by her appearance. Saiyans are dangerous. She came to Earth most likely with bad intentions. That. I am a non-combatant. I usually only responsible for handling meat food, and I hate fighting. I come here not to invade. Jine immediately explained. Tights looked at Hueco and said, look, she isn't an intruder at all. Hueco was furious. Don't listen to her nonsense. Hueco only thought of completing his mission early. Besides, the mission given to him by the Galactic King was to clean up the Saiyans who entered the Earth. The energy gun in his hand was aimed at Jine, and a blinding energy light was ejected from the muzzle. Phew. The energy ray shot towards Jine. If this energy ray hit her, she would be killed even if she had a Saiyan physique. There was a snap when the energy ray was about to hit Jine. A figure arrived in time to get the ray of slap down, making Hueco's attack directly knocked away. Bardock looked at Hueco with an unfriendly face while holding Jine. Someone from the Galactic Patrol, were you the one who wanted to hurt my wife just now? Bardock. Jine shouted in surprise. Another Saiyan. Hueco was startled. Bardock, so you are here. How is Kakarot? What happened to Planet Vegeta? Jine appeared after Bardock and settled down. She then hurriedly asked about the situation of Kakarot and Planet Vegeta. Bardock said, Kakarot is also on this planet, we will find him. As for Planet Vegeta, it has been destroyed. If not for the final intervention of Teacher Mew, probably even I will die on Planet Vegeta. Jine froze and said gloomily, is Planet Vegeta still destroyed? However, as long as you and Kakarot are not in trouble, everything is fine. What do you say? What should we do about this Galaxy Patrol guy? Bardock looked at Hueco with an unfriendly face. Hueco was glared at by Bardock, and the powerful aura immediately made Hueco had a cold sweat. Looking at Bardock's anger, Hueco's expression became nervous. What to do? This guy seems to be very powerful. Can't you see he just knocked the laser energy away? If we fight, I'm not a match for him. Ha 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 ha, it's a misunderstanding. This must be a misunderstanding. Hueco smiled sarcastically, rubbing his head with one hand. He hid his energy gun behind his back with the other hand and yielded in a very uncouth manner. Bardock, forget it. After all, the other party is the Galactic Patrol, so it's better not to offend. The current planet Vegeta had been destroyed. Galactic Patrol was a behemoth for the Saiyans, so Jine couldn't help but be a little worried. Since Jine said so, I will let you go. However, I warn you, if you dare to publish our news, I will definitely go to Galactic Patrol to ask for a statement. When? No, I, Hueco, always keep my word. Hueco hurriedly shook his head, his purple skin was seeping cold sweat. Humphrey. After living on Earth for a period of time, Bardock knew that he needed to change his words and actions. He could no longer conduct himself in the world by Planet Vegeta's standards, otherwise, the current Hueco would surely have been in a different place. Staring hard at Hueco, Bardock picked up Jine and rushed toward the clouds. Ho! After Bardock and Jine left, Hueco just breathed a sigh of relief, and his whole body fell limply to the ground. That was close. I almost die. Tights looked at Hueco with contempt. How can you say you are an elite patrolman? You were frightened by a glance. Hueco retorted, you don't know the power of that man just now. That male Saiyan has at least 1,000,000 power levels. He can shatter the earth with one fist. Tights was shocked and surprised. No way, the Saiyan is that powerful? I do not believe it either, but just now, I clearly felt the terrifying energy contained in him. If not for my resourcefulness and competence, I would have been killed by now. Alas, this place on Earth is too dangerous, I'd better leave early. Yako's heart contemplated a wave. He knocked his palm and made a decision. A gentleman didn't stand under a dangerous wall. It was better to run away before it was too late. Tights said nervously, if you go, what should we do if the Saiyans want to destroy the Earth? Yako said, I can't do anything about that. Tights cursed, bastard. How can you claim to be an elite patrolman when you're useless? Tights, there is no doubt that I am an elite patrolman, but it does not say that elite patrolmen are capable of resisting such a powerful person. Yako seriously retorted. Tights was so angry that she stomped her foot. She thought that Yako was really unreliable. She then thought of Maayang, the god of martial arts, and now she could only go to him. I hope Uncle Maayang will have a solution. Tights said worriedly. Great Azure Mountain. After Bardock picked Jine, he took her to his place. Bardock, how are we going to find Kakarot? Don't worry, Teacher Mew said he already has a way. Let's go to Teacher Mew's place and see. So Bardock and Jine immediately went to the place where Maayang and the others lived. Because the distance between the two was not far, Bardock soon arrived at Maayang's house. At this time, Maayang was training two children in the courtyard, Brawly and Blonde Lange, who were honestly swinging their fists and feet. These movements were fundamental for Brawly and Lange, but it wasn't easy to make each movement standard and even integrate them into their own actions. Bardock opened the door and said, Teacher Mew, I hope you can help us find Kakarot. Maayang looked at Bardock and Jine, then smiled faintly. He pointed to several wisps of ki approaching in the distance and said, do not rush, the answer you want will soon arrive. In his senses, Son Gohan and Enin were coming his way. There was a very faint breath next to him, which should be Kakarot, Bardock and Jine's child. Chapter 325? Bardock and Jine looked confused. Huh. Just then, Bardock also sensed two powerful ki that was approaching. This two ki he was familiar with the two people who lived not far from his residence. One of them was very powerful and might be able to fight with him, while the other one's ki was extraordinarily profound and had a feeling as if it was not there. Bardock had sensed Son Gohan's ki when he first arrived on Earth. However, because of his first arrival, Bardock had been very low-key, so even though they lived very close to each other, they did not visit to avoid causing misunderstandings. Teacher Mew, could it be that their arrival has something to do with the whereabouts of Kakarot? Bardock said with a serious face. Jine beside him also became excited when he heard Bardock's words. Maayang smiled without saying anything and looked on indifferently. There is no hurry, look, they are already here. When he finished speaking, two more people were in the courtyard, a man and a woman. They both had black hair, the man was handsome and attractive, while the woman was pretty and stunning. They were standing together, emitting harmonious ki. Son Gohan had been practicing in the Mount 5 element for many years, and his body was gradually tainted with the god's ki. What excited Bardock and Jine was that the woman in red was holding their child, Kakarot, in her arms. Kakarot. Jine saw the child in Anin's arms and her eyes instantly reddened. Is this your child? Anin noticed the Saiyan couple beside Maayang and instantly understood that they were the parents of Son Goku. Yes, Kakarot is our child. Jine excitedly walked up and tried to hug Kakarot. However, Kakarot didn't seem to know Jine and kept going into Anin's arms. What's going on? Why doesn't Kakarot recognize me anymore? Jine said sadly. We picked up this child when there was a little accident. This child has lost his previous memory because he fell on his head. Gohan and I were going to adopt him, but considering his identity, so we decided to visit Maayang here first and didn't expect to meet you guys. Was it because he fell and hurt his head so that Kakarot became Son Goku? Maayang thought to himself, sincerely admiring the powerful inertia of the storyline. It's all my fault. If we had found him earlier, he wouldn't have been like this. Jine put some self-blame on herself. Bardock went forward to take Jine's shoulders and comforted her. As long as Kakarot is okay, it doesn't matter that his memories are lost. Let's take good care of him in the future. Kakarot was just a child of more than 3 years old. How much memory could he have? Even if he forgets his parents, he could get along with them for a while later, and they could retrain him again. Jine nodded emotionally, trying to exchange feelings with Son Goku. Perhaps, it was the bloodline flow of affection. Son Goku gradually began to smile at Jine, making Jine satisfied. Seeing his wife and son get along well, Bardock smiled heartily, and his expression became serious when he looked at Son Gohan. This earthling is very strong. My name is Bardock, Saiyan from planet Vegeta. Sun Gohan looked at Bardock seriously. Sun Gohan, Earthling. You are very strong, when you have time, we can spar. Bardock laughed. You are welcome anytime. I live in Mount Payazu, next to Great Azure Mountain. Hey, I have not yet cut a sparring match with a Saiyan, I think it will be interesting. Sun Gohan showed a sunny and warm smile. Son Goku's father was a strong man from the temperament, and his strength was perhaps even above his own. If he did not use the Kaioken, he might not be his opponent, which made Son Gohan's long-lost blood boil up. The only people on Earth who were stronger than him were Maiyang, Melia, and Milas. However, Son Gohan knew the gap between them, and comparing with the three of them was a complete search for abuse. So, after excluding them, there was surprisingly no one on Earth who could be his opponent. Now there was an additional Bardock, making his days more interesting in the future. When we just picked up this child, we thought it was an orphan, so we named him Son Goku. You are his parents. Can you tell me what his original name was? On the side, Anan and Jin discussed Son Goku. The boy's Saiyan name is Kakarot. Jin stroked Son Goku's head and laughed lightly. The name is rather strange, I think the name Son Goku is perfect, Anan said with some regret. Standing aside them, Maiyang suddenly said, give him two names, Saiyan name Kakarot, the Earth's name is Son Goku. Son Goku. If he weren't being called Son Goku, it would feel weird. Anan's eyes lit up, this idea is quite good. Jin said, I have no problem with it. Finally, after some discussion, Bardock coupled with Son Gohan, and Anan made some decisions about the Son Goku. Considering the future growth of the Son Goku, Bardock and Jin intend to let the Son Goku worship the Son Gohan as a teacher. Son Gohan would instruct the Son Goku to train because Son Gohan was more adept than Bardock, while Bardock would teach the Son Goku to fight. His daily life was taken care of by Jin and Anan together. Maiyang watched all this silently, thinking that Son Goku's future would be taken care of by Bardock and his wife and Son Gohan and Anan together. This would make the starting point be far beyond the beginning of the original story. At this time, Broly, who has not spoken since the beginning, came to Son Goku's side. Broly was a little bigger than Son Goku, so he was taller than Son Goku. Hello, my name is Broly, Broly said coyly. Hey. Son Goku smiled broadly at Broly. Blonde Launch's demeanor was much ruder, relying on the fact that she was a few years older than Broly and Son Goku. She was determined to be the senior sister. After that, you two follow me. This senior sister will protect you. With a bang, there was a chestnut knocked on her head. Maiyang reprimanded in a good-natured manner, if you dare to be so rude again, Launch, go run around the Great Azure Mountain every day. The blonde Launch flattened her mouth, feeling that she could not afford to provoke, and hid to the side. At this time, Bardock saw Broly on the side, vaguely felt the energy contained in Broly's body, and was surprised. This child's body contains a terrifying power. Broly is my adopted son with the girls. Because the power in the body is too strong, he was exiled from planet Vegeta by King Vegeta very early. Bardock froze and immediately nodded thoughtfully, so it is the adopted son of Teacher Mew. His future is unlimited. Maiyang smiled and did not deny. Broly, as a legendary Super Saiyan, the starting point was too high. If he were not restrained, the overpowering power would instead damage his body. Surpassing Son Goku and Vegeta in the original story was no problem at all. Just at this time, there was a breaking roar in the sky. Tights was driving an airplane to Maiyang's residence. Uncle Maiyang. There is a big problem, the Earth is in danger. How can you guys are also here? Tights yelled loudly as soon as she got off the plane. However, just when she was halfway through, she saw that the two Saiyans, Bardock and Jin, were also there. Her cold sweat broke out, and she stood there dumbfounded. Tights, what did you just say about the Earth? No, nothing. I seem to have made a mistake. Hee hee. Tights didn't know what to say for a while. She was standing in place and giggling. Bardock lightly glanced at Tights and said, she may be talking about Jin and me. There was a little accident when I searched for Jin. Next, Bardock told what happened before. Since the misunderstanding was cleared up, Tights was also finally relieved. Great, the other side seems to have no malice towards the Earth, so there's no need to worry about any danger to the Earth. Two dark eyes carefully surveyed Bardock. It was hard to imagine that this body actually had 1,000,000 power levels inside, just as Yako said. The Saiyans. Listening to what Yako said, Saiyan was a warrior race in the universe. Maybe she had another good subject to write about. Tights, where is Yako? Did he return? Don't mention him. That useless guy, he went back to fix his spaceship. I should have known that I shouldn't have let my sister help him. Tights' heart was angry at the mention of Yako. The Galactic Patrolman elite, who immediately dodged away when he encountered something dangerous, was too unrighteous. This is very much like Yako's style. Miang smiled. Wasn't Yako such a character? He could deal with small things, but he ran faster than anyone else in front of big things. Chapter 326. The next few days, Son Goku lived under the care of Bardock, his wife, and Son Gohan. Son Gohan was responsible for instructing Son Goku on training, while Bardock was leading him in practical combat. Jin and Inen were taking care of him, so Son Goku's life was carefree. Son Goku's qualifications were meager. Even under Son Gohan and Bardock, two masters together, his progress speed was still plodding. After a few months, his power level only rose from 4 points to 7 points. Kakarot's power is too slow to improve. Sometimes Bardock was depressed. Although he was also born as a low-level warrior, he wasn't as weak as his son. There is no hurry. You used to be not that powerful back then. At this time, as the eldest, Asike didn't have many worries as he took a sip of sake. In his opinion, his son was able to grow from a low-level warrior to a powerful warrior with 1,000,000 power levels. So, even if his grandson was a little worse, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him, a master with close to 10,000 power levels. Bardock shook his head. I was not that bad as a child. After hesitating for a long time, Bardock finally went to seek answers from Miang. However, Miang said very casually, Son Goku is a rare martial arts genius and will be more successful than you in the future. If he carries out the original accumulation now, he will accumulate more in the future. A few months, from 4 points of power level rose to 7 points of power level. How could you said he was a martial arts genius? Bardock showed some incomprehension. After getting Miang's answer, Bardock's heart finally settled down. Next, with Son Gohan, he continued to instruct Son Goku patiently. However, Son Goku's speed was like a snail's pace, which made Bardock very depressed. Finally, when Son Goku turned 4 years old, which was almost a year after Planet Vegeta's destruction, Son Goku's power level broke 10 points. Bardock simply burst into tears. After a half-year of teaching, Son Goku finally showed some results. However, compared with the next-door Brawly, Bardock was speechless. He was worthy of being Teacher Mew's child, he was simply could not be compared to. Time rushes, years were like a shuttle. More than a year had passed since the destruction of Planet Vegeta. North Area East Side, Planet Eel. This was a middle-level planet. The gravity of the planet was about 5 times that of the Earth. Planet Eel had half land and half ocean, and there was a kind of intelligent life called Blue Lizard. On this day, it was raining in the sky of Planet Eel. Suddenly, 3 brightly shining fireballs fell from outer space. Accompanied by a few loud clouds, 3 milky white spherical spaceships crashed out of a vast ring-shaped crater, then from the spaceship stepped out of the 3 Saiyans wearing battle armor. King Vegeta precisely transferred these 3 Saiyans to the North Area East Side. After a long journey of more than a year, they finally arrived at Planet Eel. Nappa determined the surrounding environment. A child with spiky hair floated into the air and commanded a burly youth more than 2 meters tall. Okay, let me see the strength of the planet. The youth named Nappa laughed and pressed the scouter in his ear to detect it. Soon, a series of data was displayed on top of the scouter. Prince Vegeta, this planet is not strong. The most powerful one is only 2,000 power levels. I can kill them all with a little effort without your help. The most powerful one is only 2,000 power levels, then why did Planet Vegeta send this prince here? Vegeta was a little puzzled. He waved his hand for Nappa to contact Planet Vegeta headquarters, but after a long time, Nappa could not get in touch with Planet Vegeta, making the doubt in his heart was growing. Next to him, Raditz received an encrypted message from Bardock about the unprecedented catastrophe on Planet Vegeta. They had sent his brother Kakarot to a planet called Earth, so he could go over to see when he had time. Raditz read the message and delete it. What was the Earth? He had never heard of it, hence he wouldn't go there. However, the message of the catastrophe attracted Raditz's attention. He tried to log on to the Scouter's contact platform and found Planet Vegeta's information in the universe's network. The Scouter's contact platform was connected to the platform of King Cold's forces, so even on the east side of the North area, they could still communicate. Raditz carefully consulted the message of Planet Vegeta. It said, a year ago, Planet Vegeta suffered a meteorite swarm impact. Planet Vegeta's failure to rescue and was completely destroyed, causing all Saiyans to die in it. After investigation, no life was found to escape from Planet Vegeta. There were a few short lines on it, but it stunned Raditz. Was this the catastrophe mentioned in his father's message? Prince Vegeta, something has happened to Planet Vegeta. Raditz's voice was trembling. What happened? Vegeta asked impatiently. Raditz cried. The news from above said that Planet Vegeta was hit by a meteorite and was destroyed. All Saiyans were killed in action. Vegeta and Nappa were also immediately dumbfounded. After a while, Vegeta regained a cold expression. Planet Vegeta is gone. Anyway, it is just some useless race. Planet Vegeta, there is no more. Nappa shivered as he felt like the sky was going to fall. The scene fell into a silence. Whether Vegeta or Nappa's heart was very complicated at this time, they didn't have to go back to complete any task because Planet Vegeta was gone. What was the use of completing their tasks? Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. The gloomy hazy sky dropped a fireball. Vegeta looked up to distinguish another Saiyan spaceship. Immediately, he threw his worries to the back of his mind and flew straight towards the location where the spaceship fell. About 200 kilometers away in a depression, a female Saiyan of about 11 or 12 years old climbed out of the spaceship. Chisoli's clear face was light as frost, and her body had shown a young girl's soft winding line. She said secretly in her heart, "This is Planet Eel. First of all, I have to rejoin with Prince Vegeta." Chisoli received the task to follow Prince Vegeta and take care of Prince Vegeta's daily life. For the sparsely populated Saiyans, this arrangement's meaning was more than apparent, and Chisoli actually knew it by heart. Although for the always arrogant and talented Chisoli, this arrangement had no regard in her opinions, considering that the other side was Prince Vegeta, she couldn't refuse. After all, Prince Vegeta's reputation as a genius had long been spread in Planet Vegeta, so to be with Prince Vegeta was also a great honor. "Hey, that woman over there, are you a Saiyan too?" A slightly childish voice sounded. Chisoli looked up and saw a small child floating in the sky. Chisoli's eyes lit up. "He is Prince Vegeta. I wonder how strong he is?" Thinking of this, Chisoli did not answer Vegeta's question but directly rushed towards Vegeta and gathered a blazing ball of energy in her hand at the same time. "How dare you!" Vegeta was dumbfounded and angrily yelled up. Vegeta began to fight back. Although Vegeta was considered a genius-level character, after all, he was still young. His strength was far less powerful than Chisoli. After several attacks back and forth, Vegeta was surprisingly suppressed by Chisoli. Nappa and Raditz were trembling this time, simply didn't dare to approach the two of them. After the test, Chisoli smiled lightly. A lock of hair like a cloud fell naturally behind her as she said, "Worthy of Prince Vegeta, you are really a genius character." Vegeta's face was gloomy. "Who the hell are you?" Chisoli landed on the ground and bowed on one knee towards Vegeta. "I'm Saiyan Elite Warrior, Chisoli. King Vegeta has instructed me to follow your highness, the prince." Chapter 327. Looking at the female Saiyan, Chisoli, kneeling in front of him, Vegeta slightly froze. "Are you the elite warrior that my father sent to follow me?" "Yes, my father, Kurt, is a follower of King Vegeta," Chisoli answered meticulously. In the Saiyan concept, male and female Saiyans who form an ordinary squad were very likely to develop into a husband and wife relationship in the future. As for her father, Kurt, and King Vegeta's intention, Chisoli had already guessed that it was meant for her and Vegeta to get along well. Although there was some disgust at this arranged marriage, she did not hate Prince Vegeta, who was a few years younger than her. Looking at the appearance of beautiful yet cold words and actions of the Chisoli, Vegeta choked. This woman was a few years older than him, so the key was that he couldn't beat her. However, the good thing was that she was still respectful, which made Vegeta slightly comfortable. As for her father, Kurt, who was his father's right-hand man, it explained her famous origin. Compared to Nappa, if he wanted to put a grade, Chisoli's origin was still above Nappa. Considering her identity, and perhaps even the last female Saiyan left in Planet Vegeta, Vegeta didn't make things difficult for her. "You stand up first." "Yes." Chisoli came to Vegeta's side. "Since you were sent here by Father and Kurt, you should already know the news of Planet Vegeta, right?" Vegeta said lightly. "Planet Vegeta." Chisoli froze for a moment with puzzlement in her eyes. "It seems that you do not know." Vegeta looked at her and said, "I just received news that Planet Vegeta has been destroyed." "What, Planet Vegeta has been destroyed?" Chisoli's face changed significantly. The cold expression was instantly filled with dismay. "Yes. It was destroyed in a meteorite swarm impact. It is said that there is no survivor on Planet Vegeta. You know, my father seems to be planning something big before. The Saiyans outside is returning to Vegeta one after another. So now the surviving Saiyans are only 4 of us." Looking at Chisoli, whose face was slightly white, Vegeta secretly sneered, "This woman, she looked like she was very capable of fighting, and now she showed such an expression. In the end, she was just a woman. Don't worry. Just follow me in the future." "Yes," Chisoli responded. The cold expression on her face slightly dispersed. "By the way, what is your power level?" 3166. "Well, it's not bad. Seeing that you're not too old, you're much more powerful than Nappa." After glancing at Chisoli, whose figure had just been revealed, Vegeta gave a rare compliment. He then looked at the big silly guy like Nappa and thought, how could the gap be so big? "Raditz, You seem to have something to say? Looking at Raditz, who rushed over to the side, Vegeta said with a frown. No. No. Raditz was startled. He originally wanted to say that the Saiyans survived weren't just the four of them. However, thinking of his brother, who was born with a single-digit power level, he didn't feel the need to say it because it seemed humiliating. It's not good, Vegeta grunted. Among the several people, Raditz's strength was the worst, making Vegeta was very unhappy to see him. In the future, the group will be divided into two. Me and Shisuli, then Nappa and Raditz. I tell you, as the last Saiyan, don't disgrace the Saiyan race. Yes. They were amazed and answered in unison. On Heaven's Grand Kai's planet, there were many training spaces where natural attributes could be taken to the extreme. The Yardration built these training spaces after spending countless years, and training inside them could greatly accelerate training speed. These training spaces were Grand Kai's most favored possessions. On Grand Kai's planet, a chamber filled with thunder and lightning. The Thunder and Lightning Space. As the name implied, it was an extreme environment full of electric arcs and thunder everywhere, in which countless thunder and lightning blasted down every second. It was a harsh place where the existence of life was intolerable. These thunderbolts were different from the natural environment's lightning, they were terrifying and harmful than lightning. They were the most primitive destructive force generated by giant stars' decay, black hole collisions, and cosmic thunderbolts. They were 10,000 times more terrifying than lightning in the natural environment. At this time in the lightning space, Maayang and Melissa were sitting at the edge, with ghostly blue lightning flashing around them from time to time. These lightning meanders were long like snakes with spirituality, gulping the chilling faith. Shortly after the Bardock family reunion, Maayang and the girls continued to stay on Earth for some time. During this time, Maayang's strength was steadily improving. However, as the power gets stronger, the difficulty of upgrading was also increasing. Because he was not a Saiyan, he couldn't skyrocket his power level. Maayang's power was the normal power level. His power was mighty, but there were no shortcuts, so he could only train diligently. Imagine when a Saiyan and an Earthling reach 3 million power levels at the same time. The Saiyan could find a way to transform into a Super Saiyan and instantly had 150 million power level, but if the Earthling wanted to keep pace, they could only work harder and pay endless hardships. However, there was a problem here. When the Earthlings worked out with difficulty to reach 150 million power level, the previous Saiyans had long since shifted and reached 7.5 billion. The 50 times gap was dreadful. Although there was still a lot of time before the original story began, Maayang already had a sense of urgency in his heart. The strength improvement of the Dragon Ball world was quite overbearing. Maybe in a few months, the pattern would change drastically. Look at Krillin and Genshinhan. In the early stage, they could still keep up with Son Goku, but later with Frieza and the androids' emergence, their status fell by the thousands. They even became cheerleaders shouting at the back, highlighting the power of the protagonist team. Under the acceleration world speeding ability, Maayang was confident not to be left behind later. However, a chase was not what Maayang pursued. If he wanted to do it, he would be a master, far ahead, not like Vegeta, who had been watching Son Goku's back and chasing. With a sense of practice increasingly became difficult, Maayang thought of the training space on top of Grand Kai's planet. So, he deliberated and brought Melia and Meliz to Grand Kai's planet for training. Because his dimension had reached level 5, Grand Kai gave him the honor of allowing them to stay on the Grand Kai's planet for training. Time had passed, and it was already 4 years. At this time, it was the 5th year after Planet Vegeta's destruction. After 4 years of hard training, Maayang's strength had increased rapidly. His power level from the initial 300 million leaped to 1.6 billion, which was a value that Maayang did not dare to think about at the beginning of his journey. After all, few masters in the universe had more than 1 billion power levels. On the other hand, Melissa's training was not so smooth. She seemed to have encountered a bottleneck in her training. Her normal power level was stuck at 22 million, even if she turned into Golden Eyes mode, her power level was only 1.1 billion, which was still a big difference compared to Maayang's normal power level. It could be seen that Melissa's legendary Super Saiyan physique was not the same as Broly's legendary Super Saiyan physique. Melissa was reincarnated from the original demon soul. Combined with Planet Sala's extremely high bloodline talent, she became a legendary Super Saiyan. While Broly's bestial legendary Super Saiyan was a completely different concept. At least, Maayang had never heard that Broly on the original story would have any training bottleneck. In the original story, Broly appeared when his normal power level was frighteningly high. The only flaw might be that at the beginning, he did not know how to transform into a legendary Super Saiyan and pass the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. However, when Broly learned to transform into a legendary Super Saiyan, the power jumped to the extent that it could compete with Super Saiyan God Son Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. In the lightning space, swarms of thunderbolts hovered in the void, emitting a faint ghostly blue glow. Maiyang and Melissa could only practice at the edge of the thunderbolt space. They didn't dare to go deeper into the core, where the purple lightning shone because it looked creepy. Rumble. A thunderbolt came straight at Maiyang and Melissa, and the blue electric aura flashed by, leaving a devilish arc. Maiyang suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with divine light, and his first shone with a crystal light directly blasted at the lightning in the sky. Peng. The thunderbolt was broken apart by the rough force, turning into countless tiny wisps like swimming snakes. Puff. The tiny arcs of lightning strayed on Maiyang's body. His clothes emitted a sizzling sound and were instantly blown to pieces, then quickly recovered and withstood the baptism of lightning. Maiyang's entire body tingled, and every cell was accumulating a tremendous amount of energy. It hurts. Tilting his head up and roaring, Maiyang jumped up again with agility in his body, breaking several lightning attacks in a row. You're enjoying yourself while I'm a lot behind. Looking at Maiyang's spirited appearance, Melissa said sourly. Her husband's power level had reached 1.6 billion, but she was still trapped at 22 million, even if she turned into a golden eyes state, she only had 1.1 billion. Obviously, she was a Saiyan and should be more powerful than Earthlings. However, when it came to Maiyang, it all didn't count. Maiyang laughed and pinched Melissa's delicate face with his hand. Saiyan's greatest advantage is the ability to transform. The normal power level is not necessarily more powerful than other races in the universe. Since your normal power level has hit a bottleneck, it may be a good idea to take advantage of the transforming ability at this time so that your body can adapt to the higher power level and break the bottleneck in turn. In the original story, Son Goku's base form power level hadn't been very prominent. Especially after becoming a Super Saiyan, his direction of training became a more powerful transformation ability. From Super Saiyan to Ascended Super Saiyan, and then the full power Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, the search was for amplification of energy multiplier, not the promotion of base form power level. Son Goku base form power level in Majin Buu Saga was probably based on Majin Buu's 20 billion power level. Son Goku's normal power level was only about 50 million there, but his Super Saiyan 3 state was probably comparable to Majin Buu. Melissa slapped off Maiyang's hand in depression, but I can't increase the normal power level, and the Golden Eyes transformation is just like that. I feel like I'm going to become a salted fish. Maiyang said, your Golden Eyes transformation will increase 50 times your power level. This cannot be changed, so in that case, why not try to transcend the Golden Eyes stage transformation? Ascended the Golden Eyes stage transformation? Melissa's expression became odd. Yes, ascended the Golden Eyes stage transformation, to reach a higher level of transformation. Maiyang said. Ascended the Golden Eyes stage transformation, which was borrowed from the concept of Son Goku, Vegeta, and other people ascended Super Saiyan state. It was based not only on base form power level improvement but also on improving the base form power level. The overall promotion of body transformation's amplification multiplier was also carried out. If the Super Saiyan increase was 50 times the power level, then Ascended Super Saiyan was almost 65 times the increase. A more complete and powerful transformation to full power Super Saiyan was 80 times the increase, all the way to Super Saiyan 2 to reach 100 times the increase. Overall was a gradual process. Here to explain, the so-called Ascended Super Saiyan was not merely to improve base form power level, but also to increase the number of times. Otherwise, it was not worthy of the name Ascended Super Saiyan. What was beyond was the overall level surpasses Super Saiyan. If only to improve the base form power level, Son Goku had done so when he returned from planet Namek. Compared with Son Goku in the planet Namek period, did Android Saga's Son Goku base form improve? Yes, there was an increase. Even the improvement was said to be 10 times, planet Namek period Son Goku 150 million power level. In the Android Saga, after healed from heart virus it was equivalent to Android 17, which was about 1.2 billion power level. However, at that time, why didn't Son Goku or Vegeta say that their level had suppressed Super Saiyan? The answer was simple, the essence was different. Ascended Super Saiyan had a different mode of body transformation than Super Saiyan. One was 50 times increase, one was 65 times increase. After the hyperbolic time chamber training, Son Goku and Son Gohan directly mobilized the full power Super Saiyan level. Adapt to Super Saiyan's power under base form, to play a more powerful body transformation power level, it was the whole 80 times increase. Even more powerful Golden Eyes transformation. Melissa's eyes snapped open. Maiyang's words were a great inspiration to Melissa. She used to be dead set on improving her normal power level to the point of hitting a bottleneck but never thought about making her Golden Eyes state even more powerful. Thinking about it differently, if she broke through her current level and reached an even more powerful transformation, Wouldn't the current bottleneck be solved as well? This was possible. The more Melissa thought about it, the more excited she seemed to have found a path to become stronger. This was the so-called good work, which was necessary to sharpen its tools. If the Saiyan body transformation was compared to a device, the normal power level was like using the person's original power who uses the device. The speed of plowing the ground was fast, and the quality of the ground pressed was good only if one's strength was high and the hoe was pleasing. This path seems to work. The legendary Super Saiyan's best thing was that it was continually breaking through the limits of body transformation in battle. At that moment, Melissa began to leap and try. She left Aizen behind and couldn't wait to study up in the corner of the lightning space alone. At this time, he suddenly thought, when Melissa wanted to transcend the Golden Eyes state, did she directly turn into a Super Saiyan, or did she turn into another state? Her Golden Eyes transformation is already comparable to Super Saiyan, both 50 times Zinc Grace. It seems unnecessary to turn into a Super Saiyan at this time. Aizen shook his head. He couldn't figure it out unless Melissa became a Super Saiyan that wasn't 50 times increased in the future. Just like Broly's Super Saiyan state in the original story. Boy, Melissa would not break through and then directly overtake me, right? This was impossible. It was easy for her to take a big step ahead, but she couldn't overtake him. Otherwise, His Majesty would be gone. Well, let's train. After Melissa began to comprehend more powerful transformations, Aizen also refreshed himself. To maintain the status in the family, he also had to work hard to improve the strength. Compared with the legendary Super Saiyan training speed, wasn't it looking for abuse? He was thinking about it while immersing himself in training. Time flew by, and another year passed. Today, Aizen woke up from his training. He stood up and shook his fist. His body immediately resounded with a crackling sound. Every cell in his body was full of vitality. I've reached 2 billion power level so quickly. Aizen felt the power in his body, and a faint smile spread across his face. At this time, Aizen glanced towards Melissa, and a delicate figure appeared in the electric light. Her black hair was slightly raised, and there was divine light flowing in her eyes. Her golden eyes became even more beautiful. Suddenly, overwhelming ki swept over. By the impact of this aura, Aizen's face suddenly tightened, incredulously said, "No way. How can she broke through so quickly?" Melissa's ki caused Aizen to be somewhat depressed because it was intimidating for the soul. It was ki that was like a demon enveloped Aizen's chest as if a hammer was directly smashed his heart. The energy intensity was actually not much worse than his. "Melissa, have you broke through?" Aizen asked in surprise. Melissa's elegant figure came to Aizen's side, and her chin leaned on Aizen's shoulder. "Yes, oh, I have completed the transcendence, even my normal power level has also increased." Melissa spun around in place and threw her arms with force. Amazing energy burst out, rolling waves of air spread in all directions, crushing all the dust in a moment. Melissa was at the center of the wave, and her majestic appearance was like that of an independent goddess. Ascended Golden Eyes state with 65 times Zinc Grace. I will name this state as Golden Eyes state 2nd grade. Melissa's clear voice sounded. Like the Ascended Super Saiyan, the Golden Eyes stage 2nd grade was a small breakthrough stage. Far from reaching a level comparable to Super Saiyan 2. Black hair, golden eyes, normal state 3000 with power level, transformed state 1.95 billion. Aizen narrowed his eyes and cast his power to resist. The speed of the enhancement of the legendary Super Saiyan was really incomprehensible. Of course, Melissa's improvement was obviously no match for Son Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber. That boy was purely plugged in, directly crossing all stages of the first stage of the Super Saiyan to reach the full power of the Super Saiyan. The same went to Son Goku in Planet Namek Saga. In 1 month, he improved from 8,000 power level to 150 million power level. Compared with those hangers-on, Melissa's improvement speed was not fast. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have reached my current strength. Melissa very generously attributed the credit to Aizen's reminder. Aizen stroked Melissa's head. Melissa smiled lightly, and her body split into 2 people, Melia and Melis. They maintained the Golden Eyes state 2nd grade appearance, but the power level was reduced by half. Embracing Melia and Melis with his left and right arms, Aizen said in their ears, "This is the end of this practice, now let's talk about the future." "What is it?" Melia's pretty face looked at Aizen. Aizen squeezed a hand on the soft part of Melia's body. "Look, Broly has grown so big. You guys have to give me a boy and a girl too. After leaving, we have to work twice as hard to do so." Melia looked at Aizen. "I also worked very hard." "Okay, but if I can't get pregnant, what can I do? Isn't there something wrong with your body? Did I train too much and made myself infertility?" "I don't think so. That was a nonsense." Aizen snapped at Melia's buttocks. "This is too much. The chances of strong people conceiving are originally meager. Okay, this is the rule of the universe. But after so many years and no pregnancy, it is indeed a bit odd, Meliz whispered and laughed softly. Well, you guys aren't powerful, I'll get you pregnant first. Maayang glared at them. Humphrey, Melia coldly hummed twice, not scared at all. She and Meliz also wanted to have a child sooner, but their belly didn't contend. After a few playful nonsense moments, Maayang, Melia, and Meliz walked out of the lightning training space. When they stepped outside, they saw the short figure of the North Kai squatting on the corridor. North Kai, why are you in the Grand Kai's planet? Seeing Maayang and the girls come out, North Kai immediately came forward with a smile on his face. Maayang, you guys finally came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Maayang frowned and said, what do you want from us? Hey, Grand Kai is going to hold a large martial arts tournament in heaven. People from all 4 galaxies are going to participate, and this time it is not limited to World of the Living and Otherworld. As long as they're from all 4 galaxies, they can participate. The Grand Kai's dominion scope was the Otherworld and 4 galaxies of World of the Living, so the martial arts tournament would not be limited to the Otherworld people. Do you want us to participate in the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament? Yes, Maayang. You guys are powerful, you can definitely represent the North area to achieve good results. North Kai was busy nodding his head, rubbing his palms up and down like a treacherous businessman. Are there no other strong people in the North area? As soon as the words were finished, Maayang knew he was asking redundantly. How could there be no masters in the North area? It was just that those masters didn't listen to the command of the North Kai. If North Kai asked King Cold, he would be slapped over in a minute. North Kai said, the other world in the North area has some master, but World of the Living is not. Chapter 328 Grand Kai's Heaven Martial Arts Tournament gathered the vast majority of masters from the 4 galaxies. So when he received the invitation from North Kai, Maayang's heart was very excited. There was no need to say about the 4 galaxy World of the Living master. Maayang thought he already belonged to the top group. After all, although the universe was huge, there were not many top masters. Otherwise, Frieza, Slug, and some people would not have reigned supreme for so long, and no one could challenge their position. At this time, Maayang's power level had reached 2 billion. Even when he directly facing the original Android 16 and the Cell under the imperfect form, Maayang had enough confidence to counteract them. This was a shockingly powerful force. It could be said that as long as he was willing, it would not be a problem to lay a foundation in the World of the Living. At least, he would not be worse than the so-called King Cold and Cooler. Of course, what makes Maayang more interested was the 4 galaxy Otherworld masters who would appear at the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament. These masters were all ancient figures who had trained for countless years. After years of accumulation, even the most foolish people could grow up. So in heaven, there were not a few characters whose strength reaches the level of Frieza. There were even 1 or 2 masters who could match Perfect Cell and Full Power Super Saiyan. If the other world's power invaded the World of the Living, it could directly sweep the entire World of the Living. The most powerful sparring between masters could improve the strength, which was a kind of exercise. However, it was also a process to stimulate the potential. Such as Son Goku and the others in the original story, almost all were facing strong enemies before bursting out with great potential. This was not because they usually neglected to practice, but because the atmosphere was different. They were forced to the point of no way back. It was possible to burst out a tremendous potential in a fierce collision, which Maayang knew very well. When will Heaven Martial Arts Tournament be held approximately? The fact that Maayang said these words meant that he decided to participate in this martial arts tournament. North Kai revealed a smile and said, there are still 10 days to go. When that time comes, Grand Kai will announce the location of the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament, so you can take advantage of this time to make some adjustments. After the intense training, Maayang's body was still in a tense state, so he had to relax at this time and shouldn't be overly anxious. Maayang needed to let his body have a period to adapt to its normal state to exert his full strength better when fighting. Maayang naturally understood this, so he nodded his head. He already had an arrangement in his heart for the next few days. I am now looking forward to the martial arts tournament where I can encounter masters. Haha, I certainly will not let you down. North Kai laughed loudly. You are representing the North area. Can you tell me exactly what level of strength you have reached? North Kai had no idea how strong Maayang and the girls were. There was no doubt that Frieza and Cooler, who had dominated the North area for many years, had sunk before them. However, North Kai did not have an overall idea of how strong Maayang and the girls were. I will tell you, of course. Maayang smiled faintly and said blandly, if we follow the common method of calculating power level in the universe, my power level at full strength is about 2 billion. In addition, Melissa also has a breakthrough, So her strength is not below me. 2 billion? Hearing Ma Yang's answer, North Kai shivered. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air backward. His face then showed a horrified look. North Kai could not believe his ears, but when he saw Ma Yang's calm and relaxed face, the dots in his heart slowly faded away again. Ma Yang was not a person who talked out of his mouth. If he said he had a 2 billion power level, then it was mostly true. You really reached 2 billion power level? North Kai was once again confirmed. Of course. I'm a little bit worse than Ma Yang, but after fusing with Mila's, about 1.95 billion. Melia raised her head proudly. Her turquoise eyes were showing a smug look. Great. Now, who dares to say that I have no masters in the north area? North Kai danced his fists hard as if he was drinking a cold drink on a hot day. His whole body was unusually excited. Besides, not only did Ma Yang's power level have 2 billion values, even Melissa was not below him. Two great masters together in the competition, you tell me, how could we lose? In the past, when KIs of the four major galaxies met, North Kai was always ridiculed by the other three KIs, saying that there were no masters in his territory. There were still many masters in the north area, but they were not under the command of the North Kai. Moreover, because his own North Kai's planet was destroyed once by the god of destruction Beerus, the reunited Kai's planet was just a small circle, and North Kai could not hold up his head in front of the other three KIs. This time he finally had the opportunity to wipe out his shame in front of the other three KIs. He thought of the three KIs' stunned expressions, and North Kai's heart was so relieved. He was really looking forward to the martial arts tournament to start soon. North Kai did not know that the 2 billion power level that Ma Yang said was measured purely from the energy point of view, which had already taken away the combat skills and special divine power augmentation. If the full strength were taken into account, Ma Yang's force would have to be raised another notch. If North Kai knew about it, he would only get more excited. Just when North Kai was so happy that he couldn't find his way around, Melia arched her eyebrows and asked, "Neither Meliz nor I are from the north area. Can we also represent the north area in the competition?" North Kai froze for a moment. "What's the matter?" Ma Yang explained, "Melia and Meliz were born on the distant planet Sala, which belongs to another planet beyond the north area." North Kai shook the cockroach tentacle-like antennae on top of his head and gritted his teeth. "Don't bother with it. Since they have married you, they are from the north area. Who dares to say that they don't belong to the north area?" Besides, North Kai didn't know this before, so as long as he didn't say anything, the other three KIs couldn't possibly know about it at all. To defend the honor of the north area, North Kai even gave up his principles. Melia smiled sweetly. "That's good. If I can't participate in the martial arts tournament because of my birth, then it's too bad." North Kai nodded deeply. It would be such a pity if they couldn't represent the north area in the battle. "Alright then. Since you have decided to participate, rest well for the next few days. I have to go look for the other participants, and I will come to pick you up after Grand Kai officially determines the venue and rules of the competition. Then we will be in touch at that time." Ma Yang smiled towards North Kai. North Kai waved his hand, then hummed a little tune and walked away in a good mood. After North Kai left, Meli's slender hand hung on Ma Yang's body. "What are we going to do next?" Ma Yang pinched on her fair cheek. "You guys have been here in heaven for so long, but you haven't visited the place properly. I'll show you around." "Sure." Meliz nodded with great interest. Visiting heaven as a living person was indeed something special. Grand Kai's planet was located in heaven's central location, and there were many planets similar to Grand Kai's planet distributed around in an orderly manner. However, they were all much bigger than Grand Kai's planet, and these planets were connected by transparent pipes and remained relatively stable for ages. Ma Yang took Melia and Meliz to travel in heaven. They mainly wandered around several heaven planets belonging to the north area, on which mainly lived the north area's heroes. Most of these heroes had once saved their planets and were able to enter heaven after their deaths. The souls in heaven were actually not always able to live in heaven. According to their contributions and strength in life, the time these heroes live in heaven was long and short. When the time was up, they could choose to become gods in charge of the other world affairs, or they could choose to reincarnate and forget their past lives. Chapter 329. The planets in heaven were beautiful, unlike the mortal planets. The planets were covered with auspicious golden clouds, dazzling with gorgeous light. There were also some plain planets, with blue sea and blue sky, green mountains, and water dotted the quiet nature. Of course, heaven's main color was still golden, and the pervasive auspicious clouds indicated that this place belonged to another dimension. Frankly speaking, the heroes of heaven with a physical body living here was equivalent to starting another life. One day, Ma Yang took Melia and Meliz, walking on a section of white stone-paved stairs with strange peaks and rocks on both sides reflecting each other. A dense pine was growing between the stone peaks, looking magnificent and moving, attracting people to stop and look longer. Melia's face couldn't help but have a joyful smile upon walking on this quiet and beautiful path. She hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. "Maayang, the scenery here is so beautiful, why don't we create an environment like this on top of planet Wudao as well?" Maayang nodded. "As long as you like it, then we'll build one exactly like it." Everything in planet Wudao was under Maayang's control, and if Melia liked it, Maayang didn't mind spending some effort. Maayang's words made Melia smile. She gave a kiss on Maayang's face before walk away with Melia's holding hands and laughing. On the top of the mountain, the stream's clear water gurgled down from between the rocks. At this time, a white figure walked past. Maayang fixed his eyes to see that it was a middle-aged man wearing a robe, with a golden halo on his head and a power level of about 1 million. He was the same person whom Maayang met on the Grand Kai's planet when he first entered heaven. He was the one who guided him to the Grand Kai's palace. Maayang didn't expect that he also resided on the heaven planet in the north area. "Hello." Maayang greeted the robed man with a smile. "Huh, you are the one who searched for Grand Kai's planet in the first place. Are you still in heaven?" The man looked at Maayang for a long time thinking, and finally remembered Maayang's identity. Maayang shook his head and said, "No, I left a long time ago. I came to the heaven this time because of the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament that the Grand Kai will hold." "You are a participant representing the world of the living?" The man looked up and down at Maayang and was surprised to find that he could not see through Maayang at all. Indeed, those who were qualified to represent the world of the living in the competition were masters. To be exact, it is to represent the north area. "So you are from the north area?" The robed man immediately got close. "My name is Fimimans. I came from planet Hong of the north area before." "Maayang, from north area Earth." "Earth?" Fimimans thought for a long time but did not find any information about the Earth in his memory. There were countless living planets in the north area, and before the rise of Maayang, the Earth was nothing more than an obscure low-level planet. Of course, perhaps it was once glorious in the distant past, but it had long been unknown to this day. Earth is just a small planet, you most likely have not heard of it. Looking at Fimimans's puzzled look, Maayang explained with a smile. Fimimans shook his head. "No matter what planet it is all equal in front of life." Maayang was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the man would say such a thing. It seemed that those who could enter heaven would have to surpass most people in terms of heart. The practice of dividing the planets in the universe according to their strength into low-level planets, middle-level planet, and high-level planets like today was simply a crooked way in these people's eyes who had an exceptionally high ideological awareness. After chatting with Fimimans for a while, Fimimans wished Maayang good luck in the martial arts tournament and said that he would also go to watch the match, and then said goodbye to Maayang and the girls. After Fimimans left, Melia lamented, "The people of heaven are noble-minded. They were once great heroes who saved the world, and those who can sacrifice themselves for the life of the planet are mostly people of noble quality." Maayang wandered around with the girls for some time. These days they continued to adapt to their strength, and the process of relaxation was also the process of gradually improving their minds. Finally, 10 days passed quickly. Today, North Kai brought the specific news of the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament. Accompanied by 3 men and 1 woman, in addition to a short alien, the other 3 people had a circle of light above their heads. Plus Maayang, they had a total of 7 people. The Heaven Martial Arts Tournament rules have come down, and it uses a system of elimination. Every galaxy can send 30 people from world of the living and other world to compete, and the venue of the tournament is on the meteorite on the east side of heaven. If 30 people from each world of the living and other world participated in the competition, 60 contestants would be for 1 galaxy. There would be a total of 240 people for 4 galaxies, and the 4 people brought by North Kai must be the seeds he valued. Maayang surveyed the 4 people who followed North Kai. These people's strength was excellent. A few people of the world of the living had about 20 million power levels. This kind of strength was considered a master among the galaxy mercenary, but it was far worse than the other 3 other world experts. After all, they were characters who kept their physical bodies and trained in heaven for countless years, and their strength had long since passed through the baptism of long years. Especially that female hero with long silver hair, her skin was light green, and Maayang vaguely felt a great sense of oppression in her body. She was a master. She's powerful, at least 1.2 billion power level. Even compared to the original Android 18, it is not much worse. Maayang's heart secretly compared her with Android 18. The gap should not be huge. His eyes shifted to the other 2, all with frighteningly high energy. However, since there were so many masters who belonged to the north area in heaven, how could North Kai still be embarrassed by Frieza and Cooler? After thinking about it for a while, Maayang roughly understood. After entering heaven, These Heaven's Masters belonged to the sequence that had been separated from the North Area. They lived for the North Area planet to fight, and after death, they would be under the command of the Grand Kai. Grand Kai, who usually looked cynical, actually hid tremendous wisdom. Perhaps in Grand Kai's opinion, the disaster of the world of the living was essential. The appropriate danger could stimulate the vitality of the world of the living. As long as the degree of harm did not exceed the limit, Grand Kai would adhere to the rules and would not send people from the other world to interfere with the world of the living operation. That was different from North Kai. North Kai loathes the scions of planet Vegeta, believing that they brought disaster to other planets in the world of the living and were a source of disturbance to the order. In contrast, Grand Kai believed that the scions of planet Vegeta's existence added vitality to the universe, which was selective pressure. Several of you are my hand-picked contestants: Maayang, Melia, Malaz, Jeek, Kurter, Ko, Dofira. I hope you can fight to the end so that those who underestimate the North Area will be severely disgraced. Those people mentioned by North Kai were the other 3 Kais, especially the old woman, East Kai, who has a rude and ugly personality and always disgusts him, which was too terrible. North Kai looked at Melia and Malaz again. Maayang and Melissa were essential objects of North Kai's attention. Although Melia and Malaz were also powerful, North Kai wanted Melissa to participate in the battle. If Melissa were allowed to play, the probability of North Area winning would be greatly increased again. Noticing North Kai's gaze, Melia and Malaz revealed a smile, and with a light touch of their fingers, the two fused into the black-haired, green-eyes Melissa. Their fusion technique had long since exceeded the scope of the planet Mitamer fusion technique. Good. With you 6 is enough. North Kai was enthused and was already imagining the other 3 Kai's embarrassment in his heart. Maayang smiled lightly, also looking forward to the Masters in Heaven martial arts tournament. According to rumors, several Masters in Heaven were comparable to Perfect Cell and Full Power Super Saiyan. So, Maayang wondered if they would appear by then. Chapter 330. Under the leadership of North Kai, Maayang, Melissa, and the others headed towards the Heaven martial arts tournament venue, held on a meteorite in the eastern part of Heaven. Grand Kai had opened up a stable area with his ability. While Maayang and his team headed towards the meteorite in the eastern part, the ancient heroes of the various planets in Heaven started to set off towards the martial arts tournament venue one after another. Since there were too many heroes in Heaven, and not many people could enter the venue to watch the competition, a large screen would be put on each planet of Heaven to broadcast live for those unable to watch the match in person. On a planet in the northern part of Heaven, transparent pipes were connected from one planet to another. Through these pipes, one could see the view outside. The light pink space was the primary color of Heaven, and in the space floated a golden cloud. Amid the crowded planet pipeline, 2 old men with white hair and white beards walked side by side, moving slowly forward. Master Noah, I didn't think we would be qualified to go to the martial arts tournament venue to watch the competition live. An old man with white hair lamented. The old man, who was called Noah, said with a serious face. I heard that there are masters from Earth among the participants of this competition, so those of us are qualified to enter the martial arts tournament. There were too many heroes in Heaven, and the martial arts tournament venue area was limited. It was impossible to accommodate that many people to watch. So those who were qualified to enter the venue to watch were either particularly old, with very high prestige, or had a relationship with the participants, such as from the same planet. The 2 old men heading towards the venue were Noah and Mutaido, who had instructed Maayang and Sun Gohan. It was more than 40 years ago when with notable strength, Maayang challenged most of the martial arts schools on Earth and then met Sun Gohan for the first time on the East Sea's shores. The two discussed and went together to the palace where Fortunatiller Bubba lived, at which they met Mutaido and Noah and received their guidance. Time flashed by, and it was more than 40 years. Maayang's strength had undergone a radical change, but it did not cause much change for Mutaido and Noah, living in Heaven at his point. Which master is participating in this martial arts tournament? Could it be Teacher Psychos? Teacher Psychos was one of the most respected among the ancient heroes of Earth. He had entered Heaven for 4,000 years, and his strength had reached an appalling 100,000 power level, a rare supermaster among the people of Earth. No. Teacher Psychos did not participate in the competition. Noah shook his head a little. Although Teacher Psychos was one of the oldest among the Earth's heroes, it was not that Noah belittled his side, it was really that such strength was as plentiful in Heaven and didn't qualify to participate in the Heaven martial arts tournament. In the other world, the 100,000 power levels of characters were countless and couldn't be called masters at all. Besides Teacher Psychos, then who else could it be? Could it be a master from the world of living? Excluding the masters of the world of living, even Mutaido himself did not believe that the weak Earthlings could qualify for the tournament. The world of living? No way. Noah shook his head a little. I also think it is impossible. Mutaido sighed. If the world of living could have such masters, Noah would not have gone to work on the kami school martial arts back then. The two moved forward with the tide of people. Finally, after a long time walking, in front of them appeared a distorted, as if the waves surging strange space. This space was dark and deep, with a dark curtain separated the surface so that the situation inside could not be seen at all. Inside the dark and deep space was a cave with a vast martial arts venue hidden in it. The outer space was commissioned by the Grand Kai to be built by the Yardration, using special energy to isolate it from the outside world. On the outside of the entrance of space, 2 rows of orderly staff stood. They checked the qualifications of those entering one by one and then sent the audience into the venue through teleportation. Soon, it was the turn of Noah and Utaito. The staff took a strange instrument and shone it on their bodies, then beep, one of the staff said, "Earthling lineage, Noah, Utaito, please go forward." Follow the instructions forward. When their finger touched the dark black curtain, the strange teleportation ability acted on their bodies. With a whoosh, the scene in front of them had completely changed when they opened their eyes. Utaito and Noah entered the venue's interior and then went to the area where the Earthlings were located. The entire venue was huge, and the main building was on top of a giant meteorite. The venue was divided into 4 sides, each side had dozens of layers densely filled with spectators. It accommodated more than 100,000 people, who were spectators from the 4 east, south, west, and north galaxies. At the center was a giant martial arts ring, 1,000 meters long and wide. The ring was built with the most complex materials in the galaxy and enriched with Grand Kai and particular races' abilities to withstand mighty energy attacks. Because there was only one ring and the competition was by elimination. 256 players competed by lottery, 240 players from the 4 galaxies and 16 players from the central area. A total of 8 rounds of 255 matches were needed to determine the champion. When all the matches were over, it was estimated to last several days and nights. "Noah, Utaito, you're here." Fixing their eyes, they were greeted by other heroes from the Earth, not many, only 20 or so. Some of them were several previous kamis and some folks that made outstanding contributions, such as martial artists like Utaito, Jailen, Kozep, Uo. Utaito and Noah greeted these heroes. "Do you know who are the participants in the martial arts tournament this time?" We also wondered about it. Could it be someone from the world of living? There doesn't seem to be such a master on top of the Earth in the world of living. In recent centuries, Earth's martial art has been going downhill, and I'm afraid it's challenging for a master to appear. Earth's ancient predecessors watched the gradual decline of the Earth's martial arts, and their hearts could not help but feel pain. But recently, I went to the palace of King Yemma and met the souls from the Earth. It is said that now the Earth martial arts atmosphere is different from the past. It seems to have begun to flourish gradually. Really? Utaito looked at the people in the audience. The strongest group of people in the Earth lineage were all here. Since they did not participate in the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament, the real contestants might have come from the world of living. But who was it? Was there such a master on Earth? Chapter 331. Wait and see. Later the competition will start, and it will be clear who is participating in the competition. The one who spoke was an old man without much hair. He was Psychos mentioned before by Utaito, one of the highest achievers among the Earthlings. He opened his cloudy eyes and suddenly burst out a brilliant light. "Let me see what kind of great talent has appeared above the Earth." Since there were no contestants from the other world, the ones who got the spots must be the Earthlings from the world of living. And Psychos was very interested in his master who suddenly appeared. Of course, he also knew that since he didn't represent the North area, the other side's strength and realm must be above him and was no longer comparable to him. Clang! The sound of a huge gong resounded through the venue. With this loud sound, the entire audience all quieted down. Then, under Grand Kai's leadership, the Kais of the 4 galaxies and the contestants entered the venue. Suddenly, the eyes of more than 100,000 spectators turned towards the contestants, and Utaito and Noah were indeed no exception. They were immediately looking in the direction of the North area camp. When they saw the young boy standing beside the North Kai and talking warmly with him, Utaito and Noah stood up in surprise. "Huh, it's him. It's actually Maang." Both Utaito and Noah were surprised by the figure of Maang. Utaito and Noah, you know the people in the venue? And who is Maang? Jailen, who was standing beside Utaito from the Earthling lineage, asked in a low voice. This Jailen once served as the guardian of the Karin Tower. Although the substratum was not as high as that of Kami, the Earth's martial arts had once been glorious during his tenure. So the Karin Tower was also called Jailen Tower at that time. More than no, he is a descendant of Noah, from the Kami school. Utaito looked at Maang in the venue with a shocked expression, his eyes full of disbelief. The last time they met was more than 40 years ago. At that time, Maiyang was just a young man with a little over 100 power levels. At best, he only had some potential. How long had it been since then? Now he was actually capable of representing the North area in the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament. And his appearance. How could it be that he had not changed at all compared to decades ago? Could it be that he is not Maiyang but a descendant of Maiyang? Just in that case, wouldn't he be even younger? After Jilin heard Mutaido's answer, he said in surprise, Kami School. Is that martial arts school that Noah came up with when he was a Kami? There is no mistake. That young man. He has such a profound realm. Psychos stared at Maiyang for a long time but could not see him through at all. He then shook his head. It seems that a great genius has really appeared among our Earthlings. His name is Maiyang. He should be the most outstanding descendant of Kami School, and I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Noah looked fixedly at Maiyang. Back then, he taught the Kami School training method that he had studied for many years to Maiyang because he thought Maiyang had the hope to carry forward this training method. He did not have much expectation in his heart. Later, from the information that came from the other world, it seemed that this wish of his had been realized, which made Noah quite relieved. However, today, in the tournament venue, he actually saw Maiyang, and he was qualified to participate. Noah realized that the Earth's development seemed to be not as simple as he had expected before. Awesome, huh? The woman standing next to him looks like she's from Earth too. Does it mean that two strong people have appeared on the Earth at once? The seniors of the Earth lineage were all astonished. Only 60 people were representing the North area, 30 each from the other world and worlds of living. If the Earth lineage could get 2 places, could it be that the Earth martial art had really become so strong? The Earth martial arts doctrine had indeed been powerful. In addition to Maiyang and Melissa, the strongest person on Earth, Sun Gohan, had 1,000,000 power levels in Kaioken mode. After that, Kanalita, Wuding, Liz, Jilo, and others, were also very powerful. It must be the Earthlings. You see their intimate look, certainly not a shallow relationship. The identity of the Earthlings cannot be hidden. With black hair, yellow-colored skin, Melissa's appearance was too in line with Earthlings' characteristics. It was hilarious to say that Maiyang was often mistaken for a Saiyan by his opponent in the past battles, but now, Melissa was mistaken for an Earthling. When Mutaido and others were shocked by Maiyang and Melissa's appearance, Grand Kai had led the way to the podium. Grand Kai was dressed in a very solemn manner, with a black Grand Kai divine costume and a tall Grand Kai hat on his head, sitting solemnly right in the podium center. The 4 Kais from the east, south, west, and north followed him, sitting on either side of Grand Kai, while the 256 contestants were divided into 5 arrays according to their respective affiliations. There are more spectators this time. Grand Kai laughed and stroked his beard with satisfaction. As the highest god in the entire galaxy, Grand Kai was very spontaneous by nature. He often did an unexpected thing, such as holding a few martial arts tournament from time to time to liven up the atmosphere of heaven. If he were happy, he wouldn't be stingy in giving some guidance to the winners. To get the guidance of Grand Kai was something that many heroes in heaven could only dream of. After all, the vision of Grand Kai was not comparable to the 4 Kais. On this side of the galaxy, it was not wrong to say that he was a master of martial arts. Above Grand Kai, only the legendary Supreme Kai had a higher level than him. However, the Supreme Kai's whereabouts had always been secretive, even the Grand Kai had not seen him for millions of years. So, for millions of years, the existence of the Supreme Kai had gradually been considered a legend. Isn't it natural to have a large audience? Grand Kai rarely holds martial arts tournament, and I'm afraid that the Master of Heaven has been waiting for many years with their fists in the air. The one who spoke was a tall K, responsible for managing the south area and had a terrifying singing voice. Haha, the last time a martial arts tournament was held, it was 1,000 years ago. I think it's a bit lengthy indeed. Grand Kai nodded with a smile. Which masters have your galaxy sent? If they are not strong enough, I'm afraid the championship candidate will fall to my central area again. The central area was the place that gathers the most masters in the entire galaxy. Thus even in the other world, the number of masters in the central area was far more than the other 4 galaxies. With Grand Kai's occasional guidance, the gap between them was even greater. Grand Kai, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for your central area to win this time. The only female Kai, the East Kai, fanned her fan and said very condescendingly. Oh, has a master appeared at your place, East Kai? Grand Kai unexpectedly glanced over. East Kai proudly waved her fan and smiled, that's for sure. Our East area's Carlos is the most talented player in the last 1,000 years and can definitely compete for the championship position for a bit. As soon as East Kai finished her words, West Kai retorted, no matter how strong the East area's people are, they can't compare to Picon. He is the strongest master ever in the West Area's jurisdiction and has been living above Grand Kai's planet for a long time. He is the most powerful master. Pikan? I've heard of him. He is indeed a master. Grand Kai smiled and said. Pikan's strength was ranked top in the entire other world. Even if the central area sent out a master, he was probably in that class. Humphrey, it's definitely Carlos who is stronger. No, Pikan is the strongest. West Kai was short in stature but very aggressive. At this time, North Kai puffed out a smile and shook his short and fat body. Don't you compete, the final champion is definitely my North area. With two experts, Maayang and Melissa, North Kai had the strength to speak. North Kai had shrunken aside in previous years, quietly watching others arguing. He was most afraid when Grand Kai held a martial arts tournament. Every time it was held, the North area was at the bottom. His face was thrown on the ground, friction with a bitter heart. However, this year, he was also qualified to intervene in the quarrel. East Kai and West Kai coldly snorted in unison and said with an unkind face, North Kai, haven't you lost enough face? You can't even manage your precinct well. What qualifications do you have to compete for the position of the champion? You guys. North Kai's face turned red with anger, and he grunted angrily, you guys will regret it. Then we'll see. East Kai and West Kai sneered in disbelief. They never heard that any talent had emerged in the other world of the North area. As for the world of living, they looked down on it even more. How many years had the people of the world of living been training? Even if they were strong, could they compare with the countless masters of heaven? In fact, in their hearts, they even thought that Grand Kai's inclusion of other world contestants in the martial arts tournament was utterly superfluous. How could other world masters be the opponents of heaven's masters? Don't make any noise. The martial arts tournament will start soon, so we'll know who's strong and who's weak then. Grand Kai's gaze was profound, and his face showed a smile. The eyes swept over all the contestants and finally landed on Maayang, who had already reached level 5 dimension and was particularly conspicuous among the many contestants. Hey, it's worth looking forward to next. Chapter 332. Hey, look, Maayang, there are many masters here. In the waiting area for the contestants, the 256 contestants were divided into 5 arrays according to the galaxy they belonged to. Melissa took Maayang's hand and looked around, using her ability to detect the ki of the people around her, and powerful ki came to meet her. Upon feeling this powerful ki, Melissa's eyes grunted up. The corners of the eyes were narrowed. As expected of the highest martial arts tournament level in the galaxy, these masters were much more powerful than I had encountered in the past. 1, 2. Several masters with a power level of more than 100 million. How exciting it is to be able to fight with these masters. Thinking about the competition that would take place in a few moments, Melissa's cheeks were slightly red, and she was unusually excited. Settle down. You'll have your time to play later. Gently patting her shoulder, Maayang slightly pacified the excited Melissa. Maayang's eyes were also looking around, and he found the number of master in heaven really exceeded his imagination. He never thought that Grand Kai had so many masters under his command. No wonder Grand Kai was able to sit on the fishing platform. This was because he had absolute strength. With such a regular army, plus the galactic patrolmen and galaxy mercenaries, 2 informal armies, how could he be afraid of the small people who tried to make waves? Just find someone, and he could slap them to death. In contrast, the 4 galaxies Kai were a bit rotten. Even their law enforcement team was put together from scratch. His eyes lingered on the alien named Jeek for a moment. As a participant representing the North Area world of living, Jeek's strength was definitely not low. However, a power level of 20 million was already a bit low among the Masters of Heaven. Compared to the Masters of Heaven, the contestants of the world of living are much weaker. It seems that it is still these Masters from Heaven who play the main role. Maayang glanced at Kurter, Ko, and Ophira over there. It just so happened that they were also observing the situation around them. When their eyes collided with Maayang's, Maayang nodded politely. Suddenly, Maayang's eyes stared, and his sight fell on a green-skinned alien wearing a white tunic and a high black hat in the west area. Powerful ki suddenly passed over, causing Maayang's spirit to shake. Pikan. A chant escaped his lips, and Maayang's face turned serious. Judging from the ki sensing, if Maayang's energy reached imperfect cell strength, then Pikan was at least the perfect cell. There was a big difference in energy between the two. Melissa's gaze was wandering, perceived the change in Maayang, and was soon also shocked by Pikan's ki. That green-skinned guy, he's so strong. Among heaven, there are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Look at the ones from the east area and central area. Maayang whispered to remind Melissa that there was also very powerful figures in east area and central area camp. There was an orange-haired woman in the east area, while in central area, There was a green-skinned strong man, especially the one in central area, whose energy was no better than that of Pecan. The key of those people subdued Melissa, and her face flushed a gloomy expression. Now it seems that the situation on our side is very unfavorable. Maayang was slightly calmer. They are indeed powerful, but we are not bad. We can't match them in energy, but with the overall strength, we may be able to compete. Of course, this was the ideal situation. If the opponent also had excellent combat skills, then Maayang's advantage would be gone. In short, the next would be a few bitter battles. However, Maayang and Melissa also started from zero, and years of training forged them to be what they were now. A few games certainly did not scare them. Even the ability to fight with more powerful masters was what they look forward to. Grand Kai was so happy to hold the martial arts tournament of the other world and the worlds of living. Other than using the martial arts tournament to pass the boredom, he was actually more concerned about the personal training of the participants. Let the weak expand their horizons and let the masters compete with each other and grow. This was the harvest of the martial arts tournament. If this tournament were held just for entertainment, there would be absolutely no need for the world of living contestants to participate. Tom-tom. The gong's loud sound rang out again, and this time, Grand Kai stood up from his seat. Everyone, you've waited for a long time. It has been more than 1,000 years since the last tournament. I know there are already many people who have been looking forward to this tournament for a long time. I will not say anything more. I will announce the following rules of the tournament. This martial arts tournament gathered a total of 256 players in the other world and the worlds of living. The tournament takes an elimination system and requires a total of 8 rounds. The first round will be 128 matches to determine the 128 players who will enter the second round. The second round will be 64 matches to choose the players who will enter the third round. Finalists in the top 16 will get 1 team point, finalists in the top 8 will get 2 team points, finalists in the top 4 will get 4 team points, finalists in the final will get 8 points, the winner will get 16 team points. The same players' points in each session are not accumulated, and several major galaxies are ranked according to the final total score. For the sake of fairness, lots will be drawn before the tournament start to determine the order of appearance of contestants. I will personally instruct the final winner of the tournament. After Grand Kai finished speaking, he swept a circle of everyone in the venue, then resumed his seat. The audience immediately let out a fierce cheer, high emotions, and intense shouting. The personal instruction from Grand Kai was naturally what every person of heaven dreamed of. For the non-participants, the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament was held solely to liven up the atmosphere of heaven and add some fun for the heroes of heaven. But, the deeper meaning was to re-rank the East, South, West, and North galaxies and win the 4 galaxies distribution of resources by Grand Kai. This was the reason why several KIs secretly competed. These KIs wanted to get fame and resources. So, to maintain the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament's relative impartiality, the contestants belonging to the same galaxy couldn't meet too early to avoid a situation of internal conflict. Therefore, before the competition, the General Assembly had developed a blank form according to each galaxy's situation. The number of appearances of the 4 galactic players on the form was relatively stable. They were interspersed with players from the central area. There wouldn't be a situation where a particular galaxy had a huge number of appearances, and a particular galaxy had a minimal number of appearances. The so-called lottery was filling in the contestants' names from their camp in the blank form, and it was a lottery within the camp. The rules were already clear, and the next step was to draw lots. Maayang and Melissa lined up to draw small balls from inside a white box, which represented the order of Maayang and his team's appearance among the North Area personnel. Number 3. Maayang took the small ball and looked at it. The staff nodded and wrote Maayang's name in the form. Maayang represented North Area's number 3 players and was placed in the number 14 positions in the whole field according to the overall tournament schedule. After getting the number 14 card from the staff, Maayang pinned it on his chest. Next was Melissa, who drew number 45, and was placed at number 190 among all the contestants. Melissa smiled as she held her entry number. It looks like we won't be able to meet up until the final. Maayang 14, Melissa 190. With number 128 as the boundary, they were equivalent to having been divided into 2 different divisions, unless they could keep winning to have a chance to meet in the final. Don't get eliminated too early. Maayang smiled slightly. How many rounds could Melissa stick? Honesty, Maayang didn't have a clue in his heart, he could only wish in his heart. At least, I can make it to the top 8, Melissa said confidently. Maayang smiled a little and looked to the side at several seated players who also represented North Area. What number are you guys ranked? Carter, number 75. Ko, 124th. Number 230. It seems that everyone is relatively separated. Nofira said. Jeek shrugged, I'm number 130. I won't run into you guys for a while. Maybe I'll be eliminated before I run into you guys. Jeek's strength was the weakest among the several seeded players, not even comparable to the other few World of Living players representing the North area. He was able to participate mainly because his strength was relatively top-notch in the World of Living. While Maayang and the others were talking, the competition had already started in an orderly manner. Maayang and the others returned to the contestants' waiting area. They carefully observed all the contestants on the stage to get information about their opponents earlier. The first contest was between contestant number 1 and contestant number 2, from East Area and South Area. Contestant number 1 from East Area was a peculiar being with 3 eyes, while contestant number 2 was an orange-skinned humanoid being. The peculiar 4-eyed beings of the East Area had superb defensive capabilities. The South Area players' attacks could not cause any effective damage, except for a few ripples on the opponent's skin. With a slight glance of his eyes, Maayang detected the gap between the two sides. East Area's number 1 player's ki is obviously stronger, coupled with bizarre defense techniques. If number 2 player does not have any hidden techniques, the ending of this competition is already decided. Maayang said, shaking his head slightly. As expected, the match was as predicted by Maayang. The South Area player did not have any special ability and soon started to gasp for breath. The East Area player started to power up. His whole body rampaged across the ring and pushed his opponent out of the martial arts ring. Tick. The whistle sounded, and the number 1 player representing East Area won the match and moved on to the next round. Ha 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 ha, good job Pudo, Galats. It looks like my East Area is still a little better. East Kai shook her fan proudly and said to South Kai in a very mean tone. South Kai's expression tangled up, don't be smug, you just won a game. My South Area will take back the ranking. Hey. East Kai swept South Kai with a contemptuous glance. Chapter 333. The next contest was between number 3 and number 4, with 2 players representing West Area and North Area. This time, North Kai and West Kai were serious, especially North Kai and West Kai were already deadly rivals. They always fought against each other, so they took advantage of this tournament to trample each other underfoot, and this first match, of course, was critical. The number 4 player was a person from the North Area who lives in heaven, named Pommery, with a power level of about 50 million, which was not the top in heaven, but definitely a master. At least in the eyes of the Earth hero Psychos, who has entered heaven for 4,000 years and whose strength had reached an appalling 100,000 levels. That was already an absolutely unattainable existence. At this time, Maayang began to look at the 2 players below carefully. Pommery's opponent was a dinosaur-like creature with a long, pointed horn on top of its head that shone like metal. Do you think Pommery can win? Dofira, who had silver-gray hair, came over and asked. As a seeded player in the North Area, Dofira's strength was close to the original number 18, with more than 1 billion power levels. However, she knew that this player of the same camp named Maayang was North Kai's relace. Thus she wanted to hear his opinion. The corners of his mouth lifted as Maayang looked down. It's not too difficult for Pommery to win, but pay attention to that sharp horn on the opponent's head. I think if the opponent has any master technique, it's hidden in that sharp horn. Pommery's opponent looked kinda dull, not like he knew any advanced martial arts. So most likely, he had some special ability. And it was probably hidden in the sharp horn on the top of his head. Dofira nodded thoughtfully and watched the battle in the ring. The entire ring was about 1,000 meters long and wide, and a huge ring would be invisible even to an ordinary person's eyesight at the edges. However, Maayang and others each had good eyesight, and the field changes were in full view. The battle continued for a while. Pommery began to take the initiative gradually. He launched severe attacks again and again. In the face of Pommery's relentless attacks, the dinosaur creature tossed its head in annoyance and saw the metal horns on its head start to stir up arcs of electricity. The blue lightning was sweeping out from the horns, turning into a series of crescent-shaped attacks. You've really got me there. Dofira laughed lightly. The moment that arc of electricity was created, the energy on that dinosaur rose to 40 million power level. This kind of tactic is not simple. Maayang said in a light-hearted manner as the battle in the ring continued to change. Pommery was a master who had been practicing in heaven for many years. So, he could quickly find the weakness of his opponent through experience. The battle soon ended with Pommery's victory. North Area had won its first victory. The match continued with more than 100,000 spectators in the audience watching the match with great enthusiasm. The whole venue constantly resounded with fierce shouts and cheers. Soon, the match came to the 7th match, number 13 Doran versus number 14 Maayang. It's my turn, Maayang said softly and walked towards the ring very casually. Go for it. Melissa cheered for him from behind. Maayang raised his hand and turned his back to Melissa and others. He then leaped and appeared in the center of the martial arts ring as if he was teleporting. On the martial arts ring, which was made up of countless pieces of special materials horizontally and vertically, Ma Yang's tiny figure looked like a black dot. At this time, his opponent also came up. It was the East Area Heaven's person. It's not good for Ma Yang. The martial artist of the Earthling lineage said worriedly. The martial artists of the Earthling lineage certainly felt proud that Ma Yang represented the world of living in the tournament. However, there had been cases of people from the world of living versus people from the other world in the previous matches. The difference in training levels between the two sides was too vast. The difference in years of training alone doomed the world of living masters to be mostly no match for the other world masters. Maybe, Ma Yang's strength is stronger than the opponent. Jialin thought on the bright side. Psychos said, hardly. I know that opponent of Ma Yang. His name is Dorn. He has been living in heaven for more than 1,000 years and is rumored to have more than 100 million power levels. Psychos was the oldest hero among the Earthlings and had been in heaven for more than 4,000 years. He knew a lot of information that others did not know. What, 100 million power level? Psychos' words made everyone startled. A 100 million power level was a value they could hardly believe. In that case, wouldn't Ma Yang be in danger? Even if they were full of confidence in Ma Yang, the 100 million power level was too frightening. Inevitably, they looked at Ma Yang's gaze began to be filled with regret. A talent scarcely emerged among the Earthlings. Why did he have to be eliminated so soon? At this point, Noah kept his mouth shut and watched silently. On the podium, East Kai narrowed her eyes towards North Kai and smiled broadly. She was sure of Dorn's victory. TSK, it's a pity that Dorn is one of my seeds of the East area, with a power level of 100 million. Although it can't be compared to a genius like Carlos, compared to your North area's players. It's still considered a genius. A genius who has trained for more than 1,000 years. A 100 million power level is so high. North Kai choked out with an expressionless face. Humphrey. East Kai snorted coldly and stopped talking to the unlucky fellow. North Kai. Let's see how Dorn teaches your North area player a lesson later. No one knew that at this time, North Kai's heart was very excited. There was nothing more comforting than having a pillow handed to you when you doze off. How could 100 million power be the opponent of Ma Yang? Ma Yang is a great master with a 2 billion power level, how could he lose? Thinking of East Kai's thunderous appearance, later on, North Kai was so excited that his body was trembling. In the eyes of East Kai, North Kai was weeping in his heart. But there was nothing she could do. With a power level of more than 100 million, Dorn couldn't lose even if he wanted to. In the ring, Ma Yang tightened the belt in front of him and then calmly looked at his opponent. This was a cosmic being who was not weak. It had a very different appearance from Earthlings, with 4 arms on his upper body. The muscles on his arms were coiled and crisscrossed. Each muscle was shaking slightly, which then caused the air to tremble, looking full of explosive power. The 7th match of the first round, number 13 Dorn versus number 14 Ma Yang. The match begins. As the referee announced the match's start, the middle of the venue suddenly quieted down, and all the spectators watched intently. These spectators were all good fighters in heaven. Although they had no chance to participate in the martial arts tournament, their strength and eyesight were excellent. That player named Dorn is so strong. There's an overwhelming advantage from the ki alone. That world of living person is miserable, it's completely unequal. All sorts of discussions rang out because of Ma Yang's very concealed ki. Almost no one could see how strong the ki on Ma Yang was, so they unanimously agreed that Ma Yang must have lost. Mute Ido and Noe could not help but frown when they heard the chatter of the people around them. Alas, even if Ma Yang loses, it is still a good experience to be able to participate in this tournament. Mute Ido said in his heart. No matter how the martial arts world of Earth develops, there was still a difference of clouds and mud compared to heaven. So, it was good to see a little more. Hello, I'm going to win this match. Dorn said very politely towards Ma Yang and then prepared to launch an attack towards him. With a smile on his face, Ma Yang said, I'm afraid it's not easy for you to win. Dorn raised his eyebrows. Without further ado, he directly dived as if his body was springing towards Ma Yang. Ma Yang showed a smile at the corner of his mouth and pointed his toes slightly towards the ground. Buzz. A peculiar cyclone to the toe landing place as the center spread out in all directions. Suddenly, white dust fluttered up, and Ma Yang's figure became illusory until it completely disappeared. At the moment Ma Yang disappeared, Dorn's attack arrived at Ma Yang's original position. So fast, where is the person? Dorn felt his fist cut through the air, without the slightest sense of blockage from the attack. When he came back to his senses, the opponent figure was no longer in his field of vision. At this point, his heart was shocked, and he began to look around. Where is it? Over here. A disembodied body sounded up, and Dorn turned his head. He found that Ma Yang's body had arrived in front of him at some point. His pupils tightened into a point, and his heart beat fast for a while. Just at that moment, Ma Yang stretched out a finger. The finger bent and flicked hard towards Dorn's forehead across the air. Bam! A black trajectory crossed the 1,000-meter square martial arts ring in a horizontal position in the blink of an eye. It rushed towards the outside of the arena, directly hitting the protective layer on the audience's surface. Pop! Dorn fell from the sky and fell straight out of the arena. Silence. The entire venue fell into silence as if everyone had not expected such an outcome. Tick. The referee blew his whistle, declaring Ma Yang was the winner and moving on to the next round. The people above the stands were stunned. Mutaido's eyes were wide open, and he didn't understand the scene just now at all. By the time he reacted, the referee had already blown his whistle. What the hell just happened? How did Ma Yang win? Didn't they say that Dorn had 100 million power levels? Ma Yang just struck too fast, we didn't even react. Ma Yang is so powerful. Psychos stood up in surprise. He, like the others, didn't even know how the two sides had split the victory. Quickly, watch the big screen replay. At this moment, the light and shadow of the lingering air appeared the course of the battle just now. From the start of the match, when both sides looked at each other to the winner's final division, it was only a few seconds. The actual strike was not even less than 0.1 second. Oh my god, he can actually kill a 100 million power level master in seconds? Unbelievable. How strong should he be? The audience below the field sighed and boiled up. How could this happen? How could Dorn lose? East Kai's expression stiffened. Her hand was holding the fan swung in the air without moving. Hey, Ma Yang is the ace of my North area. North Kai said smugly. Not bad, not bad. Grand Kai stroked his beard and nodded his head. He held Heaven Martial Arts Tournament and included the world of living players to pull in Ma Yang. Now, it seemed that the effect had manifested itself. Chapter 334 Ma Yang's unexpected victory seemed to add a bit of mystery to the martial arts tournament, which was not there in the previous matches. It could be said that this match brought everyone a feeling that was not just a simple victory or defeat, but a shock to the strength. No one expected that this man from the world of living, whose ki seemed very weak to everyone, would have the ability to defeat the powerful East area player, Dorn. After finishing the match, Ma Yang gestured towards the audience and then went down to the field, but the aftermath he caused did not dissipate. Fierce cheers erupted after the venue was quiet for a while. There was no doubt that a master who was able to instantly defeat a master with a power level of 100 million must be so powerful in that it was unimaginable. Another top strong player had appeared in the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament. The other contestants had their eyes on him, secretly adding his name to the list of strongmen. On the East area side, the orange-haired woman who was regarded as an ace by East Kai looked towards the direction of Ma Yang at this time. Her brows could not help but wrinkle slightly as her face became grave. Dorn would actually be flicked away by a flexed finger. To be able to do that, that person's strength is definitely powerful. Even if I want to defeat him, I'm afraid it will be challenging. The orange-haired woman named Carlos was the most talented player in the East area in the last 1,000 years. That's why East Kai was so arrogant and confident about her. However, at this time, Carlos was not as spontaneous as before. Her expression became solemn as if she had met a strong enemy and didn't know what she was thinking in her heart. On the West area side, Pecan also noticed Ma Yang. After comparing himself with Ma Yang, Pecan emitted an overwhelming aura. Then, his aura was converged, and he closed his eyes with a smile. A good fighter. I look forward to seeing you in the ring later. The corners of Pecan's mouth hooked up with confidence. While the other players were all secretly calculating, a strong green-skinned man among the central area players had no expression on his face since the beginning. He was seemingly not caring at all about the scene that just happened. If he could have such a calm expression, his strength must be very frightening. When Ma Yang returned to the waiting area for the North area players, Melissa grinned at him. Dofira, Kurter, Ko, Jeek, and others also congratulated him on their victory. Awesome. I don't even know what just happened. Kurter, with his bright personality, expressed his feelings directly and loudly. Me too. I only saw a shadow. Ko nodded his head. Jeek, who was the weakest, shook his head with a torn expression. I didn't see it clearly at all. If I was up there just now, I might not even have a chance to react. I would have been knocked down directly. Dofira gave Ma Yang a detailed look and said, it would be the same if it were me. It seems that Mr. Ma Yang's strength exceeds ours by too much, but this is good. We also have an ace player in the North area. In terms of strength, the North area was the most backward in ranking the 4 galaxies. Even if the North Kai searched hard and found a master like Dofira, when compared with the players of the other galaxies, the strength was much worse. Once the strength was weak, it could not avoid being ridiculed in front of several other KIs. and he was constantly ridiculed. So, when the North Kai learned that Aizen and Melissa power level reached 2 billion, he was overjoyed. As for the other North area players, although they also gathered around, they could not open their mouths rashly. Because they knew that there's a difference in strength. So, they stood aside quietly and watched several bigwigs talk and laugh. You guys don't boast about me, the competition has just started. There are many more games to come, and I feel that there are even more powerful masters hidden in other galaxies. My strength may be no more than that in the eyes of others. Aizen shook his head a little, yet he was not so optimistic. Melissa agreed, Aizen is right. The East area, West area, and Central area all have powerful masters. Several of them make me feel threatened, we can't take it lightly. You're right. The Heaven Martial Arts Tournament is full of strong people, it's better to be careful. Although they did not know Melissa's specific strength. But, from the performance of Aizen just now, how dared Ophira and the others underestimate the couple. They were afraid that Melissa's strength was not much weaker than Aizen's. Now that Melissa said that the other galaxy's strongest people made her feel threatened, they couldn't help but be more concerned. On the large venue ring, the fierce battle continued. The first round would be 128 matches, selecting the 128 players who would enter the second round. The process took a long time, but there was no shortage of things to see. The spirits in heaven never lacked time, and they had waited too long for this once-in-a-thousand-years event. So, after the conference began, the spectators in the stands gazed intently at the ring, afraid to miss any details. The time passed quietly with the presentation of an exciting battle. Unknowingly, it proceeded to the 95th match of the first round. Snap! A crisp sound came out, like the sound of glass breaking, as Melissa floated leisurely in the air more than 2 meters above the ground, emitting a greenish glow all over her body. The green skirt of her body fluttered, and her serene face revealed a charming smile. Ta! The slender white fingers like warm white jade snapped in the air, and strange energy spread out. It immediately imprisoned her opponent in the air. Then, with a push of her palm, she pushed her opponent to the bottom of the ring. North area, number 190 Melissa wins. With a sharp whistle, the referee announced that Melissa had won. After hearing this, Melissa cocked the corner of her mouth in triumph. With her hands held out under her superpowers, she flew towards the North area contestants' waiting area. Another win. In this case, both of them from the Earthling lineage has made it to the second round. In the stands, Jyolin of the Earthling lineage squeezed his fist hard with a look of pride. Not bad. The elder psychos couldn't help but nod his head. Mute Ido smiled and looked at the old man on the side. Noah, that girl just now also has traces of Kami school on her body. Maybe she is also your descendant. This is great, your lineage is thriving. Noah blushed and said, that Melissa is clearly using superpowers. Maybe she's from the Superpower Academy. It's the same. A few old seniors from the Earth laughed loudly and were in a good mood. Aizen and Melissa were able to achieve such results. Even if they were eliminated in the second round, they would still be satisfied. In this session of the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament, the Earthlings seemed to shine. Chapter 335 Time passed, and the first round began to come to an end. In the first round, each match took different amounts of time. If the match were between two people with a huge difference in strength, then the match would end in a few seconds, just like Aizen and Melissa. However, if the strength difference were not significant, then the match would take a long time. Some even go on for several hours before the winner could be determined. The good thing was that the players who participated in the tournament were at least had 1 million power levels. So, even the weakest group of matches could make the audience watch with fascination and enjoyment. When the first round of 128 matches was over, 3 days had passed. 3 days of tournament eliminated half of the players at once, leaving behind relatively elite. Fortunately, the few seeds chosen by North Kai had successfully passed the first round. The gap between the 4 major galaxies had not yet manifested. After a short break, the second round of the tournament would be held immediately. As the player who won the first round earlier, it was soon Aizen's turn to play again. His opponent was a wasp-like alien from the south area, with a strength of about 70 million. Its huge compound eyes looked very creepy, just like Galactic Patrol's Hueco. This wasp alien had excellent eyesight, but it was his misfortune to meet Aizen. With a hand knife slashing down head-on, the wasp didn't have time to react, and his consciousness had fallen into darkness. Referee, it's time to award the game. Aizen calmly stood in the ring and said with a calm tone of voice towards the referee. The referee froze for a moment, quickly announced Aizen's victory as he smoothly entered the third round. North area, contestant number 14 Aizen enters third round. West area, number 48 contestant Saga enters third round. North area, number 75 contestant Carter enters third round. West area, Number 97 contestant Picon enters third round. South area, number 122 contestant Lager enters third round. East area, number 146 contestant Carlos enters third round. North area, number 190 contestant Melissa enters third round. As the second round came to an end, the 64 players who had entered the third round had been chosen. At this time, the gap between the different galaxies could be seen. Among the 64 places, the North area and South area number was the least. East area and West area were not very different. The most outrageous was the Central area. From 16 contestants, they had 14 people into the top 64. The two eliminated were not weak but had bad luck. They respectively met Maayang and Picon in the game. With the birth of the top 64 spots, East Kai and West Kai became dejected again. They changed their methods to squeeze North Kai and South Kai. Their mean words choked North Kai and South Kai so much that they wanted to pull out their knives and cut them. Just wait. There will be time for you to regret. North Kai's heart was broken, and his eyes were incomparably looking forward to Maayang and the others. Whether he could make a clean break depends on the performance of Maayang and the others. The third round was about to begin. From now on, the masters basically began to converge. Maayang's performance was still outstanding. Although the opponent was an alien with a power level of 800 million, their defense was completely broken down in a matter of seconds. We win. North Kai laughed loudly and tilted his head very proudly. Maayang had already entered the top 32, which ranked the strongest people in the whole galaxy. With his strength, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to make it to the top 4. North Kai thought in his heart, looking forward to the next match even more. Grand Kai was sitting comfortably on the podium, ignoring the 4Ki's lip-smacking battles. He was watching the battle through his sunglasses, nodding his head from time to time. The tournament continued to go on, giving people a glimpse or making the audience present wail and shout. However, in the eyes of each galaxy's top players, all of this was only a warm-up match. Suddenly, the whole venue trembled. With a click, the hard special material ground crumbled out of a piece of debris. A black shadow crashed straight down from the sky, leaving a shattered trail after hitting the ground and then quickly bouncing out. At this time, in front of the black shadow's flight path suddenly appeared a green figure. Picon expressionlessly raised his palm, and raging energy like seawater rolled, swept towards his opponent with ferocious momentum. Get lost. With a low shout from his mouth, Picon increased the force of output. The light in the sky seemed like a small sun shining on the whole competition ring, and the gale swept away, dispersing all the golden clouds in the sky. The gorgeous light, along with the wind, raged. When everyone returned to their senses, the top of the ring was empty. Only the upright figure of Picon was floating in the air. Maayang watched incomparably seriously, his eyebrows locked in awe. What a powerful attack. Picon's opponent's power level was nearly 2 billion with a pure energy strength not much worse than Maayang. However, in the battle just now, the opponent could not exert his full strength and was pressed and beaten by Picon from the beginning. This showed that the power level of the Picon was at least more than 3 billion. Maybe it was really the level of perfect cell. He wondered what the result would be if he were to face Picon. The answer was obvious. Even if Maayang exerted his full strength, coupled with a peculiar divine power, he would still be in a bitter battle. Melissa sighingly tugged on Maayang's arm and said, "That person named Picon is too strong." Yeah. Maayang nodded and closed his eyes to simulate the battle with Picon in his consciousness. Melissa saw this and stopped bothering him. Sweat gradually seeped out from Maayang's forehead. After a long time, Maayang sighed and continued to aim at the later matches. In the next match, Carter, Ko, Melissa, Dofira all advanced to the top 32, while the weakest G lost to a player from Heaven in the third round and did not reach the top 32. In the fourth round of the tournament, Ko also lost to a master of the central area, regretfully withdrew from the tournament. After the fourth round of the tournament was completed, the top 16 players had been determined. Maayang, Carter, Melissa, Dofira broke into the top 16. Simultaneously, several other galaxies like East Area had 3 people into the top 16. South Area had 2, West Area had 3, and the most powerful was Central Area, which had 4 people into the top 16. 4 of the 6 seeded players made it to the top 16. Such a remarkable achievement had made North Kai too happy to find the edge. This meant that even if they all lost in the later matches, North Area would at least get 4 points. In terms of numbers, North Area had actually gained an advantage for the time being, which taught North Kai to lift his chest. In contrast, several other Kais had gloomy faces, especially the North Kai's old rival, West Kai, whose face was as black as a big iron pot. Of course, if you take away Maayang and Melissa, the North Area's actual finalists were only Carter and Dofira, the bottom of the pile. The fifth round was the battle for the top 8. This round would be held 3 hours later, which meant that there would be a 3-hour break in between. This was also the general assembly in consideration of the physical strength of the world of living players. To reflect the fairness of the competition, a special rest time was arranged. At this time, Maayang sat with his eyes closed to recuperate. Because his lottery number was relatively close to the front, the first game required Maayang on the field. Time rushed, and 3 hours passed quickly. With a thud, as the piercing sound of the gong rang out, the top 16 match was about to begin officially. It's time. Maayang opened his eyes. Go for it. Your opponent is not easy. Give it your all. The voices of Carter, Melissa, and others rang in his ears. Maayang nodded calmly. After a slight adjustment, he leaped to the center of the huge martial arts stage. Standing opposite Maayang was a player from West area named Yehilo. According to Maayang's senses, this Yehilo's strength was second only to Picon, with an energy of 2.5 billion. The most powerful player Maayang had encountered in the competition, rumored to have lived in heaven for more than 2,000 years. West area, Yehilo. North area, Maayang. The two men introduced each other as if they were old friends meeting, but they were both looking for a flaw in each other. Such a state of affairs remained frozen for a long time. The audience waited until they held their breath. Hey, why don't they start fighting yet? Don't make noise. Don't you feel that this is the calm before the master duel? Awesome, my heart is in my throat. Just as the entire atmosphere of the venue became gloomy, they suddenly moved at the same time. Swish. The white whirlwind blew in all directions like a fresh breeze without a hint of coldness, but on the martial arts ring, the two figures disappeared in unison. The sound of thumping footsteps echoed in the ears. The ground kept cracking out peculiar cracks. Several straight rays of light rushed into each other and folded, but the two figures were never visible. Chapter 336. As soon as the battle began, the strength displayed by Maayang and his opponent, Yehilo, brought silence to the audience. As expected of a master, the fight was so intense that it was dazzling. All the spectators held their breath and poked their heads in the ring to watch the battle. However, Maayang and Yehilo were so fast that even if these people's eyesight was good, they could only see the light that kept appearing and flashing and could not see both sides' movements at all. It's too fast. What a swift attack. My eyes actually can't keep up with the rhythm at all. Who says it wasn't? It was a wonderful match. The strength of both sides in the match was so intense that it was unfathomable. In the audience, the spectators stretched their necks and gazed unblinkingly at the ring. Whether they could really capture the battle in the ring or not, no one could tell. They all pretended to be a veteran's posture and commented there with a smile. In fact, their hearts were already crouching. The ability of the naked eye to capture the shadow was, after all, LT'd. If they could not keep up with their speed, what was left in addition to the sudden flash of light and the sudden appearance of a broken crater? Even if most people in the other world had learned a similar ability to perceive the battle with Ki in heaven, however, they still couldn't keep up with the level of battle reached by Maayang and Yehilo. So it was better to watch the fight through the big screen in front of the audience. Of course, the screen couldn't show the whole battle at all times, only a small part of it. However, for most of the audience, this small part of the picture had been more wonderful than imagined, causing them to cheer and shout with red faces. Bang! Two after images collided together at high speed, then quickly separated. The next second, the two rays of light folded back in the void and collided once again. Maayang set up an arm to block Yehilo's bouncing leg attack. His body shook slightly and bent back a few meters. After blocking his opponent's attack, Maayang's body faltered slightly, and his figure became low. Switching his position, he clenched his fist and slammed it towards Yehilo's waist with a low cry. The power of the fist was as powerful as breaking through the air, bringing up a fierce air-breaking sound. At this time, Yehilo's expression suddenly changed and roared. Both arms staggered downward, then fiercely lifted upward, using this air force to fling Maayang out. Stop! Maayang's body leaned back. His feet stomped on the void, and a few unreadable strands of shockwaves were created in space. Bang! Once again, the two men began to fight in close quarters. The hard stone blocks on the ground crumbled into zigzag cracks in the collision. Tiny stones splashed out, swooshing as if bullets sliced through the void. Ding ding ding. There was a flash of bright white light, and a wave of ki smashed the stones to pieces. The two men swept away the interference in unison, then looked at each other and fought again. So far, both sides seemed to be comfortable with each other, and the rhythm of the battle was seamless, without a hitch. In the contestants' waiting area, Dofira watched the match with surprise. Their real strength is so strong. With this kind of fierce battle, I feel that if I go up there, I will be blown down by them in 3 or 2 moves. Ko nodded approvingly. Compared to the top masters, we are still too far behind. Although he had been eliminated in the previous battle, Ko did not leave the contestant area. Have you noticed the battle that has been going on so far? Although both sides' attacks are very sharp, neither has caused substantial damage to the other side. Carter looked seriously and could not help but praise. Their control of the battle is too great. Any tiny details they can always seize the opportunity, and the prediction is also compelling. Neither let the other side get it. What you say is true. Both sides have zero mistakes. No wonder the fight is so exciting. It is evenly matched. Ko said with a glare in his eyes. Dofira said, that Yehello's strength is powerful. In the west area, I'm afraid he's one of the best. I'm worried that Mr. Maiyang will be in a bitter battle next. Melissa's beautiful eyes flashed. She shook her head after hearing their discussion. No, Maiyang hasn't brought out his full strength yet, or rather, both of them haven't shown their full strength until now. They haven't exerted their full strength until now. Yes, so the battle has only just begun. The energy strength of Maiyang was 2 billion power level, and Yehello were higher than Maiyang, reaching 2.5 billion power level. However, Melissa had enough confidence in Maiyang. This confidence was not blindly protecting her husband, but she was well aware of Maiyang's combat techniques' superiority. The fact that Yehello had been practicing for more than 2,000 years in heaven, his combat experience and skills did not need to be mentioned. However, Maiyang was not far behind, and his skills were not only developed by himself but by the Angel Whis. As the most extraordinary master in Universe 7, Whis left him images of martial arts, which almost directly raised Maiyang's level. The fact that Maiyang personally received many teachings from Whis in the God of Destruction planet was much more effective than Grand Kai's guidance. Especially in the last few years of training, Melissa felt that Maiyang's martial arts seemed to have entered a level that even she could not say. With the same power level, he seemed to be able to break it up. On the competition ring, Maiyang's expression calmly responded to Yehello's attacks. After generally adapting to the fight's current intensity, Maiyang gradually increased his body's energy while his body became more flexible. Seeing this, Yehello also followed suit and raised his energy. Sure enough, he also still has some energy left. Maiyang looked at Yehello and nodded secretly while fighting, not bothered at all by the fact that his opponents getting stronger might hinder his victory. Yehello's combat experience is vibrant. Because he lives in heaven for many years, he gets guidance from Grand Kai many times, and the level of his martial art is far beyond normal people. Several other people in this martial arts tournament whose strength is much higher than Yehello, especially Picon and that big green-skinned man from the central area. The current me is not their opponent at all. How strong was Picon? Maiyang's heart had some guesses. According to the original story's strength, he was afraid that Picon was at the perfect cell level. As for the central area's big man, his breath was hidden more deeply. Although Maiyang in the previous game carefully observed, he never got useful information. Two powerful masters were right in front of him. Of course, Maiyang hoped he could fight them. So before that, he must win all the matches behind and even make a breakthrough in the battle. To break through the current level, the energy aspect was not necessary to consider. Maiyang was not a Saiyan. Naturally, it was impossible to surge energy during the battle. This was a formal competition. There was no reason to knock Senzu Bins, so he could only start from other angles. Yehello was an opponent not inferior to him. The rare thing was that there was no absolute strength gap between the two sides, a qualified touchstone or stepping stone. In the previous years of training, Melissa and I have been in a state of boosting our energy. So I have been a bit slacking on the development of my realm. Now, let's take advantage of the battle with Yehello to hone my combat skills and realm a little bit. Power and realm were two important factors in the practice of martial arts. When the power was too strong, but the control was too weak, the intuitive manifestation was the inability to exert power's effectiveness effectively. In serious cases, perhaps a state of a rampage like Broly in the original story. That said, in the early stages of the Dragon Ball world, where the power component dominated, the realm was relatively neglected either because the realm wasn't important enough to manifest itself or the level wasn't there. However, at a later stage, whether it was the mysterious state of Sun Gohan, Super Saiyan God, or God of Destruction level, all needed the realm's support. By this point, the importance of the realm was gradually manifested. Without a high enough realm, to reach the Super Saiyan 3 level was basically impossible. Perhaps in many people's eyes, this was powerful enough. However, in the eyes of the universe level characters, Super Saiyan 3 was still too weak. It could be flicked away with a finger. Whether it was the God of Destruction level or the Angel level, the realm was quite important. All this, of course, Maiyang knew. He also tried to deconstruct his current realm to get a breakthrough. However, the realm was such a mysterious thing, it was not like a math problem. As long as he knew how to solve it, there was a fixed solution. Very often, it was more like an open question, There was no fixed answer. In a sense, the power and the realm were like the difference between macro and micro. They were a unified whole, forming the world we knew, but divided into two very different areas. This was entirely possible that an absolute master above the power level might be a mere wight in terms of the realm. Yang had already made a small achievement in terms of power with a 2 billion power level, which wasn't weak. However, in terms of the realm, he was still in the stage of learning. He had tried to fuse his understanding with the essence from Wis's martial arts images and had some of his own ideas and insights from it, but he just hadn't applied it in such a high-intensity battle yet. Perhaps the realm of such a thing needed to break through the threshold in battle. In the original story, Son Goku came from a low power level. Yang guessed that perhaps the little Goku in this area was really not quite talented. However, in terms of the realm, Son Goku had a pretty good understanding. The Earth's martial arts was coincidentally and happened to be so little related to the realm. This was not that the realm was actually more important than the power level. Could the realm of the promotion, to a certain extent, drive the improvement of power level? Or if the Super Saiyan transformation as a rough application of realm, Yang wondered whether it was interesting speculation. Back to the topic, as the two sides of the competition gradually show their full strength, Yang's mental outlook changed. He began to become mysterious and unpredictable. His movements little by little matched the movements of Whis in the martial arts images, and his breathing gradually became long. As the warring party, Yellow was the first to feel the change in Yang. Now Yang's movements were light and seemingly weak, but his body was as slippery as a loach. Every attack of Yellow was always dodged by Yang just in time. This guy, what the hell is going on? His movements are obviously effortless, but why my attack can't affect him? Yellow frowned tightly. When his attack once again crossed the corner of Yang's clothes, his face sank, and he suddenly shouted. The powerful energy of 2.5 billion power level burst out, and he suddenly turned into a small sun. Buzzing. Raging waves of ki tumbled as Yellow accelerated the rhythm of his attack. Such a battle really affected the beginning, but as time passed, Yang's body quickly adapted to Yellow's rhythm again. Swish. The silver-white ki flame wrapped around Yang. His black hair raised high under the effect of the ki wave. Yang closed his eyes, using only the sense of ki to capture the opponent's movements. Ki was the essence of the development of Earth's martial arts. It was the more advanced martial arts. As long as the physical body with energy possessed ki, this ki would spread in all directions, as if there was a mass of objects that would distort the surrounding space. The energy was the same, which changed very little. However, people who knew how to use ki could capture the opponent's movements through the subtle changes around them. This use of energy was still relatively inferior. Once it encountered the energy to shield the ki completely, or there was no ki in the body of non-living creatures, the set of earthlings would not work at all. In high-speed combat, without the help of ki, the martial arts practitioner was like becoming blind and could only rely on the naked eye to identify the opponent's movements. However, the limitations of the naked eye were obvious. The strong light and even the wrong shadow could affect the combatant's judgment and thus made a wrong response. High-ranking gods either had no ki, or their ki had been converged to the level of unable to be sensed. For this reason, of course, there would be a set of matching god practice, which was realm of god. Only when one entered the realm of god, would one have the qualification to talk to the god of destruction level. The martial arts image left by Whis, which Yang had been comprehending before, was actually the training method leading to the realm of god. Chapter 337 The battle between Yang and Yellow gradually went on for more than 2 hours. It was such a long battle that tested physical strength and endurance. Yellow gradually felt physically and mentally exhausted, and his mouth was already gasping for air. However, on the opposite side of him, wrapped in a layer of silver-white energy, Yang maintained a state of minimum energy consumption, and body consumption was reduced to the extreme. If it were an evenly matched contest, the two sides wouldn't have had such a different experience. However, if it weren't an evenly matched contest, it wouldn't seem to last as long as 2 hours or so at all. This guy, he seems to be practicing something. Yellow eyelids jumped, he couldn't go on like this. Yellow stepped on the ground hard, and a huge force penetrated under the ring. Click. The ground suddenly produced a depression, and the cracked lines spread out in all directions along with the center point. His body swooped quickly, and Yellow hands clenched his fists. The tyrannical energy coalesced in the tip of his fist shining brilliantly, and his fist struck through the air with the sound of breaking air. In the face of the rolling river like sweeping Yellow, Yang seriously raised his palm. A silver-white light flashed in his eyes, and Yellow's movements began to slow down as his movements began to synchronize with Whis' image. Yang smiled shallowly. His movements were plain, without rendered vapors or dazzling flashes. That's it. If it's this, his movements should be the same. The palm of his hand traced a graceful arc in the air. The moment it touched Yehilo's raging fist, the palm began to change its angle, taking Yehilo's fist with it to change direction. After unloading most of the opponent's energy, Maiyang's palm violently changed into a fist. Bang! The two fists collided, the flying sparks burst out, and a terrifying shockwave spread in a ring. The ground's hard stone slab rose and fell as if it was about to fall apart. A miserable scream came out of Yehilo's mouth. His body flew backward several hundred meters, fiercely stomping on the ground with both feet, shoveling two distinct traces on the ground. Yehilo's hands trembled, and the muscles of his legs were shaking. That action just now seems to be not simple. In the West area's waiting area, Pecan was wearing a tall hat with a frozen face, recalling the scene just now. It was obviously the most uncomplicated attack. Why would it cause such a result? How did Yehilo get knocked off his feet? Interesting. Maybe I should pay more attention to this guy. He's called Maiyang, right? Pecan began to get interested. Previously, because the energy of Maiyang was far lower than his, even with outstanding performance, Maiyang failed to attract his attention. It seemed that he was wrong in thinking that this person called Maiyang of the North area was weak. He was afraid that Maiyang was not an easy person to deal with. In the Central area camp, the green-skinned strong man's face also gloomed. On the East area side, the orange-haired Carlos locked her eyebrows tightly. She still couldn't see what was going on. Only on the North area side, the corners of Melissa's mouth curled up into a smile as Maiyang changed the way he attacked. She had, of course, comprehended the image of the Whis martial arts in Maiyang's hand, but her comprehension was not as good as Maiyang's. She had only superficially read some of it. However, according to what was said when she entered the God of Destruction planet for the second time, the martial arts image seemed to conceal a practice method that led to an unfettered instinct or something. Anyway, it was very profound. Maiyang is going to win this match. I thought he would use the Acceleration World's divine power, but in the end, he actually relied on Whis martial arts to gain an advantage. However, his movements just now were so fantastic. Her tongue licked on her red lips. Although she couldn't see how Maiyang's body did it, at this time, Melissa was completely at ease. Seeing the smile on Melissa's face, Dofira and Kurter had not yet recovered from their shock. On the podium, Grand Kai's gaze was deep, and his face also showed doubts. It's too subtle. What a remarkable movement, that realm of freedom and spirituality, that's the true essence of the martial pursuit. Even without profound energy, one can still defeat a powerful opponent just the same. Muttering under his breath, Grand Kai watched attentively as if he saw a strong man truly rise to power. What's wrong with you, Yehilo? Hurry up and fight back. West Kai slapped his chair in exasperation. The already short West Kai was like a meatball constantly bouncing on his chair at this time. North Kai wiped down his sunglasses and said proudly, no need to look. My North area's player will win for sure, look there. He said with a finger pointed towards the martial arts venue, and saw Maiyang walk towards Yehilo step by step. Like a burst of huge drums beating, the silver flame on Maiyang's body rose a few points higher with every step. As he arrived in front of Yehilo, the energy on Maiyang's body had already crashed over. You are no longer my opponent. SKY splitting fist. A gorgeous flash flickered, and Maiyang turned back with a bland face. The West area player Yehilo had already been sent outside the arena by him. The whole crowd was shocked by the high skill of Maiyang's last strike, and before they could regain their senses, Maiyang had already achieved victory. North area, number 14 Maiyang wins and qualifies for the top 8. Wow, a win. North Kai clenched his fist hard, swaying both hands in the air. He was occasionally looking at West Kai smugly. How about that? The master on my side was powerful, right? West Kai grimaced. Even so, Pecan will also win and defeat the person you fancy. Pecan's number was 97, which meant that if Pecan wanted to meet Maiyang, both of them needed to reach the top 4 qualifications before they could meet in the semi-finals. However, for West K, it was obvious that Pecan would make it to the final 4. His ultimate expectation was that Pecan would finally win the tournament. The second match of the 5th round of the top 16 continued. The winner of the second match of the 5th round was number 62 Arqua of the East area. The third match, Kurter of North area, unfortunately, lost to a player named Sharman of Central area and was eliminated. The fourth match, number 75 Pecan still crushing and directly qualified for the top 8. 5th stage competition, East area number 146 contestant Carlos won. 6th stage competition, North area number 190 contestant Melissa won. In the 7th stage competition, South area number 210 contestant Southhouse won. 8th stage competition with a bang, North area Dofir's opponent was number 251 from Central area. The green-skinned strong man that Maiyang had been observing. This green-skinned strong man was named Uiamans, A very mysterious strong man under Grand Kai. Dofira's situation is not good, Melissa whispered to Miang. He looked very rough and simple, but there was a feeling of single force subduing in the midst of the roughness. In fact, there was one thing that the other 4 Kis didn't know, and only Grand Kai knew, which was that Uchiha was actually not a native from this galaxy. He was from another galaxy like Melissa. He joined Grand Kai's banner after coming to live in this galaxy for so long. You are not my opponent. After saying that, Uchiha's body flickered, and Dofira's pupils suddenly shrunk to pinpoints. The space around her seemed to have suddenly shifted, and by the time she came back to her senses, she had actually landed outside the field. Central area, number 251 player Uchiha won and entered the top 8. With the judge declaring the results, the top 8 players were officially crowned. They were Miang, Arqua, Charmin, Picon, Carlos, Melissa, South House, Uchiha. 2 people from East area entered the top 8, only 1 from South area, 1 from West area, 2 from North area, and 2 from the Central area. Chapter 338. It could be said that there was no doubt about Uchiha's victory. Whether it was Miang or Picon, after seeing Uchiha's skills, they already knew in their hearts that this would be the result. Because compared to Dofira, Uchiha was much more powerful. Miang looked at Uchiha. In his heart, he had already classified him as an opponent on the same level as Picon. Even Uchiha's threat might be even higher than Picon's. Underneath Uchiha's green skin hid explosive muscles. Uchiha's combat style was exactly the opposite of Miang's. Miang took the skill plus realm path, focusing on the lightness of body and winning by trickery. Uchiha's was the opposite, opening wide and pressing with momentum. As of now, if they really fought, Miang would not be able to take advantage. At this time, Uchiha suddenly turned his head. His eyes met with Miang's and suddenly smiled towards him. In this instance, huge oppression passed over, and Miang's face suddenly changed. A silver-white luster flashed, carried off the huge oppression of Uchiha. When he looked again, he found that Uchiha had shifted his sight to Picon, likewise releasing signals towards Picon. Is he declaring war on the strongest person in the competition? Miang's heart moved and turned to sneer. Although the power that Uchiha was showing right now was much stronger than Miang, it did not mean that Miang had no hope of winning. One step at a time. If I can continue to comprehend the unfettered instinct left by was in the next match, defeating Uchiha is not impossible. After years of hibernation, he was finally waiting for the moment to explode. The current Miang gradually began to usher in the harvest period. The martial art realm that was left behind in the martial image was called Unfettered Instinct, a not too strong but not too weak realm. Of course, the strength here wasn't just for Whis, but for Miang too. It was definitely an extremely profound realm. If Miang could completely comprehend the Unfettered Instinct, it should be easy to win the Heaven Martial Arts Tournament Championship. Unfettered instinct was a state of existence that was unattainable and natural. It mostly referred to the physical state. When one realized the unfettered instinct, the physical body level would be completely transcendent, bringing unimaginable power. In contrast, there was also the extreme instinct, which meant to do everything in your heart, to be at will, to do whatever you want. That was a level of the spiritual realm. The combination of unfettered instinct and extreme instinct was the physical body and consciousness. There was an even louder name for it when practiced to the extreme, the ultra instinct. Miang knew that the power of ultra instinct was completely beyond the power of his body. It was simply God blocking God, Buddha blocking Buddha, there was no reason to say. In the original story, on the Tournament of Power held by Zeno, the powerful and desperate Universe 11 powerhouse Jiren, Son Goku and Vegeta, and others were helpless. As if a child was ravaged by it, it was because Son Goku entered the state of Ultra Instinct at the critical time, so that they came back in the game and found the hope of victory. If he could comprehend the Ultra Instinct, even if it were just a little bit, Miang had the confidence to deal with it calmly. The subtlety of the Ultra Instinct martial arts was so powerful. Its magic had attracted countless universe-level powerhouses to study and practice. However, only a few people really comprehended it. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, did not fully comprehend this state of mind. Because this state was the realm level, if there was not enough power to rely on, you couldn't reach the minimum threshold to comprehend this state. Power and realm were always complementary. The realm was the power level above the transcendence. After reaching the level of Super Saiyan 3, it had not been easy to find a breakthrough in power. When turning to the realm, it was possible to break through into Super Saiyan God.